What differences might arise if a genius sorcerer from another world were to transmigrate into Penny Evans, the sister of Lily Evans? Chapter 62, Nocturnal Excursions. The personnel from the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures will come to collect the Manticore at the end of November. During the time that the Manticore remained, Penny frequently visited it. Of course, there was also the quartet of Lily, Snape, and James. They discovered the joy of feeding the Manticore. The Manticore eagerly consumed any food prepared by house elves, delighting in the offerings. Regardless of who provided the sustenance, it would devour anything handed to it, gaining considerable weight in just a month. By now, Hagrid had forbidden them from bringing food to see the Manticore. Naturally, the clever little wizards concealed the food and fed it to the creature when Hagrid was not paying attention. No one believed that a few small cakes or sandwiches could have any detrimental effect on the sizable Manticore. Ever since encountering the Manticore, Penny harbored a secret desire, one she had never shared with anyone: to ride on the Manticore's back for a tour of the Forbidden Forest. The formidable creature, with the body of a lion and the tail of a scorpion, was powerful enough that no reckless magical beast would dare to provoke it deep within the Forbidden Forest. Moreover, its height and spacious back would surely provide her with a comfortable perch. If this endeavor were not realized soon, the Manticore would depart, and she would find it challenging to locate another such creature to ride in the near future. Thus, Penny resolved to act swiftly regarding the Manticore. After they had finished feeding it all the food, Penny mysteriously led the Manticore's front paw to a corner of the wall. Standing atop an enlarged pumpkin, she barely reached its shoulder height and quietly inquired, "Will you take me for a stroll in the Forbidden Forest tonight?" "No way." The Manticore vehemently shook its head, recalling Professor Kettleburn's warning that the Forbidden Forest was perilous and that young witches and wizards should not be taken there. Its voice boomed loudly, as if amplified by a spell, prompting Penny to place her finger to her lips in a gesture for silence. The Manticore mimicked her, covering its mouth with its paw, yet it still shook its head in refusal to Penny's request. "You can speak the language of beasts. I can understand you, you know," she said, casting a sidelong glance at the inquisitive young wizards nearby, ignoring their presence. Grasping the fur on the Manticore's paw in a pleading manner, she continued, "Please, Manticore, I am not like the others. I am very strong." The Manticore, obstinate as a mule, refused to relent, regardless of Penny's arguments and numerous excuses. Its head shook vigorously as if it were a rattling toy. "Why are you so stubborn?" Penny exclaimed, hands on her hips, glaring at the Manticore's round, blue eyes in exasperation. "Ah!" Manticore emitted a childish sound, its visage etched with disbelief. "Who are you calling stubborn? Who insisted on venturing into the Forbidden Forest?" A flustered Penny stood atop a pumpkin, pointing at Manticore's cerulean eyes while hurling invectives. "I have fed you so many delightful treats for nothing. Ungrateful wretch. Go eat your pumpkin. I shall inform Hagrid to feed you nothing but pumpkin, raw pumpkin." "Ah, awawawa, awa, pa, I'm not a wolf. My eyes are undeniably blue. You are the one who eats pumpkins. You feast on pumpkins every day. You eat. You eat. You consume 8 meals of pumpkin a day. Awa, 9 meals." Thus, the human and the beast engaged in a heated argument in Hagrid's yard, the atmosphere vibrant and communication seamless, while the onlooking young wizards remained oblivious to their discourse. "Can she actually comprehend Manticore's beast language?" Sirius remarked, astonished. James cast a fleeting glance towards the corner before retracting his gaze, fixating intently on Lily, his frustration mounting at the insufferable nose. Why was Snape always so close to his Lily? If he fancied Penny, he ought to argue with her and that magical creature, not linger around his Lily. Peter concealed himself behind Lupin, peeking out with his watery, curious eyes directed towards the commotion, while Lupin maintained his gentle expression, showing no signs of change. Only Lily and Snape exchanged serious glances, though they could not decipher Manticore's utterances. Their understanding of Penny suggested she had remained composed for too long, likely plotting some mischief. If all went as anticipated, this mischief would undoubtedly pertain to Manticore. Otherwise, she would not have been so irate after Manticore's rejection. Snape's thoughts delved deeper. He knew that whatever Penny intended to accomplish would surely come to fruition. Given Manticore's gluttonous nature and its not-so-bright intellect, there was a high probability it would fall into Penny's trap. At Hogwarts, Manticore's immense size could only be adequately utilized in the Forbidden Forest, and only there would Penny require its assistance. Moreover, he was acutely aware of how Penny and the Forbidden Forest clashed. Every attempt resulted in calamity. Consider the predicaments she had encountered in the Forbidden Forest. Stumbling upon a swarm of acromantulas hunting, witnessing dark wizards slaying unicorns, and observing dark wizards infiltrating Hogwarts to commit murder. Not a single instance bore good tidings. If she truly managed to deceive Manticore into the Forbidden Forest, what calamities might befall them? He could scarcely fathom. His thoughts raced, and Snape's countenance darkened to the point where it seemed he could bleed ink. He did not disclose his suspicions to Lily. After all, she was a Gryffindor, and he could not guarantee that upon learning of Penny's intentions, she would not join her sister in a reckless adventure into the Forbidden Forest. Given Lily's level of trust in Penny, the likelihood of them embarking on an adventure hand in hand was quite substantial. Lost in his reflections, Snape gazed at Penny, his eyes filled with concern, completely oblivious to Sirius, who stood not far away, his gaze fixed intently upon him, flitting between him and Penny. After an hour of bickering, the commotion reached a conclusion as Penny proudly lifted her chin towards Manticore, evidently triumphant in persuading it. He just knew it. Manticore was such a disappointing creature. Snape glared at the befuddled magical creature, its head clouded and its mouth agape in a foolish grin, exhaling a sigh of resignation. Indeed, Penny was still Penny. Retracting his gaze, Sirius smirked mischievously, fully aware of the unfolding events. "Sirius, why do you wear such a peculiar grin?" James retreated a couple of steps, feeling that his dear friend was about to unleash some mischief. That fool! Casting a disdainful glance at the oblivious fellow, Sirius looked at Lupin and nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, only Remus was astute enough to grasp his thoughts, while James seemed intent on affixing his gaze solely on Lily, lacking time to notice anything else. The clear gaze wavered between the two good friends as James clutched his chest, an expression of anguish crossing his face, his tone filled with lament. You two have a little secret behind my back. Am I not your best friend?" "Tisk." Sirius disdainfully swatted away James's outstretched hand, ignoring the dramatic display as he turned away with an air of indifference. Lupin regarded James with a look of affection, then shook his head solemnly, following after Sirius, pondering whether this foolish boy would ever win Lily's heart. May the foolish find their own fortune. That night, after Edith had gone to bed, Penny donned a complete ensemble of black garments, her hair concealed beneath a hat, casting a few confundish charms onto her bed before merrily exiting the dormitory. Standing atop the Ravenclaw Tower, the newly appointed caretaker, Mr. Filch, made his way towards Gryffindor, carrying an oil lamp. This evening, Professor Slughorn was hosting a culinary exchange for his esteemed students, likely foregoing his patrol duties, which is why Penny had refrained from casting the disillusionment charm upon herself. The path to Hagrid's hut was somewhat distant, and the inky darkness of the night concealed her presence more effectively, leaving no one aware of a young witch embarking on her nocturnal adventure once again. Upon reaching Hagrid's hut, she found him, as usual, taking Fawn along for a patrol of the Forbidden Forest, where he was secretly nurturing some adorable creatures, thus prolonging his inspection. At that moment, only the massive silhouette of the Manticore lay in the yard. The Manticore was fast asleep, its enormous wings draped over it like a blanket, its thunderous snores echoing through the night, and Penny, standing at the entrance of the yard, could even feel the foul breath it exhaled. Approaching its side, she gently tapped its paw, attempting to rouse it, but to no avail. Her strength was akin to a mere tickle against the tough-skinned Manticore. Just as Penny was contemplating pouring some water over the Manticore's head to awaken it, her sleeve was suddenly tugged, and from the corner of her eye, she caught a glimpse of a hazy figure concealed in the darkness, appearing to be another young wizard. Without pausing to consider the identity of the newcomer, Penny swiftly summoned her wand, casting a spell, Sandstorm. The figure, cloaked in robes that obscured their form, stood slightly taller than Penny. With agile movements, they evaded the spell and grasped their own wand, seemingly on the verge of speaking but refraining from any aggressive action. However, Penny was quicker. Blazing fire. She hurled another spell with remarkable speed, and as the flames flickered, she caught sight of the person's face. high cheekbones, a slender mouth. What was he doing here? Staring in surprise, Penny found herself momentarily frozen. How had Severus found her? She had not disclosed her late-night quest for the manticore to anyone. Pure spring water. The incoming spell from Snape's wand produced a jet of water that extinguished the fiery remnants, and he turned to Penny with a resigned expression, saying, "At least let me finish speaking. Ahem, I shall certainly do better next time." Penny coughed to mask her embarrassment and then inquired, "How did you come here? I don't recall mentioning." Snape raised an eyebrow. "Perhaps Miss Evans believes her plan is flawless?" TSK. There was that familiar expression and tone again. In that moment, Penny thought she might comprehend why James and his friends often clashed with him. Truly infuriating, Severus. Yeah. Penny offered a sheepish smile towards Snape. "Are you heading to the Forbidden Forest again?" Snape's dark eyes bore into her. In a voice devoid of emotion, he remarked, "Do you realize that each time you venture into the Forbidden Forest, significant matters arise? But I always return unscathed, do I not?" Penny flashed him a radiant smile, playfully asserting, "My little caprices are firmly rooted in my capabilities, Severus. I am quite strong." I understand." The twinkle in her blue eyes stirred ripples in Snape's heart, and he tightened his grip, nodding with a serious expression. "All right, Severus, I know you worry about me." For reasons unknown, Penny felt a twinge of apprehension regarding Snape's potential anger. She clung to his arm, shaking it gently. "Shall we go to the Forbidden Forest together? We could sit atop the manticore's back and let carry us around. That would surely be delightful." Very well. He always found it impossible to refuse her requests, especially when it was just the two of them. Chapter 63, The Companions. The snores of Manticore diminished, and the sounds of creatures from the Forbidden Forest emerged, maintaining her conversation with Snape. Petunia deliberately edged closer to the wooden post in the backyard, and upon reaching her destination, she turned away, concealing her expression and emitting a loud, disapproving click of her tongue. In a swift motion, Petunia kicked the air in front of the post, prompting a startled Snape to raise his wand, directing it at the few Gryffindors sprawled on the ground, groaning in surprise. After witnessing the exchange between Petunia and the Manticore, Sirius and Lupin hastily departed from Hagrid's hut. James, perplexed by their sudden exit, called out several times without receiving a response, which led to his frustration. Upon returning to Gryffindor Tower, James relentlessly pursued Lupin, insisting on understanding what he had learned, while Sirius, with his usual cryptic demeanor, withheld information, much to James's annoyance. Lupin, a gentle soul who cherished his friendships within Gryffindor, eventually revealed his findings after James's persistent inquiries. "She wants Manticore to take her into the Forbidden Forest? How splendid." Upon hearing this analysis, James immediately leaped from his bed, exclaiming that it was a magnificent idea. Manticore, being an adult magical creature, could undoubtedly ensure their safety. Lupin turned his head, incredulous. "Are you planning to join as well? The Forbidden Forest is perilous." His rare serious expression suggested that any further discussion on the matter would be met with firm opposition. James, oblivious to the true nature of the Forbidden Forest and its nighttime terrors, insisted, "It's not just you. It's us." Sirius, having emerged from the shadows, chimed in, clutching a large bag filled with food, treats he had obtained from the house elves in the kitchen to bribe Manticore. If Petunia declined to accompany them, they could simply approach Manticore directly. "We could venture into the Forbidden Forest at night with Manticore. We've never been there." Lupin countered vehemently, "I disagree. You have no idea how dangerous the Forbidden Forest is. Have you forgotten the incident with that seventh-year Hufflepuff?" He stood abruptly, nearly shouting at them. Peter, returning from outside, was startled, wide-eyed and frozen in place, unsure of how to proceed. Sirius and James, confused by Lupin's agitation, approached him, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder. James jokingly nudged him with his elbow, gesturing toward the door. "Hey, mate, you're too worked up. Look, you've frightened Peter." The frightened Peter forced a grimace in response. "I apologize," Lupin's voice softened, "but the Forbidden Forest truly isn't a place for young wizards. If Petunia Evans can go, we certainly can." Sirius waved his hand dismissively, trying to leverage Petunia's capabilities to sway his friend's opinions. "It's different. She's not like us," Lupin replied weakly, as if drained of energy. He dared not meet their gaze for fear of revealing his concern, muttering, "She's remarkable. She encountered a werewolf at the age of 10 before even entering Hogwarts, and she defeated that werewolf while protecting Lily and Snape. Do you comprehend what I am saying? At 10, she defeated an adult werewolf without even wielding a wand." The room fell silent, punctuated only by Lupin's quiet voice, followed by two sharp intakes of breath and Peter's silent presence by the door. And then there's Bellatrix Black. Petunia has bested her twice. You know that Death Eaters are ruthless. They want to show mercy just because one is an underage wizard. James, Sirius. Can you truly compare yourselves to such a formidable being? James's expression grew increasingly perplexed. After processing Lupin's words, he closed his gaping mouth. His mind racing with questions as he exclaimed, is she truly human? Even Dumbledore wasn't this extraordinary in his youth. The dormitory fell into a contemplative silence, while Sirius buried himself in his books, desperately searching for references to powerful and intelligent magical creatures, convinced that Petunia was a magical being disguised as human. Indeed, it must be so. Petunia Evans can even understand Manticore's speech. Consider her terrifying combat prowess. Can any human achieve such feats? Lupin's lips twitched as he hesitated to respond, swearing that Sirius had never examined any book with such diligence as he did today. Wake up, mate. Magical creatures don't study potions, James exclaimed, rolling his eyes at his foolish friend. Having emerged from his daze, an unusual excitement lit his face as he looked at Lupin. If Petunia agrees to let us accompany her into the Forbidden Forest, wouldn't that suffice? She's so powerful. She can surely protect us, right? And besides, Manticore will be there. It's an adult magical creature and listens to Petunia. James, you've become quite clever. Sirius paused in his reading, looking up at James in disbelief. Hey, what do you mean? Ignoring James's protests, Sirius turned to Lupin, declaring, he's right. Remus Evans, the monster, along with the adult Manticore, will ensure our safety at night. But a crescent moon hung high in the night sky, with a tapestry of stars scattered across the heavens, resembling a stunning oil painting. In the yard, a girl with her arms crossed was ensconced in a black cloak, revealing only her piercing blue eyes. Petunia regarded the three diminutive Gryffindors sprawled on the ground with disdain, her expression one of contempt. What are you doing awake at this hour? The three Gryffindors lay in disarray, their invisibility cloaks slipping from their bodies, their appearances absurd, James missing a head, Lupin a limb, and Sirius a significant portion of his frame. It seems your earlier antics have been discovered, Snape approached with a mocking smile. Yes. Petunia huffed, biting her lip in annoyance as she glared at him. Snape rubbed his nose. The venom he intended to unleash caught in his throat. It was always this way. His agile tongue faltered in her presence, rendered silent by the fear of his harsh words wounding her. While Snape remained silent, James and the others eagerly revealed their intentions. Three pairs of bright eyes gleaming with anticipation as James even removed his glasses, trying to appear more pitiable. You wish to join me in the Forbidden Forest? No way. Petunia shivered at the thought of being crammed onto Manticore's back with the rowdy Gryffindors. Their noise would surely deafen her, and she still needed her hearing. Why not? Two voices erupted nearly in her ear. I knew it. Petunia rubbed her eardrums, helplessly waving her hand. In the end, the outcome aligned with James and his friend's desires. They indeed made thorough preparations for their nocturnal expedition into the Forbidden Forest. Despite Petunia's refusal to ride with them, they brought their own flying broomsticks. Sirius even emphasized that he and James were reserve players on the Quidditch team, with excellent flying skills. He cast a smug glance in Snape's direction, for whom the allure of Quidditch was an experience he would never comprehend. Rolling his eyes at the foolish Gryffindors, Snape sighed inwardly. He truly lacked talent for broomsticks, as soaring through the skies offered him no sense of grounded security. Awakening the slumbering Manticore, Petunia and Snape climbed onto its back. The massive creature's broad back was spacious enough that they did not feel crowded, even in each other's company. James, Sirius mounted his broom, while Lupin was assigned to ride with James, lacking the latest model of broomsticks and possessing inferior flying skills compared to his companions. He resigned himself to the role of a mere passenger. By the way, Hagrid will be patrolling the Forbidden Forest tonight with Fong. You had better not let him catch you, or Professor McGonagall might very well have your heads. Penny reminded them before they set off. The thought of the typically stern Professor McGonagall transforming into a roaring lioness sent shivers down the spines of the young Gryffindors. James silently tightened his family's heirloom invisibility cloak, fervently hoping he would go unnoticed. In the darkness, Snape smirked, wishing fervently that Hagrid's eyesight would be sharp enough tonight to capture these intruders. Hey, Snape, what are you laughing at? Don't hide behind women. Sirius, with keen eyes, noticed Snape's smile and shouted at him in a fit of rage. Snape's smile became more genuine as he produced a potion vial, shaking it slightly. The potion's beautiful blue hue shimmered in the night, but what drew more attention was the mocking curve of his lips. Well, I certainly cannot expect Mr. Black, whose brain is the size of an almond, to know that there exists a potion called the Invisibility Potion, and I happen to know how to brew it. The sound of grinding teeth in the now quiet atmosphere was particularly pronounced, and Penny could not help but wonder what kind of extraordinary friendship allowed James, Sirius, and Snape to loathe one another, yet continue to engage in this relentless rivalry. Perhaps you could learn the disillusionment charm. As night owls, you would surely find it delightful. Penny suggested, believing that cloaking oneself with a robe was not always the most convenient option. Really? Sirius's eyes sparkled with excitement. Once he mastered the charm, he would undoubtedly flaunt it in front of Snape for an entire day. That's a 7th-year spell. It's quite challenging, Lupin quietly cautioned. Chapter 64, The Mooncalf. The night in the Forbidden Forest was shrouded in gloom, the light of the stars and moon unable to penetrate the fog that enveloped it, making the place seem like an exile. The howls of unknown magical creatures added to the eerie ambience. The enormous body of the manticore moved surprisingly nimbly among the densely packed trees of the forest, necessitating James and Sirius to demonstrate their true flying skills to control their brooms. Penny appeared to be in sheer delight, akin to a bird freed from its cage, relishing the wind against her face as she excitedly waved her arms, emitting a series of howls reminiscent of a banshee. Sitting atop the manticore, Snape felt a surge of trepidation, particularly when the creature leaped and turned abruptly, the rapid shifts in perspective and the sensation of weightlessness threatening to toss him off. He clutched tightly to its fur for reassurance. Hagrid patrolled the edge of the Forbidden Forest with a lantern in hand, its dim light stark against the dark expanse of woods, as Fong, a tad timid, walked closely beside him. Roar! The roar of a beast suddenly erupted in their ears, prompting Fong to immediately cower against Hagrid, burying his head in the folds of Hagrid's coat. "It's just a noise, Fong. You're such a coward," Hagrid said, lifting Fong's body with one hand and patting his head with the other, his voice booming. Fong whimpered, clinging tightly to Hagrid and whining playfully. All right. We'll head back." Meanwhile, the manticore, aware that Hagrid could not see them, cleverly navigated away from the glow of Hagrid's lantern, darting deeper into the forest. As they ventured further into the depths of the Forbidden Forest, the darkness thickened, nearly rendering visibility impossible. Snape gripped the manticore's fur tighter, eliciting a disgruntled growl from the creature. Sensing his unease, Penny grasped his cold hand firmly, shifting positions to cradle him in her embrace. The warmth of her presence, combined with the fragrant scent of lemon from her shampoo, enveloped Snape, leaving him flushed as if trapped in a steamer. What made matters more complicated was the fact that the adolescent girl's body had begun to develop curves as the manticore bounded along. He occasionally collided with Penny's soft, warm form, prompting her to emit small gasps of pain. "Why yes, I'm sorry," Snape stammered, stiffening in response to her touch. "Your body is quite firm," she murmured, wrapping her arms around his waist, feeling his tautness, and gently squeezing him. "Relax. It will feel much better if you move with the manticore's rhythm." After much effort, Snape finally managed to ease his tension. But then he felt a weight on his shoulder, and Penny's scent intensified, enveloping him further. He turned to look at her, his cheek barely brushing against her lips, his gaze fixating on her soft pink mouth. He nervously bit his lip and redirected his gaze to her clear blue eyes, which seemed innocent yet revealed an underlying tempest that mirrored the turmoil within him. She regarded him as her closest friend, while he harbored dark, unspoken thoughts about her. Penny's heart raced as she met Snape's deep black eyes, which were like a calm sea hiding a turbulent storm beneath the surface, poised to unleash chaos at any moment. For the first time, she glimpsed the concealed emotions swirling within those familiar eyes. Overwhelmed by an inexplicable sense of panic, Penny instinctively recoiled, avoiding his gaze as she called out, "Those on brooms. Can you keep up?" Ahead, James was thoroughly enjoying himself, maintaining a flying altitude of about 7 meters. The branches of the Forbidden Forest only served to showcase his exceptional flying skills, as he appeared more jubilant than a bird returning to its nest, despite the pale complexion of Lupin seated behind him. "I'm right here." Sirius was equally impressive, flying higher than James and demonstrating even greater agility as he soared alone. "Impressive," Penny remarked casually, though her thoughts were still preoccupied with that fleeting glimpse of his eyes, replaying like a film in her mind. However, she quickly pushed those thoughts aside as the manticore led them out of the woods. With a low growl from the manticore, the scene brightened, revealing a sky full of stars and a high-hanging moon. The silvery starlight illuminated a group of adorable mooncalves hopping joyfully in the direction of the moon on the grass not far away. The manticore's heavy footsteps startled the little creatures, causing them to flee to what they deemed a safe distance before peeking curiously at their uninvited guests. The mooncalves, with their smooth, pale gray bodies, prominent round eyes atop their heads, and slender legs ending in flat feet, looked adorably silly. Upon reaching a hillside, the manticore ceased its movement, lazily finding a spot to lie down, panting dramatically as if utterly exhausted. If not for its steady breathing and the loudness of its sighs, Penny would have genuinely believed it was fatigued. Unaware that its little ruse had been uncovered, the manticore continued its performance, its belly rumbling audibly. Its gaze fixated on Penny and the others. "I recall it devoured half its weight in food this afternoon," Snape exclaimed, astonished by the creature's appetite. His eyebrows raised and mouth slightly agape in surprise. "It's just greedy. It has quite the knack for mimicking sounds," Penny replied, rolling her eyes. It often used this trick to deceive Hagrid into providing it with food, and the kind-hearted half-giant always fell for it, resulting in a considerable depletion of his small animal stock. Ears twitching, the manticore realized it could not procure food from the two familiar faces, so it turned its attention to James and the others. Sirius, with keen perception, promptly placed the food he had pilfered from the kitchen before it, winning the manticore's approving gaze. Meanwhile, the mooncalves, having observed the intruders for a while without detecting anything amiss, began to move anew. Bathed in moonlight, they gathered in small groups, performing a complex dance on their hind legs. A throng of onlookers was captivated by the mesmerizing dance of the moon-stricken creatures under the silvery glow of the moonlight. James had already begun to imitate their movements, displaying his own clumsy rendition, while Sirius appeared far more graceful in comparison. As if seeking to further enhance the ambience, Sirius retrieved a bag enchanted with an extension charm, from which he produced a small device capable of playing music. The gentle, soothing melodies harmonized beautifully with the enchanting moonlit night. Penny, however, displayed little interest in the dance. Instead, she clutched a palm-sized, translucent crystal, diligently recording observations towards the moon-stricken creatures. She then aimed the crystal at James and Sirius, who had commenced their dance, James performing the female steps while Sirius executed the male. The moon-stricken creatures, stirred by the music, turned their curious gazes towards the dancers, their large, round eyes fixated on James and Sirius as they twirled gracefully. Even Snape discerned a look of astonishment on the faces of the moon-stricken creatures, causing his lips to twitch in response. Penny, suddenly struck by a thought, tilted her head towards Snape, who confirmed her suspicion with a nod. Remus, standing nearby, seemed to share an understanding, his gaze shifting to the two friends lost in their dance, their expressions almost unbearable to witness. Enchanted by the spectacle, the moon-stricken creatures began to bounce towards them, prompting Penny, Snape, and Remus to tactfully distance themselves from the two dancers. After exchanging knowing glances, they maintained a mutual silence. With a mischievous glint in her eye, Penny pulled out several more crystals from her pocket, using her mental prowess to capture the unfolding scene from multiple angles. "Is that a recording crystal?" Remus exclaimed in surprise. Penny nodded, wary of his potential objections, and added, "Don't interfere. I'll share the footage with you afterward." The implied threat made Remus retract his steps, raising his hand in a gesture of compliance, which earned him an appreciative glance from Penny. Unaccountably, Remus felt as though he had encountered that particular gaze before. At this moment, the moon-stricken creatures had reached James and Sirius, with a few daring ones mimicking their steps, dancing along to the piano's melody. Naturally, to James and Sirius, this spectacle appeared as if the creatures were captivated by their exceptional dancing skills, eager to join in. The brave Gryffindors could hardly refuse such a challenge, and thus their exuberance intensified. The dance continued, one tune after another, with the moon-stricken creatures showing no signs of fatigue. However, it was James who eventually faltered, his legs weary from the relentless movement. He released Sirius's hand, collapsing onto the grass, panting heavily. "I can't go on. If I dance any longer, my feet will swell." Sirius, equally exhausted, collapsed beside him, cradling his sore toes, likely swollen from James's relentless stepping. The two victorious moon-stricken creatures reveled in their triumph, joyously hopping on their flat, broad feet, their large eyes fixated on the assembly of their beloved creatures. The other onlooking moon-stricken creatures celebrated, their pale gray bodies huddling together, except for two small females who reluctantly approached James and Sirius. One moon-stricken creature called softly, nuzzling against Sirius's wrist in a display of affection. The other followed suit, bashfully rubbing against James's wrist, their large eyes blinking adorably. In the distance, satiated manticores fixed them with wide eyes, their faces etched with disappointment, while they emitted a series of disapproving sounds. The other moon-stricken creatures, eager for the spectacle, murmured in interest as the two victorious creatures snuggled with their chosen mates. Oblivious to the unfolding drama, James and Sirius remained blissfully unaware yet undeniably proud. Having earned the admiration of two charming magical creatures, they exchanged glances of satisfaction, with Sirius embodying a rare composure befitting the Black family, chin held high, while James mirrored his demeanor, both grinning proudly at Remus. Remus, privy to the truth, stifled a smile, his lips pressed together. Penny, unable to contain her laughter, collapsed against Snape's shoulder, giggling uncontrollably, tears of mirth glistening at the corners of her eyes. Snape, with one hand protectively around her waist, regarded her with a soft gaze, his expression equally filled with amusement. Even James and Sirius, despite their foolishness, recognized their folly, standing frozen in place, their eyes pleading for Remus's assistance. Striving to compose himself, Remus diverted his gaze to the heavens and earth, avoiding their eyes, and spoke in a softened tone. The dance of the moon-stricken creatures is traditionally understood as a prelude to mating. Looking down at the bashful moon-stricken creature, nuzzling his wrist, Sirius and James screamed in unison. Their movements synchronized as they bolted away. Chapter 65, The Forest Creature. With the moon high in the sky, the moon-stricken creatures retreated into the depths of the grass, while James and Sirius, faces flushed with embarrassment, chased after Remus, vocally condemning his lack of loyalty in favor of mere amusement. Ignoring their antics, Snape wielded his wand to collect the moon-stricken creatures' droppings, a common ingredient in potion making. To maximize their medicinal value, it was imperative to gather their silvery excrement before sunrise. Otherwise, it could be used as fertilizer in magical herb gardens and flower beds, promoting rapid and robust plant growth. Penny also gathered some, noting that while moon-stricken droppings were readily available on the market, those collected personally held superior efficacy. As she completed the task with her wand, a frown crossed her face. I recall reading that moon-stricken creatures only emerge from their burrows on full moon nights. Glancing up at the crescent moon hanging in the night sky, her confusion deepened. Caught up in playful banter with friends, Remus paused at the mention of a full moon, only to be tackled to the ground by Sirius, who exclaimed, "Got you, Remus." James, intending to join the fray, halted upon witnessing the sudden pallor of Remus's face and quickly lifted Sirius off him. "Are you all right, Remus? You look rather pale. Is it because Sirius is too heavy on you? I knew he's gained weight recently." "I have not," Sirius retorted, hopping in protest. The antics of his friends did little to lighten Remus's spirits as he absorbed Penny's words, desperately recalling the recent lunar phases and the date of the full moon. His heart raced erratically, filled with dread at the thought of transforming in front of his friends. He envisioned their fearful gazes, their screams of horror, perhaps even their anger at sharing a dormitory with someone so uncontrollable, a danger to them all, leading to his expulsion from Hogwarts. Fortunately, his fears did not materialize. Perhaps the moon-stricken creatures are simply enchanted by the moonlight? Snape responded uncertainly to Penny's inquiry, gradually gaining confidence. Given their lack of intelligence, this seems plausible. Perhaps, Penny conceded, dismissing the notion, reassuring herself that in the magical world, anything could be deemed reasonable. Meanwhile, the manticores let out a loud snort, rising to their feet, and called out to Penny, signaling that it was time to return. With her index and thumb pinched together, Penny gestured an OK sign to beckon everyone to return, noting that it was already past midnight and that without rest, they would struggle to rise the following day. On their way back, Manticore chose an alternate route, hoping to witness a different landscape, and the group did not object, despite the fact that the darkened Forbidden Forest offered little in terms of scenic beauty. Just as Severus believed, every time Penny ventured into the Forbidden Forest, misfortune seemed to follow, and this occasion was no different. Suddenly, the Manticore slowed its pace, muscles taut. Adopting a stance of aggression, its massive jaws parting to emit a menacing growl. "What's wrong?" James halted, his question unvoiced as a tremendous sound echoed from deeper within the forest, the sound of trees being uprooted, followed by the thud of trunks crashing to the ground. At this moment, Severus had already drawn his wand, while Penny, peering from behind him, noticed that he now towered over her, blocking her view entirely. The three young wizards on their broomsticks widened their eyes in terror. In mere moments, a vast expanse within the forest had been cleared, the surrounding trees trembling in response to the seismic disturbance. The Manticore was displeased, having resided in the Hogwarts Forbidden Forest for years. It had claimed this section as its territory. Now, with other creatures wreaking havoc in its domain, a swell of anger rose within it, fixated on extracting the intruder. Ignoring its riders, it dug its claws into the earth and raised its neck, letting out a threatening roar that reverberated through the air. The sound pierced Penny's ears, rendering her momentarily dazed. She quickly grasped Severus's collar, dragging him down to the ground while covering her ears, scolding the Manticore. "Why are you roaring so loudly? If you're capable, just go for it." Almost immediately, the forest responded with two even louder roars. As the gruff sounds echoed, the ground trembled more noticeably, and an unbearable stench, reminiscent of damp earth, assailed the senses of the young wizards, blanched their faces. What emerged before them were two bald-headed, pale green humanoid creatures, adorned with scruffy patches of green or brown hair. Merlin's stinky socks. "It's a troll." "Two of them," Sirius shrieked, his eyes nearly popping from their sockets, mouth agape, revealing his bright red tongue. James's hands trembled, causing his broom to wobble as if intoxicated. He swallowed hard, staring blankly at the towering creature before him. A terrifying sight standing at 12 feet and weighing over a ton. An encounter with such a colossal beast left his mind blank. The violent quaking of the broom compelled Remus, who appeared the calmest of the trio, to pat James in an attempt to rouse him. After the initial shock of the troll's appearance, Remus maintained his composure, his gaze lingering on Penny with a profound trust. Upon witnessing her eager expression, his earlier fear dissipated entirely. Trolls came in 3 varieties: mountain trolls, forest trolls, and river trolls. Mountain trolls were the largest and most dangerous, with bald heads and pale gray skin. River trolls sported short horns, perhaps some hair, and a purplish hue, often lurking beneath bridges. Instantly, Severus discerned that the pale green creatures before them were forest trolls. His face darkened, darker than the night surrounding them, as he muttered curses under his breath. Damn it, why are there 2 forest trolls in the Forbidden Forest? And we just happened to stumble upon them. These creatures are immensely strong and as thick-headed as those 2 who haven't even drawn their wands yet. He glanced towards Penny, pondering if perhaps she was truly at odds with the forest's magnetic field, for calamity seemed to follow her every time she entered. Sensing Severus's gaze, Penny nervously touched her nose, her eyes darting about, avoiding direct contact with him. James and the others landed beside Penny, excitement brimming as they exclaimed, "Let's take them on together." True to Gryffindor's spirit, their fear swiftly transformed into courage, and they brandished their wands at the trolls, their faces alight with eagerness. "No need. We have the manticore," Penny urged, gesturing for them to look at their formidable companion. The trolls, now fully revealed, brandished clubs nearly as thick as an adult wizard's waist, emitting grunts that seemed to form a crude language. The manticore, incensed by their audacity, let out a fierce cry and charged at the trolls. Although the trolls stood 12 feet tall, the manticore was far larger, measuring 5 meters in length, not to mention its menacing scorpion tail poised for action. The trolls, lacking in intelligence, showed no fear as the manticore charged. If anything, their pea-sized brains had no conception of fear, instinctively swinging their clubs in an attempt to bludgeon the approaching beast. The force of their swings sliced through the air, as if intent on pulverizing their foe. The second troll, slightly delayed, followed suit, launching its own club in tandem. With a disdainful expression, the manticore nimbly evaded the troll's swing, causing the missed club to crash into the ground, creating a massive crater large enough to swallow James whole. The trolls cursed loudly in frustration, and the manticore's countenance turned fierce. Its sharp claws emerged, launching itself at one of the trolls, agile as ever, while its tail delivered a venomous sting. Minutes later, the troll's clubs lay discarded, and the dazed creatures squatted on the ground, cradling their throbbing heads, their bodies twitching nervously. Their untainted eyes gazed up at the manticore with trepidation, a creature that not only had bested them, but now threatened their very existence. With a triumphant roar, the manticore raised its head high, asserting its dominance over the intruders daring to encroach upon its territory. "I told you there was no need to intervene," Penny remarked, her eyes sparkling with delight as she addressed the 4 young wizards. "The manticore's prowess is truly formidable." Severus nodded, though his gaze remained vigilant. His brow furrowed as he spoke in a hushed tone. "Trolls originate from the Scandinavian peninsula, and they have been sighted in regions of Britain, Northern Ireland, and Scandinavia. But what brings them to Hogwarts? This is not a place they should be." The trio of Gryffindors exchanged glances, and then James exclaimed, "It must be the work of dark wizards." He shot a wary glance at Severus, convinced that the dark wizards of Hogwarts were from Slytherin. Severus smirked derisively. "Fool." Just as James clenched his fists, ready to retort, he caught sight of Penny, who had fallen silent, giving him a fierce glare, mouthing words that warned him to wait. Penny observed the unfolding drama, choosing to turn a blind eye to the bickering between the boys. Having previously warned James several times without success, she suspected he believed she favored Severus. Thus, she decided to disregard the matter altogether, knowing that with Dumbledore at the school, no significant trouble would arise. Intervening between the two, Penny waved her wand and checked the time. "Time is of the essence. I will inform Professor Dumbledore about the trolls. For now, let us return." Chapter 66. The Mirror. The following morning, Penny awoke to find Fawkes, Dumbledore's messenger, occupying Rhea's nest like a lord, having consumed half of Rhea's owl food. This infuriated Rhea, who stood indignantly beside Penny's pillow, her feathers scattered in disarray, casting a reproachful glance at her. After finally soothing her little ancestor, Penny noticed a small note brought by Fawkes, instructing her to visit the headmaster's office before lunch, with the password being Dinninus Potion. Glancing at the time, she realized lunch was still 2 hours away. Very well then. Navigating her way to the headmaster's office with ease, she was admitted by the water sprite upon confirming the password, only to discover that Dumbledore was not present. Upon entering, Penny's attention was immediately drawn to an additional mirror in the office, resplendent and towering to the ceiling, adorned with a golden frame and supported by claw-like feet. Its top bore an inscription, Eris stra eru oit ube kafer oidon woser. The name seemed familiar, yet Penny had never encountered one so lengthy. This extraordinary mirror evoked memories of the magical mirror from the Brothers Grimm's fairy tales, and she curiously stood before it, wondering if it possessed the same enchantment. The smooth surface reflected her entire figure, and then, like ripples on a placid lake, the scene transformed. Inside, she beheld an endless expanse of lush grasslands, adorned with wildflowers and meadows, dotted with adorable lambs. She glimpsed the boundless ocean, its azure waves crashing melodiously, crowned with frothy white crests, as dolphins leapt gracefully from the surf, while seabirds skimmed the surface in search of fish. In the distance, the horizon blurred the line between sky and sea. Next, she beheld the golden-red desert at dusk, its undulating sands resembling frozen waves, stretching towards a golden horizon. Grasslands, oceans, deserts, mountains, and rivers, an array of magnificent vistas played out like a cinematic reel within the mirror. Enraptured, Penny gazed, captivated by the beauty of a world she had never encountered. Her heart raced, and a longing surged within her like waves crashing upon the shore, compelling her to pursue her desires. Just as her gaze intensified, the mirror shifted once more, plunging her into an unreal scene. First, she saw the Evans couple in a warm embrace, with Lily, blooming like a flower, smiling sweetly, alongside a grown Severus Snape, all of them smiling at her. The scene shifted again, revealing a 17 or 18-year-old Yunlai, clad in a robe adorned with silver patterns, approaching her with a smile, extending his hand with a brotherly affection that felt so familiar. Penny stared at the mirror in bewilderment the moment she saw Yunlai. A sharp pang of discomfort pierced her heart, prompting her to avert her gaze. Her inquisitive eyes then fell upon the inscription at the top of the mirror, realizing that erased reversed spells desire. Thus the full message was that what it reflected was not merely her image, but the innermost yearnings of her heart. She grimaced slightly. While the warmth of her beloved family brought her comfort, the sight of Yunlai was indeed unfortunate. And why was Snape present in the mirror? Although she regarded him as her closest friend, it was perplexing. Stepping away from the mirror, Penny casually poured herself a cup of tea from Dumbledore's desk. Grappling with the unsettling revelation of seeing Yunlai in a mirror that revealed desires, but it was not entirely unforeseen, upon reflection. She recalled how fondly she had once regarded her brother. After a while, Dumbledore arrived, looking youthful, the effects of the youth potion evident upon him. He had previously inquired why his age had reverted to 18, while Professor Slughorn, who had also consumed a small amount of the potion, remained looking 30. Penny had replied that the potion restores one's appearance to their most cherished time. Dumbledore, usually so vivacious, sat quietly, his demeanor somewhat solitary and forlorn. What did you see in the mirror of Erist, Penny? Today, he donned a robe of a vibrant azure hue, which, paired with his handsome visage, was undeniably captivating. Freedom and family, they are what I cherish most, Penny replied, the corners of her lips curling upward as she turned to Dumbledore, only to be momentarily stunned by his presence. Her eyes brightened as she exclaimed, "Wow, esteemed headmaster, you look remarkably handsome today. That color suits you splendidly." "Thank you. I too find this color appealing," Dumbledore responded with a warm smile, his gaze towards Penny imbued with gentleness and a hint of remorse for his prior mistrust towards her. The mirror of Erist had been deliberately placed in his office for Penny to see. He sought to glimpse her hidden desires or fears. Admittedly, such an action was somewhat inappropriate, yet he proceeded nonetheless. This girl's talent reminded him of Tom Riddle, perhaps even surpassing it. They both possessed charm and sought greater power. And he acknowledged that their similarities instilled a sense of fear within him, for the wizarding world could scarcely endure the emergence of another Dark Lord. Fortunately, Penny Evans was distinct from Tom Riddle. She was kind-hearted, valuing family bonds, always ready to lend a helping hand in times of need, and respectful to even the less amiable, like Filch. Although occasionally mischievous, she was a good child. Meeting Dumbledore's gaze, Penny sensed his probing, yet remained unperturbed. She aspired for many things, such as greater power, renown, and mountains of galleons, but above all, she craved freedom. A Ravenclaw at heart, she was an eagle soaring in the sky, a breeze drifting towards the horizon, eternally yearning for heights beyond reach. "Headmaster Dumbledore, what did you see in the mirror of Erist?" Penny inquired, her curiosity piqued regarding the greatest white wizard's deepest desires. A man who devoted all his time and energy to Hogwarts and the wizarding world, one who had neither spouse nor children, with only a distant and reportedly strained relationship with the proprietor of the Hog's Head Inn in Hogsmeade. His half-moon spectacles glimmered, yet the blue eyes concealed beneath dimmed considerably. And he sighed heavily, almost as if exhaling a weighty breath, before stating in a voice slightly above a whisper, a pair of woolen socks. In Britain, woolen socks symbolized the warmth of familial affection. Realizing Dumbledore's age, Penny felt she had inadvertently offended an elder, and a wave of regret washed over her, compelling her to consider a small gift as recompense for her thoughtlessness. Recalling Dumbledore's change of the office password to Dinnis potion, Penny devised a plan. Remembering that she had concocted such a potion long ago, she rummaged through her pocket and, after some searching, unearthed a somewhat dusty vial. Dumbledore, having regained his composure, regarded Penny's potion with curiosity. She possessed a remarkable talent for potions, and he wondered if this would surprise him. Dinnis potion, with an orange flavor, she announced. In an instant, Dumbledore, with the swiftness of a man who had been single for decades, accepted the potion and smiled warmly at Penny. They lingered in the headmaster's office for quite some time, during which Dumbledore inquired about the troll in the Forbidden Forest, having received a note that morning, and learned of their nocturnal escapade in the woods. His beloved student had posed yet another question. It appeared that Dumbledore was quite pleased with the orange-flavored Dinnis potion, as he enthusiastically invited Penny to join him for lunch, sharing an array of new Honeydukes candies with her. Headmaster, do you think I could drop out of school now? And would you approve? After a hearty meal, Penny unexpectedly posed a question. Dumbledore's action of drinking water came to an abrupt halt. His blue eyes magnified beneath the crescent-shaped spectacles. It was the first time in his many years of teaching that a student had dared to inquire so boldly in his presence. He twitched the corners of his mouth, set down his cup, and asked, "What mischief are you concocting this time?" Ultimately, Dumbledore did not acquiesce to Penny's desire to drop out and wander. He expressed, with a hint of exasperation, the importance of education and the dangers that little wizards face outside the safety of Hogwarts. However, it was evident that Penny was not heeding his words. She looked up with wide eyes and argued, "But I've already self-studied the entire 7th-year curriculum at Hogwarts. It's not difficult. As for safety, I'm quite capable." Dumbledore paused for a moment before countering. "However, underage wizards cannot use magic outside school. The Ministry of Magic tracks young wizards through the trace in their wands. I can perform wandless magic. I don't need a wand to cast spells," Penny retorted. Dumbledore, now with a throbbing headache, could think of no other recourse and promptly expelled her from his office. Once outside the headmaster's office, Penny transformed, appearing utterly dejected as if she had lost all vitality. The scenes replaying in the mirror of Erist stirred her emotions. Suddenly, the sound of a cauldron exploding jolted her back to reality. She blinked in bewilderment, only to meet Professor Slughorn's resigned sigh. "For heaven's sake, Penny, you've already blown up 2 cauldrons." After deducting 10 points from Ravenclaw, Slughorn asked her to leave the classroom, unable to tolerate her incessant mishaps with the cauldrons. Her poor performance extended beyond potions. During Transfiguration, she had failed to transform a mouse into a chair without leaving a long tail, and in defense against the dark arts, a disarming spell had collapsed an entire wall of the classroom. Dumbledore, substituting for the defense against the dark arts class, reasonably suspected she was attempting to demonstrate her prowess. Chapter 67, Anomalies. Severus Snape, ever vigilant at the Ravenclaw table, soon discerned something amiss with Penny. She was eating very little, and even Edith, who usually had a good rapport with her, found Penny unresponsive. Moreover, the gazes of the Ravenclaw students towards her had changed. Where there had once been admiration for her academic prowess, now there was curiosity, as if they were intrigued by the transformation occurring within her. Snape's gaze, heavy with concern, remained fixed on the Ravenclaw long table, oblivious to the steak on his plate being reduced to a mushy mess. A nearby Slytherin, noticing his subtle actions, followed his gaze to the striking red-haired girl in the crowd, and when Snape met his eyes, the Slytherin wore a Slytherin-style smirk and raised his cup. Snape's already dark expression deepened, and he shot a glare at the oblivious boy before exiting the hall, only to find Penny had already left her seat, prompting him to follow her out. Similarly, at the Slytherin table, Narcissa, seated in the center, watched the two depart with her beautiful eyes. Penny wandered the castle aimlessly, her spirit dulled since that day in the headmaster's office. The allure of the Mirror of Erist seemed to evoke deep-seated desires within her. Life had grown tedious. The professor's lectures were uninspiring, and even the familiar sights of Hogwarts appeared dull. She meandered through the castle in solitude until she felt a hand grasp hers, the warmth of another's touch drawing her back to reality. Turning to see Snape with his brows furrowed, she murmured, "Severus? I called out to you several times. Are you all right? I noticed you haven't eaten much." Snape, his ears slightly reddening from the contact, cautiously inquired. Seeing a familiar face stirred a sense of melancholy within Penny. She exhaled softly, her expression clouded with concern. "It's not good. I feel troubled inside. Would you walk with me?" she invited, and he eagerly accepted. Holding Snape's hand brought Penny a measure of relief. She wanted to discuss the mirror of Erist, jokingly suggesting that perhaps she considered him her best friend, akin to family. I quite wish you would call me sister, just like Lily does, she said. Glancing back at him, Snape's face darkened, his eyes boring into her as he gritted his teeth. Don't even think about it. Like a peculiar switch being flipped. Penny tilted her head and reminisced. You were so adorable as a child. Do you remember that Christmas when I held you in my arms, a soft little bundle? Snape's complexion transformed, a mix of green and white tinged with a hint of shyness, as he sternly urged her to cease. Ha, Severus, Penny giggled, her hand covering her mouth in amusement. They arrived at the edge of the Black Lake and reclined beneath a beech tree, sunlight filtering through the fractured shadows of the leaves and illuminating their faces. Penny intently observed the patterns made by the shadows, while Snape, tilting his head, gazed at her with unwavering affection. Besides family, I also saw the outside world in the mirror of Erist, meadows, mountains, rivers, deserts, and oceans. Ever since I was little, I've longed to explore beyond. Later, I met Ilock, a wandering wizard who has traveled to many places. He is so free. In his letters, he described the primordial forests of Germany, where wizards live in a feudal, peculiar society, and the unique magical creatures that inhabit those lands. Penny lay quietly on the grass, confiding her thoughts to him, her eyes sparkling with excitement at the mention of freedom. Do you wish to leave Hogwarts? Snape's throat felt dry as he rasped the question. Yes, Penny affirmed with a steady nod, her voice calm. I have spent 3 years at Hogwarts, and I want to see other places. The sunlight suddenly became blinding. She shielded her eyes with her hand, blocking out the brightness. Snape fell silent, his heart more tangled than a ball of yarn. He wanted to ask her what he should do. He had finally come to Hogwarts to see her regularly, yearning to remain by her side forever. Yet, he was merely Severus Snape, unremarkable, lacking an illustrious lineage, devoid of anything that would make him worthy of her. His secret affections remained unexpressed and unacknowledged. Moreover, he could sense Penny's genuine passion as she spoke of the outside world. Her fervor made his words of entreaty feel like cotton stuck in his throat, contrasting sharply with his unspoken anguish. The world around them fell into silence, and Snape closed his eyes, feeling the heartbeat of another person. After a long pause, he finally spoke in a hoarse voice. If you truly wish to go, I wish you safe travels. If this is what you desire, I respect your choices. Upon hearing his words, Penny chuckled softly, turning to him. The outline of the boy in the sunlight was haloed with a faint glow. The atmosphere around him fractured and distant, like a wounded creature. I am delighted by your blessing, but Headmaster Dumbledore does not agree with my intentions. The boy withdrew his hand from his face, revealing dark eyes filled with joy, though the light within them gradually dimmed. With a bittersweet smile, he murmured, You will always find a way to persuade him. After all, you are Penny Evans. I thought you would try to stop me, just like Headmaster Dumbledore would. Penny's blue eyes meticulously traced Snape's silhouette as if she wished to engrave him in her memory. It was astonishing to realize that there existed someone in the world who unconditionally supported her decisions. The sensation was so unique that it left her heart racing. Thank you, Severus. Meanwhile, in Dumbledore's office, various professors had gathered, crowding around his desk, all discussing a singular matter, Penny Evans' academic situation. The frequent errors and inattentiveness of this typically outstanding student led others to speculate that she might be under some malevolent curse. Professor Flitwick, brandishing his wand, appeared ready to confront the source of this misfortune with fervor. Meanwhile, Dumbledore, in deep distress, rubbed his temples in contemplation, uncertain whether he should divulge Penny's desire to withdraw from school to the others, fearing it would incite an uproar. He dreaded the prospect of enraged professors dismantling his office. Ultimately, he decided to reveal the entire situation, inciting an immediate outburst from Professor McGonagall. Good heavens, Albus, how could Penny even consider dropping out? She is just a child. The other professors joined the fray, voicing their concerns, while Professor Slughorn, stroking his short beard, pondered aloud that it was somewhat understandable. Penny Evans was a prodigy, and conventional teaching methods might not serve her well. Yet, she was merely 13. What could she possibly do if she were not in school? To Penny's surprise, Dumbledore offered her a more suitable alternative. At the end of the academic year, she would not only sit for her final exams, but also undertake a special examination arranged by the professors, encompassing all key points from 1st to 7th year. Upon passing, Dumbledore promised her the opportunity to study abroad. Given the British magical community's emphasis on certification, he mandated that she return before her 5th year OWLs, lest she become too distracted with frivolities during her travels. Receiving this news, Penny felt an immense sense of relief wash over her. With nearly half a year remaining until the end of her 3rd year, she could now prepare for her journey. She refrained from informing others about her plans to leave next year. Apart from the professors, only Snape was in the know. Her intuition told her that revealing this to Lily could lead to undue distress. Chapter 68. An untitled chapter today. The Lestrange Manor welcomed a most esteemed guest. The infamous Dark Lord, accompanied by his loyal servants, arrived bearing good tidings. Bellatrix Black, a devoted follower of the Dark Lord and a woman of noble lineage with considerable power, was announced as the future mistress of the Lestrange Manor. Her betrothed, Rodolphus Lestrange, could hardly contain his joy. This was a testament to the Dark Lord's favor towards their family. His brother, Rabaston Lestrange, shared the sentiment, visibly elated, as though the engagement were his own. However, the other party involved, Bellatrix, wore a scowl, her gaze lingering not on the Lestrange brothers, but instead on the imposing figure of the Dark Lord, filled with a sense of melancholy. Her emotions went unnoticed as the Death Eaters congratulated the Lestrange brothers, who responded enthusiastically. It was a well-known secret among the Death Eaters that Bellatrix was infatuated with the Dark Lord. Yet their focus lay not on matters of the heart, but rather on the significance of the Dark Lord marrying off his most trusted confidant to the Lestranges. Seated at the head of the table, the Dark Lord held a palm-sized crystal ball, which glimmered with a faint golden light. Behind him, Lucius Malfoy sat impassively, feigning wooden indifference. As the light of the crystal ball dimmed, it developed minute cracks that rapidly expanded until, in the blink of an eye, it crumbled to ash in the Dark Lord's grasp. With his eyes closed in meditation, the Dark Lord's finger twitched, prompting Lucius to deftly place a new crystal ball into his hand. "Well done, Lucius," the Dark Lord praised, his eyes, stained a deep crimson as if soaked in blood, glinting with approval as he toyed with the crystal ball. "Any recent developments regarding Penny Evans?" "None, my lord," Lucius replied respectfully. "Continue to monitor her. Should anything arise, bring it to me." The Dark Lord issued the command without anger, then rose to approach Bellatrix, who seemed rather discontented today. Was she dissatisfied with his decision? How dare she show him such disrespect? Lucius watched him depart, his emotions a tangled web. He had not anticipated his junior's allure to the Dark Lord to be so profound. Since joining the Death Eaters, he had done little more than keep an eye on Penny Evans. He recalled a day spent in his study, engrossed in a crystal ball crafted by Penny, titled Light of Hope. The radiant glow always left him feeling relaxed and elevated. At that moment, the Dark Lord returned from Hogwarts, making an abrupt entrance into Malfoy Manor. He did not adhere to the polite custom of knocking and appeared in Lucius's study, interrupting his reverie in the glow of the crystal ball. As the light faded, the Dark Lord, still grinning foolishly, slapped him awake, questioning why such a fine object had not been presented to him, prompting suspicions about Lucius's loyalty. Lucius found the situation absurd. When had a trinket worth 50 galleons from the Malfoy family shop become a coveted item for the Dark Lord? He explained the situation. Much to his surprise, the Dark Lord expressed great interest, insisting that he gather all of Penny Evans's inventions. Thus began Lucius's deepening involvement in collecting information about Penny Evans for the Dark Lord. Were it not for the Dark Lord's formidable strength, Lucius might have questioned the sanity of his decision to follow him. For the first time, Lucius doubted whether his choice to align himself with the Dark Lord had been wise. Unbeknownst to him, the enchantment Penny had placed upon the crystal ball, named Light of Hope, was capable of generating joy and soothing troubled hearts. Yet to those with shattered souls and fraying mental states, it acted like an anesthetic, masking their anguish and leading them to mistakenly believe they had found relief or even recovery. In the room of requirement on the 8th floor of Hogwarts Castle, Penny had spent the entire day within, diligently researching an effective means of communication. The methods of communication among wizards were scarce, the most common being owlpost, while two-way mirrors, though convenient, were limited in circulation and bound for single conversations. She aspired to create a device that would allow for multiple parties to converse simultaneously. She did not wish to sever ties with her friends during her time abroad, and it is worth noting that Dumbledore, an adept alchemist, had provided considerable assistance during her endeavors. When she finally completed her invention, Severus Snape arrived just in time to deliver her meal, only to be enveloped in a spontaneous embrace from the exuberant Penny. "Aha, Severus, you are truly my lucky star. The moment you arrived, I finished," emerging from his embrace. Her eyes were bloodshot, her hair tousled, yet her cheeks glowed with excitement as she smiled at him, her eyes sparkling with delight. The ears of her lucky star, Snape, flushed crimson once more. Setting the food aside, Penny eagerly demonstrated her new invention, a two-way mirror. While two-way mirrors were rather costly, they were not particularly rare. Or had Penny perhaps modified it? Indeed, the previous two-way mirrors were sold in pairs, bound together for singular communication. Penny handed her modified mirror to Snape and continued, "I have made alterations to enable it to connect to multiple users, akin to a telephone, allowing for visual conversations. Additionally, I have incorporated text chat and group chat features, so I can converse with you and Lily even from afar." Snape raised an eyebrow in approval, a commendable improvement. Penny proudly lifted her chin, relishing the praise that accompanied her achievements, especially when the compliments came from someone she held dear. As he ruffled her unruly hair, Snape's eyes flickered with concern. Her rapid progress was alarming, and he needed to hasten his own development. Ultimately, what he desired was the ability to stand beside her openly and without reservation. Half a year has swiftly elapsed, and Penny has effortlessly passed the end-of-year examinations. The professor's expressions were a blend of bittersweet emotions, appearing both gratified and sorrowful. Yet they all expressed respect for Penny's decision. Professor Kettleburn, with an air of mystery, summoned her to meet him that evening, a request Penny would naturally not decline. Among the few in the know, Dumbledore wore a beaming smile, reminiscent of a cunning old fox. Thus, on the eve of her departure from school, Penny received a task from the professor to return the manticore to the magical creature sanctuary in Africa. The Auror who had previously intended to escort the manticore back had sustained severe injuries during an assignment inflicted by a frenzied Chinese fireball dragon, and was expected to remain at St. Mungo's for a year. So he has entrusted you with this task? Africa of all places, Severus Snape exclaimed, his brows knitting together in evident agitation. For the majority of wizards, Africa is regarded as a perilous realm, teeming with the world's most dangerous magical creatures. The immunized Sphinx and the formidable Chimera, which requires the combined efforts of hundreds of adult wizards to subdue, are not uncommon there. Each year, reports surface of foreign wizards falling victim to the local magical beasts. Moreover, due to the rich resources of magical creatures, poachers frequently operate in Africa, ruthlessly hunting these beings for profit. These individuals, drenched in the blood of magical creatures and unabashedly proud of it, exhibit a cruelty that rivals even that of the Death Eaters, and their formidable prowess often leaves international Aurors at a loss. Fear not, Severus. Dumbledore has arranged for a bodyguard, Penny reassured the irate young man with a smile. Alak will accompany me to Africa. He is well versed in the region. Speaking of Alak reminded Penny of the lamenting tone in his letter, which bemoaned being treated as a mere tool by Dumbledore, while also praising Penny for recognizing the value of freedom at such a tender age. Alak. Snape recalled the young man he had encountered at the Evans home, reputed to be a wandering wizard residing in Godric's Hollow, who shared a cordial relationship with Dumbledore and had even donated to Hogwarts. Most importantly, he had known Penny for quite some time and maintained contact with her. An inexplicable sense of aversion towards this Alak stirred within Snape. He harbored a dislike for all male beings who maintained close relationships with Penny, with the exception of Mr. Evans. Of course, he could subtly infer that he himself was among those male figures whom Mr. Evans disdained for being close to Penny. Lily and Edith learned of Penny's study abroad plans on the train home and were quite irate about it, yet they found themselves powerless to act. Ultimately, it was Penny's playful charm that quelled their anger during the journey. Chapter 69, Farewells. The Evans couple knew little of the magical world, yet they felt a sense of trust in their daughter, who seemed so capable. Upon learning that her study abroad plan had received the school's approval, they readily acquiesced. After spending a month at home, Penny embarked on her journey to Africa. Alak found Penny at a cafe in Diagon Alley, wheeling a suitcase resembling that of Newt Scamander, inside which the manticore was nestled. Alak. Penny waved and jogged towards him. The once tiny child had now matured into a young adult, prompting a wave of sentimentality in Alak. Their first stop was to shop in Diagon Alley, where Alak shared insights about Africa, including its sole magical school, Hogwarts. This institution, having withstood the test of time and gained an enviable international reputation, is none other than Hogwarts, located in Uganda's Moon Mountains. Established for at least a millennium, it is the largest of all magical schools, enrolling students from across the African continent. The admission process at Hogwarts is quite magical. Students receive acceptance messages from the current headmaster via dream messengers, accompanied by a token, a stone inscribed with runes. Upon awakening, if they find the stone in hand, they may prepare to attend the magical school. Students there excel in astronomy, alchemy, and transfiguration, and it is noteworthy that their animagus forms often resemble large animals such as elephants or leopards, a phenomenon attributed to their ethnic heritage. Additionally, Hogwarts students are not particularly fond of using wands, as wands were only introduced to Africa from Europe in the last century. Most spells at Hogwarts are cast through finger gestures or specific movements. For instance, if a Hogwarts student were accused of violating the International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy, they might retort, "I didn't even use a wand. I merely waved my hand. I had no intention of dislocating his jaw." Magic through gestures? That sounds intriguing, Penny mused, captivated by Hogwarts' method of spellcasting. Having spent so long in Britain, she had assumed that all wizards around the world eschewed wandless magic. British wizards have relied on wands for centuries, making the wand an integral part of their being. Once accustomed to wands, they find it rather challenging to learn wandless magic, often perceiving it as more difficult and less potent than wand-based spells. Gradually, apart from a small minority who find it interesting, most wizards struggle with wandless magic. In the Americas, wizards also seldom use wands. If they are familiar with the spells, they can practice wandless magic as well. Ilok shrugged nonchalantly, stating, in fact, the British magical community is the most conservative in the world. They take pride in their antiquity, yet such traditionalism has shackled their minds. Even Muggles are aware of the pitfalls of consanguinity, whereas they persist in adhering to the principle of blood purity, resulting in every pure-blood family in Britain having either close or distant familial ties. Immediately, Penny thought of James and Sirius. Their families, while both pure-blood, held nearly opposing views and positions, yet there was a connection in their genealogies, illustrating the complex kinship relationships among British purebloods. The cobblestone streets of Diagon Alley had been well-trodden for years, their surfaces smoothed by the feet of countless pedestrians, yet the thoroughfares remained narrow, often leading to a crowded scene of wizards in colorful robes jostling for space. Penny found Ilok to be a reliable wizard. His meticulousness was evident as he had prepared a list of necessary items, and they were now perusing the street according to that list. The final item on their agenda was potions, which are essential for wizards living in the wild. When they arrived at the apothecary to procure some potions, Penny spotted Snape waiting outside, seemingly for someone. The apothecary was bustling with business, the entrance alive with the clamor of complaints from customers and the responses of the staff. 20 galleons for a snake eggshell? You must be robbing us, exclaimed one disgruntled customer. This patron's complaints are unwarranted. Snape's discomfort was palpable. He frowned and glared, yet did not budge, still clutching a rather heavy suitcase. Upon seeing Penny, however, his expression softened slightly. He approached her, handing over the suitcase. You mentioned you would be in Diagon Alley today. I prepared some potions you might need. Aware that potions are indispensable for life in the wilderness, he had arrived early to secure supplies from this apothecary, known for its quality. After learning of Penny's plans to go to Africa, he had begun gathering potion ingredients, spending his holiday brewing for a month to prepare these. Before Penny could respond, Ilok took the suitcase from Snape, nearly losing his grip due to its weight. This, however, did not impede him from casting a knowing glance at the two, mumbling comments about youth and how the young lady had grown and attracted admirers. Severus Snape felt a flush rise to his cheeks, his gaze momentarily drifting as he recalled that Penny was soon to depart for Africa. Turning back towards her, he voiced a quiet admonition, urging her to be cautious and to return swiftly. A warmth blossomed within him as Penny smiled tenderly, acknowledging his words. After inspecting the potions within the trunk, Ilok's demeanor towards Snape softened considerably. Indeed, the young man had put forth great effort, for all the potions were of impeccable quality, essential for any journey. You two continue your conversation. I shall take a look ahead, Ilok said, casting Snape an encouraging glance before hastily retreating. Aware of the need to grant the children their privacy, left alone, Penny and Snape found themselves momentarily stunned, both somewhat awkward in the face of their month-long separation. Snape gazed profoundly at her. The 13-year-old girl had begun to exhibit a graceful figure, her hair dyed a nondescript black and tied back, clad in practical dragonhide boots. Her smile carefree and unpretentious, presenting an aura of cleanliness and poise. You carry the scent of energizing potions, Severus, Penny remarked, suddenly leaning closer to him to inhale his aroma, noting the lingering traces of various potion ingredients. Despite having cleaned himself, he regretted not having changed his clothes beforehand. Snape, vexed, lowered his gaze, wishing to avoid leaving her with an impression of untidiness before her departure. He had sacrificed a night to brew the finest blood-replenishing potion, guarding the cauldron until dawn, and after bottling the potion, his hair glistened with oil. In his haste, he had only managed to freshen his robes before rushing to meet her. Considering the potions he had packed, Penny surmised that he must have been utterly exhausted during this period. Otherwise, he would not have sought her out, needing an invigorating potion beforehand. Reflecting on the burgeoning feeling she had sensed earlier, she found herself momentarily at a loss for words, and instead, she reached out and gently embraced him, inhaling the mingled scents of potion ingredients that clung to his robes. Thank you, Severus, she whispered. The girl's body felt soft as cotton, her warm breath brushing against his neck, causing Snape's heart to race, his mind exploding with fireworks. Trembling, he raised his arms to reciprocate the embrace, acutely aware of her delicate waist, which felt as if it might snap under pressure. Take care, she murmured softly in his ear. When he regained his senses, she had already slipped from his grasp, her ponytail bobbing as she waved goodbye from a distance. Penny continued on her path, striving to calm her surging emotions. She could hardly articulate what she felt. Having lived 2 lifetimes, she had never encountered anything quite like this. Ilock, appearing from a hidden corner, approached her with curiosity, playfully inquiring, "How goes it with your young gentleman?" To be honest, he seems rather fine. He had witnessed their embrace. The boy appeared quite decent, at least generous, and thoughtful in his gifts. How delightfully nosy. Penny shot him an exasperated glance, suddenly recalling that he was a Hufflepuff graduate, as if the badger's penchant for gossip was ingrained in his very being. Offering him another disdainful look, she chose to remain silent. Ilock, growing impatient, felt akin to a rabbit hopping around in a melon patch, but unable to taste the fruit. "You haven't contradicted me, so I take it as a given," he ventured. "What is a man of your age doing single and asking others about such matters?" Penny remarked, a smirk tugging at her lips, relishing the opportunity to tease him. Ilock. Chapter 70. The Congo Rainforest. Gazing at the enormous iron contraption before her, Penny never anticipated their journey to Africa would be so devoid of magic. There were no international flues or enchanted carriages. They were to board a Muggle airplane. Ilock, lacking legal status in the Muggle world, had even cast a confusion charm to navigate this realm. "Do not regard me with such eyes. You are not yet of age. And the bureaucratic procedures for wizards crossing borders are exceedingly complicated," Ilock warned. In truth, the airplane was quite agreeable. Penny had never flown before. While the sensation of weightlessness was somewhat disconcerting, overall, it was delightful, especially as the aircraft soared through the clouds, transforming the cities below into mere toys. As Penny marveled at the novelty of it all, the seasoned itinerant wizard donned an eye mask, preparing to sleep, reminding her to rest well. For once they reached the chaotic lands of Africa, opportunities for respite would be scant. Upon landing in a country named Congo, Ilock retrieved their luggage but did not join the throng of travelers pushing towards the exit. Instead, he took Penny's hand and, with their suitcase, used a key to enter a lush, tropical rainforest. In stark contrast to England's perennial drizzle, this place felt like a steaming sauna. Sweat began to trickle down her skin as soon as her feet touched the ground. Penny was nearly overwhelmed by the heat until Ilock humorously cast a cooling charm upon her, providing some relief. Stretching her neck, she surveyed this unfamiliar environment. Towering trees pierced the sky, casting a canopy of shade. Low shrubs flourished, interspersed with unknown blossoms. Massive banana plants and lush palms were ubiquitous. Vibrant green vines entwined around stout trunks, creating a verdant spectacle. The scorching sun filtered through the dense foliage, illuminating the forest as nameless birds fluffed their feathers and sang with abandon, their brilliantly colored plumage shimmering like a dream in the sunlight. But then, the atmosphere shifted abruptly. The rainforest erupted into a cacophony of sound. Birds calling, frogs croaking, and the incessant chirping of unseen insects sent a shiver down Penny's spine. Her gaze narrowed as she spotted a slender, scaled snake, its color blending with the vines, its beady eyes glinting ominously. Before she could scream, a 2-meter-long hornbill swooped down with astonishing speed, snatching the snake in its beak and swallowing it whole, seemingly insatiable as it proceeded to hunt down a few flailing frogs in the underbrush. Nature revealed its cruel visage, and Penny felt her throat tighten, grasping the harsh reality of survival of the fittest for the first time. Ilock, on the other hand, found her apprehension amusing, recognizing danger was essential for maintaining vigilance. For the oblivious often paid a grave price for their foolishness. Suddenly, the suitcase Ilock held emitted a dull thud as the manticore within protested vehemently, soon bursting forth with a dramatic flourish. This colossal creature, exceeding 5 meters in length, seemed to have been pent up for too long, letting out a resounding roar as it emerged, angrily trampling the very suitcase that contained it. The rainforest denizens, startled by the manticore's roar, scattered in a flurry of feathers, leaving a chaotic swirl of colorful plumes in their wake. Puffing and huffing, the manticore, its mouth agape, inadvertently ingested several feathers, its face contorting in disgust as it spat them out. Beside it, Ilock grinned, relishing the spectacle, while the clever creature, aware of the mockery, flicked its scorpion tail around Ilock's back, delivering a sharp sting that elicited a yelp from him. The smile would not fade. It merely transferred from one face to another. The manticore's grinning blue visage appeared particularly menacing, almost causing Ilock to lose his composure. Ignoring the antics of the two, Penny unfolded a map, the aged newspaper-like paper revealing nothing until her incantation brought forth ink markings. This magical map, purchased in Diagon Alley, cost her 150 galleons. It is said to possess the ability to chart suitable routes based on the wizard's current location and intended destination. "Where are we?" Ilock inquired, disregarding the irritable mutterings of the manticore beside Penny. He had arrived at this place using the key given to him by Dumbledore. Yet he remained oblivious to his exact coordinates on the African continent. That wretched creature, the manticore, not only possessed an unsightly appearance but also harbored a disdain for him. persistently thumping its tail against his head while incessantly berating him. The term fool had escaped its lips 38 times, and it seemed to glare at him, as if fearful of being unaware of whom it was chastising. Within mere minutes of their encounter, he felt on the verge of madness. They had to return this creature to its rightful abode immediately. Every minute spent in its company was a trial. Penny handed the map to him, gesturing for him to examine it himself, while she gently smoothed the fur on the manticore's paw. It had been confined within the suitcase for an extended period and now looked quite put out, its bright, expressive eyes accusingly fixed on Penny, while the suitcase beneath its feet bore several deep scratch marks from its claws. It had been coaxed inside by Hagrid, who, to Awak's surprise, had locked the case upon entry. It had remained in the dark confines for an extended duration. "I promise I won't keep you locked up again," Penny assured the manticore as she petted it, though she acknowledged that exceptional circumstances might dictate otherwise. Humph. The manticore only grasped the first half of her statement, thus nudging Penny with its paw. In truth, it had intended to nuzzle her with its head, but she found its massive, almost human-like visage rather unappealing and had politely declined. "The Congo rainforest," Awak exclaimed in astonishment, his eyes widening. He turned to the manticore with a look of sorrow. Having anticipated they would find themselves at Moon Mountain or, at the very least, in Uganda, only to discover they were in the Congo. Their mission was to return the manticore to the magical creature sanctuary in the Rwenzori Mountains, the fabled Moon Mountain, which lay in Uganda, while they were currently in the Congo. Although the two nations were neighbors, the journey was undeniably lengthy. He thought of his companions, a minor girl not yet of age and an obstinate magical creature. He had contemplated using apparition to reach their destination. But Moon Mountain was surrounded by protective enchantments laid by the Wagadu School of Magic, and apparition spells could not transport wizards to unvisited locales. They would have to traverse the Congo rainforest to reach Moon Mountain, and the thought of the impending hardships weighed heavily on Awak's countenance. Meanwhile, Penny and the manticore were oblivious to his despondency, brimming with excitement. Penny had always yearned for the outside world, and the manticore had not roamed the wild for years. It had only been able to meander around the outskirts of Hogwarts' Forbidden Forest with little satisfaction. Penny climbed onto the manticore's back, clutching its fur, and cried out, "Let us go." The manticore bolted forth like an arrow, vanishing from the rainforest in the blink of an eye. Awak looked up as a gust of reddish-brown wind swept past him, and in the blink of an eye, both the girl and the beast had disappeared. Panic surged within him as he called out into the woods, "Hey, come back." The reddish-brown wind swirled back, and before Awak could comprehend the situation, he felt a tight grip around his waist, and the scenery shifted rapidly until he found himself on the manticore's back, with Penny gleefully smiling in front of him, entirely unfazed by the creature's antics. "How about that? Isn't it cool?" she asked. Awak could only manage a faint smile. The realization that this task would not be easy dawned upon him. Merlin above, may they not exhaust me to the brink of insanity. The manticore moved with great speed, and those perched on its back could only catch fleeting glimpses of the scenery rushing past. Penny had donned protective armor before the manticore took off, while Awak, who had joined later, found himself disheveled by the fierce winds. As the manticore galloped on, the rainforest, though bright, was now shrouded in shadows. As the presence of such a formidable predator rendered the entire area eerily silent, the calls of birds and croaks of frogs faded into nothingness, and they encountered no other creatures along the way. After a considerable time, the manticore halted beside a water source, ignoring the humans on its back as it plunged its head into the water, gulping thirstily. The mist thickened in the forest, and evening was upon them. Awak, sporting a rather ridiculous hairstyle, adeptly signaled Penny to prepare camp for the night. They would rest here, clearing a patch of ground for their tent. They set up their newly acquired travel tent from Diagon Alley, which boasted ample space with a layout of 3 rooms, a kitchen, and a bathroom, complete with all necessary furnishings. Awak also cast protective spells around their campsite, sprinkling powders to ward off insects and snakes. Finally, he positioned the manticore outside their tent as a guard, ensuring their safety. Dinner consisted of a roasted lamb, which the manticore had skillfully hunted, though it appeared unsatisfied and was now drooling at Awak's feet, eagerly awaiting a taste. "Help! Manticore, how embarrassing!" Penny exclaimed, covering her face in disbelief. The manticore, however, paid no heed to her discomfort, fixated on the meat in Awak's hands, its long scorpion tail swaying eagerly. Feeling a surge of confidence, Awak's lips curled into a smirk. This mere manticore was easily manageable. Chapter 71, The Coiling Winged Beast. Calculating the time, Penny realized she had been in the Congo rainforest for a week. Thanks to the manticore, danger had retreated from their path. Venomous snakes, fierce beasts, and even predatory birds sensed its presence and fled. Penny attributed this to the manticore's formidable aura, and according to Awak, these had been the most peaceful days he had ever spent in the wild. Due to the absence of peril, their progress was swifter than anticipated, and as they ventured deeper into the rainforest, Penny discovered numerous magical herbs, each an excellent ingredient for potion making. She excelled in her herbology and potions classes and was adept at handling magical plants. She collected the processed herbs, intending to send them to Severus at the appropriate time, hoping he would appreciate this thoughtful gift. However, they had yet to encounter any magical creatures. Alok explained that most magical beings were congregated at the sanctuary on Moon Mountain, protected by spells cast by wizards. Should these creatures wander into other territories, they risked exposure to the Muggle world, compromising the secrecy of the magical realm. Ever since the medieval witch hunts, wizards had concealed their existence. As night fell, the rainforest erupted with noise. The incessant chirping of insects mingled with the eerie calls of wild owls, reminiscent of a child's cries, sending shivers down the spine. Penny found herself missing Rhea, the affectionate little creature she had entrusted to Severus. Despite his often stern demeanor, Rhea always sought his affection. With the dangers of the rainforest, the manticore proved invaluable. Even when confronted by fierce predators like the African leopard, a few roars from the manticore would send them fleeing. However, the persistent mosquitoes remained an annoyance. Thus, they became bolder, continuing their journey through the night at a brisk pace. They estimated that within a week, they would reach Moon Mountain. The sound of rustling leaves caught the manticore's attention, its large eyes peering curiously at a nearby tree. Penny noticed its change in demeanor and, thinking it wished to play, gently stroked its fur. "Let us venture a bit further, Manticore. I'll play with you in the morning." Manticore shook its head and emitted an unintelligible sound, accelerating forward. Along the journey, Manticore frequently cast glances towards the adjacent forest, as its instinct for magical creatures was remarkably acute. Alok remained silent, gripping his wand firmly, while Penny sensed something amiss. However, with the trace in her wand prohibited from use outside of school, she could only clench her fists and remain vigilant. As the moon reached its zenith, Manticore halted, panting from the prolonged exertion, its long scorpion tail flicking behind it. Suddenly, an unexpected disturbance arose. A shadow, slightly larger than an adult's head, darted from the woods towards Penny's head. Alok hastily waved his wand, calling out, "Armor." Two beams of light flared simultaneously, halting the shadow's advance. And only then did Penny discern its form. It was a fantastical creature adorned with a pair of turquoise wings, bearing a resemblance to both a reptile and a colossal butterfly. Its wings were spiked, and its gaping mouth revealed a long, sharp proboscis. "Cursewing." Alok recognized the creature. Exclaiming in surprise, Penny snapped her fingers, conjuring a cyan orb that enveloped the cursewing. The creature struggled desperately, flapping its wings in a chaotic frenzy, emitting piercing cries. Yet, despite its efforts, the orb remained unyielding. "It bears numerous wounds," Penny remarked to Alok, who watched as the cursewing's injuries appeared to be extensive, with signs of rotting flesh beneath the wounds. It was evidently in a frenzied state, many of its wing spikes broken. Alok began to understand why Dumbledore had sent this young girl to Africa. She possessed a keen sense of danger and the ability to protect herself. His gaze shifted back to the cursewing, and Alok's expression darkened. "Damn poachers." The African continent was teeming with magical creatures, and poachers from various nations were rampant, sometimes even besting international ors. As Penny soothed Manticore, which had grown restless at the mention of poachers, she exclaimed compassionately, "Poor little creature." A green glow blossomed between her fingers, a spell Alok had never witnessed before. The agitated cursewing calmed, gently settling at the bottom of the orb, tilting its head curiously at Penny. The orb, which had remained impervious to the creature's frantic struggles, turned transparent. As Alok tightened his grip on his wand, it gradually descended to within 2 feet of Penny. Despite the cursewing's peculiar appearance, its texture was surprisingly pleasant, cool to the touch, reminiscent of fish skin from a refrigerator. "Quite adorable," Penny remarked. She retrieved a vial of potion from her pocket, intending to tend to its wounds. Although wizarding potions differed from those meant for magical creatures, the cursewing's injuries were too severe to ignore, and fortunately, it offered no resistance, behaving as docile as a pet. Alok trembled, his confidence in his knowledge wavering. He recalled the description of the cursewing from his magical creatures textbook: inherently vicious, exceedingly dangerous, and known to feed on human brains. Tentatively, he reached out his hand towards the cursewing, wishing to stroke the magical creature. "Hiss." The enraged, serpentine visage of the creature reminded Alok that the book's descriptions were accurate, and the issue lay with humanity. He even began to question whether Penny shared any blood relation with that renowned magizoologist, Newt Scamander. Once Penny had applied the potion to the cursewing, Manticore had also found an appropriate spot for their campsite, an even expanse of grass near a water source. Penny tossed the travel tent onto the ground, and it magically assembled itself. Manticore, displaying remarkable initiative, had already set off to hunt, demonstrating a synergy with Penny that surpassed even Awakens' expectations of a wandering wizard. Awak fell into silence, pondering whether he was still in time to find a magical creature to care for. That night, having traveled late into the evening, Penny lay in her bed, wide awake, with her eyes wide open and devoid of any semblance of sleepiness. The Cursewing, comfortably settled on the sofa, was now blissfully asleep. She took out her two-way mirror, hoping for a conversation, but messages sent to Lily and Edith fell into silence. They were likely already asleep. However, her message to Severus was met with an immediate response. Snape, still awake? Snape, are you well? Have you encountered any danger? Glancing at the time, 3 a.m, Penny, recalling the increasingly prominent dark circles under his eyes, knew he was once again buried in his studies, whether it be potions or spells. Penny, wherever Manticore is, other creatures dare not approach. There's no danger. Penny, we rescued an injured Cursewing tonight. Poor thing, its wounds are all festering. Awak says it was the work of poachers. Penny had never realized how much she could converse with Severus. He listened earnestly and responded thoughtfully, seamlessly connecting with her erratic thoughts. It was a remarkable understanding that flourished between them, leaving Penny in a state of inexplicable elation until their conversation drew to a close. Chapter 72, Wolf's Bane Potion. This year, only Lily from the Evans family was heading to Hogwarts. The girl, accustomed to being with Penny, felt a profound sense of loss, as if she had been left behind and could never catch up. Severus was always busy, especially after Penny's departure. He hadn't even written her a letter. On the Hogwarts Express, in an ordinary compartment, Lily and Severus occupied the window seats. Mr. Potter, Lily's #1 admirer, gazed at her with an infatuated grin, while Remus and Sirius faced the door, avoiding the conspicuous package. Peter, wide-eyed, surveyed the surroundings. Lily shot an annoyed glance at Severus, her emerald eyes brimming with fury, resembling an angry little lion. Severus, perplexed by her demeanor, inquired, "What's the matter, Lily?" James, roused by the tension, glared at Severus and bellowed, "You slimy git. What have you done to Lily?" At his outburst, Lily felt her toes curl in embarrassment, the awkwardness sending shivers down her spine, especially upon witnessing Sirius's unabashedly entertained expression. Thus, her ire shifted towards James Potter. After unleashing her frustration upon him, James sulked, while Lily's spirits lifted, her face brightening with a radiant smile as she turned back to Severus, asking, "Severus, why didn't you write to me over the summer? I was so bored without you. We used to communicate frequently through the two-way mirror." Severus looked at her in astonishment. "That's different," Lily huffed, wanting to use his letters as an excuse to go out, as the Evans parents had become increasingly strict since Penny's departure. Lily's gentle tone towards Severus struck a sharp blow to James's heart, and Severus's subsequent words delivered another. James's pallor drained, and he trembled, covering his mouth in disbelief, embodying the essence of a heartbroken soul. Severus, irritated by his exaggerated display, scoffed and turned away, muttering, "Fool." Lily mirrored his disdain, turning to Sirius and the others, questioning, "How do you endure him?" Remus, wearing a gentle expression, appeared somewhat strained, silently rubbing his forehead. Meanwhile, Sirius, gritting his teeth, cast a pointed glance at Lily, implying that he had never been so foolish when making friends. "Love makes one foolish," he remarked. Lily's face scrunched in distaste, suddenly feeling unfortunate for having James as an admirer. As it seemed James was about to receive yet another verbal blow, Remus tactfully changed the subject. "Where's Penny? Isn't she with you?" A moment of silence enveloped the compartment as Snape cast a sidelong glance at Lupin, his gaze laden with admonition. Receiving the unspoken warning, Lupin offered a wry smile and raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, indicating that he harbored no ulterior motives. Navigating this group was akin to treading upon landmines, each step fraught with peril. Lily, upon hearing this, leaned despondently on the table, her tone tinged with envy as she mentioned her recent application for a study abroad program, revealing that she was currently embarking on an adventure in the African rainforest alongside Manticore. Study abroad? Does that mean she no longer needs to attend Hogwarts? How utterly splendid. After a chorus of astonishment, James gaped incredulously, questioning how Dumbledore could have possibly consented. "If you can successfully pass the professor's graduation tests in advance and possess the capability to overcome adult wizards, then you too may have such an opportunity," Snape replied, a smirk gracing his lips, his tone rife with pride and palpable derision. A brief silence fell over the compartment before Sirius, unceremoniously rolling his eyes, remarked, "As if you could manage that." Snape, seemingly unperturbed, maintained an air of amusement that only served to irritate Sirius further. He suspected that his practice as an animagus had indeed improved. Otherwise, why did he constantly feel an overwhelming urge to sink his teeth into that insufferable fool? At that moment, the luggage rack trembled, and, under the watchful eyes of all, a tawny feathered adult owl made its daring escape from its cage, deftly landing upon the table beside Snape. With a sharp peck of its yellow beak, it chastised him for confining it within the cage. "Rhea? Penny actually entrusted you with her owl," James exclaimed, fully aware of how dearly Penny cherished that creature, astonished that she would bestow it upon Snape, of all people. Remarkably, Snape refrained from retorting, instead offering James an appreciative glance and cheerfully asserting, "I'm merely looking after her for a time." Isn't that a form of boasting? Look at him, so self-satisfied. It's nauseating. James averted his gaze, grinding his teeth in irritation. After feeding Rhea a piece of jerky, Lily scrutinized Snape for a considerable while before stating, "But Severus, you appear quite fatigued." Having grown taller over the summer, his frame now seemed even more gaunt. With unkempt hair cascading below his shoulders, and his school uniform noticeably shorter than the previous year. Suddenly struck by a thought, her eyes widened in disbelief. "You haven't been secretly studying all summer, have you?" Touching his nose, Snape offered no denial, though he felt a twinge of guilt. He did not perceive diligence as a fault. "Indeed, I have made some progress over the break," he said matter-of-factly. "What kind of progress?" "I found some material on Wolfbane potion in the library and attempted to refine the formula." Speaking of Wolfbane, Snape's tone lightened, and he showed no concern for Potter and the others being present. After all, he had no intention of keeping this achievement to himself. He was eagerly seeking a chance to make his mark. Moreover, the experiment requires a werewolf for testing. "My goodness, Severus. Wolfbane is an advanced potion that only a master potion maker can brew," Lily exclaimed, her hand covering her mouth in astonishment. "It's merely a coincidence," he replied, clarifying that while he had indeed utilized clever methods to brew the potion, it did not imply he possessed the skills of a master. Furthermore, the notion that only a master could brew Wolfbane was a misconception. The process was simply cumbersome, time-consuming, and lacked market demand, leading few to pursue it. His gaze inadvertently drifted toward Lupin, who struck him as exceedingly peculiar, taking a day off each month under the pretense of illness. Yet it was far too coincidental that he fell ill the day after the full moon. In a sense, being bitten by a werewolf and transforming into one could also be considered a form of illness. Lupin's complexion drained of color, his hand trembling as it rested on his lap. He fought to suppress the tremors, shoving a piece of chocolate into his mouth. And in an effort to mask his anxiety under Snape's probing gaze, he claimed to be suffering from motion sickness. Sirius, blocking their line of sight, casually inquired about the results while exchanging glances with James. "Currently, there is no cure, but it can allow infected werewolves to retain their sanity during their transformations, enabling them to endure the full moon with greater composure." Of course, this was merely a theoretical outcome, considering he lacked a werewolf to assist him in testing. This statement seemed to cast a spell of silence over the compartment, rendering it utterly still. Lily silently regarded Snape, who remained engrossed in his book, while Lupin turned slightly toward the door, his body quivering ever so slightly. Sirius and James exchanged silent glances, and Peter, seemingly insignificant, nibbled on a substantial sandwich. Regardless of the others' reactions, Lily felt an overwhelming sense of despair, slumping into her seat, her eyes dimming as she clenched her fists tightly. How infuriating! Surrounded by such extraordinary individuals, Penny, the exceptionally gifted Evans, Severus, the potion prodigy and academic genius, even the two imbeciles beside her, James, the wealthy heir Potter, and Sirius, the dashing and affluent heir Black. Was she truly just Lily, the ordinary Evans? Absolutely not. That was utterly inconceivable. A fierce determination ignited within Lily's heart. Since she could not change her lineage, she would strive to excel, to outshine them all. Snape, catching a glimpse of this moment, saw a reflection of himself in Lily. He felt a swell of pride. At last, she understood the path ordinary individuals must tread to rise above. That evening, in Gryffindor Tower, the dormitory belonging to the quartet of Potters, Peter had retired to bed early, while the three others gathered around Lupin's bed, engaged in fervent discussion about the Wolfbane potion that Snape had mentioned on the train. The standard Wolfbane potion was exorbitantly priced and offered little relief to werewolves during the full moon, rendering it largely disregarded. It was astonishing that Snape had managed to improve upon it. "Do you think Snape's modified version of the Wolfbane potion is genuine?" Sirius initiated the conversation. During the summer, they had come to accept Lupin's identity as a werewolf, a revelation that had initially shocked them, but was soon embraced as part of their brotherhood. Knowing that werewolves did not attack animals during their transformations, they even contemplated self-studying to become animagi to assist Lupin through the harrowing nights of the full moon. "It's hard to say. After all, he is a Slytherin," James replied, resting his chin on his hand. Over the summer, He had overheard numerous Death Eaters plotting misdeeds, which only deepened his disdain for Slytherins. Were it not for Snape being a friend of Lily and Penny, he would have long since sought to confront him. Remus, what do you think? The two turned their attention to Lupin, who held the ultimate decision. Curled up with a pillow, Lupin's thoughts were a tangled mess. He recalled his father's sighs, his mother's tears, and the arguments that had arisen because of him. His lips trembled as he resolutely declared, I want to give it a try, even if he might be deceiving me. I actually believe it's true, Sirius said after a moment of contemplation. After all, that guy is deeply infatuated with Penny Evans. You all know how extraordinary she is. A Slytherin would undoubtedly strive to become worthy of her. Moreover, Snape did indeed possess some talent in potions. James, however, wore an expression of concern. What if he exposes Remus's secret? Rest assured, Dumbledore is aware of Remus's situation and will ensure it doesn't lead to any trouble. He was not naive enough to believe that Dumbledore was oblivious to Remus being a werewolf. Consider the Whomping Willow. It was planted in the year Remus enrolled. Sirius's confident demeanor successfully assuaged James's worries. Given the gravity of the matter, the group deliberated throughout the night, finally returning to their beds as dawn broke. Chapter 73, Conflict. The days following the start of the third year were bustling for Snape, as he found himself deeply engrossed in the critical later stages of his research on the Wolfbane potions modification. Yet he was compelled to allocate some of his precious time to the additional elective courses. The minds of Potter and his companions have finally succumbed to folly. No longer do they follow Lily, but instead they flit about behind him like errant shadows, making his opportunities to visit the room of requirement exceedingly scarce. Fortunately, Hogwarts still possesses a number of abandoned classrooms. Ever since he learned that Petunia would not be attending school, Avery and his gang, who had previously conspired to torment him, have begun to stir once more. On several occasions, he has caught sight of their malicious grins in the Slytherin common room. Snape harbors a profound disdain for them. What purpose do these dimwits serve in coming to Hogwarts, if not to grow in stature? Their minds are devoid of any thoughts pertaining to education. Look, is that not our esteemed potions genius, Mr. Snape? A voice, grating like a duck's quack, echoed from around the corner. Snape halted, his path obstructed by Avery and his cronies. The speaker, Wilkes, scrutinized him with ill intentions. Step aside, Snape intoned with a cold furrow of his brow. Perhaps we ought to teach this gentleman a lesson, murmured the sullen Mulciber, melting into the shadows of the corner. A lowly half-blood is far too full of himself. It was about time, Avery sneered, raising his wand towards Snape. The term mudblood is the most contemptible epithet employed by blood purists against wizards of Muggle descent. How dare these wretched scoundrels insult her with such a term? Snape's countenance darkened with rage, and his wand flickered with the intensity of his emotions. His icy voice, laced with contempt and fury, erupted in their ears. Who grants you the audacity to besmirch her? Seizing the moment while Snape spoke, Mulciber deftly raised his wand and cast a disarming spell. Expelliarmus. Wilkes followed suit, invoking Stupefy. Finally, Avery concluded the trio's assault with a petrification curse, Petrificus Totalis. This was their signature tactic, having tormented countless young wizards at Hogwarts with it. Did they truly believe that he remained as weak as a year prior? With a mocking smile, Snape evaded the first spell, then the second and third, and while they stood momentarily dumbfounded, he relentlessly waved his wand. Expelliarmus. Stupefy. Reducto. A surge of blue light erupted from the tip of Snape's wand, disarming Mulciber. The impact of the stunning spell sent Wilkes crashing against the wall, while the final barrage indiscriminately struck all three assailants. The spell Reducto is of a higher tier, known only to wizards in their 5th year or above at Hogwarts. Thus, the magnitude of its power was evident. The trio lay on the ground, howling in pain, their eyes brimming with terror as they regarded Snape. Pathetic, he taunted, surveying the fallen adversaries. Just as he intended to depart, the sound of hurried footsteps approached from behind. Without turning, Snape recognized it to be Potter and his friends. Only they could be so reckless in the corridors of Hogwarts. Amidst the trio's pitiful cries, the group hastily arrived at the scene, exchanging wary glances, frozen in place. They had been shadowing Snape from a distance, initially hoping to rescue him from the clutches of those three Slytherins before delicately broaching the subject of Lupin. Little did they expect him to dispatch them with such prowess in mere minutes. Gripping his wand tightly, Snape eyed them warily. Their relationship had always been fraught with tension, and another confrontation seemed imminent. However, as Snape stood awaiting their advance, he observed that they appeared devoid of any intention to engage in combat. Standing before him like wooden dummies, their expressions betraying a lack of intelligence. With a disdainful curl of his lip, Snape cast one last glance at them before departing, leaving the four of them to continue their game of statues. Watching Snape's billowing black robes retreating down the corridor, James, with a mix of trepidation, rubbed his head and mused. I never imagined Snape possessed such strength. Thank goodness it wasn't me receiving a beating. Ugh, Sirius exclaimed, wincing as if in pain. He recalled how they had previously provoked Snape, even engaging in brawls where the outcome was evenly matched. He had assumed they were equals, only to realize that he had underestimated Snape's capabilities. Others among them shared this sentiment, their emotions a tumultuous blend. Their contemplation was abruptly interrupted by a furious shout from the far end of the corridor. It was an irate Professor McGonagall. James Potter, you again. How many times must I remind you that spells are not to be cast in the corridors? You have injured 3 students, 10 points from Gryffindor. Now, go to Filch for detention, 1 week. Oh no, it wasn't us. Sirius quickly distanced himself from the incident, unwilling to shoulder the blame for Snape's misfortune. Professor McGonagall's tone softened slightly. Then, tell me who was responsible? Sirius stammered, suddenly recalling that he had a favor to ask. He glanced pleadingly at James. James, meeting McGonagall's stern gaze, struggled to articulate a coherent explanation, but his hesitance only appeared as dishonesty in her eyes, further inciting her ire. 1 month of detention. Naturally, the 3 injured Slytherins were not about to defend their arch-nemesis. They reasoned it would be unwise to suffer their beating in vain, and thus, they shifted the blame onto the quartet, hoping to deduct more points from Gryffindor. The group trailed Snape for a week without making any progress. Their previous enmity had made their attempts at amicability appear awkward, as the entire year knew of their animosity. Snape was also a creature impervious to their charms. When they smiled at him, he assumed they were plotting another prank and reported them to Lily when they sat closer to him in class. He informed the professors that they were disrupting his studies, and to their dismay, the professors took him seriously. Come up with a plan. Following Snape around like this is driving me mad, James exclaimed, cradling his head in anguish, his unruly black hair resembling a bird's nest. I feel the same. Sirius chimed in, trailing after Snape daily is wearing me thin. Now he believed they had misjudged him. Snape hardly resembled a Slytherin. Rather, he belonged in Ravenclaw, spending his time not in class or at meals, but buried in the library or in abandoned classrooms, fervently researching potions, often neglecting sleep. Returning to the Slytherin common room only after curfew. James echoed this sentiment, lamenting, I now regret how I treated him. He appears to be more of a model student than I am. Indeed, his grades, aside from flying class, were exemplary. Lupin shrugged at James, offering a knowing expression. Glaring at his own paltry grades, James's expression grew even more distressed. Upon seeing James's woeful visage, Lupin teased, well, considering your affection for Evans, it seems our school's Evans is outshining you. Lily had consistently excelled, ranking first in Gryffindor and second overall, with Snape holding the top spot. James's complexion paled. He wondered if Lily would have such unreasonable expectations of her partner. Sirius's expression soured, as he too felt the sting of being outdone by their rival. And they exchanged glances before exclaiming in unison, unreasonable. After a lengthy discussion on how to earn Snape's trust yielded no fruitful results, James, in a fit of frustration, suggested, why not just ask him directly? Lupin's eyes widened in disbelief. Is this the audacity with which one requests favors nowadays? In his eyes, they were merely reckless and thoughtless Gryffindors, and this characteristic of theirs hardly contributed to their reputation. James shrugged, opting for a more laid-back approach. On the other side, Severus Snape, having deduced from the recent, overly mild demeanor of the Gryffindor quartet, had come to the conclusion that Remus Lupin was indeed a werewolf. Although he could not fathom why Dumbledore would permit a dangerous and savage werewolf to attend school alongside underage wizards, he found it incomprehensible, regardless of the reasoning behind it. A werewolf in the throes of transformation was far too unpredictable. Any misstep could pose a fatal peril to the young wizards. This, after all, was the sort of thing Dumbledore was capable of. On the other end of the two-way mirror, Penelope, resting her chin on her hand, remarked, their headmaster hailed from the adventurous lineage of Gryffindor, so one could hardly expect him to adhere to the rules as a Slytherin would. She had come to this conclusion after witnessing several of his late-night escapades into the Forbidden Forest, which he neither prohibited nor seemed averse to. It was evident that Dumbledore enjoyed a bit of mischief. What is Lupin's stance on this matter? Penelope inquired further. Quite optimistic, Snape replied. On several occasions, I observed Lupin regarding me with the eyes of one gazing upon a prized possession. However, I had not anticipated that he would disclose his lycanthropy to Potter and the others. The genuine camaraderie esteemed by Dumbledore among Gryffindors. Penelope mimicked Dumbledore's tone. Snape was amused by her playful imitation. He could vividly picture her expression as she spoke those words, her lips curling upward in mimicry of Dumbledore's mannerisms, her eyebrows raised high, and her bright eyes wide open, darting restlessly within their sockets. A cacophony of beastly roars intermingled with conversation emanated from the other side of the mirror. Minutes later, Penelope's voice, lower in tone, signaled the conclusion of their chat. Get some rest, Severus. Children who stay up late will not grow tall, she advised. As the connection severed, Snape's mood plummeted to an abyss of despair. He loathed the helplessness he felt regarding Penelope's perilous situation. Chapter 74, Poachers. In the Congo rainforest, Ilok sat leisurely upon the back of a manticore, guiding their path with a map as they journeyed towards Moon Mountain, the silhouette of the mountains now visible ahead. The manticore's back was spacious enough to accommodate several adult wizards, while Penelope sat cross-legged near its scorpion tail. A curled-winged creature nestled beside her, claiming the high ground, while several other lethargic magical creatures huddled close, reluctant to leave her side. Since encountering the injured curled-winged creature, they had come across an injured magical beast every few days as they ventured towards Moon Mountain. Thus far, Penelope had collected 3 nifflers, 2 mooncalves, and 1 curled-winged creature. Each of these little beings bore varying degrees of injury, with the curled-winged creature suffering the most severe wounds, festering and infected, while the others had merely superficial injuries. Ilok speculated that the perpetrators of these injuries were likely poachers, who had used the common nifflers as cover to reach the African continent in search of rare, easily capturable magical creatures at the Magical Animal Sanctuary on Moon Mountain. Once their plans were well underway, these unfortunate creatures would be discarded to make room for the rarer specimens, only to be fortuitously rescued by them. I hardly believe we can thwart these wicked poachers. Such matters are best left to professionals. We ought to inform the Aurors, Ilok incessantly whispered near Penelope's ear, anxious that they might encounter poachers upon reaching Moon Mountain. Should Penelope's righteous spirit ignite, and she decide to confront them, he doubted their ability to subdue the poachers. Penelope regarded him quizzically, recalling that they had seemingly entered this place clandestinely. Their status here was arguably more dubious than that of the poachers, who at least had proper documentation. It remained uncertain who would be apprehended first. Ilok, oblivious to Penelope's train of thought, continued his tirade. The curled-winged creature, now cocooned in its own anxiety, could no longer tolerate the incessant chatter. It lunged towards Ilok's head, its sharp teeth pressing against his scalp, producing a hissing sound. In an instant, Ilok fell silent, casting a bewildered and helpless glance towards Penelope. If you utter another word, I shall devour you. It seemed to convey. Penelope, ever kind-hearted, translated its sentiments to Ilok, adding with a smirk, see, the little one finds you rather talkative. Ilok shot her a look of despair, exasperated by her teasing. For whom do you think I am doing this? Fortunately, his fears did not materialize. They reached the foot of Moon Mountain without encountering any poachers, and even managed to collect 2 more cat-like creatures along the way. You appear as if you were running a zoo, Ilok grumbled, casting an envious glance at Penelope. How is it that animals are so drawn to you? Surely you must have some blood relation to Newt, right? At the base of Moon Mountain stood a quaint inn for wizards to rest, where they awaited the arrival of a familiar of Professor Kettleburn, who would assist in accommodating their manticore. However, since they could not lodge the manticore and the small creatures in the inn, they opted to set up camp in the nearby woods, as their travel tent was quite functional. After waiting 2 days without news from the acquaintance, Dumbledore contacted Penelope via the two-way mirror. Ah, delightful to see you, Penelope, and Ilok is present as well? Excellent. It appears you are taking good care of her. By the way, Newt has encountered some troublesome circumstances on his journey and may arrive later. Dumbledore's voice had reverted to its elderly timbre, likely an indication that the effects of the youth potion had worn off. Penelope felt a tinge of regret. The youthful and dashing Dumbledore was undeniably more pleasing to the eye. Newt, Ilok exclaimed suddenly, his expression morphing into one of bewilderment, his pupils dilating in shock at the revelation. There's no need to be anxious. Newt is a wonderful person, Dumbledore reassured him. Strangely, Penelope detected an unusual undertone in his words. He seemed somewhat pleased. What was there to be happy about regarding Newt Scamander being a good person? Moreover, Ilok's reaction was peculiar. After his initial astonishment, he appeared to grow somewhat animated. How strange these adults are, Penelope mused. After spending another day near the inn, they witnessed the manticore return from its hunting expedition, appearing somewhat disheveled. Its reddish-brown fur bore traces of magical attacks, and its once stowed massive wings were now singed and charred. Since nearly losing its wings to poachers years prior, the manticore had seldom flown. Not only due to the lack of space, but also because it seemed to harbor a psychological aversion to flying after its injuries, treating its wings as a forbidden topic, refusing even Penelope's touch. Today, however, it appeared injured once more, its temper flaring as it bore the scent of blood. Its blue eyes glowed with a crimson hue, and its sharp teeth and claws remained unsheathed. With a roar, it landed and called out to Penelope, the metallic tang of blood causing her face to blanch. Its call incited chaos. Wizards from the inn rushed outside in a frenzy to investigate. The previously rescued magical creatures were startled, darting towards Penelope with reckless abandon. And in their frantic escape, they left several scratches upon her skin. Hiss! Ouch! Penelope gasped in pain. Ilok's expression turned grave, noticing the wizards approaching. He urged the manticore to flee swiftly. If those wizards were to catch sight of the manticore, it would spell disaster. The wizards were unaware of the true circumstances, and it was uncertain whether poachers were lurking among them. The small creatures clinging to Penelope were too conspicuous, prompting Ilok to instruct her to follow the manticore. With a bloodthirsty aura, the manticore hoisted Penelope onto its back and swiftly disappeared into the woods. After deftly dealing with the approaching wizards, Ilok swiftly packed his belongings and set off in the direction of the manticore, carefully using spells to erase any traces of his passage along the way. However, it appeared that the poachers possessed their own methods of tracking, arriving almost on his heels. Just as Ilok found Penny and the manticore, the poachers made their entrance. The man leading them spoke with a tone of delight, his gaze fixed on the manticore as though he had discovered a glittering mountain of gold. He was likely a native wizard, his skin a deep shade of ebony, with his hair in chaotic braids that framed his face, revealing a set of pearly white teeth. There were 5 poachers in total, 4 men and 1 woman. They exchanged glances and silently directed their attention towards Ilok and the seemingly harmless young girl beside him. The lone female poacher had a voluptuous figure and a sun-kissed complexion. Her hair was styled at the back, exposing 3 conspicuous scars across her face, as if clawed by a beast. Yet, she seemed entirely indifferent to her flaws, her greedy gaze flitting over the manticore, appraising its worth. One of the twin male poachers, a handsome lad with an eager glint in his eye, focused intently on Penny, his left index finger missing half its length. His twin brother wore a lewd expression, his age aligning perfectly with his unsavory demeanor, as he licked his lips in a most unsettling manner. Penny felt a wave of revulsion wash over her, gagging involuntarily. She swore she had never encountered anything so repugnant. Only a fool would be so distracted by women, sneered the burly man standing at the edge. TCH, hypocritical wretches, retorted the twin brother, defiantly raising his middle finger at the burly man. You, enough. Don't make a fool of yourselves in front of the manticore, the leader admonished. Quelling their squabble, Ilok tightened his grip on his wand, slowly positioning Penny behind him, his expression darkening. He held no concern for the manticore's safety. As one of the most dangerous magical creatures, comparable to the chimera, the manticore was formidable in its own right. His apprehension lay with himself and Penny, particularly the latter, for the poachers appeared to be scoundrels of the lowest order. Generally, poachers were not to be underestimated. The more capable among them could rival experienced aurors. The group before him clearly resembled the latter, while Ilok's abilities remained untested, leaving him uncertain as to whether he could safeguard Penny from them. In his eyes, Penny, despite her exceptional talents, would not stand a chance against these poachers. The manticore had been growling lowly since spotting the intruders, its fury palpable as its claws dug deep into the earth, revealing its agitation and fear. Surrender that manticore, or else, the female poacher shouted, making a gesture across her throat that left no doubt as to her intentions. I say we capture them all. It would be quite enjoyable for us. One of the twins remarked with a lecherous grin. Disgusting. Penny rolled her eyes, clenching her fists at her sides as she coldly replied, truly repulsive. As if repulsion had a door, it has come home. Without waiting for the poachers to respond, Penny gestured to the manticore, which had long been restless, darting forward like a flash of red lightning. The poachers' faces shifted with alarm. Armor up. Defensive spells. They quickly layered themselves in multiple protective charms. The manticore, unable to contain itself any longer, shook its wings and lunged at one of the twins. With a single swipe, the sturdy armor before him crumbled like foam. And with another strike, the man was sent sprawling backward, crashing into 2 trees before he fell to the ground, blood oozing from his nose and mouth, a pitiful sight. The remaining poachers dodged the manticore's attack, but upon witnessing their companion's fate, anxiety gripped them, especially when they saw their most powerful curses strike the manticore's back, leaving only charred marks and no real damage. The legendary skin of the manticore was said to repel nearly all known spells. Their gazes toward the manticore grew more fervent. A living, pure-blooded manticore could fetch a staggering price. Chapter 75. A confrontation on narrow paths. The prospect of immense profit also carried with it considerable risk. None understood the terrifying nature of magical creatures better than poachers who frequently dealt with them, especially with a creature as perilous as the manticore, akin to the chimera. Their frail limbs were ill-equipped to confront it. They were seekers of wealth, not pawns to be easily dispatched. Yet, as wizards skirting the edges of darkness, they possessed numerous underhanded tactics. Unsurprisingly, under the manticore's overwhelming presence, the 4 poachers engaged in a desperate struggle, their attacks disjointed and ineffective. The surviving twin, having endured 2 strikes from the manticore, found his arm incapacitated, his wand sent flying with the first blow, but he still managed to wield magic with one hand. The poacher leader, in relatively better condition despite a disheveled robe, did not even use a wand, deftly forming spells with his fingers, launching formidable incantations toward the manticore. Strangely, despite their dire predicament, they showed no intention of retreating, perhaps truly captivated by the allure of the manticore. "Is this how wands are cast in Wagadu?" Penny inquired, peering over Awakens' shoulder. Her curiosity piqued as she observed his intricate finger movements. Indeed, Awakens nodded, his expression mirroring her wonder, perplexed by their dexterity. In the brief moment of their conversation, the tide of battle shifted. The once dominant manticore appeared drowsy, its powerful limbs struggling to maintain balance. With a weak cry, the manticore realized it had been struck, shaking its head in frustration before delivering a furious slap to the already injured twin's arm. With the man's anguished wails, the manticore collapsed to the ground, its blue eyes filled with a sense of injustice as it looked at Penny. "Manticore, you truly are useless," Penny remarked, tugging at Awakens' sleeve with a pout. Upon seeing the manticore downed, the poacher leader exhaled in relief, muttering inaudibly to himself before cautiously approaching the creature to confirm its incapacitation, at which point his expression brightened. The other poachers also relaxed, their excitement surging. Wealth was within their grasp. Aside from the twins, the 3 remaining poachers stood around the manticore, gesturing animatedly, their smiles stretching from ear to ear. The manticore, now subdued by the tranquilizing potion, lay powerless, seemingly aware of its dire situation, closing its eyes, with only its rapid breathing betraying its simmering anger. Awakens' hand, wand poised, was itching to intervene. In fact, he had wanted to act during the manticore's confrontation, but Penny had repeatedly restrained him. Moving his right hand, Awakens attempted to free himself from Penny's grip on his sleeve, whispering, "Hey, dear, I must intervene. Can you take them on?" "There are still 3 left," Penny replied, looking up at him, concerned. The remaining trio were no pushovers. Hadn't he just seen the manticore fail to inflict any harm on them? She estimated that Awakens would struggle against 3 opponents. Unsurprisingly, upon hearing her words, Awakens' expression darkened. He too felt the weight of the odds. But there was no alternative. He couldn't possibly expect a 13 or 14-year-old girl to step forward to protect him, could he? The poachers over there have managed to calm their tumultuous emotions, yet their countenances betray a certain satisfaction, their brows lifted in delight, uttering words unbefitting of human discourse. The man among them proves to be of little use. He should take it upon himself to cleanse his neck and end his own life. The young girl remains for us, brethren. Before the words could fully escape, the previously arrogant bearded man was struck across the face, courtesy of Penny, who leisurely wiped her hands with a cloth, muttering, "How many drinks have you had to be this inebriated?" All eyes converged upon her, her expression devoid of mirth, adorned instead with a Slytherin-esque demeanor that dared others to respond. "Why the formalities? I merely assisted in sobering you up and nearly sullied my hands in the process." Struggling to suppress the upward curl of his lips, Awakens nearly applauded Penny's audacity. However, he understood the gravity of the situation and maintained a dignified composure, attempting to intimidate the adversaries. The infuriated bearded man, now fully alert, stood tall and prepared to charge at Penny, his hulking form reminiscent of an enraged bear. "How tiresome." Penny rolled her eyes in exasperation, her azure irises flickering with a hint of fire. Slowly, she extended her delicate, fair hand, and the errant magical elements, drawn to her motion like moths to a flame, surged towards her. The spectators sensed an unusual magical disturbance, and before they could react, they were taken aback by the spectacle before them. The radiance emanating from her palm was dazzling, the fluctuations of advanced magic spilling forth incessantly. Her countenance remained impassive as she directed her hand downwards towards the bearded man. In an instant, countless searing flames erupted from the void, enveloping every inch of him, above, below, in front, and behind, transforming his surroundings into an infernal prison forged from pure fire. Within this fiery confinement, his futile struggles only drained his strength, the more he resisted. The tighter the flames constricted around him, much like a putrid piece of meat on a roasting spit, the flames and spices failing to mask his foul interior, with only the sizzling cries of anguish serving as a reminder of his folly. Amidst the man's wails, 6 pairs of eyes widened in terror. The remaining 4 poachers gaped in horror, feeling a chill crawl up their spines, while Awakens stood dumbfounded, unable to comprehend the scene before him. Who was it he had intended to protect? Lastly, the manticore, utterly drained of energy, resorted to feigning death, its round eyes now wide with a sense of vengeance fulfilled. The man soon lost consciousness, his body charred beyond recognition, a grotesque blend of burnt flesh and fabric. The atmosphere felt eerily silent, the acrid scent of singed hair and flesh lingering in the air, prompting the poachers to frantically retreat, only to be met with those indifferent, cerulean eyes. Do you wish to perish in the flames as well? The poachers froze, cold sweat soaking their backs. This was an unambiguous threat. Yet, as the recently chastised subjects, none dared to flee, uncertain of the consequences of turning their backs on such a formidable foe. However, one among them plotted a scheme. The man, presumably the leader of the poachers, concealed himself behind the twin with severed fingers, affecting a demeanor of timidity while his hand slyly reached for a key-shaped pendant hanging from his neck. He believed his plan was nearing fruition, a hint of triumph playing at the corners of his mouth. That pendant was a key, and upon touching it, he could escape this wretched place. Having observed his furtive movements, Sniffles adeptly leapt onto him and bit through the pendant's cord, eliciting a furious glare from the man as the winged creature soared away with the pendant, landing on Penny's shoulder. Before the man could react, the very flames that had nearly roasted the bearded man now engulfed him, binding him tightly. With the leader apprehended, the nearly roasted bearded man unconscious, one twin barely clinging to life, and the other rendered armless, the only one left intact was the woman who had been made an example of. Wisely, she relinquished any thoughts of escape and dropped her wand, cradling her head in her hands. Quite the adept surrender. Penny raised an eyebrow, patting Alok to bring him back to his senses. Alok had been momentarily paralyzed since Penny took action, his body as if petrified. Only after enduring 2 slaps did he awaken, and upon witnessing the carnage around him, he nearly succumbed to despair once more. Now that we've captured them, what do we do next? Penny inquired, glancing upwards. Alok responded with the same bewildered expression. Do I appear to be someone with experience? His life as a vagabond had left him destitute. Notions of luxurious travel tents or magical beast mounts were far beyond his reach, and he was accustomed to a life scarcely better than that of wild magical creatures, wherein poachers would pass him by without a second thought. Then I shall consult Dumbledore, Penny declared, instructing Alok to silence the poachers, confiscate their wands, and bind their hands and feet. She then inquired about the arrival of his senior. Dumbledore and Newt were names that resonated profoundly within the magical realm. The former was unmatched in power among wizards, while the latter's works, fantastic beasts and where to find them, served as a staple in every magical institution's curriculum. The poachers exchanged glances, each reading the despair in the other's eyes. They had truly bitten off more than they could chew. Dumbledore, ever reliable, quickly connected the call, his elder visage adorned with a gentle smile. What seems to be the matter, my dear? Have you encountered danger? After Penny recounted their predicament with the poachers and their intentions towards the manticore, she directed the camera to the still-dazed manticore and the battered poachers. Upon seeing the injuries sustained by the poachers, Dumbledore fell momentarily silent, uncertain of whom to deem unfortunate. Yet, being the Honorable Dumbledore, he suggested, perhaps we should leave their handling to the international Aurors. Herein lay the dilemma. They had arrived by airplane, unregistered with the Ministry of Magic, rendering their presence illegal. Alok leaned in, presenting a new conundrum. Dumbledore lapsed into silence once more. Alternatively, we could allow the manticore to consume them. After all, manticore implies a carnivorous nature, so stomach troubles should not be an issue, Alok proposed. Penny grimaced, her brow furrowing in distaste. She found it difficult to accept the notion of a manticore devouring humans and offered a new solution. What if I incinerated them instead? I assure you, not a trace will remain. Dumbledore. He began to doubt whether entrusting Penny to Alok had been a wise decision, pondering the extent to which he had influenced her thoughts towards violence. Ultimately, with Dumbledore's intervention, they decided to leave the resolution of the situation to the yet unmet Mr. Scamander, hoping for his swift arrival. The poachers, pale and trembling, appeared to be in dire straits. By Merlin, what kind of merciless demons have we encountered? Chapter 76, Newt. Prompted by Dumbledore, the elderly Newt Scamander, now in his 70s, hastened to the location where Alok and the others had apprehended the poachers. A forest marked by the scars of battle. Over 10 hours had elapsed since the poachers' capture. They were now bound and suspended from a sturdy tree, while the ground below was populated by the small creatures previously tormented by the poachers. These creatures, filled with animosity towards their captors, had gathered an assortment of small stones at their feet, with Sniffles and the catfoxes occasionally launching the stones at the poachers' heads, celebrating with glee whenever they scored a hit. Even the curled-winged creature, unable to hurl small stones, possesses its own methods. Though devoid of tiny hands, it boasts sharp teeth, and from time to time, it nibbles at the few individuals nearby. Moreover, the curled-winged creature is venomous. Each bite elicits frantic cries from the poachers. Newt Scamander, arriving in haste, was momentarily taken aback by the scene before him. He perhaps understood why Dumbledore had urged him to hurry. If he tarried any longer, the humans might find themselves in dire straits. Senior Newt? Upon sensing an approach, Ilock darted to Newt's side, rolling and scrambling, producing a set of fantastic beasts and where to find them books seemingly from thin air, eager for an autograph. When Penny emerged from the tent, Newt had already signed 8 volumes, appearing somewhat flustered. As Ilock presented the 9th book, he wished to decline, but found himself too bashful to utter the refusal. Senior Newt, I am Ilock, a student of Hufflepuff, and I have long admired you. My dream is to be like you. Isn't your dream to be the caretaker at Hogwarts? Penny interjected after enduring a stream of idle chatter. Penelope. Ilock's face flushed crimson at the loss of decorum before his idol, a rare display of bashfulness. Newt discreetly distanced himself, not out of disdain, but simply to avoid further signatures, as his younger acquaintance exhibited a hint of social awkwardness. After a brief introduction, Penny led Newt to the manticore, which lay lethargically on the ground, more than 10 hours post-treatment, occasionally issuing weak commands for the smaller creatures to avenge it by tossing stones. Manticore, this is Mr. Newt Scamander. With a feeble sound, the manticore responded, then feigned unconsciousness once more. Stop playing dead and speak, Penny said, giving its large head a firm pat, her mood akin to that of a proud parent eager to showcase a child's remarkable talents. Rolling its eyes discreetly, the manticore, recognizing its inability to resist Penny's whims, conceded to her pride. Greetings, I am the manticore, a creature of formidable prowess, with the body of a lion and the tail of a scorpion. Wow, it can talk. Newt's eyes gleamed with excitement as he gazed at the manticore. Such creatures were rare, and its ability to converse was an extraordinary marvel. That's the response I awaited. Indeed, the manticore possessed a remarkable linguistic aptitude, and it could even sing. Penny, having showcased her pride before an expert, felt immense joy, subtly nodding at the manticore. Next time, I shall treat you to something delightful. Understanding her intentions, the manticore's eyes sparkled, its scorpion tail swaying with pride. Its demeanor softened as it regarded Newt. Newt harbored a fondness for the manticore, a creature of such apex strength, typically proud and irascible. Yet this one was gentle, communicative, and essentially the embodiment of his ideal magical companion. Upon receiving the manticore's consent, he climbed onto its back, gently stroking its somewhat prickly fur, meticulously observing its characteristic scorpion tail and human face, jotting notes and sketches in his notepad. The small creatures, having been engaged in play with the poachers, approached upon hearing the commotion. The familiar curled-winged creature hopped onto Penny's head, drawn to Newt's unique aura that seemed to enchant magical beasts. They appeared quite fond of him, peering curiously in his direction. They conversed with Penny, inquiring about him, particularly a black female catfox, which proclaimed it had fallen head over heels for him. His name is Newt Scamander. No, you cannot marry him. He is male, and there exists reproductive isolation. Get a grip. He is old enough to be your ancestor. You little kitty, what do you know about love? Be quiet. Abandon those nonsensical notions. Help. Despite Penny's protests, the catfox paid her no heed, meowing incessantly at Newt while rubbing its head against him and revealing its soft belly. Penny's expression could only be described as a chaotic mixture of shock, her lips twitching as she regarded Newt as if he were some irresistible heartthrob. How could he possess such a lure at over 70 years of age? Newt, having keenly observed Penny's reactions, was equally taken aback by her words, casting her a complex glance. What were these young witches thinking? I sense you are contemplating something rather indecorous. Penny's bright eyes locked onto Newt, feeling somewhat guilty. Newt sheepishly rubbed his nose and decisively shifted the topic. Can you understand their speech? Indeed, Penny nodded. It is not difficult. As they spoke, the black catfox had wriggled free from several Niffler's grasp and leapt into Newt's arms, displaying its soft belly and meowing incessantly. Such indecorous remarks. Penny covered her face, nearly unable to listen any longer. Having studied magical creatures for many years, Newt recognized the catfox's gestures as courtship, leaving him utterly petrified. You ought to reject it. Catfoxes possess strong possessiveness and jealousy, especially towards someone who has many pets like you. After a tumultuous flurry of events, order was restored. The poachers were escorted away by the aurors summoned by Newt, and any incongruous memories of Penny's involvement were erased. The manticore, having consumed his specially crafted potion, soon regained its vitality. That night, the manticore was assigned to keep watch, and within the confines of their travel tent. Newt expressed great interest in Penny's ability to converse with magical creatures. Penny activated a two-way mirror to engage in conversation with Dumbledore, keen to discuss the usage of the Patronus charm, which she found academically stimulating. Newt's affinity for animals was innate, a natural gift. Not quite Albus. I know you are fluent in many languages, including merfolk, yes, and you excel in alchemy. No, my abilities are not innate. They merely stem from some techniques in the utilization of mental energy. In truth, all sentient beings possess mental energy, and direct communication devoid of language barriers can occur through mental perception. One can easily discern their thoughts. You cannot use it to pry into others' privacy. Unlike the Patronus charm, this perception operates on the premise of mutual consent from the being perceived. Indeed, it does require mental prowess, but it is manageable. Ilok, an observer yet not fully comprehending their discourse, was left with a large question mark hovering in his mind. Was he being discriminated against? As the three engaged in their discussion, time slipped away unnoticed, and only when the moon reached its zenith did they conclude their deliberations. Yawning, Penny rubbed her eyes, her physiological tears dampening her eyelids. Dumbledore regarded her with an inscrutable gaze. While Newt's excitement was palpable, he had just learned a new skill to converse with small creatures and was eager to practice. The night at Hogwarts was tranquil, with the headmaster's office aglow, plates of freshly arrived sweets emitting a delightful aroma. Dumbledore reclined in the sofa, his blue eyes concealed beneath crescent-shaped spectacles, radiating wisdom. After a lengthy pause, his aged voice resonated within the office, musing aloud. Do truly born geniuses exist in this world? Chapter 77, A Gift. As curfew approached, Snape stealthily departed from the Slytherin dormitory. He did not employ the disillusionment charm. Instead, a confounding charm obscured his visage. His steps were hurried, the black cloak billowing behind him like the wings of a bat. He had meticulously memorized Filch's nightly patrol route, moving unobstructed to the 8th floor of Hogwarts Castle. Noticing lights emanating from the headmaster's office, he treaded even more lightly, cautiously passing thrice before the tapestry depicting the troll beating the hapless Barnabas before entering the room of requirement. A short, startled gasp echoed down the corridor. Under the ancestral invisibility cloak of the Potter family, James' mouth was firmly covered by Remus, as it was evident that the sound had emanated from him moments ago. Sirius gazed at his foolish brother with a bemused expression, pondering whether he had left his wits behind in the dormitory this evening. Upon reaching a secluded spot, the trio lifted the cloak and inhaled deeply. Although the cloak could accommodate robust adults, it was somewhat cramped for three, causing them to be squished uncomfortably. Did you see that? Snape found a hidden place we've never been to. James exclaimed in a hushed tone, his face flushed from being stifled. They had been diligently working on a map of Hogwarts' secret chambers and passages, and for James, the room of requirement was an intriguing discovery. Yes, we all saw it. Remus replied in a tone reminiscent of soothing a child, somewhat dismissively. Haven't you heard the legend of the room of requirement? I assumed you were aware. Sirius leaned closer to James, a mischievous grin on his face, feigning astonishment as if he were unaware of how remarkable the room of requirement truly was. Indeed, James' expression froze, and he turned to Remus, his eyes wide with disbelief, silently imploring, "You knew too?" Remus nodded, somewhat helplessly explaining that it was a well-known secret among many at the school. James' face fell, casting a mournful gaze at his two friends, silently accusing them. However, he underestimated the audacity of his mischievous companions. Sirius crossed his arms, his eyes fixed on the direction of the room of requirement as he remarked to Remus. Snape must have something significant going on at this hour. Perhaps he is nearly finished with his potion. We need to devise a way to get him to let you use it. That won't be easy, Remus replied, casting a discreet glance at James. More importantly, he had never intervened when James pranked Snape, and he was certain that James' reputation in Snape's eyes was not particularly favorable. Rubbing his nose, James felt a wave of guilt wash over him. Sirius, equally guilty, had always relished pranking the detestable Slytherins and had contributed numerous ideas. In fact, if he were to kill us, I wouldn't be surprised, James muttered quietly. In the room of requirement, Snape peered through the translucent door, observing the scene outside. 3 pairs of shoes appeared in the corridor, and then 2 of their owners assisted the third in hiding around the corner, followed by a series of hushed whispers. "TCH, it's those foolish Potters," Snape scoffed, grimacing at the thought. Suffering from severe Potter aversion, he sneered. Were it not for the lack of other werewolves at Hogwarts and his genuine need for one to observe potion effects, he would never associate with those Gryffindor buffoons. "So, you agreed to their request?" Penny's face appeared on the two-way mirror screen, her hair dyed black, smiling brightly at him. Snape's ears turned a faint shade of red, though he maintained an air of arrogance. "Since they requested my assistance, I simply stated that I happened to need a werewolf for potion testing." Penny couldn't help but chuckle, teasing. Indeed, Master Snape has graciously consented to the humble requests of those foolish Gryffindors. Penny. Snape's face flushed with embarrassment, his onyx-like eyes brimming with exasperation. All right, I won't tease you anymore," Penny said, waving her hand dismissively. "As an apology, I'll send you a gift. It should arrive by tomorrow. I look forward to it." The next morning, in the Hogwarts Great Hall, owls swooped in, clutching parcels. One particularly large package being carried clumsily by 5 owls as they descended toward the Slytherin table. Snape, furrowing his brow while swallowing a thick mouthful of pumpkin juice, would never touch such a concoction were it not beneficial for a wizard's health. Suddenly, with a loud thud, the 5 owls dropped the enormous package onto his table, causing a multitude of elegant Slytherins to suddenly appear rather foolish. "Damn it," Snape muttered under his breath. The entire hall fell silent for a moment, Slytherins glaring at him with displeasure, while he could even sense curious gazes from the Hufflepuff table, and the Gryffindor idiots were nearly falling out of their seats. Before him lay a package larger than a suitcase, weighing heavily, as the 5 owls collapsed onto the Slytherin table, exhausted. The sender's signature on the parcel indicated it was from Petunia Evans, dispatched from the Owl Post of the African Moon Mountain Magical Creature Protection Base. It was a gift from Penny. Grabbing the package, Snape hastily left the table. Severus. Noticing her friend's embarrassment, Lily could not allow him to leave in such a state. But before she could chase after him, she saw the notorious quartet that had been elusive in recent days rushing out as if their tails were on fire. Lily's first reaction was that they were up to another prank on Snape, prompting her to quickly pursue them. She did not want Snape to be tormented by those rascals again. The young witches and wizards in the hall watched the chase with great curiosity, buzzing with speculation about the drama unfolding. "You flee, I pursue, you cannot escape." A man and his 5 suitors, and similar tales circulated among the Gryffindors and Slytherins. Soon, a version of James' thwarted pursuit of Lily, leading to his infatuation with a rival, spread from the Hufflepuff table, gaining widespread acceptance. But that was all secondary. The protagonists of the story were still embroiled in their chase. Suppressing the bubbling joy within him, Snape ducked into an abandoned classroom closest to the Great Hall. The house elves had meticulously cleaned the space, despite its neglected status. Placing the package on the desk, Snape slowed his breathing. He intended to treat her gift with the seriousness it deserved. Bang! The door to the abandoned classroom slammed against the wall. "Snape!" came the reckless and jarring call of the foolish Potter and the foolish Black, intertwined in their raucousness. In an instant, Snape's complexion darkened, akin to the bottom of a cauldron simmering for 2 years. "Did your potion ingredients arrive?" James asked eagerly, oblivious to Snape's foul mood. As they had reached an understanding with him the previous night in the room of requirement after he and Sirius had apologized and made persistent efforts, typically meticulous. Remus awkwardly scratched his head upon seeing the sender's name, pulling along Sirius, who was about to say something. Hadn't he noticed that Snape's face was as dark as ink? "Why aren't you speaking?" James Potter exclaimed, his brain seemingly left behind in the dormitory, along with his emotional intelligence. Snape gritted his teeth, forcing out a few words. "You bunch of imbeciles." James, having been chastised by Remus, swallowed hard and managed to force a stiff smile toward the fuming bat. "Do you believe us when we say we didn't mean it?" Bang! The door to the abandoned classroom was slammed against the wall again, likely surprising even the room itself that it had become a venue for such a gathering. "James Potter, what do you intend to do to Severus this time?" Lily's furious voice echoed as she hurriedly confronted James. Snape felt numb, covering his face with his hands in exasperation. Or was all this concern for him at other times? They only chose to meddle during crucial moments. "Oh, Lily, I didn't." James instinctively protested, but then caught sight of Snape's guilty expression and corrected himself. "Well, sort of." "What?" Lily's voice rose sharply. "It's just that we interrupted Snape while he was unwrapping a gift from his girlfriend," James admitted sheepishly, in a bid to appease Snape. He had inadvertently referred to Penny as his girlfriend, resulting in an immediate softening of Snape's gaze, as if he were acknowledging James' discernment. "Huh." Lily was left utterly bewildered. "Isn't it enough that she seems dazed?" Sirius interjected. "Now you are the second to disturb Snape while he unwraps his gifts." Remus, standing behind him, helplessly shrugged, indicating that he spoke the truth. "Oh, I apologize," Lily quickly responded, then realized and asked, "Severus, I had no idea you had a girlfriend?" Her voice dipped momentarily, tinged with a hint of melancholy. She had assumed that Snape harbored affections for her sister, Petunia. James, picking up on the sadness in her tone, widened his eyes in disbelief, staring at Lily, wondering what this could possibly mean. Surely, it could not be what he feared it was. Knowing that he could not unwrap the gifts himself today, Snape endeavored to calm his emotions, reverting to his usual demeanor as he said, "It's something Petunia sent me. I had intended to open it alone." He emphasized the last part, casting a sharp glare at Sirius. The reason he did not direct his ire at James was that the fool was occasionally fixated on Lily, appearing rather foolish. Sirius rolled his eyes at James, feeling quite innocent, for it was James who had insisted they come over. Perhaps Snape was right. James did possess a certain foolishness. Sirius thought to himself, allowing a touch of affection to seep into his gaze for his dim-witted brother. After a long moment of realization, Lily sheepishly stuck out her tongue, while James, his eyes practically bulging with envy, promptly positioned himself between them, forcing a stiff smile to shield Lily's gaze from Snape. "You might be curious to know what Petunia sent," Lily inquired, tilting her head. "May I, Severus?" James overestimated his height. Snape towered over him by almost half a head, making it impossible for him to obstruct Lily's gaze of inquiry. Realizing his intentions, Snape looked down at him with a scoff. "James, this is undoubtedly a mockery." Snape did not place much weight on the curiosity of unrelated parties, yet Lily was Petunia's sister, leaving him uncertain of how to address her. He pressed his lips together, standing before the package with a conflicted expression. "Very well." In the end, Snape reluctantly acquiesced. "Severus, you're so kind," Lily exclaimed joyfully, bouncing on the spot, her laughter causing her eyes to sparkle before she took out her two-way mirror to message Petunia. Before long, Petunia's image appeared on the mirror's screen. Raising the mirror, Petunia caught sight of the young wizards gathered in the abandoned classroom, brushing her windswept hair behind her ear as she squinted at them. "Good morning, Lily, Severus, and James. Sirius and Remus. Thank goodness you've finally learned to coexist peacefully." "Good morning, Petunia. Are you in the sky?" "Indeed. The manticore has taken us high up." The wind at such heights tousled Petunia's hair once more. After several attempts, she abandoned the idea of taming it and raised the mirror to show them her surroundings. First, they saw the wide back of the manticore, followed by its massive leathery wings and swaying, thick scorpion tail. Through the mirror, they could see Petunia soaring through the skies, with a blue expanse above her and soft white clouds. When the mirror tilted down, the ground revealed an endless stretch of green forests and a meandering light green river. Two individuals accompanied her. A young man curiously leaned in to greet the small wizards with familiarity. "Hello, little ones." An elderly man with graying hair, yet vibrant energy showed interest in the two-way mirror, albeit more reservedly, smiling and nodding at them. "This is Alok. I mentioned him to you before. This is the esteemed magizoologist, Mr. Newt Scamander," Petunia introduced. "Mr. Scamander," exclaimed Remus, his eyes lighting up at the sight of Newt, as if he had encountered a beacon of hope. In 1947, Newt established the Werewolf Registry, granting the much-maligned werewolves a place in the severely exclusionary world of British wizards. The ensuing moments were filled with enthusiastic conversation between Remus and the somewhat reserved Newt, while Sirius and James interjected with playful banter, equally intrigued by the wise elder. Snape, who had only briefly appeared in the video, merely greeted Petunia with a hello, while inwardly grumbling, "What a bunch of oblivious fools." Lily, perceiving everything, stifled a laugh, resembling a cat that had just caught a fish. Chapter 78, The Invisible Beasts. By the time Snape reclaimed the two-way mirror, the morning had nearly slipped away as the group merrily conversed in the abandoned classroom. Under Petunia's watchful eye, Snape cautiously unwrapped the package, revealing a large assortment of common yet exquisite potion ingredients, several copies of the Fantastic Beasts series signed by Newt, along with various trinkets. Generously, Snape handed Lily a signed set of books, smirking as he cast a sidelong glance at Remus, whose eyes were nearly glued to the books. "Jealous, are you?" "Not for you." James gazed longingly from a distance, envious of the gifts sent from afar by his beloved, feeling utterly disheartened. He then cast a forlorn look at Lily, who had been pursued for 3 years, yet he remained the same bothersome Potter. With this thought, he fell silent, his disheveled black hair drooping listlessly. The manticore flapped its wings repeatedly as they descended to the ground, a flat expanse at the foot of Moon Mountain, surrounded by lakes and lush waterside vegetation, with several magical creatures resembling cows drinking from the lakes nearby. A prominent 2-story wooden house stood there, appearing even more spacious than Hagrid's abode, and Petunia speculated it might be the caretaker's residence. A tall stone beside the house bore a bold inscription, "Moon Mountain Magical Creature Sanctuary. We've finally arrived." "My old bones can hardly endure the journey," Newt remarked as his feet touched solid ground, stretching his back with a series of satisfying cracks. Petunia exchanged a few final words with Snape before ending the video call, nimbly leaping down from the manticore's back and following closely behind Newt towards the little wooden house, with the manticore happily trailing behind them. The Moon Mountain Base's caretaker, Lawrence, was delighted to see Newt. The magical creature sanctuary was not always tranquil. The diverse personalities of the creatures often led to fierce territorial disputes over food or other matters, yet Newt, who naturally endeared himself to magical creatures, always managed to placate these irate beings. Most importantly, Newt traveled with a suitcase full of magical creatures, which kept poachers at bay. Newt introduced Alok and Petunia to Lawrence, emphasizing Petunia's remarkable ability to communicate with magical creatures, much to the caretaker's astonishment. This tall, sturdy man, with muscular arms reminiscent of a human beast, was surprisingly handsome. Sporting 2 dimples on his cheeks and appearing to be in his early 30s. Standing beside him, Alok appeared almost a head shorter, and the vanity of the man caused him to discreetly shift away from the muscular comparison. Petunia stifled a laugh, playfully winking at Alok, only to be splendidly ignored. "Oh, what an incredible gift," Lawrence exclaimed, his mouth agape in exaggerated admiration. Then, as if recalling something, he turned his eager gaze to Petunia, his tone brimming with unspoken enthusiasm. "What splendid timing, Petunia." Petunia looked quizzically at Newt. The elderly gentleman, with hair as white as snow, yearned only for a moment of tranquility upon the sofa. An steaming cup of fragrant black tea would be a delightful addition. Oblivious to the pleasantries exchanged by the younger generation, he pushed the door open and stepped inside. Having visited this place numerous times, thus familiar with its every nook and cranny. Fortunately, Lawrence merely made a brief remark, warmly inviting them into the wooden cabin for respite, where the round dining table was laden with an array of delightful pastries crafted by Lawrence himself, alongside Newt's longed-for black tea. Penny, articulating the purpose of her visit, presented Lawrence with the documents concerning the Manticore's establishment at the Moon Mountain Conservation Base. "How splendid! I had assumed this Manticore was a creature raised by Mr. Scamander," exclaimed Lawrence, astonished, before quickly transforming his surprise into delight. The inclusion of the Manticore would undoubtedly ease his workload, particularly upon learning of its gentle temperament and ability to communicate. The magical zoologist believed that Manticore, like the Acromantula, was a creature conjured by wizards, initially intended for the guardianship of treasures and fortifications, making it ideally suited to oversee the Moon Mountain, which was coveted by poachers. However, the Manticore appeared blissfully unconcerned, more engrossed in devouring the caramel chocolate cake that Lawrence had prepared, showing no signs of distress over leaving its companions to fend for themselves. After a brief respite, Lawrence arranged accommodations for them and suggested they rest, knowing they must be fatigued from their lengthy ride atop the Manticore. The following morning, at the break of dawn, Lawrence had prepared lunch and summoned them to rise. Penny, rarely awake at such an early hour, sat in the dining room, feeling disoriented, and after nibbling absent-mindedly on a few bites, succumbed to drowsiness once more. By the time she fully regained her senses, she found herself amidst a forest dense with towering trees, where directions were utterly indistinguishable. She lay upon the Manticore's back, while Alok strolled leisurely beside them, and Newt and Lawrence engaged in animated discussion, their strides lengthy and purposeful. "What are we off to do?" Penny inquired, rubbing her eyes in confusion. "We're going to observe a rather temperamental and eccentric magical creature," Alok replied, a stalk of grass clamped between his teeth, exuding an air of carefree nonchalance. In truth, his presence was due to Dumbledore's designation of him as Penny's caretaker. Otherwise, he would not have found himself in such a place. For the Magical Creature Reserve was not a location accessible to just anyone. Moreover, despite his Hufflepuff lineage, he harbored no particular fondness for magical creatures and lacked any affinity with them. Even the Niffler he cared for during magical creatures care classes was indifferent to him. "Oh," Penny nodded, indicating her understanding as she quietly observed. Due to the spells cast by wizards, the forest was shrouded in mist, and one could only traverse its paths by closely following those familiar with its intricacies to avoid triggering enchantments that could lead one astray. Lawrence halted before the entrance of a deep cave, where a flat stone was strewn with hay, resembling a makeshift bed, and a smaller flat stone served as a table adorned with several fruits. "This is the place," Lawrence indicated to Newt. 3 pairs of eyes turned toward the entrance, which appeared vacant and barren. Nevertheless, seasoned Newt detected subtle clues at the cave's mouth. A few strands of silvery fine hair lay scattered, prompting him to exclaim the name of their owner. The Occamy? Knowledge about Occamies sprang forth in his mind. They were gentle, quiet herbivores, resembling an elegant primate with large, dark eyes often hidden beneath their fur, their entire bodies cloaked in shimmering, silken strands. People rarely glimpsed them, for when threatened, they could render themselves invisible. The value of an Occamy's plumage was immense, as its feathers could be woven into invisibility cloaks, reminding Penny of the one Harry wore during his nocturnal escapades. Indeed, today's troublemaker was none other than this Occamy, which had yet to reach maturity and had been rescued from poachers by Aurors and placed here, as Lawrence recounted, his expression suddenly turning forlorn. "But this little rascal is anything but tranquil. Its favorite pastime is sowing discord, often inciting the other creatures at the base to quarrel. Recently, it even learned to steal from a wandering Niffler." Penny couldn't help but click her tongue. It was no wonder Lawrence held such affection for the Manticore. Although the Manticore was somewhat peculiar, gluttonous, and prone to curses, it paled in comparison to the Occamy. Just as Penny silently critiqued, she suddenly found all eyes upon her, causing her to stiffen. What was occurring? A few moments later, she incredulously exclaimed, "You want me to verbally pacify it? What on earth are you all thinking? Is this a reasonable approach? Can a mere handful of words truly tame a creature like that? The manticore listens to you." Lawrence gazed at her with hope, clearly placing great expectations upon her. "I have heard Professor Kettleburn speak of you. He mentioned that you have a way with small creatures, much like myself," Newt chimed in, utterly oblivious to any issues. Perhaps Penny's resentful expression was too pronounced, for he cleared his throat and added, "I trust you will be considerate of an elderly man's frail condition." Alok shrugged, appearing unfazed. "Don't look at me. I'm merely here to observe." Muttering to herself about the burdens placed upon the capable, Penny gritted her teeth as she watched the group leave. Confounded lot. They've truly left me here to await the return of the alchemy. As the figures faded from view, Penny had yet to exhale her frustration when she felt a tug at the hem of her garment. She turned abruptly, her gaze landing on empty air. Then, before her stood a creature cloaked in silken, shimmering silver fur, much smaller than the manticore, its claw-like paws, akin to human fingers, grasping her clothing tightly, and its round, black eyes gazing up at her with curiosity. The alchemy tugged at her garment in greeting. "Hello, I am Penny," she managed to respond with a strained smile. Perhaps Newt was correct. She did have a certain charm with small creatures. Half an hour later, after being treated to an assortment of fruits by the alchemy, Penny felt increasingly convinced of this notion. In return, she gifted it a box of colorful bows purchased in Diagon Alley, meant for Edith the previous year, but which had been abandoned when she became engrossed in her studies. The alchemy, likely female, adored the vibrant bows, adorning her head and body with several, and even placing a few upon her stone bed. Through her interactions with the alchemy, Penny learned that it had left its mother and kin at a tender age, raised by humans, and had subsequently been captured by poachers and brought to Moon Mountain. It believed that the human form resembled that of an alchemy, even thinking itself a rather special human until it discovered that Lawrence could not comprehend its speech, nor could he become invisible. "Doris, that's what they used to call me," the alchemy exclaimed, its wide eyes sparkling as it bounced upon its bed. While Penny had just magically decorated its cave according to its preferences, a soft, warm yellow bed, a vase with yellow flowers on a matching nightstand, a tidy table, and a wooden floor that creaked charmingly underfoot. "Very well, Doris," Penny said, enjoying the sensation of stroking its head, its soft, silky fur warm and pleasing to the touch. "Could you tell me why you resort to stealing?" "Stealing? I would never," Doris exclaimed in alarm. "Whenever I took anything from the little cabin, I always informed the caretaker." I gestured extensively to ensure he understood. Each time, he nodded. "That foolish fellow is slandering Doris." "Then why do you always incite your neighbors to fight?" Penny continued her inquiry. Doris's neighbor is a sphinx and a pegasus, both adorned with magnificent wings but differing in their appearances. One is temperamental while the other is proud, and their frequent quarrels have become a source of amusement for Lawrence, who claims that under Doris's instigation, they engage in minor skirmishes every 3 days and major confrontations every 5. Doris exclaimed, her eyes widening as if hearing this for the first time. "What does that have to do with me? They fight daily because they both believe they are more attractive than the other. I have merely observed their altercations a few times." The innocent expression of the invisible creature softened Penny's resolve. It was only natural for Lawrence to misunderstand Doris's words, as she is merely a charming little creature, Penny thought. Meanwhile, Doris, pouting and narrowing her eyes with feigned ferocity, declared in a haughty tone, "How dare the detestable Lawrence slander me? I shall teach him a lesson." Without delving into the scene where Doris confronts Lawrence at the wooden cabin, it suffices to say that the marks she left on his face lingered for 3 days, and she even pilfered a freshly baked apple pie from him. "Oh, Penny, you really need not mention my name," Lawrence managed to utter, his face marred by scratches. Blinking innocently, Penny replied, "I am truly sorry." With Doris's predicament resolved, the quarrels between the Sphinx and the Pegasus diminished considerably following the arrival of the Manticore. As the Sphinx and the Pegasus glared at each other, the tension escalating, the Manticore fluttered over to observe the spectacle, only for the two adversaries to simultaneously display their disdain for it and depart without a backward glance. Penny speculated that perhaps they had deemed one of them the ugliest, thus rendering their conflict unnecessary, a notion Mr. Newt affirmed. Poor Manticore. Chapter 79. The night of the full moon. On the night of the full moon, Lupin, as usual, arrived early at the Shrieking Shack via the winding path, but today he was accompanied by Snape, James, and Sirius. Peter, in stark contrast, had opted out. Paralyzed by fear, skillfully binding himself with iron chains, Lupin hesitated as he gazed at his friends, uncertain if they would still regard him as a companion once he lost his sanity and transformed into a werewolf. And what of Snape? Would his potion genuinely assist him? Would he, in a fit of anger after a failure, expose his identity as a werewolf? Clearly, The foolish Gryffindor werewolf had yet to learn to mask his emotions. His face resembled a parchment, his thoughts spilling forth unguarded. Snape, rolling his eyes in exasperation, admonished Lupin through clenched teeth, "If you wish for our success, rid your mind of its clutter. There is no time for your frivolous musings." James and Sirius remained silent, having recognized Lupin's distress. But the urgency of the situation necessitated his calmness. Otherwise, the next day as headlines would read Hogwarts shocked by werewolf's brutal slaying of 3 students. "Clearly, that fellow cannot articulate," James whispered to Sirius, leaning closer, though he failed to modulate his voice, causing their hushed conversation to echo throughout the shrieking shack. Sirius, momentarily pausing his tinkering with the distress signal device, shot James a look of incredulity. "You exhibit remarkable bravado, especially after enduring months of Slytherin's venomous rhetoric." In the midst of calibrating the potion, Snape's hand trembled, nearly spilling the concoction, his expression darkening as he suppressed the urge to curse, casting a withering glare at the source of his irritation. Just as the moon reached its zenith, Snape grasped Lupin's chin and administered the potion. This action sparked a flurry of gossip among the onlookers. "His movements are incredibly deft. Surely he has administered potions to others before. Poor Remus, his chin has turned crimson. I fear he may perish from the poison." Veins throbbing on Snape's forehead, he fought the impulse to brandish his wand at the 2 imbeciles, shoving the potion vial into his robes. "Damn it, are you 2 merely here for amusement? The shrieking shack does not require additional pillars. Or do you find it entertaining to exacerbate the patient's psychological distress?" Instantaneously, the 2 fell silent. James attempting to speak, but was swiftly silenced by Sirius's quick intervention. They were, after all, of little assistance in this matter. Moonlight streamed through a crevice in the shrieking shack, and Lupin's previously calm demeanor morphed into a grotesque visage. Thick fur erupted from every inch of exposed skin, and as he stood, his limbs elongated, his body towering, nearly grazing the ceiling. A pair of dog-like ears sprouted from his head, and in an instant, his entire countenance transformed into that of the werewolf depicted in textbooks. "Roar!" The frenzied werewolf bellowed at the trio, thankfully restrained by the chains Lupin had secured around himself. His flailing claws failed to reach any of them, though the chains rattled ominously. Snape, positioned closest to Lupin, watched in horror as the monstrous figure approached. Its terrifying visage magnified in his eyes. The stench of the werewolf's saliva splattered onto Snape's robes, twisting his expression in disgust. James and Sirius, having been engaged in conversation with Lupin just moments before, were now confronted by their friend in his wolfish form, snarling at them. Despite their mental preparations, they were taken aback, instinctively leaning back and landing on the floor in unison, James suffering the misfortune of colliding his head against the wall. "Ugh!" Snape turned to the 2 sprawled on the ground, his disdain evident. "How long do you intend to remain seated? The werewolf is still thrashing about, its gaze predatory, while your friend, looking disheveled, has crouched at an oddly close distance, teasing the wolf." Thick chains barely restrained the werewolf within its confined space. "Remus, over here. This way. Hey, I'm hiding." James's exuberant laughter echoed throughout the shrieking shack. Snape's expression shifted to one of incredulity as he inquired of Sirius. "Are you truly friends with these individuals?" "Yes, indeed." Sirius forced a sheepish smile, contemplating his own desire to join in the playful banter with the werewolf. The potion appeared to be taking effect as the werewolf's growls diminished, its ferocity waning, and it ceased paying attention to the bothersome humans. Approximately an hour later, the werewolf settled into tranquility, its once wild eyes now regaining a semblance of lucidity. "Remus?" Sirius ventured cautiously. The werewolf exhaled deeply, turning its head away. It distinctly remembered the earlier antics of the 2. It had transformed into a werewolf, not lost its memory. Snape interjected with a malicious glee. "Ah, Remus, you do recall, don't you?" This time, the one feeling guilty is James, the first to tease, and the one who persisted the longest. The antics of these foolish Gryffindors led Snape to question the legendary bonds of Gryffindor friendship. If mutual embarrassment constituted friendship, then indeed, they had it in spades. Just as Sirius was about to reveal how often James changed his underwear, he was promptly interrupted. "Are you both imbeciles? Who would find such matters interesting? While Remus is still cognizant, let us get to work. Potter, collect some of his saliva. Black, gather his claws." This time, they offered no objections, swiftly complying with Snape's commands. James even regarded Snape with a hint of gratitude, perhaps an appreciation of his preservation of dignity. Finally, Snape retrieved a transparent glass vial resembling a cotton swab and handed it to Sirius. "Now, procure some fresh werewolf dung." Upon the utterance of those words, all present were rendered speechless. Lupin, with his entire wolfish demeanor, was unable to conceal the profound embarrassment that surged within him, even beneath his thick, shaggy fur. Sirius, having just grasped the tool, found his hand frozen in place, his wide eyes reflecting disbelief as he absorbed Snape's almost strangled pronunciation of a mere word. Me? You may go to whomever you please. As for me, I require only the fresh essence of a werewolf. Snape shrugged, casually turning his head, deliberately avoiding the sight of the werewolf being sampled with a cotton swab. After a heated dispute, the arduous task ultimately fell upon Sirius's shoulders. James, wiping away the tears from the corners of his eyes, approached Snape, signaling that he would never trespass upon the sanctity of their work, leaving the scene to the two mortified individuals. A mournful howl emanated from the werewolf, and the room returned to a calm state. Quietly, both Snape and James exhaled in relief, their eyes meeting in mutual gratitude before stiffening and turning their heads away from one another. Chapter 80, An Assault. After a prolonged stay at the moonlit mountain magical creature sanctuary, Penny expressed her intention to depart. Ilock and Newt, occupied with pressing matters, also prepared to leave, signifying that Penny was about to embark on her solitary journey across the African continent. Oh, Penny, your day has finally come. Foreseeing the dire circumstances Penny might face in this unfamiliar land, Ilock chuckled malevolently, but upon receiving a pair of exaggerated eye rolls, he hastily repressed his expression, stating earnestly, ahem. I mean, you must prioritize your safety. This wondrous land harbors numerous dangers. Although I find the notion of an underage witch traveling alone quite mad. I wish you all the best should you insist on pursuing it. Mr. Newt's remarks were far more composed than Ilock's, and having witnessed Penny's capabilities, he felt reassured for her journey. Before their departure, Ilock solemnly warned Penny not to show mercy when confronting adversaries. Newt cast a glance at Ilock, recalling the horrific scene he had encountered upon receiving Dumbledore's urgent summons, his lips quivering slightly, yet he chose to remain silent. It was not a bad idea for a child to maintain a heightened sense of vigilance while abroad. Thus, Penny set off alone with her belongings, embarking southward from the moonlit mountain. Meanwhile, another group was frantically scouring all of England for a Muggle-born underage witch. No news of her yet. In the dimly lit room, a wizard, backlit by the light, inquired softly of the subordinate kneeling before him, his eyes aflame with unbridled fury, casting a crimson hue upon his gaze, more fearsome in this oppressive darkness than the glint of a serpent's eye while hunting. Master. The unfortunate Death Eater barely finished his sentence before he was abruptly kicked to the ground by the dark wizard seated upon the black throne. A swift and elegant silent curse accompanying the flick of his wand, followed by a series of spine-chilling screams. When the spell concluded, the punished Death Eater lay unconscious upon the dark floor, oblivious to the world around him. A pack of useless fools, Voldemort snapped, glaring at the Death Eaters standing in the hall. I have afforded you ample time, yet you cannot even locate a single underage witch. Cloaked in black robes, the Death Eaters knelt in a darkened throng, once esteemed figures in the outside world. Pure-blood wizards bowed their noble heads before their master. None knew why Voldemort sought that filthy mudblood, and that mudblood had long since vanished from the wizarding realm. They were indeed powerless to act. Bellatrix was among the few permitted to remain standing at this moment, her brown eyes fixated obsessively on Voldemort, bowing her usually proud head submissively as his cold gaze swept over her. After venting his wrath, Voldemort's fury began to subside somewhat. His chilling gaze traversed each Death Eater present before quickly discerning something amiss. One was missing. Where's Lucius? Why is he not here? The Death Eaters exchanged glances. Several family heads who held grudges against Lucius began contemplating how to inform Voldemort of Malfoy's ulterior motives. Was it not Lucius who first discovered the mudblood? It was only fair that they pay some price for being reprimanded. Some were already itching to act. Suddenly, the heavy door of the conference room swung open, and a harsh yellow light pierced the dimness, appearing almost blinding. Lucius, recently chastised by the Dark Lord, entered, his golden hair meticulously groomed, his splendid robes devoid of any crease, a quintessential nobleman. Master. Lucius approached Voldemort and bowed. Lucius, you are late. A flicker of red light glinted in Voldemort's eyes, his tone laced with implicit threat. I trust you bring me valuable information. Otherwise, the golden-haired nobleman nodded, his gray-blue eyes betraying no emotion. Evans is studying abroad in Africa. You claim to have scoured every inch of England, yet not one of you knows she is not in this country. Voldemort's voice dripped with coldness, more frigid than the most bitter winter night, as the atmosphere thickened with a metallic scent of blood. Abruptly, he shifted his attention to Lucius, his pale hand patting Lucius's shoulder a few times, as if praising a well-behaved pup. Well done, Lucius, you have returned with useful news. An act that should have been humiliating bore no sense of disgrace. Lucius lowered his gaze, uttering flattering words. It is my honor, master. Bellatrix glared fiercely at Lucius, her jealousy threatening to overflow. Since her last failure at the hands of that filthy mudblood, she sensed her master no longer regarded her with the same esteem. No, she could not allow such a thing to transpire. Almost immediately, she stood forth, her sharp voice slicing through the air like a cat's claws on glass. Master, please allow me to go to Africa to capture that mudblood. I assure you, I will seize her. Silence enveloped the hall for a moment before Voldemort's voice echoed with authority. Dolohov, you shall go. As for you, Bella, you have already failed once. After the meeting adjourned, Lucius was retained for a private discourse with Voldemort, departing alone in the deep of night. On his way, as anticipated, he was intercepted by Bellatrix, whose jealousy had escalated to an alarming degree. Lucius doubted whether the orb around her neck was merely decorative. Lucius Malfoy, I warn you. Do not play tricks before the master. I will be watching you. Bellatrix's wand nearly pressed against his throat, her obsessive glare not escaping Lucius's notice. This woman had truly squandered the training of the Black family. They should be allies, not adversaries. How dare she speak to him in such a manner? Mind your words and your tone, Black. Lucius emphasized her surname, urging her to recognize her position. Yet, one cannot awaken a person feigning sleep. The Black family's obsession was vividly manifested in Bellatrix, who valued the glory of purebloods and the honor of the Blacks, but above all, her adoration and reverence for Voldemort were paramount. Thus, she merely lowered her wand, continuing to glare fiercely at Lucius. My loyalty to the master is beyond your reproach. What you must do now is immediately proceed to Africa. The master values only capable wizards. Their differing gazes clashed across the distance, culminating in an unsatisfactory parting. I truly wish to deal with intelligent individuals, Lucius sighed, watching Bellatrix's retreating figure, missing a certain partner with whom he sincerely hoped she would evade this calamity. Half a month into her solitary studies, Penny found herself lost in a desolate expanse. In a desolate expanse seldom trodden by human feet, numerous rare potion ingredients flourished, one of which she had scoured Diagon Alley for years without success. Thus, it was only natural that she lingered here for a while. One evening, as Penny stumbled upon a peculiar fungus, she discovered traces left by humans. Good heavens, this was a high-grade potion ingredient. If I find out who has damaged it, I shall ensure they learn a lesson. Before she could unleash her fury, waves of magical energy surged towards her, prompting Penny to instinctively grow alert. Leading the charge was a dark-robed wizard, who pointed his wand at her with a sinister chuckle, the dark mark visible on his wrist. Look who we found. A filthy mudblood. Although she found the pure-blood wizard's obsession with blood purity utterly ludicrous, Penny was hardly the type to remain unperturbed by such baseless taunts. After all, she had never been known for her patience. What a nuisance, she thought, rolling her eyes dramatically in the wizard's direction, her striking blue eyes glinting dangerously. Huh, Dolohov. It appears our delightful mudblood lady is not afraid of you. A shorter figure, similarly cloaked in black, jumped forth to assert his presence, his tone laden with provocation. Another Death Eater trailing behind Dolohov shot a disapproving glance at him, dismayed by his reckless audacity to provoke someone as cunning and formidable as Dolohov. Shut up, Roka, he retorted, swatting away the hand resting on his shoulder. If you refrain from speaking, no one will mistake you for a mute. Dolohov's sharp gaze shifted back to Penny, his voice dropping ominously, annoying little brat. Before he finished speaking, a flick of his wrist cast a silent spell, the tip of his wand flashing green as it aimed directly at Penny. The Death Eaters, having honed their collaboration through numerous encounters, launched their attacks almost simultaneously with Dolohov's spell. Fortunately, Penny had anticipated their movements. A shield charm thwarted Dolohov's curse, and with a swift disapparition, she distanced herself. Taunting, attacking in numbers is truly shameless. Unbeknownst to her, the reason for their pursuit remained a mystery. She was an upstanding citizen, having not even appeared in the wizarding world of Britain recently. Despite her confusion, she had no qualms about retaliating against her assailants. Fiery Tempest. This improved version of the spell, enhanced for greater potency and equipped with a tracking effect, sent a blazing fireball hurtling towards Dolohov, disregarding his evasive maneuvers. Realizing too late the speed of the spell, Dolohov's heart sank as he scrambled to cast a protective barrier around himself, ultimately relying on the two wizards at his back to shield him from the fireball's explosion. Even so, Dolohov's robe was left tattered from the blast, and the trio of Death Eaters no longer underestimated Penny. Roka even let out a catcall towards Dolohov, who, hidden beneath his hood, bore an expression that was likely far from pleasant. Indeed, she is a tough opponent. No wonder that madwoman from the Black family failed against her. Dolohov inadvertently revealed an insight to salvage his reputation among his peers. Suddenly, his voice boomed. Now, let's all attack together. Capture her. Chapter 81. The Escape. A myriad of spells erupted from their wands, bursting forth like a dazzling fireworks display, though the peril was palpable. When the last of Penny's protective charms was shattered, she abandoned the notion of confronting the trio head-on. Despite surprising them in the previous skirmish, the odds were against her given their numbers. Her youthful shortcomings became apparent. Though her spells wielded greater destructive power, she could only unleash them once. Should she fail, it would be tantamount to cornering herself into a dire situation. She could not gamble with her life. Redirecting a blade curse aimed at her, Penny seized the opportunity to flee, her proficiency in disapparition serving her well. However, the unpredictable nature of her destination left her stranded in a fetid swamp. The stench enveloped her, nearly suffocating her. "Merlin, you must be blind to this wretched luck of mine," she lamented as she emerged from the noxious mire. On the bank, a vibrant green serpent eyed her warily, its crimson tongue flickering dangerously. Under normal circumstances, she might have greeted it amicably, but not today. She used magic to sever the branch it clung to, teaching the innocent serpent a lesson about the world's perils. Subsequently, she cast cleansing charms upon herself, desperately wishing Mrs. Evans had gifted her an extra pair of hands for the task. Yet, cleansing spells were not infallible, as evidenced by the persistent odor clinging to her. "Damn it! Has my magic failed?" Penny gasped in disbelief. Before she could react further, the unmistakable sounds of disapparition echoed ominously around her. Someone was in pursuit. How could they have caught up so quickly? The first to arrive was Roca, his hood fallen back, revealing deep brown hair that obscured much of his face, though his ordinary features were illuminated by a broad grin. "Hello again, Miss Evans. Indeed, you seem to be quite a persistent specter," Penny replied with a strained smile. Her body tensed. She recognized him as a mere distraction. The real threat lurked in the shadows, ready to strike when least expected. With her spare wand clutched tightly in hand, she feigned curiosity. "Mr. Roca, might I inquire why you wish to capture me? I am merely an unremarkable student from Hogwarts." "Oh, dear. Believe me, I too wish to know why," Roca replied, feigning distress, though it quickly dissipated into a broad smile. "Perhaps when you meet the great Dark Lord, he will be inclined to answer that question personally." The Cruciatus Curse. One of the 3 unforgivable curses, those struck by it experience excruciating pain, and continuous application can drive them to madness or even death. The buildup had led to this moment, as 3 brilliant green lights converged on Penny, targeting 3 vital areas of her body. The treachery of her adversaries was appalling. The green light of the curse nearly reflected off her youthful visage. "Damn it!" she exclaimed, gesturing rudely towards Roca. In this critical moment, her portkey proved invaluable. Having narrowly escaped death, Penny found herself devoid of fortune. The adage that surviving dire situations brings good fortune did not apply to her. Those accursed Death Eaters, akin to bloodhounds, had an uncanny ability to track her down. To make matters worse, she noticed more pursuers closing in. She had already detected 2 groups. This was truly dire news. Even worse was the realization that the foul odor clinging to her had not dissipated. She felt as if she were marinating in the stench. Previously, the extraordinarily potent deodorizers purchased in Diagon Alley, along with her self-crafted odor-eliminating potion and the cleansing charms, proved utterly futile against that accursed stench. Penny was nearly engulfed by despair. Merlin, was she destined to spend the remainder of her days cohabitating with this foul odor? What on earth could be lurking in that wretched swamp? Dragon excrement, perhaps? Wait, dragon excrement. In the magical realm, dragons are wondrous creatures. Their scales the finest material for crafting weapons, their blood the key ingredient for the most potent potions, and their droppings the most superior fertilizer. Penny was not particularly fond of the dragons in the magical world, considering them rather unsightly. However, she had a roommate, Edith, who was an avid dragon enthusiast, possessing an entire bookshelf dedicated to tomes about the dragons still extant in the world today. Edith even knew methods for tracking dragons through their dung, and the processed droppings of herbivorous blue dragons could be transformed into a renowned perfume. This treated dragon manure was colorless and odorless, yet when blended with specific fragrances, it would react in wondrous ways, such as lingering for an entire month without fading. Could this be the source of her own delightful aroma? In an instant, Penny's expression soured at the thought of having dragon dung on her person, inciting a tumult of rage within her. Had it not been for her lack of power, she would have relished the opportunity to obliterate them all of them. After a brief bout of impotent fury, Penny compelled herself to regain her composure. At this moment, the pressing concern was not when those treacherous fiends had ensnared her, but rather how to rid herself of these insufferable pursuers. Currently, there were 6 Death Eaters in pursuit, and she was uncertain if there were others. She could not afford to gamble with her life. Though she was oblivious to Voldemort's intentions in capturing her, she harbored an instinctual dread that it boded ill. Penny devised a ruse, scattering her garments into various locations in an attempt to mislead those wretched creatures and delay their tracking of her. She then sought aid from a distance. As Dumbledore's enlarged visage appeared in the two-way mirror, Penny exclaimed in terror, "Professor, help! I am being pursued by Death Eaters." Dumbledore, having just raised a cup of exceedingly sweet tea to his lips, was startled by Penny's sudden outcry. The small girl before him, resembling a refugee fleeing calamity, bore a face marred with dirt, her attire somewhat tidy yet haphazardly worn. With wide, pleading blue eyes, she looked up at him. Oh, what a pitiable sight! In an instant, Dumbledore's heart softened, especially upon hearing her mention of Death Eaters, his brow furrowed with concern. What has transpired? Speak slowly, dear Penny. Just days ago, I encountered a group bearing the dark mark on their wrists. The leader's name is likely Dolohov. Penny recounted her recent experiences, not neglecting to embellish her tale with a touch of self-pity. There were so many of them, and their attacks were merciless. I could not stand against them and was forced to flee. Penny had never witnessed Dumbledore's wrath. In her memory, he had always been kind. Now, across the mirror, his brow was furrowed in solemnity, instilling a sense of reverence. The formidable wizard finally revealed a semblance of the strength he possessed. Although Dumbledore was powerful, he was not a deity, unable to instantaneously bridge the distance to aid Penny. Yet he promised to send a formidable wizard to protect her. True to his reputation, Dumbledore's connections were vast, enabling him to summon aid from afar. Upon severing the connection with the mirror, a significant weight lifted from Penny's heart. Dumbledore's assurance instilled in her a sense of security. At the very least, her life should remain unthreatened. Chapter 82, Schemes. After several failed attempts, the Death Eaters realized they had been outwitted. Their target, keenly perceptive, had swiftly discerned their subterfuge. The situation was becoming increasingly intriguing. Dolohov licked his lips, his gaze darkened, his lowered brow betraying ill intent. After all, our pursuit plan consists of more than one strategy. Roka chimed in, a smile gracing his face, reminiscent of a sage. The final Death Eater remained silent. The leaves beneath their feet crunched as the previously tranquil forest stirred once more. The small creatures, sensing danger, hastily scurried deeper into the woods, while those lacking the fortune to escape were unfortunate enough to collide with the scythe of death. Avada Kedavra! Penny, perched upon a tree, tugged at her excessively long hair in frustration. Damn it! How many times have I been pursued now? These fiends clung to her like a relentless curse. Even after she had thoroughly cleansed herself of the remnants of dragon dung, they still possessed means to track her whereabouts. Despite her numerous attempts to change her location, it proved futile. For a fleeting moment, she felt akin to a small beast hunted by nobles of antiquity, struggling helplessly against the arrows and spears of her adversaries. I had no idea monkeys inhabited this forest. How astonishing! Roka suddenly declared in a sing-song tone, then abruptly lifted his gaze towards the tree where Penny hid. Wouldn't you agree? The monkey residing in the tree, perhaps her true name is Petunia Evans. Caught off guard upon hearing her name, Penny had never before considered that it could sound so grating. Revulsion coursed through her, raising goosebumps along her skin. With a grimace of distaste, she glared at Roka, her eyes ablaze with fury, and launched a spell at him. Stupefy. Under Penny's wrathful strike, Roka's protective charm was shattered, and the enchanted jewelry he wore flickered just in time to mitigate the impact of her attack. Roka could hardly fathom the dire consequences had she opted to unleash the killing curse upon him. His complexion paled as he sheepishly retreated behind Dolohov. A flicker of disdain flashed in Dolohov's eyes. This useless fool. What did their master see in him to send him along? He hoped for a better performance from Roka, or he would not hesitate to teach him a lesson. However, the priority now lay with the figure in the tree. Dolohov, his face largely obscured by his hood, greeted Penny with an unprecedented gentleness. Well met again, Miss Evans. Penny responded in kind with a disarmingly gentle tone. Indeed, Mr. Dolohov. This marks your third attempt to locate me today. The atmosphere between them was as harmonious as long-lost friends, calm to an almost absurd degree. I trust you too. Find this tiresome game of pursuit rather dull, Miss Evans. Dolohov, seemingly having cast aside their prior tension, began to negotiate like a shrewd merchant. You are an intelligent person. Our master holds your talents in high regard. I sincerely invite you to join him in service. Penny arched an eyebrow, a smirk playing on her lips as she regarded the one who uttered such absurdity. You mean to say that the illustrious figure who has dispatched others to hunt me for days is interested in appreciating my talents and values my gifts? How could it be termed a pursuit? Merely trivial tests of your capabilities, Dolohov replied, forcing a somewhat unattractive smile. Even the most exceptional warriors must endure arduous trials before reaping their rewards, would they not? Furthermore, we have not inflicted any severe harm upon you. How very convenient. Penny mused inwardly. Had you truly wished to harm me, you would not be standing here, calmly engaging in idle chatter. Capturing me to parade your triumph would be your objective, and even now, You merely seek to ensnare me using a different method. Suppressing the sarcasm simmering beneath her surface, Penny feigned ignorance, playing the part of the lured and persuaded young girl as she engaged with Dolohov. Seeing the look of confusion on the young witch's face, Dolohov's smile became somewhat more genuine. He endeavored to soften his tone, infusing it with a hint of persuasion. Evans, you are undeniably a prodigy. Even your Muggle origins cannot obscure your innate talent. Yet, that talent is but a fleeting whisper in the grand tapestry of magic. In this world, countless wizards have been lauded as geniuses since childhood, yet how many have truly achieved renown? You possess talent in abundance, yet you fail to comprehend that without a fertile foundation, no exquisite blossoms can flourish. How far can you advance without support? Only the genius who has matured is of any significance. Penny, in tandem with his oratory, wore an increasingly expressive countenance, until Dolohov, growing parched from his speech, noticed the two Death Eaters behind him fidgeting with their numb toes, and Penny, without warning, stifled a yawn. Dolohov, what if I were to say this is due to the brilliance of your speech? Penny blinked her blue eyes, attempting to appear as innocent as possible. However, her interlocutor was a Death Eater, not a soft-hearted professor. Dolohov's expression visibly chilled, and after his moment of self-indulgence, reason regained its hold over him. He recognized that this individual before him was not one of the easily swayed young witches from Hogwarts, but rather a cunning fox. He refrained from uttering further sentimental platitudes and directly inquired, "So, Miss Evans, what is your answer?" Simultaneously, the wand nestled against his arm was poised for action, ready to conquer by force should the conversation take a turn. The other Death Eaters were acutely aware of his intentions and similarly tightened their grips on their wands. Penny understood he demanded a resolution, yet she also knew her response would not satisfy him. It was somewhat lamentable. She had only just recently attained tranquility, and now she would have to bid it farewell. "Mr. Dolohov, your speech was indeed moving, but I have no inclination to kiss the hem of another's robes. To refuse while delivering a sharp retort to another's heart. How audacious of you." Penny. Almost simultaneously, Dolohov drew his wand, its tip aimed squarely at Penny's head. "Damn the Muggle-born. You have squandered your final opportunity." The silent Death Eater raised his wand high, and the bones of the deceased re-emerged. A colossal skull, composed of myriad gleaming emerald elements, suddenly materialized in the sky, from which a great serpent emerged as if it were the skull's tongue. The dark mark, Penny had seen it on Lucius's wrist before. As the summoned mark ascended, it grew increasingly radiant. Bellatrix Lestrange. Dolohov activated the reverse port key on his wrist, calling out his colleague's name. In the next moment, the infamous Bella, with whom Penny had crossed paths on several occasions, appeared before her. Bella appeared even more deranged than before, her deep brown eyes fixated on Penny as if she were a bitter enemy. She screeched Penny's name. "I found you, Penny Evans." Another adversary had entered the fray, one who harbored a palpable enmity towards her. Penny feebly managed a stiff smile. "Ah, long time no see, Mississippi. What are you all waiting for? Capture her." Bella had no intention of engaging in pleasantries with Penny. She brandished her wand in an aggressive stance while commanding her fellow associates. The two women exchanged glances with Dolohov, who nodded, and thus, a battle was on the verge of commencing. Dodging Bella's curse, Penny quickly discerned that the area had been enchanted with an anti-apparition jinx. Cursing under her breath at their earlier meaningless dialogue, they were indeed a troublesome lot. Chapter 83, Roca. Days later, Penny found herself again struggling against the onslaught of Death Eaters. With Bella's arrival, the opposing force had grown considerably stronger, and soon, Penny reached a point where she could no longer defend herself. It was unclear which wand had cast the spell that breached her defenses, but in an instant, Penny's wand was sent flying from her grasp, and her adversaries wasted no time in seizing the opportunity. Crucio. Penny was struck, an excruciating pain engulfing her entirety. Her heart felt as though it were pierced by 1,000 arrows, and every bone in her body seemed shattered. Yet, despite the agony, she could not succumb to unconsciousness. Her mind remained disturbingly alert, experiencing the torment in vivid clarity. Ultimately, it was Dolohov who halted the torment, concerned that this young girl might be killed by that madwoman. "Enough, Bella. Don't kill her. Our master awaits us to bring her back." With a sidelong glance, a previously silent Death Eater adeptly approached, casting a binding spell on Penny and bringing her to Dolohov's side. "Mind your own business." Bella shot Dolohov a glare, her displeasure evident. Dolohov ignored her complaints, returning a sinister smile, his white teeth bared like a beast poised to devour. "Do not presume to dictate to me, Mrs. Lestrange. Our master's orders designate me as the leader of this operation." "Silence." Bella glared fiercely at Dolohov, her fury stemming from her inability to resist her marriage to Rodolphus Lestrange. Her resentments were well known, yet no one had ever dared to affront her so brazenly. Her wand trembled in her grip. as if ready to unleash a dazzling green light upon this audacious individual. Sensing the tension, Dolohov cast her a warning glance. Do not act rashly. Our master is still awaiting us. Humph. You best remember this. With a disgruntled huff, Bella turned and stalked away, inadvertently jostling Roka, who winced in pain. Women, Dolohov scoffed, sharing a knowing look with the Death Eater, holding Penny captive before they departed, leaving Roka behind. Soon, Dolohov regretted his earlier decision. The fellow was exceedingly slow, still lagging behind. Damn it. What trickery is this? How much longer will that fool dawdle? We've already missed our master's lunchtime. Bella shouted in discontent towards Dolohov. How should I know? His legs are not attached to my body. He is your charge. It was the master who assigned him to us. Damn it. I shall give him a lesson he will not forget. After a while, Roka finally arrived, looking utterly disheveled. His face bore bruises, and his clothing was tattered, the edges shredded by some feline creature. Upon seeing Dolohov and the others, his expression softened, and he began to loudly complain, Merlin above. You cannot fathom what I just endured. This accursed place is infested with ghost cats. No, a whole pack. They nearly stole my wand. They are insufferably troublesome. Bella rolled her eyes in derision. Compared to her disdain, Dolohov was more vigilant. He commanded Roka to halt, casting a monitoring spell to confirm his identity before allowing him to approach. Beneath his ample black cloak, a sapphire brooch shimmered, indicating it was a fine piece of alchemical craftsmanship. This land was far removed from Britain, distant enough that even with apparition, it would take them 2 to 3 days to traverse, not to mention they were burdened with a dependent needing constant supervision. Fortunately, Bella was present. The nobility's advantage lay in their possession of various peculiar artifacts. She produced a specially crafted portkey, allowing wizards to return directly to Grimmauld Place. However, due to the distance, they would likely need to activate the portkey 3 times to reach their destination. Well done. It was rare for Dolohov to offer praise. Bella proudly lifted her chin, not forgetting to cast a venomous glance at Penny. Are you ready to face death, you little wretch? Having regained her composure, Penny bestowed a scornful glance upon Bella, assuring her with disdain, rest assured, I shall outlive you, you wretched hag. Did you truly believe that the Dark Lord would eliminate me? After all, he expended considerable effort to locate me. I suspect he seeks something from me. Before she could continue, Bella, unable to contain herself, interjected with her piercing voice, which transformed into an almost fervent tone at the mention of the Dark Lord. How absurd. The magnificent Dark Lord is immensely powerful. He possesses everything. Penny regarded Bella with an expression laden with inscrutable meaning, replying, Oh, my apologies. I forgot that your fervent emotions have occupied your vacuous mind. You may not comprehend my words. Even the legendary deities cannot possess all, let alone mere mortals, much less Voldemort, who yearns to escape death and consume the very essence of mortality. Regardless of their individual thoughts, it was Roka who broke the fleeting silence, exclaiming, What a self-aggrandizing notion. You believe that a mere girl like you can resolve a dilemma that even our master cannot. I see you merely wish to buy time. How clever. Penny blinked. Reflecting on her intentions, she merely aimed to plant a seed of doubt in the minds of these Death Eaters, leaving it to them to determine whether it would flourish into a towering tree. After a lingering glance at Penny, Dolohov urged Bella, The priority now is to deliver her to our master. The key belonging to the Black family was a resplendent disc that could dazzle the eyes in sunlight. Truly opulent, Roka remarked. Bella cast a disdainful look at him, retorting that if it were not for the urgency of their situation, someone of his mixed blood would not even be worthy to touch the esteemed possessions of the Black family. Once everyone's hands had gripped the disc, Bella activated the key, and a blinding white light enveloped them. Just as the key was about to take effect, a slicing curse abruptly struck one of their own. Ah! The seemingly mute Death Eater screamed in agony. Roka, what are you doing? In their panic, they had no time to draw their wands and could only scold the traitor. Due to the close range of the spell, several fingers of the afflicted Death Eater were severed, and in the throes of pain, he relinquished his hold on Penny, allowing Roka to seize her. Farewell, my friends. It was then they realized that Roka had never even touched the key. In an instant, the disapparition spell and the key activated simultaneously, whisking both groups to separate destinations. Chapter 84, Nurmengard. The experience of rapid disapparition was far from pleasant. Especially after having endured the Cruciatus curse, Penny fought the urge to vomit throughout the journey. The wizard, with his face pressed close to hers, finally halted in a desolate location. After several abrupt changes of location, he too was exhausted. Dropping Penny aside, he leaned against the rough bark of a tree, gasping for breath. Yet, even in his fatigue, he could not suppress his complaints. You certainly know how to stir up trouble, Penny. Penny. Her complexion as pallid as a vampire-s, collapsed onto the ground, her voice barely rising above a mosquito-s buzz. How was I to know they were acting so irrationally? I wasn't even in England to cause them any trouble. Nevertheless, she added, I am grateful you saved me. Ilok. Upon hearing this, Ilok glanced at his exposed hand in disbelief, staring at her incredulously. How did you figure it out? The polyjuice potion hasn't even worn off. Penny playfully winked at him. I caught a whiff of the African tree snake skin. Oh, I see. Ilok averted his gaze, feeling somewhat guilty. Penny's wink had inexplicably reminded him of Dumbledore. Oh, great Professor Dumbledore. I have accomplished the task you entrusted to me. However, what transpired thereafter may not align with your wishes. Penny sensed that Ilok was behaving differently today. He seemed to harbor a secret. Just as her curiosity piqued, Ilok's voice broke the silence, light and tentative. Dear Penny, would you perhaps accompany me to Austria? Considering I just rescued you from the clutches of the devil. Penny was taken aback. Before her stood a foreboding, jet-black tower, austere and seemingly abandoned, set against a backdrop reminiscent of the dark, storm-laden skies of England, far from inviting. The entrance bore an inscription, a well-known saying from decades past in the wizarding world, for the greater good. Since 1945, a figure ranked at the top of the most dangerous dark wizards list had resided here, at Nurmengard. I assume the place you intend to take me is not here? Penny stiffly turned to face Ilok, but regrettably, he merely smiled at her, his eyes brimming with certainty. Was it her imagination? Or did Ilok seem more serious since their arrival? He stood straighter, exuding an air of gravity. Penny she recalled how recently he had boasted of being a fan of Newt Scamander, yet now it seemed he had switched allegiances. Much like Hogwarts, Nurmengard was protected by anti-disapparition wards. Upon assessing the tower's height and learning that the person she was to meet resided on the top floor, Penny declined Ilok's suggestion to climb, swiftly mounting her broomstick instead. As the girl ascended higher, Ilok struck his palm in frustration, lamenting, how could I forget that we could use broomsticks? The automated enchantments allowed Penny entry through a flash of blue light, and meanwhile, far away at Hogwarts, Professor Dumbledore sprayed a sugary red tea fountain all over the floor. Merlin's beard, has he lost his mind? Why is Penny in Austria? At the pinnacle of the tower, the interior was as dark and forbidding as its exterior, even more so. It was the prison established by the infamous dark wizard Grindelwald for his adversaries, ultimately becoming his own confinement. After traversing a desolate corridor for over 100 meters, Penny entered a stark, rudimentary cell where she encountered its occupant, Gellert Grindelwald. He was a tall, emaciated old man, draped in a voluminous white prison garb that accentuated his gaunt frame. His hair and beard had grown long, unkempt, and he sat upon a hard cot, appearing like an ordinary, pitiful old man in his twilight years. Yet, to underestimate him would be a grave miscalculation. From the moment she stepped into the room, Penny could sense the vibrant magical elements in the air, akin to seasoned warriors poised with their weapons, ready to spring into battle at their master's command. It was unfathomable that such a frail old man harbored such terrifying power. It was even more astonishing that Ilok had brought her here. Indeed, Gellert Grindelwald, Dumbledore's arch-nemesis, proved the adage true. In the wizarding world, the longer one lived, the stronger one became. The old man stared vacantly out the window at the gray scenery, silent as if observing a flower blooming outside. After a prolonged silence, Penny broke the stillness, asking, Ilok mentioned you wished to see me? Only then did the old man turn his head, his expression puzzled. Ilok, who is he? What could be more despairing than being betrayed by one's idol? Ilok, having just ascended the stairs, was caught off guard by this question. He staggered back a few steps, clutching his heart in anguish, emitting a pained groan. Ah, sir. You wound me. My heart aches. Penny, with a smirk twitching at the corner of her mouth, rated this exaggerated performance, discreetly stepping aside so that Grindelwald could fully appreciate his subordinate's theatrics. Grindelwald, enough. Little messenger, cease your antics. You lack the talent for it. Ultimately, it was Grindelwald who interrupted Ilok's antics. He found himself somewhat exasperated by such an erratic subordinate. All right, you may converse, he conceded. After making a fleeting appearance, Ilok vanished to the pinnacle of the tower. Grindelwald's gaze settled upon Penny, his eyes possessing an extraordinary quality. One was a vivid blue, while the other was a mysterious silvery hue. Penny Evans, I have heard you are Dumbledore's favorite student? Me? Who said such a thing? Surely not. Penny's brow furrowed as she vehemently denied the claim, asserting that Dumbledore likely only favored her orange-flavored dental elixir, having even placed her in detention several times. Honestly, I believe Dumbledore shows a greater inclination towards the Gryffindor students. He appears to revel in watching those audacious little lions act foolishly. Reflecting upon the notorious escapades of the famed Gryffindor quartet, which had thrown several houses into disarray, a perplexed expression crossed Penny's face. Yet, it seemed Dumbledore consistently believed they harbored no ill intentions. Despite this, Penny felt they lacked essential guidance. At times, naivety and malice do not stand in opposition. And the cruelty committed while oblivious to one's own errors can be the most heartless of all. Chapter 85, Old Flames. An intriguing notion indeed. After observing Penny with his peculiar eyes for a while, Grindelwald diverted his gaze, his expression as inscrutable as a long-dormant well, unfathomable and desolate. As time progressed, the two engaged in a sporadic conversation. Grindelwald appeared disinterested in the dynamics of the magical realm, often framing his inquiries around one individual, Dumbledore. Penny pondered whether this was a matter of rivalry or mutual respect between adversaries. Yet, it was not her concern. These two aged men, with a combined age that was quite astonishing, ought to resolve their issues independently without burdening her, a mere child. At last, Penny discerned the possible reason for Grindelwald's summons. Awak mentioned you possess a remarkable talent in potion-making and are seemingly researching an elixir for rejuvenation. Indeed, but if you seek this potion, you may find yourself disappointed. She replied, the potion's effects have encountered some complications. I initially believed that the elixir Dumbledore ingested would only preserve his youthful appearance for about a year. Yet its effects have persisted to this day. With a sigh, Penny adjusted her chair. Her expression tinged with sorrow, the creator's dismay at the deviation of their promising work from its intended outcome. Professor Slughorn, who consumed the potion later, had already experienced its failure. Where had the flaw arisen? Perhaps the potion's efficacy was linked to the caster's magical prowess? Or maybe Dumbledore's constitution was particularly suited for such a brew. Regardless, something was amiss. Noticing the elderly man's keen interest as she spoke of Dumbledore, a flicker of intensity ignited in his eyes. Causing a chill to creep up Penny's spine, she sensed danger. Of course, this has no bearing on Dumbledore's health or abilities. It merely suggests that his appearance may remain perpetually youthful, akin to that of an 18-year-old. Grindelwald's gaze softened once more, allowing Penny to exhale softly in relief. The temperament of this old man was indeed difficult to predict. How much of this potion do you have left? Clearly, Penny's caution had not deterred the elder. He had begun to contemplate the acquisition of her potion. After a moment of impasse, Penny averted her gaze, conceding defeat. Very well, stubborn old man. Should any further issues arise with the potion, I shall not be held accountable. There remains but one final vial. As Penny descended from the summit of Nurmengard, she clutched a bag in her hand, enchanted with an extension charm, which appeared small, yet contained a wealth of glimmering, substantial galleons. Grindelwald had proven unexpectedly generous. She had anticipated that after such austere accommodations, he would be entirely destitute. Moreover, she was astonished to discover that Nurmengard, infamous alongside Azkaban, still retained a communication service. As Grindelwald paid, several opened envelopes from his hard wooden bed inadvertently revealed themselves. Having descended a few flights, Alok approached with eager enthusiasm, inquiring, what did you discuss? I shall not divulge, little messenger, Penny replied, sticking out her tongue playfully and mimicking Grindelwald's tone. Alok shivered in response, discontented. Hey, do not address me thus. I am your savior. I had no inkling that my savior was a diligent owl, working for the illustrious Grindelwald, Penny quipped, raising an eyebrow. Just as she had not anticipated Alok's presence here, she had never known that he served Grindelwald in addition to Dumbledore. Alok shrugged, explaining, in truth, the occasions when the gentleman requires my assistance are few, including today. It has only been twice in total, given his current predicament. He leaned against the stair railing, lowering his hat in a mock display of weariness, continuing, a lack of tasks equates to a lack of pay. Wizards, too, require galleons for sustenance. You mean to suggest you are a bounty hunter? Oh, certainly not. I merely take on other odd jobs while awaiting assignments from the gentleman, such as escorting some troublesome little scamp home. Their gazes met briefly before diverging, and disregarding Alok's sardonic remarks, Penny's fragmented thoughts began to coalesce. She recalled the few times he had brought her here, serving as a messenger. Strangely, she remembered Alok's sudden appearance at Hogwarts. A puzzling event given his penchant for hoarding every last canute. Now, she understood the destination of those photographs he had taken. Yet, Grindelwald did not seem like a philanthropist concerned with educational endeavors. She was more inclined to believe his interests lay with Dumbledore. Wait, Dumbledore? Today. He did indeed display an unusual curiosity regarding Dumbledore, one that seemed to transcend mere rivalry. Perhaps those envelopes contained photographs of the esteemed headmaster from his youth? As the image of Dumbledore's exceedingly handsome visage flashed in her mind, Penny's thoughts spiraled into astonishing conjectures. She gazed at Alok, her voice trembling. When did Dumbledore and Grindelwald first meet? Long ago, Alok responded, winking conspiratorially, his smile shifting to one of mischief. They were once closer than brothers. As if a revelation had struck her, Penny's pupils dilated, and a short gasp escaped her throat. Huh. Alok grinned triumphantly beside her. Oh, dear Penny, do remain calm. It is indeed a matter worthy of astonishment. Everything suddenly fell into place. Why Grindelwald had subtly probed her regarding Dumbledore, why he had requested the rejuvenation potion, and why she found herself here today. They were well-known adversaries, evenly matched opponents. Yet, beyond that, they were also the most secretive of lovers. Although the reasons for their current estrangement eluded her, it was evident that unresolved feelings lingered between them. Contemplating the ambitious dark wizard who stood in opposition to Dumbledore, Penny silently lit a candle for him. If this aging couple were to reconcile, would he truly have a chance at survival? Chapter 86. Within Reach. Regardless of the tumultuous thoughts swirling in her mind, Penny had no choice but to remain at Nurmengard for the night. Although the prison at the top was dilapidated, the rooms on the other floors were quite satisfactory, far more spacious and comfortable than her dormitory at Hogwarts. Penny's room was merely separated from Alok's by a narrow corridor. Exhausted from the day's endeavors, she tossed herself onto the freshly cleaned bed and succumbed to slumber, oblivious to the gleaming surface of her two-way mirror in her pocket. Severus Snape, disheartened, placed his own mirror down and slumped over his desk, his recently washed hair listlessly hanging over his forehead. He was vexed. Penny had not responded to his mirror. The effects of the Wolfsbane potion were remarkable in Remus, and he had intended to share this good news with Penny. But it was evident that the person across from him was currently preoccupied. In the dead of night, Penny was roused by hunger. Only then realizing she had not eaten all day. Alok, her indifferent housemate, had shown no awareness of the young witch's need for nourishment. Half awake, she hastily shoved some food into her mouth, only to choke on it, erupting into a violent coughing fit that finally restored her senses. The luminous two-way mirror quickly caught her attention, revealing several missed messages from Severus Snape. Raising an eyebrow, she noted the rare occasion that missed her. Snape had time for an all-night conversation, though the timing was somewhat unfortunate. Glancing at the wall clock, she noted it was 2 in the morning. Surely he should be asleep by now. Nevertheless, she dialed the two-way mirror, the connection taking a moment due to the distance between their two countries. The connection light flashed, and the other side was answered almost instantaneously. Penny was taken aback by Severus's promptness, yet understanding of his shyness, refrained from teasing him. "Good evening, Severus." "Good evening, Penny." Severus gazed at the girl with an almost greedy longing. He missed her terribly, though they had only spoken through the mirror not long ago. His yearning for her remained strong. She did not appear well. Her cheeks bore the marks of recent injuries, like remnants of a battle, and a weary expression lingered in her eyes. She had changed into her pajamas. Her hair was disheveled, suggesting she had just awakened, likely from hunger. She had already sought something to quell her appetite, as evidenced by the remnants of food at the corner of her mouth. Severus's brow furrowed deeply as he leaned closer to the mirror, as if that proximity would somehow bring him closer to her. "What has happened, Penny? You do not look well." "Not just unwell, but quite unfortunate," Penny sighed, recalling the Death Eaters who had inexplicably pursued her. "By Merlin, it seems I have encountered a band of lunatics." Considering Severus's precarious situation in Slytherin, she refrained from disclosing the details of her perilous encounter, simply mentioning that she had been chased by a group of madmen for several days, though thankfully Alok had come to her rescue. After sharing her woes, Penny felt considerably lighter, while Severus's expression grew more troubled, his brow knitting tighter as he gripped his school robe tightly, feeling powerless. Although Penny had downplayed the dangers she faced, he deduced from her demeanor and reactions that her adversaries were formidable. He felt inadequate and pondered when and how he could truly protect her. "Enough, Severus, do not wear such a countenance. Please, try to be cheerful," she urged, reverting to her usual carefree demeanor, her eyes sparkling with mirth as she attempted to comfort him. "I assume you didn't seek me out merely to listen to my grievances." He had intended to share his triumph. Yet Severus's mood felt akin to bathing in an icy pit during winter. It was dreadfully cold. He endeavored to muster a smile, but only managed a grimace. "I wanted to inform you that the Wolfsbane potion experiment was successful. It worked quite well with Remus. Congratulations, Severus. You shall be a magnificent potioneer." Albus Dumbledore arrived at Nurmengard later than Penny had anticipated. The fortress, devoid of sunlight, did not witness the sunset's glow even at dusk. The golden-red phoenix, Fawkes, soared through the flames with Dumbledore, while Penny dined with a drowsy Alok in the dining hall, the brilliant light of the fire spilling through the enormous windows. Alok's spirits lifted instantly as he carried a glass of bright red grape juice to the window, his excitement unabashed. "It is not befitting an English gentleman to spy on the romantic secrets of the elderly," he remarked. Penny emulated his stance, holding her own glass of grape juice in anticipation of the unfolding drama. "Apologies, but I am but a pitiful pauper, and aside from our gentlemen and I share little resemblance." Alok, now quite adept at countering her remarks, replied, "If you do not wish to watch, you may return to your seat. Do not disturb me." "Very well, you win," she conceded. Dumbledore lingered at the entrance of Nurmengard, where the stone engraved with Grindelwald's infamous quotes lay covered in dust, as if the once mighty figure had been cast aside by the passage of time. The towering structure now resembled a gaping abyss, and Dumbledore sighed heavily as he gazed at the pinnacle, having not visited this place in many years. Had it not been for Penny, he might never have returned. He felt neither desire nor willingness to confront the past. Their shared history should be buried with time, better left unspoken. Much like the insignificant events of his nearly century-long life that faded into forgetfulness. Yet, upon arriving, Dumbledore hesitated, aware that he lacked the courage befitting a Gryffindor when faced with Gellert Grindelwald. Fawkes perched upon Dumbledore's shoulder, preening his feathers. Yet, even as the phoenix finished grooming, Dumbledore remained motionless at the entrance. Fawkes gently pecked at him, but upon receiving no response, took flight. The two observers at the window exchanged puzzled glances, their legs growing weary as they noted Dumbledore's apparent reluctance to enter. Poor Penny, it seems your headmaster intends to abandon you. He shows no inclination to come in, Alok remarked, leaning against the window with a sympathetic gaze. Penny stifled a yawn, her blue eyes misty with fatigue, disappointed at the prospect of missing Dumbledore's gossip. She clicked her tongue in regret, ignoring Alok's commentary as she resolved to return to her room for some much-needed rest. She had conversed with Severus far too late the previous night. This little fellow is becoming increasingly dull, Alok mused, shaking his glass as he lazily ambled back. Chapter 87, Uprising. Grindelwald had resided in this prison for far too long, intimately familiar with its confines. Thus, the moment Fawkes brought Dumbledore to the entrance, he sensed their arrival. He had presumed Dumbledore would not come today, just as he had observed from a distance on numerous occasions while gazing at the towering structure from a nearby hill. When Dumbledore finally appeared before him, the depths of Grindelwald's sunken eyes rippled with emotion, and for an instant, he envisioned blood-red roses blooming behind the man, reminiscent of the fiery-haired boy from Godric's Hollow approaching him. It seems the little witch's potion has yielded positive results. Dumbledore, Grindelwald's lips quivered as he finally uttered the name, nearly unrecognizable to him now. Memories of the Golden Phoenix, youthful and handsome, flooded back. They had shared a profound connection, gazing into each other's eyes filled with love. In time, the once mighty dark wizard amassed power across Europe, and though they stood on opposing sides, they had respected one another, loved each other, and feared each other equally. Had there been but one prisoner in Nurmengard, Dumbledore would scarcely have believed the frail figure before him to be Grindelwald. The man bore none of the youthful vigor of his past, and even in their unexpected encounter, his eyes reflected a stillness akin to stagnant waters, reminiscent of the dimming light at dusk. An indescribable anguish pierced Dumbledore's heart, leaving him to question whether his actions had been justified, whether he had condemned Grindelwald to such a wretched existence. He could never bear to see him in such despair. It is indeed a rarity for the esteemed Dumbledore, typically preoccupied with saving the wizarding world, to grace me with his presence in this prison. Grindelwald reclined against the solitary wooden chair, his elongated drawl dripping with disdain as he mocked Dumbledore. He was all too familiar with this man. The moment he furrowed his brow, Grindelwald could discern his thoughts. A heart both hardened and tender, perpetually ensnared in futile guilt. Yet, this did not diminish his resentment. It was astonishing that Dumbledore had never truly come to see him all this time. Grindelwald cast a sidelong glance, his words as sharp as ever. Perhaps you wish to ascertain whether your arch-nemesis has met his demise, or maybe that young which is the true object of your visit. Fortunately, despite his harsh circumstances, his spirit remained somewhat unyielding. Dumbledore felt a slight alleviation in his heart as his cerulean eyes once again fixed upon Grindelwald. You should not have brought Penny here, Grindelwald. She is but a child. Ah, so you indeed came for that little witch. The desolate tower's uppermost level fell into an eerie silence, the moonlight outside casting a brilliant glow, yet no light penetrated the grim prison, nor did it reach the confines of the cramped cell. The gaunt elder sulked, turning his back, his figure no longer the towering presence of yore, resembling the withering leaves of a maple tree in late autumn. A chill breeze swept in. Despite it being summer, Dumbledore felt an unsettling cold. Yes, though he temporarily possessed the guise of youth, he was undeniably aging, and so too was Grindelwald. Gellert Grindelwald sighed wearily, a sudden fatigue enveloping him. Grindelwald stiffened, turning to see Dumbledore's face twisted in a pitiful frown, momentarily taken aback. He glared at Dumbledore. I have no sugary delicacies for you here. 10 minutes later, a drowsy Alok was roused from his slumber. 15 minutes later, the night owl Penny lost a jar of orange-flavored candies. And 20 minutes later, Dumbledore, contentedly cradling the candy jar, mused, oh, Penny's sweets always possess such a unique flavor. Grindelwald's lips twitched. He reasonably suspected that Dumbledore's intent to rescue the young, which was motivated by her confectionery. noticing Grindelwald's inexplicable gaze upon him. Dumbledore hesitated before extending the small candy jar in his direction. Would you care to try some? I have no fondness for such cloying treats. The following morning, a yawning Alak encountered Penny, who bore the weight of 2 prominent dark circles under her eyes, both struggling against the drowsiness that hung over breakfast. Just as Penny's head was about to make intimate contact with her plate, Dumbledore roused her. Oh, little Penny, you need not attend classes today. Why not rest a while longer in your room? Good idea, Professor. It was only when Penny stood that she realized something was amiss. She looked up in astonishment at Dumbledore. Headmaster, what are you doing here? Upon recalling something, realization dawned on her. Oh, forgive me. I forgot you were meant to be here. Dumbledore, what was she saying? He found himself slightly bewildered. As night fell, Ermengarde succumbed to a shroud of silence beneath the hazy twilight. In the topmost cell, the dark wizard who once stirred the winds of Europe sat upon a decrepit wooden chair, his head bowed, beads of perspiration rolling down his forehead, eyes tightly shut. One eye, straining against the thin veil of his eyelid, darted restlessly like a beast ensnared, rendered terrifying by the surrounding darkness. As if caught in a nightmare, Grindelwald began to grow agitated, his emaciated hand gripping the chair's armrest, veins protruding, and with his rising unease, the magical elements swirling around him grew increasingly volatile, their energy amplifying with his deteriorating mood. Ow! With a suppressed growl, Grindelwald's chaotic magic spiraled out of control, and in an instant, the uppermost level of Ermengarde blazed with a brilliant azure light, an unparalleled radiance illuminating the world. The uncontrollable magic of a wizard powerful enough to burn Paris was formidable indeed. The entire Ermengarde tower shuddered, its dark gray structure shifting several centimeters downward. With a piercing cry, Fawkes erupted in a flurry of golden-red feathers. Gellert, Dumbledore, who had been immersed in sleep, instantly summoned his wand, vanishing from his chamber in the next breath. Alak, who had yet to drift into slumber, was abruptly forced to the ground by the overwhelming magical pressure, his bones creaking as he groaned for mercy. Meanwhile, Penny, engaged in conversation with Snape, found herself in dire straits as her half-finished alchemical creation exploded, subjecting her to the dual assault of the blast and the magical pressure, leaving her with no more than an expletive before she fainted. Penny. Snape's eyes widened in alarm. Yet the two-way mirror severed the only connection he had with her. Chapter 88, The Great Escape. Dumbledore struggled through the tempest wrought by the magical upheaval, silently casting spells that formed a sturdy armor around him for protection. Sensing the intrusion, the turbulent magic grew even more agitated, compelling Dumbledore to continually replenish his spells with magical energy. This was an exceedingly rare magical disturbance. Typically, wizards gain mastery over their magic upon reaching adulthood, with stronger wizards exhibiting greater control. Not to mention, Grindelwald had once stood among the most powerful wizards in the world. Yet, the situation was utterly unbelievable. Grindelwald had lost control. What has happened? Gellert. Amidst the howling winds of the magical tempest, Dumbledore endeavored to awaken Grindelwald's reason with his words. Regrettably, this proved futile. Grindelwald remained in the very cell that had once imprisoned him, yet it had transformed beyond recognition. The furious magic had obliterated all obstacles, leaving only a few walls desperately clinging to their integrity. At the center of the magical storm, Grindelwald kept his head bowed, his expression ensnared in an inescapable nightmare. What manner of nightmare could entrap Grindelwald? Dumbledore cursed under his breath. Damn it! As the walls trembled on the brink of collapse beneath the relentless assault of the magic, he was forced to make a choice. If he wished to prevent Grindelwald from being crushed by fallen debris, he would have to rescue him, yet this would undoubtedly alert the Ministry of Magic. He could already envision the words Grindelwald's escape in the next edition of the Daily Prophet. Just as matters reached their direst point, Grindelwald awakened, his extraordinary eye shimmering at the heart of the tempest. The overtaxed eye, upon regaining its sight, ached painfully. Even Grindelwald, taken off guard, could not suppress a sharp intake of breath as he immediately recognized Dumbledore, wand raised, not far away. He stared blankly for a moment, unable to distinguish between dream and reality. It took him some time to regain his bearings, taking in the chaos around him, and he began to grasp what had just transpired. Well, I never thought I, Gellert Grindelwald, would experience a magical uproar today, he mused, bemused. Once his senses returned, Grindelwald merely exerted a modicum of control over the tumultuous magic, which then swirled around him, docile as a tamed cat. Seeing him regain his composure, Dumbledore exhaled a sigh of relief, yet unease brewed within him. He was acutely aware of Grindelwald's prophetic abilities, signified by that peculiar eye, and he had clearly witnessed something in the storm, something that had involuntarily triggered Grindelwald's loss of control. The two centenarians exchanged distant glances, each harboring their own thoughts and schemes. separated by mere inches yet feeling as if an insurmountable chasm lay between them. The magical tempest has been quelled, yet the turmoil does not cease. The uppermost levels of Nurmengard now appear precariously unstable, on the brink of collapse. After casting a glance at Dumbledore, Grindelwald vanished in an instant, with Dumbledore following suit. Penny was roused from her slumber by Eylock, who bore an unsettling pallor and an anxious demeanor. He was clad in a jacket over his pajamas, a sight that struck Penny as rather unbecoming for him. Upon seeing her awaken, Eylock urged her, "You're awake. You have 2 minutes to gather your belongings. We must depart this place." The room was thick with dust and the acrid scent of charred remnants, and a palpable magical pressure hung heavily in the air, leading Penny to realize something was amiss. What has transpired? A large-scale incursion of Death Eaters into Nurmengard? Though puzzled, Penny swiftly began to collect her things. This was not the time for inquiries, but rather a moment to prioritize her survival. Eylock led her to an open area outside Nurmengard, where Dumbledore and Grindelwald awaited them. Unlike the elderly man she encountered in the cell yesterday, this figure donned an exquisitely tailored ash-gray suit, his hair impeccably groomed. Though slender, his presence was strikingly formidable, evoking an inexplicable recollection of the Dark Lord. Both were equally powerful, yet Grindelwald possessed a certain persuasive charisma that set him apart. Standing in the clearing, Grindelwald gazed upon the tower he had constructed, one that had ensnared him for many years. Perhaps feeling a twinge of nostalgia, he cast a final, lingering look at the edifice before summoning a colossal bird of blue flames with a wave of his hand, sending it soaring toward the structure. As the azure firebird took flight, Dumbledore's brow furrowed. He now comprehended that Grindelwald would not return to that prison. In an instant, one of the most renowned wizarding prisons, Nurmengard, was engulfed in a conflagration, flames licking at the sky, with sporadic bursts of blue fire dancing within. Penny harbored no doubt that by dawn, the site would be reduced to smoldering ruins. Facing the inferno, Dumbledore's expression tightened as he turned to the man standing nearby, ultimately inquiring, "Where do you intend to go, Grindelwald?" Grindelwald glanced back at him without offering a reply. "Very well, if you choose not to divulge," Dumbledore sighed, his shoulders sagging in visible despondency. "Do not feign pity, Dumbledore," Grindelwald retorted, narrowing his eyes. He recalled how Dumbledore, at 18, had often resorted to such tactics for sympathy. Perhaps the potion from that young, which still had some lingering effects on the mind. Not far from them, Penny and Eylock observed intently, and as Eylock attempted to decipher their exchange through lip reading, they both shuddered, exclaiming, "The terror of aged power is indeed formidable." Gazing at the familiar visage, with his fingers caressing the cool surface of the potion vial, Grindelwald felt a stir within. Now that he had emerged, it was time for some personal upkeep. He tilted his head back, downing the potion in one swift motion, the oddly flavored liquid igniting his taste buds with a peculiar sweetness. Suppressing the urge to retch, Grindelwald managed to swallow it down. The potion took effect with unexpected swiftness. It was as if time itself had reversed. The signs of aging on Grindelwald's face diminished, the wrinkles and white hair faded, and within a few breaths, a youthful blonde-haired boy appeared before them. "How handsome," Penny whispered, covering her mouth. It seems that a handsome boyfriend is indeed a match for a handsome partner. Reflecting on the youth-renewing properties of the potion and glancing at the 18-year-old Dumbledore alongside the seemingly underage Grindelwald, Penny's expression shifted to one of astonishment. She felt she was on the verge of an epiphany. "You certainly acted swiftly, Dumbledore." Grindelwald had escaped from prison, departing with an air of nonchalance, his retreating figure reminiscent of a tiger returning to the wild. Surprisingly, Dumbledore made no attempt to stop him. He simply watched him fade away. "Oh, sir," Eylock lamented, his face a mask of sorrow, realizing that Grindelwald had left without him. Chapter 89, Eileen. "Well, the matter has been resolved satisfactorily." Dumbledore stretched his back, his cerulean eyes settling on Penny. "Given the current lack of safety outside, perhaps you may consider returning to Hogwarts for your classes? Next academic year, perhaps, as Hogwarts will soon be on summer break." "Very well, if that is your wish. Until next year, then." Dumbledore did not press the matter further. A golden-red phoenix alighted upon his shoulder, tilting its head towards Penny, casting a lingering glance back at the charred remnants before vanishing into thin air with a resounding cry. Penny turned her gaze towards the quietly retreating figure. Was it time for farewells? Eylock. Ahem. Eylock, called to a halt, cleared his throat sheepishly but quickly resumed his usual playful demeanor. "You shouldn't have stopped me. A sudden departure is far more palatable than the bittersweet taste of parting." An intriguing perspective, but I still prefer to bid farewell. Penny waved to him, and the young wizard offered her an awkward hat tip before disappearing from sight. Before the summer break at Hogwarts arrived, Penny returned to England. She should have arrived sooner, but navigating unfamiliar territory had consumed much of her time. That scoundrel Eylock. leaving without so much as a map for me. I took many wrong turns. After a prolonged absence, Diagon Alley remained unchanged, as if time had stood still. It was said that this place had looked the same for centuries, with wizards enjoying a stability that was almost shocking. Penny was scheduled to meet a potion merchant today. After her recent travels, her purse was alarmingly light, and she urgently sought a partner to replenish her finances. Previously, her collaboration with Lucius had been fruitful. He was a generous business partner who never allowed her to suffer losses. Regrettably, their ideological differences had led to a breach in their partnership, particularly after he had disclosed her whereabouts to someone during their last collaboration. Entering a somewhat antiquated shop, she exchanged a few words with the shopkeeper, who then escorted her to a reception room on the second floor. The room, dominated by a deep green hue, evoked images of bubbling potions in a cauldron. A stern-looking noblewoman sat regally in the main chair, elegantly attired in a fashionable wizarding robe adorned with glimmering gemstones, complemented by a matching set of jewelry around her neck and wrists, indicative of considerable wealth. And Eileen. Penny greeted the noblewoman, who was none other than Severus Snape's mother. Eileen Prince. Since departing from Tobia and leaving behind the dismal Spinner's End, Eileen had returned to Prince Manor, now the sole heir of the Prince family. Despite her ancestors being immortalized in portraits that extolled the virtues of pure-blood lineage, she had rightfully inherited the family's estate. The Prince family had been one of the most illustrious pure-blood families in the British wizarding world for centuries, renowned for their expertise in potion-making. Almost every generation's head had displayed remarkable talent in this field, which explained why Eileen could swiftly reacquaint herself with potion knowledge and successfully pass the Apothecaries Association's Advanced Potion Master examination, even after spending an extended period in the Muggle world. "It has been a long time, Penny," Eileen remarked, rising to greet her. There was an unnatural expression on her face. She felt a twinge of embarrassment in the presence of someone so many decades her junior, who had been witness to one of the most humiliating episodes of her life, and had also played a pivotal role in her escape from that wretched existence. She ought to be grateful, yet her gratitude was mingled with a sense of regret. Upon her return to Prince Manor, her relationship with Severus took a significant turn. She could subtly sense the unspoken affections that lingered in his heart. It must be said that Severus possessed a discerning eye that surpassed her own. However, despite Severus's commendable prowess in potions and his adeptness in charms, Eileen remained unconvinced that Petunia would ever harbor feelings for him. After all, young ladies often gravitate towards outwardly glamorous appearances, and unfortunately, adjectives such as morose and sullen seemed far more fitting for her beloved son. Today's discourse, however, was not centered around Severus's romantic entanglements, but rather the art of potion-making, and Eileen quickly composed herself, ready to attend to the matter at hand. The more beautiful a woman is, the more intolerable she finds the passage of time upon her visage. This holds true for enchanting witches as well. Last year, Petunia's article in the Potions Weekly had stirred excitement among the pure-blood witches who cherished their beauty and were not lacking in wealth. The impact of her work, amplified by Dumbledore's recent photographs in the Daily Prophet, had led to a surge of inquiries at the apothecary. Petunia had long harbored the ambition to monetize her potion recipes, treating them merely as beauty potions, selling simplified versions of the original brews, which she dubbed elixirs of beauty. Initially, she had intended to partner with Lucius, given the extensive connections of the Malfoy family that promised considerable profit, but betrayal had altered her course. She turned to Eileen out of necessity, knowing few potion merchants and trusting that Eileen would offer her a satisfactory price. Indeed, Eileen's eventual offer pleased her, and after an evening meal in Diagon Alley, they finalized their agreement. The formula for the elixir of beauty was not overly complex. The herbs employed were relatively commonplace. The intricacy lay in the precise timing and execution of specific incantations during the brewing process, which greatly tested the skill of the potion maker. Even Eileen, an adept potion brewer, marveled at the ingenuity of the recipe, pondering how astonishing the original formulation must be. Yet, there was a tinge of regret. Such a remarkable girl. And one could only wonder who would ultimately claim her heart. During dinner, Severus received an owl from Eileen, which piqued his curiosity. He recalled that she had already sent him the month's supply of necessities. "Dear Severus, you cannot possibly fathom who I encountered today." The manner of her writing was uncharacteristically verbose, and Severus felt a stir of impatience. He recalled his mother was not typically given to such ramblings. "Well, conceal your dreary expression, for I chanced upon your beloved Miss Petunia Evans today in Diagon Alley. She is truly a remarkable genius." Severus's countenance flushed crimson in an instant. Good heavens, what was mother insinuating? He certainly did not harbor any such sentiments. How could she possibly know? In the subsequent lines, Eileen waxed lyrical about Petunia's brilliance and bestowed upon their apothecary the rights to her potion formula. interspersed with jibes regarding Severus's prolonged status as Petunia's unattached admirer, relishing in her schadenfreude. Severus's expression darkened, and his dinner plate of steak was reduced to irregular fragments. At the conclusion of her letter, Eileen left him with a final note. Thus, I have decided to commence the brewing of the elixir of beauty from today onwards. And do not disturb my potion-making endeavors until I have sent my next correspondence. Severus grumbled. Very well, dear mother. Chapter 90, Untitled. In a Diagon Alley apothecary. A new batch of elixirs of beauty had arrived just before the Hogwarts holidays, their astonishing efficacy driving countless individuals into a frenzy. In the span of merely a week, demand soared from negligible interest to a state of scarcity, earning the Prince family's apothecary considerable renown. Eileen's recent efforts had finally borne fruit. In the corridors of Hogwarts, Severus recently noticed a marked increase in the friendliness of his peers. Even those who had previously targeted him due to his lineage or temperament had restrained themselves, occasionally offering him a smile. Casting aside the image of a twisted, rigid grin reminiscent of a mandrake, Severus harshly critiqued the recent kindness he received, deeming it madness. Hey, Severus, do not be so harsh, Lily reminded him, only to falter momentarily under his raised brow. Well, they do look rather hideous and are not exactly enthusiastic about it. I am pleased to see that your mind, stuffed with Mimbulus Mimbletonia, still retains the most basic faculties of judgment, Severus quipped with a sardonic smirk. Truly, Lily's teeth ground together in frustration. Her friends had become increasingly adept at mockery. Now she found herself missing Petunia, for at least in her presence, Severus displayed more gentlemanly conduct than he did now. Oh, dear Lily, came the familiar syrupy voice of Potter from a distance, prompting a sudden change in her demeanor. Typically, such a voice heralded his imminent arrival. You have 10 seconds, Severus warned. Farewell. Lily prepared to flee, her robes billowing as she vanished down the corridor in the blink of an eye. After dealing with the bothersome Potter and his troublemaking brother, Severus discreetly entered the room of requirement, careful to avoid attracting attention. The room's layout remained unchanged since Petunia's departure, with clear distinctions between the alchemy and potion areas. Dust had settled on the alchemical worktables, and Severus deftly waved his wand to clean them. He then took his place at his potion station, where a substantial envelope awaited him, addressed to the International Potion Makers Association. Inside lay his enhancements to the Wolfbane potion and several tips regarding potion materials. He composed his letter as the heir of the Prince family, fully aware that even in the wizarding world, lacking connections could lead to his research being usurped. Despite the Prince family's decline, it retained a modicum of renown within the potion-making community, and wizarding law favored the interests of pureblood families. If all went well, the contents of his letter would facilitate his acceptance into the International Potion Makers Association, granting him a measure of recognition. He had already attained the title of Intermediate Potion Maker, and upon graduation, he would be eligible for the Master Potion Maker examination. Given his talent and diligence, the odds of passing were favorable. He had no inkling of what thoughts occupied the minds of adolescent girls, nor did he understand Petunia's criteria for a future partner. Yet, he held the conviction that once he attained the status, wealth, and influence of a master potion maker, she would surely cast a more favorable glance in his direction. Finding satisfaction in him, Goo, the sleepy Rhea stirred from her nest, blinking her round eyes up at Severus, feeling a pang of hunger. He beckoned her over, and the rotund owl, resembling a plump ball of brown fluff, settled onto his shoulder. Perceiving the added weight, Severus scowled and lifted her from his shoulder. Well, you've gained weight again. You ought to lose some, Rhea, he admonished sternly. If you become so rotund that even your master cannot recognize you, you will be nothing more than a stray owl. Reflecting on her ungrateful owner who had gone out to play without her, Rhea's round body seemed to expand even further, her feathers fluffed in indignation. She began to squawk angrily, goo, goo, goo goo. Ultimately, Severus relented and offered her a piece of jerky, along with some water, which finally quieted the little creature. Once she was well fed and watered, Severus tied the envelope to Rhea's leg, ignoring her incredulous gaze as he patted her head. Now that you're full, it's time to work. Stepping out of the room of requirement, Rhea hesitantly pecked at his finger before taking flight with the letter, disappearing into the distance. Petunia was in splendid spirits lately, for who wouldn't be pleased knowing that their little treasure trove was steadily accumulating gold galleons? Upon returning home, the Evans couple was overjoyed at the return of their eldest daughter, having not seen her for over half a year. Due to the hardships of recent days spent outdoors, Penny's complexion has noticeably lost its former pallor, now exhibiting a delicate shade of golden brown. Her once cherubic face has transformed into a more refined silhouette, and her pair of eyes sparkles with vivacity, twinkling like stars in the night sky when she blinks. Following a brief and heartwarming reunion, Mrs. Evans, hands placed firmly on her hips, began to admonish her eldest daughter for her reckless adventures kept secret from the family. "Oh, Penny, I had no idea you engaged in such perilous endeavors. You even ventured to Africa alone." It was only when Lily inadvertently let slip during her Christmas visit that they learned the so-called study abroad trip entailed a solitary jaunt across Africa with only a monster for company. Goodness gracious, their Penny is only 14 this year. Only God knows how nearly faint they were upon discovering this shocking revelation. "I'm sorry, Mom," Penny said, nuzzling into Mrs. Evans's embrace, her fluffy head burrowing affectionately. "But I promise I'll return to regular school next year. The outside world is just too dangerous. You have no idea what I encountered in Africa. Those vile poachers dared to target the adorable little creatures and even attempted to snatch my manticore from me." Mr. Evans, intrigued by matters of the magical realm, quickly interjected, "Who is this manticore?" "It's a creature with the body of a lion and the tail of a scorpion." Penny eagerly shared her enchanting animal companion with her family. She even produced a photograph featuring herself alongside the manticore, exclaiming, "Look, its appearance is quite akin to its name, though it possesses a pair of grand wings." Mr. Evans's gaze froze upon the sight of the creature, which dwarfed the humans nearby. He never expected to behold such a beast, a remnant of medieval tales of malevolence in the 20th century. And he found it difficult to reconcile his daughter's description of this adorable little creature with the fearsome brute before him. "Well, in fact, I must ask, what exactly is adorable about this creature?" Mr. Evans pondered after an extended silence, his soul questioning the very essence of cuteness. Mrs. Evans concurred with his sentiment, remarking that it looked capable of devouring the gentleman beside it in one bite. "Mother, you're so astute. In ancient Persia, the term manticore also implied man-eater." On the third day at noon, Rhea returned to Hogwarts, bearing a receipt from the International Potion Masters Association. The specific results would not be known for another 3 months, coinciding perfectly with summer vacation. After managing to send Rhea away with half a pound of jerky, Severus Snape made his way to the library. He had arranged to study with Lily that afternoon, and with exams approaching, he felt the need to review his previous lessons, particularly in subjects like history of magic, which relied heavily on memorization. Unsurprisingly, he spotted the Potter Quartet in the library, circling around Lily like an affectionate puppy. Lily, engrossed in conversation with Potter about Quidditch, remained oblivious to his arrival, much to the chagrin of Madame Pants, who kept casting glances in their direction. Severus wore a peculiar expression, even in the presence of Lily. He could not comprehend the camaraderie of Gryffindor. Perhaps it was merely his imagination, but it seemed that Lily's relationship with Potter had improved, as she no longer appeared as averse to him. Upon noticing Severus, Lily promptly abandoned Potter and waved at him. "You've arrived, Severus." Choosing a seat a distance away from the quartet, Severus handed Lily his potions notes, knowing she had missed a few classes that covered the exam's key topics. "Merlin, dear Severus, how can you be so thoughtful?" Lily exclaimed, her spirits lifting instantly, almost as if she wanted to embrace him and plant a kiss on his cheek. For she had been quite worried about this. Severus had grown accustomed to Lily's exuberant reactions and, given her delight, refrained from any sharp retorts, instead picking up his textbook to read. His subdued reaction did not mirror the feelings of everyone present. Beside him, Potter's eyes were turning red with jealousy. "Lily has never been this warm towards me." Grateful for Severus's kindness, Remus, emerging from the sea of knowledge, cast a glance at him and reassured. "If you had comprehensive potions notes, I believe Lily would smile at you just as brightly." "Oh, spare me," Moony, Sirius scoffed. "Let us not even mention notes. Some people might not even understand the names of potion ingredients." Potter's face fell, revealing an expression of defeat. "Curse it, I'm utterly doomed." Yet, not wishing to see his friend disheartened, Remus offered further comfort. "You needn't be so envious. After all, we all know he has eyes only for Lily's sister." Fortuitously, Potter exhaled in relief, resting his chin on the table, a look of ease gracing his features. "Hey, mate, how far along are you in your revision? I mean, you do remember that if you fail this exam, Mrs. Potter will have your head, right?" Sirius's timely reminder was on point. Just the other day, Potter's mother had sent him a letter filled with maternal affection, emphasizing that if he performed poorly, he would be kicked out of her house and stripped of all his pocket money. Instantly, a mask of anguish crossed Potter's face. "Oh no, I'll be thrown out for not studying." This was the long-awaited outburst from Madame Pants. Under Mrs. Potter's strict orders, Lily finally enjoyed a tranquil day, free from interruptions. Perhaps having been pestered by Potter for too long, she found the sudden silence somewhat disconcerting. It wasn't until Potter, looking utterly exhausted, appeared before her that she exclaimed in surprise, "I didn't know you actually studied." Aside from Professor McGonagall's Transfiguration and Defense Against the Dark Arts, Potter was nearly inept in all other subjects, a situation undoubtedly linked to his daily escapades with friends. "Don't say that, Lily," Potter replied, feeling increasingly defeated. Could I borrow your potions notes? You know I'm completely clueless about potions. All right then, considering your rare inclination to study, but remember to return them, Lily readily acquiesced. In the fortnight leading up to the holiday, Severus became exceedingly busy. The demand for beauty potion was overwhelming. Erin, unable to keep pace with the surge in orders by herself, assigned Severus the task of brewing the potion as well. Mother, if you recall, I'm still merely a student. Knowing her son's aptitude for potions, Erin showed no mercy in her expectations. Indeed. But you are still my son and the heir of the Prince family. Moreover, Penny will be pleased to know that a portion of her earnings will be attributed to your efforts. After futilely protesting, Severus received a mountain of potion ingredients. If all went as expected, these potions would occupy the majority of his time for the next fortnight. Severus practically took up residence in the room of requirement, so busy that he wished he could stretch a minute into an hour. Thankfully, the professors ceased lecturing 2 weeks before exams. Otherwise, he would have been utterly overwhelmed. Lily attempted to find him several times, but to no avail. Even his roommates were unaware of his whereabouts. Thus, the matter of returning her notes was postponed indefinitely. By the time exams rolled around, Severus released a sigh of relief, yet he ultimately did not participate in the examination. Halfway through the charms exam, Professor McGonagall summoned him. Her expression bore a hint of sadness, her gaze at Severus filled with compassion. I regret to inform you of this news, Mr. Snape. This morning, your father has been confirmed deceased. As if hearing a foreign tongue, Severus doubted his own ears. What? Upon repeating her words, Professor McGonagall's expression grew even more sorrowful. Poor child, he has lost his father at such a young age. He must be devastated. In truth, Severus was merely astonished at how news of Tobias's death had reached this place, for he had not seen him in quite some time. Regarding this nominal father, perhaps he once harbored expectations for their relationship during his childhood, yet the relentless violence and abuse have eroded any semblance of positive emotion he might have felt. If he were to acknowledge any sentiment remaining, it would only be one of disdain and hatred. Nevertheless, he returned home via the network from the principal's office. There, Eileen awaited him in a black robe by the fireplace, her expression devoid of joy or sorrow. She had not prepared any attire to express condolences, merely uttering the mundane phrase, "Let us go," to say goodbye for the last time. Eileen's calmness was chilling. It appeared she had truly bid farewell to the past, severing any connection to the hysterical woman who had once forsaken everything to cling to love. They arrived too late, as the staff presumed that Tobias, the solitary soul of the past, had already been buried. However, this outcome seemed not to be entirely unfortunate. It was said he had been slain by a drunkard while attempting to steal the man's liquor, and he had not fared well in death, his face marred with blood. Tobias was interred in an old church near Spider's Alley, his gravestone bearing only his name. Even though Snape believed himself to be devoid of any feelings for Tobias, the sight of that gravestone left him with an inexplicable sense of loss, as if a piece of his heart had been irrevocably taken. He heard Eileen's faint sigh, her final utterance of that name as gentle as a feather. Farewell, Tobias. Chapter 92, The Plan. At the end of June, Hogwarts concluded its summer term, and Petunia went to King S. Cross Station to greet Lily, who she hadn't seen in quite a while. I'm here, Petunia called out, waving at Lily, who was dressed in a vibrant yellow dress reminiscent of sunflower petals. A plump, glossy black cat leapt onto her before Lily could reach her, giving her a playful swat. The cat, undeterred, fixed its beautiful gaze upon Petunia, emitting a soft, plaintive sound that seemed both a warning and a complaint. Oh, it's been so long, dear Ryla. You look quite well fed, Petunia cooed, ignoring the cat's mild protests as she cradled it affectionately. The proud little cat turned its head aside, yet its tail remained tightly entwined around Petunia's wrist. Lily soon appeared, hurrying towards Petunia while pushing a suitcase, atop which sat an empty cat carrier. The very same carrier in which the cat was now dozing in Petunia's arms. Petunia, I'm so glad you came to fetch me, Lily exclaimed excitedly. But then her gaze fell disapprovingly on Ryla. And Ryla, you're a fully grown cat now. You can't just dart out like that and scare everyone. Only Merlin knew how anxious she had been when Ryla had bolted out of the carrier like a black bolt of lightning the moment they had disembarked. Don't be angry, Lily. Ryla just missed me too much, Petunia skillfully soothed. Let us head home. Mum made your favorite berry cake. Mum is the best. As Petunia returned home with Lily, they found Mrs. Evans preparing dinner, while Mr. Evans assisted in the kitchen, albeit to his own detriment, as he received a tongue lashing for his clumsiness. I can hardly believe you did something so foolish, Mrs. Evans raged, while Mr. Evans, with a face full of woe, hunched over in his ample frame, nearly bowing his head to the countertop. The two sisters exchanged glances, both recognizing the familiar exasperation reflected in each other's eyes, a scene they had often witnessed in their childhood, now repeating itself. When Lily deliberately made a noise while closing the door to catch the kitchen's attention, she turned to Mrs. Evans with a broad smile. "Mom, I'm home." Ryla, nestled in Petunia's arms, chimed in with a soft meow. "Oh, darling, you're finally back. Come here. I baked berry cake and apple pie for you." The atmosphere transformed from tempestuous to tranquil, and Mr. Evans breathed a sigh of relief while casting a grateful glance at his daughter, to which Petunia responded with a wink. Upon Lily's return, life seemed to revert to its pre-Hogwarts rhythm, with daily interactions filled with conversation, laughter, and the warmth of family life. Yet beneath this serene facade, Petunia harbored a growing concern for her family's safety. While Hogwarts offered security for Lily, she worried for their parents. Despite the protective spells that Alok had cast upon their home, her anxiety lingered. "Mom, Dad, do you prefer Germany or America?" Petunia eventually inquired after dinner. "What?" The Evans couple, struggling to keep pace with their daughter's erratic thoughts, looked at her in confusion. Lily quickly recalled Petunia's earlier mention of having been pursued. "It was them, wasn't it? They want to harm you and Mom and Dad. What happened? When did this occur? Who are they? What do they want from you?" Mrs. Evans and Mr. Evans erupted with concern, their expressions grave as Mrs. Evans tightly grasped Petunia's hand, fearing for her safety. "It's nothing, just a bunch of deranged lunatics," Petunia replied, casting a discreet glance at Lily, wishing to downplay her peril. "I sold a formula for a beauty potion, and it was quite successful, which drew the ire of some unsavory characters. They've been trying to track me down, and as you know, being targeted by a group is not ideal. I'm just worried about your safety." Mrs. Evans eyed her accomplished daughter with skepticism, uncertain of the truth behind her words, glancing at her innocent younger daughter for confirmation. While Mr. Evans closely monitored Lily's reaction, under her sister's watchful gaze, Lily nodded solemnly. "That's right, they're truly dreadful." Sensing their parents' wavering resolve, Petunia produced a large deposit slip from Gringotts, revealing a sum of £100,000. Mr. Evans's eyes widened in disbelief. For him, this was an astronomical figure. Petunia added, "This is just a portion of the dividends I received." "Good heavens, that's a lot of money. No wonder someone is envious." Mr. Evans now fully believed Petunia's account, as he had seen such scenarios play out on television, businessmen resorting to violence for profit. Petunia's intent was clear. She wanted them to leave the country and lay low. Mrs. Evans's focus remained on Petunia, her hand tightening around her daughter as she asked, "But what about you? Will they trouble you?" Mr. Evans wrapped his arms around his wife, offering silent support. "Don't worry about me, Mom. Lily and I will stay at school. After all, our headmaster is the most powerful wizard in the British wizarding world. Hogwarts is the safest place, except for the vaults guarded by dragons." Mrs. Evans's expression softened, though her apprehension lingered. "Had I known the wizarding world was so perilous, I would never have let you go." At that moment, Lily nestled into her mother's embrace, her emerald eyes sparkling as she reassured, "Hey, Mom, you really don't need to worry about Petunia. After all, she's the one who could take down a werewolf single-handedly at the age of 10. Did you know? Even 2 or 3 adult wizards might struggle against a bloodthirsty werewolf, but Petunia can handle it. In fact, it's those wicked individuals who can't touch her that are resorting to threatening us." Lily's words proved effective, alleviating the Evans' concerns for Petunia's safety. Yet their thoughts turned to their own vulnerability, for they were not the formidable older daughter nor the sheltered younger daughter. Mr. Evans remarked, "Oh, my dear, I believe America is quite splendid. It is far more secure than England." Mrs. Evans nodded in agreement, declaring that they would proceed with the immigration formalities the following day. Chapter 93, Friends. While her parents busied themselves with preparations for their immigration, Lily took the opportunity to sneak away to Diagon Alley with Penny, who was disguised for the occasion. Lily, usually occupied with her studies, had not had the chance to enjoy this vibrant locale. Diagon Alley was as lively as ever. The ice cream at Florian Fortescue's was delectable, the whimsical products at the magical joke shop were amusing, and the Quidditch store was bustling with eager young wizards drawn by the latest merchandise. Before long, Lily found her dear friend from Gryffindor amidst the merriment, and after arranging a time and place to return home together, she joyfully embraced her little companion and bid farewell to Penny. With the absence of the lively chatter from her friend, Penny found her surroundings rather serene, yet she felt a twinge of disappointment. Shopping alone was rather dull. Penny paused before a dazzling golden sign, not for any particular reason, but because the sunlight reflecting off it was blinding, causing her eyes to feel slightly sore. After lingering at the shop's entrance for a moment, she finally discerned the name, Madame Pimpernel's Beauty Potions. This establishment specialized in beauty potions, and through the window, Penny could see a variety of magical concoctions displayed within. She recognized several items, as Edith was a frequent patron, her vanity stocked with products sourced from this very shop. However, perhaps due to the introduction of new products, the business today appeared rather slow, with only a few customers and seemingly little intent to purchase. Penny surmised that her own presence might contribute to the lack of customers. It seemed beauty potions were indeed in high demand. Just as Penny contemplated leaving, someone called out to her, "Penny?" It was Edith, her closest friend from Ravenclaw. "What a pleasant surprise, Edith," Penny exclaimed, astonished to encounter her here. Edith appeared even more radiant than before, her fitted gown accentuating her waist, chestnut curls cascading like seaweed in gentle waves to her waist. Her smile revealed charming dimples, embodying the essence of a refined lady, graceful and enchanting. "My, you're finally back. You can't imagine how dull it is living alone in the dormitory," Edith lamented affectionately, taking Penny's hand as she quietly observed her friend's transformation. "But you seem much more vibrant. It appears you've experienced quite a bit." Indeed. Penny's sun-kissed complexion lent her an air of warmth and vivacity. She playfully nudged Edith. "You could simply say I've tanned considerably since we last met." Edith blinked mischievously. "Oh, I certainly could, but it's the holiday season." Penny quickly grasped the underlying meaning of Edith's words. During the holidays, Edith always adopted the role of a refined lady, a role she habitually fulfilled. "Ah, the cunning aristocrat," Penny teased. "Come on, let us go inside and take a look. I think you might need some whitening potions," Edith suggested with a smile, not waiting for a rebuttal as she pulled Penny toward Madame Pimpernel's beauty potions. "I really don't think I need any," Penny protested, feeling content with her current appearance. "Come now, you'll be returning to Hogwarts next year, right? You can't let bothersome pigmentation mar your youthful beauty." "I thought that. Compared to the looks bestowed by our parents, a captivating inner self is what truly matters to Ravenclaws. Yet even the astute Ravenclaw could be beguiled by appearances, let alone those who initially judge based on looks. I truly don't care what they think. Being a touch more attractive can never be a disadvantage. Besides," Edith winked playfully at Penny, "I recall you have a certain Slytherin acquaintance who seems quite fond of you?" "Huffed," Penny scoffed, offering no overt acknowledgement. "I'm far more curious about your Gryffindor boy, the one with the childish demeanor." Edith's expression shifted to one of ambivalence. Her lips parted several times, yet nothing emerged. "I happen to have a date with him today. You can see for yourself later." Penny? In truth, she had little recollection of the boy, only that he seemed rather small, fragile, and overly enamored with love crystals. Edith, well acquainted with the shop's offerings, bypassed Madame Pimpernel's introduction and swiftly prepared the potions for Penny. As she was a regular customer, the bill would be sent directly to Gringotts for payment. "I wasn't aware Gringotts provided such a service," Penny remarked enviously, realizing she needn't carry so many galleons with her. "The goblins won't volunteer such information unless you're saving. They prefer you not to enjoy their services." Edith replied with a disdainful curl of her lip, still harboring a dislike for the greedy goblins. However, she did not linger on this topic for long. The mirror she carried began to heat up, and Edith recognized something as she answered the mirror in Penny's presence. Her smile visibly brightened, and her tone softened considerably compared to her earlier conversation with Penny. Penny scrunched her features in disdain. "What is going on? Is your throat sore? You weren't like this just a moment ago." Once Edith concluded her call, she was met with a sarcastically raised eyebrow from Penny, imitating Edith's earlier demeanor. Penny tucked a stray hair behind her ear and sweetly remarked, "All right, darling, see you soon." Penny Evans. "Ah, now that's a much more normal tone." "Oh, I could just kill you." "Mind your image, Edith, be gentle." The two frolicked through Diagon Alley, and it took some time for Edith to regain her elegant composure. Straightening the folds of her skirt, she addressed Penny. "Come now, let us go to the restaurant for lunch." "Oh dear. Will it not be rather rude to interrupt your date with your boyfriend?" Penny mused, her eyes darting playfully while her feet remained steadfastly in motion. "Not at all. We have another guest." Edith raised an eyebrow, "and you know him well." Edith's expression was all too familiar, often mirrored on her own face, and Penny suddenly gasped. "Is it Severus?" The playful intimacy of the name only enhanced the impish smile adorning Edith's cheeks. Penny found it hard to believe. Snape was not the most approachable individual. "When did you invite him? I thought you weren't acquainted." "Just now." The elegant lady gracefully lifted the hem of her dress and extended an invitation to the gentleman behind Penny. "Mr. Snape, might I invite you to join us for lunch?" "With Miss Evans, of course. It would be my honor." The speaker was none other than Severus Snape himself, impeccably dressed in a tailored suit, standing in stark contrast to the vintage wizarding robes prevalent in Diagon Alley. Penny was taken aback, nearly recoiling in surprise as she turned to Snape and stammered, "When did you arrive?" Snape regarded her with an enigmatic smile, remaining silent. "Oh dear, what a relief." Edith relished her friend's astonishment and kindly clarified. "He likely arrived after I ended the call. More precisely, it was during your little mockery of me." Penny closed her eyes in despair. "Oh, what a cruel woman you are. You could slay me 1,000 different ways, yet you choose to let me die of social embarrassment." Chapter 94, The Polar Bear. On the way to the restaurant, Edith showcased her extraordinary prowess as a lady. Rather than serving as a guiding light on her friend's romantic path, she resolutely opted to be the navigator of their mutual affections, striding confidently over the cobblestones in her high-heeled shoes while maintaining a distance from the two trailing behind her. She's impressive, Penny mused, unable to fathom the number of blisters Edith must be enduring from just this short journey. As Edith traversed from the bustling main street of Diagon Alley into a tranquil alleyway, her footsteps slowed, not due to fatigue, but because the two individuals trailing behind her had not exchanged a single word, not even a greeting. As if they were two strangers awkwardly paired together at a matchmaking event, with her playing the role of a befuddled matchmaker. She began to doubt the accuracy of her instincts. 2 minutes later, Edith led Penny and Snape into an elegantly adorned French restaurant, where an astute waiter promptly recognized her, enthusiastically opening the door and ushering them to the private room occupied by Eniel. As Edith pushed the door open, she was immediately enveloped in a warm embrace. Her slender form was nearly engulfed by the solid frame of the man who towered over her, his muscular arms encircling her waist, accentuating its delicate proportions. The man, standing nearly 2 meters tall, seemed to brush the ceiling with his hair, his robust physique resembling that of a bear. Thankfully, his complexion was fair, preventing him from appearing too much like one. Penny, closely following Edith, entered the room and, upon witnessing Edith being embraced by a complete stranger, instinctively drew her wand, ready to cast a curse upon him. However, Snape intervened, whispering in her ear that this was Eniel, Edith's boyfriend. Penny's eyes widened in disbelief. She recalled Edith's boyfriend as a rather unassuming lad, more delicate than a girl, a year or two older than them, but appearing no older than 11 at the time. Was it truly possible for someone to evolve from the appearance of an 11-year-old to that of a 30-year-old in less than a year? Merlin, how absurd. She couldn't shake the notion that Edith must have mistaken him for someone else, or that a powerful wizard had switched Eniel with an impostor. An intriguing thought, Snape murmured after a moment of contemplation. However, it is worth noting that their family's developmental patterns are quite unusual. They tend to experience slow growth in their early years, followed by a sudden maturation at a certain age, though there are instances of premature development as well. Penny's gaze drifted back to Eniel, who indeed appeared to have matured beyond measure. Just then, Edith extricated herself from Eniel's bear-like embrace, feeling somewhat bashful under Penny's scrutiny. Her embarrassment morphed into irritation as she stomped her stiletto heel onto Eniel's foot. Eniel! Ouch! The robust man's face flushed visibly, rendered speechless by the vexation of the woman he adored. He lowered his head in apology. I'm sorry, my dear. I didn't notice your friends had arrived. It has been far too long since we last met, and I was simply overwhelmed with longing for you. His syrupy declarations of affection poured forth unabashedly, leaving Penny feeling as if she were an unsuspecting dog on the sidewalk, unexpectedly kicked. Though the force was not great, it stirred a complex array of emotions within her. She instinctively retreated behind Snape, unable to endure their overt displays of affection any longer. Shut up, Eniel. Edith's cheeks burned crimson. She too was unaccustomed to flaunting her romance in front of friends, particularly after Penny had sought refuge behind Snape. Finally seated, both girls exhaled a sigh of relief, and Eniel seemed to recognize their discomfort, tempering his exuberance. After a simple meal concluded, Eniel and Edith left hand in hand, having come out for a date, while Penny and Snape wandered leisurely down the streets of Diagon Alley. Their earlier conversation had flowed effortlessly through the two-way mirror, yet now, face to face, they found themselves at a loss for words, the interaction marred by awkwardness and monotony. This stilted manner of communication left Snape feeling anxious and even tormented. Despite his lack of experience, he understood that interactions with a beloved should be imbued with warmth and vibrancy, unlike the stifling atmosphere that enveloped him now, where the air was thick with the saccharine scent of romance emanating from Edith and Eniel. As unease crept in, Snape felt a gnawing sense of impending loss regarding Penny, rendering the lively scene of Diagon Alley intolerably cacophonous. Severus? Penny tilted her head in confusion, noting his sudden shift in demeanor. Was he troubled by something? I'm here. Snape attempted to infuse his voice with cheerfulness, though the effort fell flat. Penny, ever perceptive, offered, if you have something to attend to, you can go ahead. Snape's lips turned downward. No, I have nothing else to do. Well, you seem even more discontented. Severus. It seemed as though the universe conspired against him, thwarting his desire for a meaningful interaction with Penny. Ah, Penny, it's a pleasure to see you. Do you know where Lily has gone? The infuriating bespectacled boy emerged from the shadows, rudely displacing Snape from Penny's side. Snape's expression darkened at the sight of James Potter, who appeared blissfully unaware of the ire he provoked. The boy leaned in closer to Penny, seeking information about his goddess. Blimey, did he not notice the death glare Severus was directing at him? Sirius remarked, torn between admiration for Potter's audacity and lamenting his abysmal social awareness. Lupin stepped back cautiously, fearing he might be caught in the crossfire. Perhaps we should find Wormtail first. I don't want to choose sides if Severus decides to take action. Good idea. I certainly don't want blood on my new robes, Sirius agreed, as they ambled off together. All right, Mr. Potter, you can go back to your friends now. Stop clinging to Penny like a child. Snape unceremoniously shoved the oblivious boy aside, casting him a warning glance. Potter, ever the hothead, was quick to retort, but ultimately left with nothing more than a single exclamation before running off. Strangely, Snape sensed something amiss about Potter today. He hadn't exploded at his jibes, and even refrained from pestering Penny. There must be something peculiar at play. Snape grumbled internally, but chose not to delve deeper. His focus remained on Penny, and he lacked the time to ponder the lion's convoluted thoughts. As the two young men clashed, Penny stood nearby, observing intently. Though her primary focus remained on Snape. Compared to a year ago, he had changed significantly. His features had matured, resembling his father more closely. Though he might not appreciate that comparison. His brows were thick and dark, framing deep-set eyes that sparkled like unyielding obsidian. His nose was prominent, tapering slightly like a hawk's beak, while his lips had thinned since childhood, now pressed into a slight line. His cheeks bore little flesh, and his jawline was sharp, reminiscent of a blade. He was not classically handsome in the traditional British sense, but there was a certain allure to him, an austere and formidable presence that made him seem unapproachable, exuding a veneer of coldness. Yet, perhaps it was their long acquaintance and her memories of his earlier struggles that tinted her perspective, leading her to believe he deserved a better lot in life. Having successfully dismissed the clingy Potter, Snape felt considerably lighter. He turned to seek out Penny, a faint smile gracing his lips, the coldness that usually surrounded him dissipating. How about we get ice cream? Blueberry flavor, perhaps? Sounds delightful. Look what I've discovered. In a clandestine chamber, James Potter mysteriously placed a black-covered notebook in the center of the table, displaying a triumphant expression toward the others. A notebook? Or perhaps it is some dark magical artifact. Sirius mused, prodding the cover of the notebook with his wand in puzzlement. Peter, cowering in a corner of the table, remained silent. While only Remus's expression began to shift oddly, Sirius was the first to notice the change in Remus's countenance. What have you discovered, Moonface? He inquired. If I am not mistaken, this appears to be Snape's notebook, Remus replied uncertainly, and as he opened the cover, the neatly inscribed name Severus Snape leaped into view on the title page. Except for James, the expressions of the others became inscrutable. Sirius bluntly remarked, "Hey mate, don't tell me you gathered us here just to gawk at a Slytherin's class notes? We all know you fancy Lily, but you can't treat Snape as your imaginary rival." Remus and Peter nodded in agreement. "No, what are you all talking about? It's not for that," James immediately retorted, explaining. "I want to tell you that I've uncovered a little secret of Snape's." Skillfully, James flipped to a certain page, where amidst dense notes, a short phrase was inscribed in black ink, "Upside down bell." "This should be a spell, but I have never seen it before," he remarked. After scrutinizing the phrase for a moment, Sirius shook his head. Born into a family steeped in dark magic, he too had never encountered this spell. The other two echoed his sentiments with headshakes. "This is intriguing, a brand new spell," Sirius exclaimed, excitement sparkling in his eyes as he looked at James. "Have you tried it? What were the effects?" "I tested it on a chair at home, but it did nothing. I suspect either this spell only works on living beings, or it's utterly useless," James replied. "Why don't you try it on a small animal?" Sirius suggested. "The only pet I have is a cat, and it's my mother's darling. She would kill me." James spread his hands in exasperation. "I can't very well cast a spell on myself. Bigfoot, don't forget, someone had to stay home and study all summer for some reason." Remus reminded from the side. "Oh, I forgot. Poor Wormtail." The group teased each other, increasingly curious about the incantation. Suddenly, Sirius shot a glance at Peter, eyes glinting with mischief. "Wormtail, you're interested in this spell too, aren't you?" "Really? Wormtail, you do have your brave moments," James exclaimed, his voice rising in encouragement for Peter's courage. He and Sirius teamed up, and before long, Wormtail found himself reluctantly volunteering to experience the unfamiliar magic's potency. Remus, lips trembling with the urge to intervene, ultimately lowered his hand, pretending not to notice Peter's pleading gaze. Peter's eyes dimmed, his body trembling with fear. But no one paid heed to his thoughts. Upside down bell. A beam of light shot forth from the tip of James Potter's wand, striking the diminutive Peter. As Peter let out a terrified scream, an invisible hook ensnared his ankle, hoisting him upside down. "Ah!" he cried in panic, suddenly weightless. "Cool. What a splendid spell. It could be quite effective in a duel," James shouted with excitement, while Sirius joined in with hearty laughter, oblivious, or perhaps willfully ignorant, of Peter's terror. They merely assumed it was a harmless prank to suspend him momentarily. "All right, you lot. How do we get him down?" Peter pleaded, fear evident in his voice. Remus threw a spell at Peter to stop him, but it had no effect, and his expression grew serious as he turned to James. I don't know, James's voice faltered, but he quickly rallied. There are other spells in the notebook. Perhaps one of them might serve as a countercharm. Remus gave him a resigned glance, picked up the notebook from the table, and flipped through it, hoping to find the counterspell for Upside-Down Bell to rescue his friend. As James had mentioned, there were indeed other spells listed in the notebook, including Toenail Growth Charm and Close Your Eyes and Plug Your Ears. Unfortunately, these offered no assistance to Peter, and after some time spent familiarizing himself with the spells, Peter, still suspended in midair, began to experience alarming symptoms. His eyes started to bulge. The weight of his plump body hanging upside down exacerbated the strain on his heart, causing him to feel tightness in his chest and palpitations, while his brain, deprived of blood flow, began to throb painfully, accompanied by dizziness. Help me, Remus. I feel terrible. Remus's face turned pale as James and Sirius finally grasped the gravity of the situation. Panic-stricken, they were terrified at the thought of what might happen if Peter truly came to harm. What do we do? I'll go find Snape. But I'm not sure if he's still in Diagon Alley. James, you go get someone to help. Sirius, you stay with Peter. Thankfully, Remus's wits were still about him, and he quickly devised a plan and instructed them to execute it. All right, they had no reason to refuse. The Florian Fortescue's ice cream parlor was exceptionally popular, particularly during the sweltering summer, making it a rare haven for relief in Diagon Alley. Thus, it was bustling with activity. Penny even spotted her dear sister there, who, along with her roommate Mary, had just procured their favorite flavors of ice cream. Penny, you and Severus are here too. Upon noticing them, Lily's beautiful eyes sparkled momentarily, but dimmed again when she observed the distance maintained between the two. How unfortunate. She had thought they were together. Mary soon bid farewell to Lily, and the three sat in a corner of the ice cream shop, engaging in casual conversation. Remus burst into the shop, drenched in sweat, and upon seeing Snape, it was as if he had found a savior. Thank goodness, you're here, Severus. I don't believe our relationship is cordial enough to exchange first names. Snape arched an eyebrow at him, recalling that it was neither evening nor a full moon night. Please, we need your help. Peter is in dire straits, Remus implored, wiping sweat from his brow with his sleeve, nearly in desperation. All actions halted. Lily's eyes widened, while Penny continued to drool over her unserved blueberry ice cream. What trickery is this? I haven't seen your little follower today. Snape's brow furrowed deeper, his instincts warning him that this was yet another troublesome affair. He and the Gryffindors were simply not meant to get along. There's no time. In the midst of a crowd, Remus could not disclose too much, so he gritted his teeth and dragged Snape out of the shop. Despite his typically frail appearance and pale complexion, the monthly transformations into a werewolf enhanced his physical capabilities, allowing him to easily pull Snape, who preferred to remain indoors and shunned physical activity, away. Damn it! Snape's curses slipped through his clenched teeth. First he was bewildered, then filled with indignation at being forcibly removed in front of Penny. He could barely fathom how embarrassing it was to be dragged away like this. If only the one pulling him away were a burly figure like Inyal, it would have been bearable, but instead, it was the feeble Remus. Had he known, he would have gone to the Muggle world for ice cream with Penny. Even as Snape mentally vented 100 complaints, it was futile. He ultimately surrendered to the situation, letting Remus lead him to whatever calamity awaited Peter. I was entirely unaware of your remarkable strength, Lily. Soon, Lily dragged Penny along the path taken by Lupin. Yet Penny remained preoccupied, still deprived of the ice cream she so fervently desired, despite my having provided the funds. When Lupin, accompanied by Snape, arrived at their clandestine location, an elderly gentleman with a white beard awaited them inside. James and Sirius stood before the wall, their faces etched with despair, seemingly engaged in a silent contemplation of their misdeeds. You actually summoned Dumbledore. Merlin, Sirius exclaimed incredulously, casting a disbelieving glance at James, as if to question whether their troubles were insufficient and required the headmaster's intervention. I had no intention of this. It was a mystery how Dumbledore managed to appear in his living room the moment he pushed open the door and his parents mercilessly exposed his apparent mischief, prompting Dumbledore's arrival. Beside the elder was a young man of around 16 or 17, his golden hair neatly styled, seated elegantly with his legs crossed on the only relatively clean chair present. Penny instantly perked up, her inquisitive gaze flitting between the two as she greeted them. It is a pleasure to meet you, Albus, and this young gentleman. Dumbledore smiled warmly at her, while the golden-haired youth nodded haughtily in acknowledgement. Penny's heart fluttered with joy. Oh, the roses of Merlin, one gentle, the other proud. I can scarcely imagine how well they complemented each other in their youth. Simultaneously, Snape, Lily, and Lupin turned their attention to Dumbledore, and soon the focus shifted to Peter, who remained suspended in the air. He had yet to be lowered. Dumbledore employed a levitation charm, allowing Peter to float horizontally, and perhaps due to his trust in Dumbledore's power, Peter's expression appeared considerably improved. Perhaps now we can inquire about the events that transpired, ladies and gentlemen, Dumbledore stated, his demeanor growing solemn. He first directed his gaze towards Snape, his tone shifting from previous gentleness. Mr. Snape, your notes are quite commendable, though they seem to contain elements that should not be present. Just a passing thought, Headmaster. Snape replied, his gaze averted from Dumbledore's eyes, aware of a particular spell known as the legilimency charm, which could reveal one's thoughts through mere eye contact with the caster. A brilliant notion indeed, Dumbledore remarked, retracting his gaze, before inquiring, might I ask why Mr. Snape's notebook has found its way here? Snape looked to Lily, who in turn glanced at James, and all eyes converged on James. He offered a rueful smile. Would you believe me if I said it was an accident? In the silence that followed, Peter's eyes flashed with rage before he closed them again. A sense of foreboding seemed to envelop him, as Grindelwald's captivating gaze fell upon him, despite his attempts to conceal it. Chapter 97. The Aftermath. Ultimately, it was Lupin who, with his head bowed, recounted the events in full, including James' discovery of Snape's little secret and their actions towards Peter. Incredible, Mr. Potter, that you would treat your friend in such a manner, Dumbledore expressed, a hint of disappointment coloring his tone. James hung his head in shame, murmuring, I'm sorry, Headmaster. I hope you genuinely recognize your error. Rather than merely offering a superficial apology, Dumbledore replied gravely. After discerning right from wrong, they seemed to finally notice Peter still suspended in midair. Dumbledore raised the notebook in his hand. A remarkable invention, Mr. Snape. I dare say I could not have done better at your age. Humph. The golden-haired youth behind him scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at Snape. Perhaps the charm you invented has a corresponding countercharm? Following his flattery, Dumbledore revealed his true intent. With all eyes upon him, Snape coldly withdrew his wand, directing it at Peter as he intoned, Finite Incantatem. After being suspended for an extended period, Peter finally found himself back on solid ground. Nearly overcome with joy, Sirius smirked, dismissing the incident as trivial, insisting it was merely a brief sojourn above the ground. With that, the matter was deemed concluded. Aside from James facing a home visit, the others received verbal reprimands, while Snape was the last to leave the room after being retained by Dumbledore. They had not even inquired about Peter's perspective before moving on, yet how could he not be magnanimous in front of friends? He stood silently in the corner, almost invisible, his posture hunched, making him appear even smaller. Apart from Lupin, who offered a guilty apology, no one else spoke to him. Penny, observing this farce, refrained from uttering a word, finding it utterly foolish. Had these individuals left their wits at Hogwarts, or had they never possessed them at all? She recalled Professor Flitwick's admonition during their first lesson, to refrain from recklessly attempting unfamiliar magic, especially in ignorance of the spells involved. I'm sorry, Severus. I mixed up our notebooks, Lily said dejectedly as she stood before Snape, apologizing. I should not have lent it to him. I ought to have known he was a troublemaker. Snape shook his head, indicating it was of no consequence. After all, apart from Dumbledore's scrutiny, he had suffered no loss. In fact, being noticed by the headmaster could be viewed as a positive development. Lily sighed in relief, turning to transform into an enraged lioness, directing her fury at James. James Potter, I cannot believe you treated your friend as your experiment. Have you lost your mind to a troll? If this had been a lethal curse, he could have died. For a fleeting moment, James perceived a shadow of Professor McGonagall in Lily, and in that instant, he could only huddle with Sirius, trembling under her shadow. The room was left with only Dumbledore and Grindelwald. Dumbledore conjured a sofa, sinking into its softness, his expression weary. Grindelwald regarded him with derision. Look at this, Dumbledore. This is the exemplary student you protect. How remarkably gifted they are, with brains rivaling trolls and rather unkind hearts. Dumbledore frowned deeply. Do not speak so, Grindelwald. They are but children. Self-deception. Time passed swiftly after their return from Diagon Alley. The Evans couple finalized their arrangements to emigrate to the safer shores of America before the summer's end. Under Penny's watchful eye, Lily practiced her magic daily. As for why they could perform magic in Muggle territory without drawing the Ministry's attention, it was thanks to Grindelwald, who had received a portion of the new rejuvenation potion as a reward from Penny. Interestingly, this renowned figure seemed to harbor a particular interest in Penny, likely stemming from the night he departed from Nurmengard, signifying a significant change. What could rekindle the glory of a disillusioned idealist? Penny recalled reading about Grindelwald in a journal, which notably mentioned his inherent prophetic abilities. Unlike the divination taught in class or the centaur's celestial observations, he could glimpse fragments of the future directly. So what? On that fateful night, had Grindelwald witnessed? Was it related to her? Perhaps it was ominous, Otherwise, he would not have chosen to return personally. Penny scrutinized recent editions of the Daily Prophet, finding their declaration of Grindelwald's demise due to the destruction of Nurmengard rather absurd. The other news, however, seemed to herald a brewing storm. The conflict between Dumbledore and Voldemort had become increasingly public, with occasional reports of wizarding fatalities surfacing. Most of the deceased were neutral or leaning towards Dumbledore, with not a single casualty among Voldemort's ranks. A heavy stone of worry weighed upon Penny's heart, prompting her to keep an even closer watch on Lily, increasing her daily training hours from 2 to 3. "Lily, help me. My sister is trying to wear me out." When Hogwarts reopened, Lily was nearly bouncing out of bed with joy, relieved to escape Penny's relentless training. However, her excitement was short-lived, for the school boasted a room of requirement that was far more suitable for magical practice. Penny had no intention of raising her sister as a naive fool. Instead, she enlightened Lily about the tumultuous currents of the wizarding world, making her acutely aware for the first time that they did not reside in an era of peace. Observing her somewhat oblivious sister, Penny felt compelled to administer a dose of caution. The long-standing rivalry between Gryffindor and Slytherin was bound to escalate after the term commenced, subtly hinting at the tensions brewing between James's group and Snape. The impetuous Gryffindors and the aloof Slytherins were inherently at odds, and next year, Lily would likely find herself torn between her two sets of friends. She could discern that Lily's initial disdain for James had transformed into a peculiar fondness. She had begun to care for him. Otherwise, why would she rush to scold him each time he got into trouble, rather than keeping her distance? After all, she never berated Sirius, despite their shared mischief. Penny bore no objections to Lily's association with James. In fact, from certain perspectives, he was indeed a commendable match. His heart and mind were wholly devoted to Lily. His family life was harmonious, and he enjoyed both friends and wealth. If Lily were to be with him, she would undoubtedly thrive. Chapter 98, Schemes. Upon her return to Ravenclaw after the start of the term, Penny stirred a small commotion, as some remembered this unconventional girl who was the only one bold enough to openly skip a class taught by Professor Dumbledore. Meanwhile, her peers in Ravenclaw groaned in dismay. She was back, and it felt as if the relentless days of chasing after elusive grades were beckoning them once more. Surprisingly, Penny adopted a surprisingly low profile upon her return, behaving like a model student. No more skipping classes, tardiness, or early departures. She attended every lecture diligently, leaving her professors astonished. With so many fresh happenings within the school, the students quickly forgot about Penny, and soon the next topic of discussion shifted to Snape. The International Potion Makers Association announced yesterday that the Wolfsbane potion had been improved. Although the original potion was beneficial for newly infected werewolves, its exorbitant cost and complex brewing process deterred the already impoverished werewolves. However, the enhanced potion significantly reduced both the cost and some of the brewing steps, heralded as a boon for afflicted werewolves by the association. Consequently, Snape, the potion's reformer, was invited to join the International Potion Makers Association, becoming its youngest member. As Snape's name grew more widely recognized, whispers of his half-blood status and his lineage from the affluent prince family, who had recently amassed considerable wealth through their exquisite potions, began to circulate. Many sought to draw him into their circles to elevate their own status, leading to a resurgence of activity for Snape, who now received an average of 3 duel invitations a day. Unlike other houses, the wealthy Slytherins had their exclusive courses, dark arts communication and student dueling. When Snape, utterly exhausted, pushed open the door to the room of requirement, he found Penny hunched over her desk, engrossed in her work. Only upon noticing the door's opening did she turn, her expression revealing surprise. "You still have the energy to climb to the 8th floor? It seems the Slytherin students aren't quite as formidable as one might think." Snape's lips curled into a reluctant smile. "I would be more pleased if you praised my prowess." Raising an eyebrow, Penny returned to her work, knowing that excessive flattery could skew one's perspective. Nestling into the soft embrace of the couch, Snape let out a sigh of contentment. He had been utterly drained these past few days, contending with those who lacked the ability but possessed the audacity to try to rise above him, leaving him fatigued from the constant encounters. Perhaps it was time to teach those fools an unforgettable lesson. A flicker of menace danced in Snape's eyes, illuminated by the dim light beside the couch, rendering him akin to a wolf lurking in the shadows, cunning and treacherous. With a resounding crash, an explosion erupted from Penny's corner, causing the entire room of requirement to tremble. 2 armor charms were insufficient to mitigate the damage wrought by the blast as Penny emerged from the alchemical area, covered in soot, and collapsed onto the couch opposite Snape. Another failure, she lamented. To be precise, it was her 27th. Snape, bemused, flicked his wand to clean her up. His curiosity piqued. "What precisely are you experimenting with?" He noticed that each of her concoctions was different, Yet his limited knowledge of alchemy left him at a loss to discern what she was creating. Uncertain, it remains merely a hypothesis. Penny was reluctant to elaborate. Perhaps because she herself was unclear. Ugh, I begin to pity those materials. They are quite valuable. Snape grimaced, realizing that, accounting for the recent explosion, someone had effectively squandered the equivalent of a two-story cottage since the term began. Research, after all, requires a toll. Their conversation meandered until they mentioned the school board members scheduled to inspect Hogwarts the following day. The board? I recall that the Malfoy family is among the Hogwarts board members. Indeed, tomorrow's representative from the board will be Lucius Malfoy, Snape noted. Recalling that Penny had once enjoyed a cordial relationship with Lucius, who had generously gifted her and Narcissa numerous presents. What a drag. I really don't want to see him lately. She had not forgotten who had informed Voldemort of her whereabouts. While it might seem ridiculous to a Slytherin who valued profit over friendship, she was still quite displeased. I recall you were close. Relationships are fluid. We are now adversaries. Sworn enemies. Early the next morning, Lucius arrived at Hogwarts as promised. Though he was of a similar age to the present students, he had already risen to prominence, commanding a family and wielding substantial influence in both politics and business. Many Slytherins regarded this former prefect with awe. He had amassed far more power and authority, no longer belonging to their rank. Penny, seated at the Ravenclaw table, grimaced at his ostentatious attire, resembling a glittering peacock, which irked her greatly. Seated beside Dumbledore at the main guest table, Lucius immediately spotted Penny's expression of impatience, indicating his former companion's dissatisfaction. However, he found intrigue in the unfolding dynamics. It was well known that the Malfoy family was a major client of beauty potions, and the highly sought-after beautification potion was naturally on their shopping list. As Lucius had yet to reach an age where he required such potions to maintain his youth, his purchases were modest. Primarily for research purposes, he sought to analyze the potion's formula. Many had forgotten that Lucius excelled academically during his time at Hogwarts, particularly in potion making. After consuming a vial of the potion, Lucius discovered that the beauty potions sold by the Prince family bore an uncanny resemblance in both composition and effect to the one Penny had previously sold him. While there were differences, they were minimal. He recalled that the Dark Lord had shown considerable interest in such concoctions. Beyond Penny, Lucius was also observing Severus Snape. While most were aware of his genius in potion making, Lucius knew of his prowess in the dark arts, thanks to his brother-in-law's loose tongue. Nonetheless, to create a commendable spell at such a young age was a remarkable feat. More importantly, he hails from Slytherin, a house that is never devoid of ambition. An ambitious genius would undoubtedly find favor with the Dark Lord. However, there exists a minor complication. Severus Snape harbors affections for Petunia Evans, whereas Petunia's loyalties lean more towards Dumbledore. Chapter 99, The Lethargy. The deep autumn in England is characterized by its blustery winds and relentless rain, with thick clouds perpetually shrouding the sky, making it a challenge for warm sunlight to reach the ground. Recently, Petunia has taken to spending her time by the Black Lake, seeking out a tall and sturdy tree where she can languidly perch among the branches for an entire day, doing nothing but quietly gazing at the lake's surface or the somber sky above. Occasionally, Lily would come to find her, bringing delectable cakes and drinks to share, while also incessantly lamenting about James's latest foolish antics and expressing her worries regarding Severus, who has been increasingly associating with a clique of Slytherins, much to Lily's dismay. Like all Gryffindors, Lily firmly believes that there are no good people in Slytherin, save for her friend Severus. Severus, too, would seek her out. But in stark contrast to Lily's vivacity, he remained perpetually quiet, often sitting beneath the tree engrossed in a book, occasionally glancing up at Petunia before returning to his reading. His passion for literature is palpable. Perhaps in a past life, he was a library in some form. Lately, he has grown even more withdrawn than before. Where he once called her name, now he merely nods in acknowledgement when they cross paths, as if striving to maintain a distance from her. Lily, vexed by this change, mused, "Severus, what has become of you? Have those insufferable Slytherins said something to you?" Petunia, resting her chin on her hand, regarded Lily with an intensity that made her skin prickle, diminishing her confidence. "What is wrong, Petunia? Why do you look at me like that? It seems foolishness is indeed contagious. Had I known, I would have kept you away from James," Petunia lamented. "If Severus were so easily swayed, he would not be Severus." "Petunia. All right." Pushing the loudspeaker away, Petunia languidly leaned against the tree trunk. "Have you not noticed that your voice has changed from what it used to be? Even your classmates have altered in tone. Are you suggesting that Severus is going through a voice change?" Lily exclaimed in sudden realization. "Not yet entirely foolish, I see." Petunia's voice had softened, taking on a lethargic quality. She had been in this state for some time, having persuaded Professor Flitwick to grant her a week of sick leave. "Ah, the laziness," she mused. "Yet, It seemed James and his friends had long since passed that phase. Severus's voice change appeared somewhat delayed. Every individual is different, much like height. It seems James hasn't grown taller lately, Lily remarked, rolling her eyes. Is it impossible for you to express yourself without resorting to such trivialities? I believe I just heard my name. James abruptly emerged from somewhere, his eyes fixed on Lily. Unblinking. If he had a tail, it would undoubtedly be spinning like a propeller. Upon seeing him, Lily was left speechless, shooting him a glare before declaring, "My sister won't allow me to play with fools," and walked away, leaving a bewildered James looking up at Petunia. What? She means for you to pursue her. Oh. Lily, Sirius, arriving a tad late, shook his head in resignation. Alas, poor James is but a pawn in their game. Meanwhile, in the room of requirement, Severus, having brewed potions for 3 days, breathed a sigh of relief. He had finally succeeded in concocting a potion that could expedite the voice change, liberating him from the need to nod or shake his head to communicate with Petunia. Downing the foul-smelling concoction, Severus grimaced as his features contorted. The taste was far more repugnant than the legendary Starry Sky pie, but if all went well, he would emerge from this phase by the following morning. In the Ravenclaw dormitory, Petunia lay serenely on her bed, exuding a morbid beauty akin to a wilting flower. When the door swung open, she peeked out from her bed. "Have you returned, Edith?" Edith, upon entering, was met with Petunia's starved, doe-like eyes, and resignedly placed the food she had packed from the Great Hall onto Petunia's desk. "Come down to eat." Petunia had been acting strangely. Initially, Edith thought her merely lazy, but soon realized that she lacked energy for everything. She skipped classes, avoided meals, and merely sought out a place to lie down, reminiscent of a hapless soul drained of blood and vitality by the vampires of ancient lore. Edith even suspected that Petunia might have fallen prey to some curse, dragging her to Madame Pomfrey's infirmary for a thorough examination, but to no avail. "Fine, I will," Petunia replied, hands raised in a gesture of surrender. A large bag filled with enough food to satiate 2 boys lay before her, and under Edith's watchful gaze. Petunia devoured every morsel, leaving only the remnants of her pumpkin juice. Upon finishing, Edith nearly leapt up in astonishment, covering her mouth in disbelief. "Merlin, have you caught some pig virus?" Eating heartily, yet so lethargic. Petunia's lips twitched. She struggled to explain to her beloved roommate that this was merely a side effect of the magical energy replenishing potion she had consumed. About a week prior, she had discovered her magical energy was depleting at an alarming rate, far outpacing its regeneration. In her panic, she had sought counsel from Grindelwald, who explained that gifted young witches often experience a premature maturation of their magical abilities before adulthood. The energy replenishing potion could compensate for the loss. Yet each individual's reaction varied, manifesting in her case as fatigue, lethargy, and an insatiable hunger. This was also the reason Edith brought her extra meals each evening. "Just consider it a bout of laziness," Petunia declared, her hands raised in defeat. By the end of October, Petunia's condition had further deteriorated. Coincidentally, it was Halloween, and as per tradition, Hogwarts would host a grand costume ball on this day. The festivities would not conclude until 8 in the evening, and the eager young witches and wizards had long prepared their costumes for Halloween night. Edith's outfit was even a replica of her mother's attire from years past, tailored to ensure that she would not be overshadowed at the ball. "Absolutely stunning," Petunia remarked, tracing her fingers over the gems adorning the fabric, nearly drooling. The gemstone alone surpassed the worth of all her own attire combined. Edith donned a classic witch-s ensemble, twirling in front of Petunia while brandishing her matching wand. "How do I look?" "Exquisite. Pair it with some purple eyeshadow, and you'll enchant Enel," Petunia enthused, fully engaging in the moment. Chapter 100, The Costume Ball. "But are you certain you wish to attend tonight's ball in such a manner?" Edith asked, frowning at Petunia, who had made no effort to adorn herself. She had merely changed into a clean robe, devoid of even the house crest. "I've decided to embody a Ravenclaw witch. What do you think? Is it not a stroke of genius?" Petunia replied nonchalantly, merely wishing to partake in the festivities without engaging in them. Moreover, given her current state, it would be a triumph if she managed to stay awake throughout the event. Her condition had worsened, necessitating that her dosage of the energy replenishing potion be increased from once a week to every 2 days. For this evening's celebration, she had even prepared an extra vial to carry with her. "Well, you shall undoubtedly be the most conspicuous one tonight. After all, amidst a throng of goblins and other creatures, a normal individual would stand out as the most extraordinary of all." As Petunia made her way to the hall where the Halloween festivities were to be held, she truly witnessed the diversity of species. The young witches and wizards had transformed into werewolves, zombies, vampires, and even goblins and house elves. It must be said that aside from the visually appealing vampire duke, everything else could be deemed quite an eyesore. Edith cast a glance down at her seemingly overly extravagant gown, feeling utterly out of place in this world. After a moment of silence, Penny quietly comforted Edith, urging her to relax, assuring her that at least no one would be impersonating a boring flying broomstick. One could only hope. Navigating past the enormous pumpkin concealing little witches at the entrance of the Halloween hall, Penny and Edith stepped into the grand hall, where the ceiling still boasted the same 1,000 bats as in previous years, and even the menacing spider decorations on the walls were identical to those of last year. The only apparent difference was the assortment of attendees gracing the soiree. What on earth is that? A stir rippled through the crowd as something extraordinary seemed to materialize in the center of the hall, with many little witches pointing and murmuring in curiosity. What could it be? Penny leaned forward with interest. It certainly wouldn't be anything mundane. Edith had already discerned the essence of the commotion, summarizing it succinctly as sheer madness, with everyone exhibiting their own brand of lunacy. In a spirit reminiscent of "If the mountain does not come to me, I shall go to the mountain," Penny relinquished her desire to witness the spectacle at the center and instead made her way toward the commotion. Hey, what was that phrase again? Reasonable, legal, but utterly bonkers. When Penny beheld several heaps of cardboard smeared with paint before her, her pupils dilated in shock as she stiffly turned to Edith. "Why are there piles of rubbish here?" "I too am curious," Edith replied with a blank expression, having thought that even during Christmas, one's attire would be grounded in decency. These chaotic creations resembled the haphazard doodles of toddlers rather than costumes intended for any proper performance. "Hey, this is clearly our magnificent creation." The first heap of elongated rubbish spoke up, revealing James's voice, as his head emerged from the opening of the paint-splattered cardboard. "Don't you think it's amusing?" Penny tilted her head in confusion, struggling to recognize him. "So what exactly are you dressed as?" "A flying broomstick. Isn't it obvious?" James proclaimed with pride, his head held high. "Ha ha." Penny offered a perfunctory laugh, her gaze scanning the crowd for Lily's figure, regretting that her sister could not have chosen a more sensible boyfriend. At last, she spotted Lily in a corner, standing beside Snape, using today as prop fan to shield her face, seemingly embarrassed. Well, at least her awareness was intact. "Hey, and us." Sirius also poked his head out from the cardboard, adorned with a similar elongated object, albeit in black. "A wand?" Edith inquired uncertainly. "Correct. But no prize for guessing," Sirius replied, bouncing in place with delight. Edith managed to force a smile, relieved there was no prize. Penny's attention shifted to the next cardboard figure, which, judging by its height and build, must be Lupin. "Hi." He seemed somewhat bashful as he greeted Penny, his demeanor shy. Penny, no longer inclined to inquire further, expressed her confusion through her gaze. "A quill," Lupin replied in a hushed tone, his face nearly buried in the ground. The final figure was unmistakable, a rotund, golden snitch. "Penny, James is asking you if you've seen Lily." Given her shared discomfort, Penny silently conveyed her answer to James before he could utter the question. As he dashed towards another corner of the hall, Penny noticed that both Lupin and Sirius visibly exhaled in relief, piquing her curiosity. "I wonder what leverage James has over you that permits you to endure such embarrassment alongside him." "Alas," Sirius sighed dramatically, as if trying to evoke a sense of tragic gravitas. Penny ignored his theatrics and silently regarded Lupin, who sheepishly scratched his head, admitting, "I lost a bet. The costume was hastily assembled last night." "But it's rather amusing," Sirius chimed in, clearly enjoying the endeavor. "I don't understand, but as long as you're happy," Penny replied. Once the commotion shifted elsewhere, allowing for a quieter atmosphere, Penny breathed a sigh of relief. Edith had been whisked away by Eniel, leaving her alone. Balancing a plate in hand, she sampled food while pleasantly observing the whimsical yet peculiar costumes of the other little witches, contemplating her own plan to astonish everyone next Halloween. It was at this moment that Snape approached her, bringing her favorite grape juice and sitting beside her. Penny scrutinized Snape carefully. He was dressed as the Vampire Duke, a character often portrayed by many little witches, yet she felt he suited the role exceptionally well, given their shared pallid complexion. "I recall that those portraying the Vampire Duke possess a small charm," Penny remarked excitedly, gazing at him. Snape obediently elongated his mouth, revealing two sharp fangs that protruded from either side, creating an oddly charming juxtaposition with his aloof demeanor, reminiscent of the adorable little black cat, Ryla, she had once cared for. Compelled by an inexplicable urge, Penny inquired, "May I touch you?" Chapter 101, The Kiss. The hall was alive with revelry, the distinct, eerie music of Halloween resonating throughout, accompanied by the occasional startled gasps of little witches. Penny's words echoed like thunder in Snape's ears, yet at that moment, all he could discern was the frantic rhythm of his own heartbeat. Perhaps it was the warmth of the hall, or maybe the grape juice contained a hint of alcohol. But Snape felt a slight fog clouding his mind. "Severus?" Penny waved her hand in front of him, seemingly having rendered him momentarily dazed. Snape snapped back to reality, his expression somewhat flustered. And no, it's fine. I mean, of course. The words escaped him as if he were overly eager, and upon finishing his sentence, his countenance grew even more alarmed as he glanced at Penny, striving to appear more composed, though the effort was in vain. Penny smiled at him, her eyes twinkling. Such a good boy, Severus. After finishing a cup of grape juice, Penny began to feel drowsy. The Ravenclaw Tower felt a world away. And to prevent herself from collapsing midway, she looked towards Snape, wondering if this gentleman might be willing to escort the frail lady back to her dormitory. Snape, of course, would not decline Penny's offer, as he was aware of her recent health struggles. Perhaps it was the Christmas season, but the castle's lighting was dimmer than usual, compounded by a starless and moonless night filled with cobwebs and bat decorations, rendering Hogwarts akin to a ghost town, with the two of them wandering through it like specters. This year's Halloween was particularly frigid, with temperatures plummeting below zero. Before setting out, Penny had donned a thick sweater and a heavy school uniform lined with rabbit fleece. Yet as the corridor's wind crept into her collar, she shivered. Goodness, why is it so cold at the end of October? A warming charm was gently cast upon her. The caster too bashful to meet her gaze, merely continuing with her words, "You haven't attended class lately. The astronomy professor mentioned this winter is projected to be the coldest in a decade, and that it might even snow on Halloween." Snow on Halloween? That's quite rare. Suddenly, a group of ghosts floated through the hallway, discussing something, causing the temperature to drop even further. Snape grasped Penny's wrist, gently pulling her closer to him, as if enveloping her in an embrace, recalling that the chill from ghosts passing through a person could make one's teeth chatter. "Ah, a little couple," teased several ghosts from Gryffindor, who had long since departed, but upon noticing Snape in his Slytherin attire, they thought better of it and exchanged a few light-hearted jests before moving on. After the ghostly team departed, a peculiar jester with round, bright eyes, a broad face, and a large mouth peeked around the corner, inquiring with an ethereal and eerie voice, "Are you two on a date?" Peeves. Severus Snape's brow furrowed deeper. He held an aversion to this perennial source of headaches for past administrators, as Peeves was an irredeemable troublemaker who delighted in wreaking havoc at Hogwarts, shattering vases, toppling potions, overturning bookshelves, and more. Occasionally, he even relished the act of pelting small wizards with water balloons, a frigid assault that felt like a form of torture during this season. "I'm asking you a question." "Such an impudent little ghost," Peeves exclaimed, spinning in the air with his hands on his hips. In his protective embrace, Penny nestled against Snape, then softly complained to Peeves, "Could you lower your voice? You're making my ears ache." Peeves doesn't heed anyone's advice. I'll bother you. The mischievous spirit reveled in causing annoyance, and as he spoke, the corridor echoed with the sounds of rushing wind, muffled laughter, and the cacophony of clashing objects that made one's scalp prickle. Tongue-tied, unable to tolerate it any longer, Snape directed a spell at Peeves, and the noise finally ceased. Struggling midair with his tongue glued to the roof of his mouth, Peeves attempted to pry open his own mouth, trying in vain to detach his tongue. But to no avail. The sight was somewhat comical, yet Peeves appeared even angrier, silently howling as he rolled towards the two small wizards, hurling an endless barrage of water balloons, chalk, ink bottles, and trash bins at them. However, before he could launch his attack, Penny and Snape had already vacated the danger zone. Snape cast a defensive spell to shield them from Peeves' onslaught, then coldly observed the ghost's frantic antics from outside. "How about blowing him away with a wind spell?" Penny suggested, reasoning that even a ghost would be moved by strong winds. She was eager to avoid wasting any more time here. Snape, under Peeves' watchful gaze, slowly raised his wand. "Good idea." The defensive enchantment did not obstruct the transmission of sound, thus Peeves could hear their conversation distinctly. Annoyed, he bared his teeth at the two troublemakers, but realized that he wouldn't gain any advantage tonight. After muttering silent curses, Peeves sulkily floated away. Penny, delighted, clasped Snape's hand and high-fived him in celebration of their victory over Peeves. "Let us go?" The Ravenclaw Tower was one of the furthest locations from the Great Hall in Hogwarts. Ordinarily, this wouldn't be a concern, but now, upon reaching the base of the 8-story staircase, Penny gazed at the daunting ascent with tears of despair, feeling utterly exhausted. As the familiar magical energy dissipated, an overwhelming sense of weakness engulfed her, as if some innate, precious essence within her had vanished, leaving behind an unsettling emptiness that tormented her. Her feet felt like lead, and in the next moment, she collapsed weakly onto the ground. Fortunately, Snape was ever vigilant, catching her shoulder just before her knees could meet the hard floor, preventing her from falling completely. "Are you all right? What happened?" Snape asked, gripping the girl's frail shoulders tightly, concern flooding his eyes like a tide enveloping Penny. "I'll explain later. I have a potion in my bag." After consuming a restorative potion, Penny finally regained some strength. She had been experiencing such episodes daily, where her magical energy would drain and then slowly replenish, though each occurrence increased her original reservoir of magic. Beneath the Ravenclaw Tower, Snape held Penny as they sat on a makeshift sofa, concern etched upon his typically impassive face. Will it be very painful? He was not one to express such considerate words, prompting Penny to look at him in surprise before breaking into a smile. It hurts, but it's worth it. Just as our astronomy professor mentioned, it is supposed to snow this Halloween. The Hogwarts Halloween feast had yet to disperse when snowflakes began to fall gracefully from the sky. Penny reached out to catch a snowflake, its beautiful six-pointed crystalline form melting in her palm. Severus, it's snowing. Under the dim glow of the street lamp, the snowfall appeared especially enchanting, large flurries cascading down. However, at that moment, Snape was not in the mood to appreciate such beauty. The girl's hair was as red as a blooming rose, her always bright eyes more vibrant than the finest sapphire, and the distance between them felt too intimate. Snape swallowed hard. The icy touch of the snowflakes on his face compelled him to suppress all impudent thoughts. Do you know what pairs best with the first snow? Penny suddenly asked him. Snape lowered his gaze to her, pushing aside all thoughts, awaiting her answer with a near-reverent devotion. Chocolate cake, hot black tea, and the warm sensation of lips was fleeting. And a kiss. His mind blanked while fireworks exploded in his heart. Snape struggled to maintain his composure, nearly losing control of his expression, his eyes wide with astonishment while the corners of his mouth involuntarily lifted. Once he was certain the boy was utterly flabbergasted. Penny affectionately ruffled his hair. See you tomorrow, Mr. Vampire. With the grace of a victor, Penny ascended the 8 flights of stairs, sprinting to her dormitory. Upon returning to her seat, she sighed in relief, only to recall her earlier actions, causing her to stomp her feet in embarrassment. Her cheeks and ears flushed as if scalded by boiling water. Chapter 102, Prophecy. Penny had always known that Grindelwald was a prophet. More daunting than his formidable combat prowess was his enigmatic prophetic gift, for one could never foresee what he had envisioned. She hadn't anticipated encountering Grindelwald so soon again. And in Dumbledore's office, no less. He seemed unsurprised that she had come to see Dumbledore today. He had usurped Dumbledore's usual workspace. Addressing her with an air of condescension, Dumbledore has gone to Honeydukes. Now we can finally have a chat, Miss Evans. Penny accepted the invitation with a smile, as Grindelwald offered her no opportunity for refusal. The magic-prohibiting apparition at Hogwarts did not hinder Penny, nor did it impede Grindelwald, in the blink of an eye. He transported her to the Forbidden Forest, declaring it a sufficiently safe location, at least free from eavesdroppers. You're quite impressive, sir, she remarked, finding it remarkable that he could navigate so easily on the territory of an old adversary and former lover. Say what you will. Grindelwald was indifferent to others' opinions. He fell into a rare silence, perhaps organizing his thoughts, then cautiously erected a privacy barrier around them, his complex gaze resting upon Penny. Relax. You hold the reins in this conversation. After all, you are the most special one here. Penny didn't fully grasp his meaning, but understood that it implied she held the advantage, which piqued her interest. Not long ago, I glimpsed a fragment of the future. I had never conceived that his death would unfold in this manner, or rather, that our deaths would transpire in this way. Our? Such exclusive language left Penny somewhat bewildered. Did he truly mean our? It seemed self-evident who else could be mentioned alongside Grindelwald. His tone suggested that their demise was far from peaceful. Yet, in the entire wizarding world, how many could possibly possess the capability to kill Dumbledore and Grindelwald? Had the legendary god of magic, Merlin, been resurrected? At that moment, I was as astonished as you are now. Grindelwald's calm demeanor belied the gravity of his words, as if recounting an ordinary event. We were nearly killed without putting up any resistance. Penny found herself at a loss for how to react to such weighty news. It seemed that since she had met Grindelwald, she had been perpetually enveloped in incredulous shock. Who was the murderer? She inquired. It is evident that Voldemort was once a favored pupil of Dumbledore. Grindelwald's voice dripped with a hint of venom. Though the demise may not have been by his own hand, it was undoubtedly orchestrated by him. With the identity of the perpetrator established, the matter became significantly simpler. The two of you could unite to eliminate him. Even if he were to rise as a reincarnation of Merlin, he could not escape the grasp of 2 legendary wizards. Grindelwald's gaze fell upon Penny once more, his expression akin to that of one observing a fool. If matters were so straightforward, why would I be conversing with you? In the ensuing moments, Grindelwald presented himself as a seasoned politician. This was a revolution, and Dumbledore was resolute in his desire to reshape the wizarding world. A mere 5% of pure-blood wizards, cloaked in a sense of nobility, monopolized over 70% of the resources, while a greater number of half-blood and Muggle-born wizards struggled to survive within the confines of limited resources. an undeniable injustice. Thus, Dumbledore emerged, wielding his remarkable prowess to gain significant influence within the wizarding community, championing the cause of so-called common wizards, while Voldemort served as the representative of the pureblood faction. Penny felt as though she had returned to her political classes at Muggle school. Previously, she had merely observed as a spectator. Yet it seemed the conflict between the factions had ensnared her in its web. She regarded Grindelwald, who appeared youthful yet was, in truth, of considerable age, and found him perplexing. As an idealist, his aspirations had been stifled by Dumbledore himself. One would expect him to harbor hatred, yet he did not. While he may not have agreed with Dumbledore's ideology, upon learning of his misfortunes, he did not revel in schadenfreude. Rather, he seemed to quietly support him, wishing to fulfill his dreams. Such contradictory individuals, they held mutual respect and trepidation, ultimately entwined in love. Though she found these reflections poignant, Penny held no grander notions. Her brief sojourn in the wizarding world had not fostered a profound love for this land. But what did it matter to her? She was merely a student. And even as an adult, she had no intention of entangling herself in your political strife. Her life's ambition was to traverse every corner of the globe, to witness the splendors of the world, free as the wind. Naive, Grindelwald scoffed derisively. Fate would not allow any who were ensnared to remain uninvolved. The conversation concluded on an unsatisfactory note, as Penny swiftly turned to leave, only to whirl back around. Grindelwald had uttered a warning. Remember to keep your Slytherin companion away from the Shrieking Shack. It is destined to be his place of demise. Snape held a special place in Penny's heart, unlike anyone else. Sometimes he was a friend, at other times a family member, and at times a partner in tacit collaboration. She was willing to engage in long, heartfelt conversations with him, to discuss the intricacies of potions and alchemy, to share a room where they both could quietly toil, and to stroll down the street exchanging trivialities. She wished for him to be free of sorrow, and detested the thought of him being hurt. He had once been akin to Lily, but at some point, he had begun to change. She could neither bear to watch him perish, nor could she ignore her feelings for him. She likely harbored affection for him, Penny mused. Chapter 103, The Anthem of Victory. Oh, Penny. Lily burst into Penny's embrace like a cannonball, clinging to her waist with an air of despondency. Slow down, Lily. You nearly sent me tumbling into the Black Lake. Penny retreated a few steps, barely managing to regain her balance, and patted Lily's head in exaggerated fashion. I didn't use that much force. Lily finally emerged from Penny's embrace. So, what has James done to upset you this time? How did you know? Lily's expression conveyed surprise. Penny rolled her eyes, retorting, This marks the 5th time this month you've come to me for solace, dear. Well, I hadn't realized he had vexed me so often. One often finds oneself perturbed or saddened for those they hold dear. Penny winked at her, feeling like a sage in the manner of Dumbledore at that moment. Penny. Lily, realizing the implications of her sister's words, covered her face and dove back into Penny's arms, her cheeks flushed like ripe apples. I heard you rejected James's 107th confession of love? Penny inquired with a hint of gossip, having left too early the previous night to witness the spectacle. To be honest, it sounds quite delightful. Handsome Prince James presenting flowers to beautiful Princess Lily at the Halloween ball, with a few more blossoms around. It would be indistinguishable from a fairy tale. However, Penny had forgotten that the protagonist of this story was none other than James Potter, a young man brimming with courage and wisdom. Lily's expression shifted dramatically. I presume you are referring to last night's extraordinary broomstick affair. Recalling the height of the festivities, when professors like Dumbledore and McGonagall were present, James Potter, surrounded by his close friends, made his way to her. Sirius and Remus, the ultimate wingmen, had strewn the hall with roses, emblematic of love. As all awaited a romantic confession, James faltered. He truly faltered. His costume for the evening, hastily crafted from cardboard and glue, was precariously constructed. Just as he intended to kneel like a prince and present flowers to his beloved, the cardboard shattered. Or perhaps it had simply come undone. Fortunately, he wore a proper shirt and trousers beneath, sparing him from utter embarrassment. Oh, how dashing James! At that moment, James's friend Sirius, akin to a cat with its tail caught, yelped encouragement, and under his infectious enthusiasm, many Gryffindor boys joined in the chorus. What began as a romantic declaration devolved into a raucous gathering of primates. Oh, poor Lily. Penny could envision Lily standing in the hall, helplessly subjected to the astonished gazes of her peers. She embraced her affectionately and inquired, What happened next? Did you give him a piece of your mind? No. Then Peeves appeared, seemingly irate, and dumped a cake that Sirius had prepared on James's head. It was all quite chaotic, Lily shrugged. Penny's eyes widened. She hadn't anticipated that she and Snape had inadvertently played a part in this. I had been somewhat hopeful. Lily's voice dwindled. No little girl is immune to the allure of fairy tales, to the dreamlike scenes enveloped in flowers. Then, with a sudden spike in her tone, Lily exclaimed. But upon seeing James Potter, I wish the floor of Hogwarts had no crevices, for I would have gladly slipped into one. Do you know how atrocious his outfit was last night? How did he muster the courage to step outside in such rags? They say the wizarding world has a rather conservative fashion sense. Penny, can you imagine a multicolored cardboard figure standing before you professing his feelings? Not tossing him into the nearest bin is a testament to my newfound restraint. Oh, and he also had a stick on his head, broken from a regular broom found in Filch's tool shed. Penny, how should I put it? It's quite difficult to assess. By the end, Lily could hardly maintain her laughter, adopting Snape's tone to critique James. What a wise young man. Penny was at a loss for words to comfort her, ultimately settling for a gentle pat on her shoulder. On the bright side, at least you can now choose a more mature suitor from among your many admirers. Enough of that, Lily pouted, shifting the topic. What about you and Severus? Is he still not planning to confess? He has liked you for quite some time. Well, he is probably busy preparing a gift, Penny replied, raising an eyebrow, her eyes twinkling with mirth. That's good. Wait, what kind of gift? Lily nearly leaped from her seat. So even the stoic Severus has found his confidence? The raucous laughter of boys echoed from the Quidditch pitch, nearly reverberating throughout Hogwarts. Oh, Sirius, come catch me. Ha! Lily exclaimed, her voice tinged with mischief. Meanwhile, in the Slytherin dormitory, Severus Snape, after sifting through a wardrobe filled exclusively with black robes, wore an expression of disdain. Finding nothing that satisfied him, anxiousness began to gnaw at him. Penny's words from the previous night rang in his ears like the clarion call of impending victory. Penny was telling him she liked him too. He ought to prepare himself, adorned with flowers and gifts, to confess his feelings. Yet, he had yet to find a suitable outfit, and Snape's agitation grew. Despite his frustration, he had classes to attend. Unlike the professors, he did not enjoy Penny's favoritism. Thus, the young wizard's attending defense against the dark arts with Snape witnessed what true ruthlessness entailed. His attacks during practice were nothing short of extraordinary. What has gotten into Snape? It's as if he's consumed gunpowder, James Potter remarked, leaning against Sirius's shoulder. You should be more concerned for yourself, Remus chimed in after dispatching his opponent, his gaze towards James laden with sympathy. Snape was preparing to confess to Penny, and he was in a frenzy to gather gifts. Wait, has he suddenly had an epiphany? James's mouth fell agape. Ignoring James's astonishment, Remus continued. And Lily said they would definitely be together. They left together on Halloween night. Evans must have given Snape a hint. Otherwise, given his cautious nature, he wouldn't be in such a hurry to confess, Sirius hypothesized, stroking his chin. I concur, Remus nodded in agreement. So, before he even confesses, is it already a foregone conclusion that they are together? James summarized, his expression devoid of emotion, but jealousy twisted his features into a grimace. His teeth bared as if ready to bite. Some people hear the triumphant anthem upon confessing, while others sound the signal for an attack, only to falter midway, Sirius quipped, stifling a laugh as he glanced at James. Provoked, James erupted into a high-pitched scream. The defense against the dark arts professor, who had endured James's antics for far too long, admonished, James Potter, mind your conduct. This is not a marketplace. 5 points from Gryffindor. Thus, James found himself in a predicament, having gained nothing but trouble. No, he cried, his face contorted in agony as he pounded the ground. Chapter 104, Regulus. Since Halloween, Penny had not seen Snape for several days. He seemed to be deliberately avoiding her. Even when he spotted her from afar, he would hastily retreat. Watching the edge of Snape's robe vanish around a corner, she turned to Edith and Lily, bewildered. Have I transformed into something frightful? Why does he shun me so? Don't ask me. I don't understand this type of boy, Edith replied, clutching her books, unwilling to engage in Penny's musings. I'm off to the library. I still have my herbology essay to finish. Perhaps he is merely shy, Lily suggested, linking her arm with Penny's. I never anticipated you would kiss him directly, Merlin. That's even more Gryffindor than Gryffindor itself. In hindsight, I indeed acted rashly, Penny admitted, nodding. Maybe Severus prefers a more demure type of girl. I believe he would like you regardless. He is genuinely quite shy. After exchanging a few more words, Lily departed for her class via the spiral staircase, while Penny ambled towards the library, her own assignments waiting to be completed. To her surprise, Penny encountered Sirius on her way to the library, although James and Remus were absent, leaving him to converse with another boy clad in Slytherin robes. Oddly, the usually jovial Sirius wore a severe expression, confronting the boy closely, the clash of their red and green robes mirroring their opposing stances. Soon, Penny recognized the boy as Regulus Black, Sirius's younger brother by a year. She recalled Narcissa mentioning that unlike the rebellious Sirius, Regulus was a well-behaved child, obedient to his family's wishes, excelling in every aspect, and recognized as the family's next heir. They appeared to be embroiled in a dispute. Sirius's expression was frightening, while Regulus wore an obstinate look, and it seemed as though a fight was imminent. Penny had no intention of interrupting them, but having approached this far, she was reluctant to take a longer route. So she chose to quicken her pace to draw their attention, reasoning that they should wait until she had left before engaging in any altercation. Be the good child you are, Regulus. You do not understand the value of freedom. With that, Sirius shoved Regulus aside and hastily departed. Regulus staggered for a moment, leaning against the wall, silent and dejected. Yet, he quickly composed himself, smiling at Penny. My apologies, Miss Evans, for subjecting you to such an unpleasant scene. It's nothing, Penny replied, sensing his hesitation and surmising his unspoken thoughts. I shall keep your confidence. But what was there to keep secret? The whole world knew of Sirius Black's rebellious nature and his estrangement from the family. Regulus recognized this as well, offering a wry smile before taking his leave. He walked away with poise, each step measured, and Penny had to concede that compared to the carefree Sirius, Regulus indeed embodied the expectations of a pure-blood heir, accomplished, obedient, and family-oriented. The Black family had raised two entirely different sons. Penny's next encounter with Regulus occurred several days later at the observatory, the closest place to the stars where one could gaze up and see the vast expanse of the night sky. In the wizarding world, the stars held an air of mystery. Centaurs could discern the trajectory of the future from their positions, and astrologers could glean insights from their alignment. Previously, Penny had harbored a disdain for such individuals, believing that the future remained undefined precisely because it had yet to unfold. An interfered future was merely a path to another outcome. However, after conversing with Grindelwald, her perspective had shifted, and she finally understood why some sought to glimpse the future. Perhaps once one had something to cherish, the desire arose to evade unfavorable outcomes. December nights at Hogwarts were frigid, and Penny was astonished to find another presence in the observatory. Mr. Black? She queried, removing her cloak's hood in surprise. I did not expect a well-behaved Slytherin like you to be breaking school rules. Regulus turned, a faint smile gracing his lips. As long as one is not caught, it is not deemed a violation. Penny raised an eyebrow, noting the distinctly Slytherin-esque rhetoric. After a few casual exchanges, they fell into silence. They were not particularly familiar, and even this brief conversation was merely an acknowledgement of their shared nocturnal wanderings, although neither felt any genuine camaraderie. The weather that night was rather unwelcoming. Although snow did not fall, the overcast sky obscured any view of the stars. More bothersome than the lack of stars was the abrasive and manic voice of the caretaker. Filch. The sound of his shoes striking the floor resonated loudly, and the flickering light of the oil lamps served as a reminder of the impending danger for the wandering young wizards. It is truly vexing to have one's stargazing interrupted, Penny muttered softly before bidding farewell to Regulus. Goodbye, Mr. Black. She tilted her head back, consuming a vial of potion, her form vanishing into the night. Courtesy of the invisibility potion. Farewell, Miss Evans, Regulus replied softly, his wand waving as he too melded into the darkness with a disillusionment charm. Who goes there? Filch's voice suddenly boomed, having yet to encounter his partner, Madame Norris, relying solely on his eyes and ears to capture the nocturnal wanderers. The dim glow of the oil lamp illuminated the observatory, yet there was no sign of any little wizards. Ferk's expression darkened further. He had anticipated at least capturing one little wizard that night. The relatively youthful caretaker, carrying the oil lamp, walked away, while two young wizards from different houses exchanged silent glances, each aware that they were not yet familiar enough to engage in conversation. Penny returned to the dormitory just past midnight, unaware of when Regulus had departed, but she presumed it was not earlier than her own departure. The young Slytherin harbored a multitude of concerns within him. Sirius often remarked that the Black family members were all mad, and in some respects, he was indeed correct. Each member of the Black family possessed a profound obsession. Andromeda pursued love, Sirius sought freedom, Bellatrix, well, she was simply deranged. And Regulus's fixation seemed to revolve around protecting the family. Perhaps it was the burden of familial expectations upon his youth, or perhaps it was his contrasting character. He could not navigate the world with the same cunning as Lucius Malfoy, who prioritized self-interest and handled all affairs with ease, leaving Regulus feeling somewhat lost and even sorrowful. Chapter 1. Together at last. A week had passed since Halloween. Just when Penny began to doubt whether her feelings were unreciprocated, she received a letter from Rhea. The plump owl with wide, watery eyes stood at her window, cooing impatiently for her to collect the message. No need to rush, Rhea. Honestly, I think it would save time if you simply flew onto my desk, Penny said, sluggishly making her way to the table to address her rebellious little owl. Recently, Rhea had been sulking, a situation that stemmed from a rather unpalatable treat that Severus had indulged her with. Now, she was not only picky but frequently ran away from home. After placing a letter signed by Severus Snape on Penny's desk, Rhea let out a few more coos, and then flew out the window. Still not in a good mood, are we? Such a cantankerous owl. Penny mused as she picked up the letter. The envelope was of the sleek black style Severus often favored, with only his name written in gold ink at the bottom right corner. Upon opening it, a rich aroma of roses wafted out, causing Penny to sneeze involuntarily. This was not typical of Severus. She wondered who had suggested such a flourish. In the letter, Snape invited Penny to the room of requirement that evening, where he would await her on the 8th floor. Reading the letter made her smile. Could it be that Severus was finally ready to make his feelings known to her? This delicate flower? When Edith entered the dormitory with heavy steps, she found Penny resting her chin on her hand, lost in a silly grin. The sight alleviated her own burdensome mood, weighed down by academic pressures. You look quite elated. Is that potion boy finally going to confess to you? Edith remarked, her tone dripping with sarcasm, as she had recently become envious of every wizard who received another their potion essays, while she had been stuck with them for a month. According to Professor Slughorn, she was hardworking but lacked a touch of talent, a heavy blow for a Ravenclaw aspiring to be the best healer at St. Mungo's. Thus, Severus became her potion boy, while Penny had not even submitted her potion essay lately. Perfect timing. Could you help me choose an outfit for my date? Edith asked, curtsying playfully. I would be delighted to assist. You must dazzle him. As night fell, Penny arrived at the 8th floor of the castle right on time. Severus was already waiting at the entrance of the room of requirement, standing before the tapestry. Unlike his usual black attire, he wore a tailored light-colored suit that complemented his physique, with elegant cufflinks and a brooch. His figure flickered in the dim light of the corridor, and from a distance, Penny observed the shy boy of her memories had transformed into a striking young man. How lovely, she thought, a smile curving her lips. Was this the joy of nurturing relationships? The moment Severus spotted Penny, he breathed a sigh of relief and hurried toward her. You've arrived, Penny, he said, his voice a mix of warmth and relief. Penny beamed back at him. I could hardly miss such an important occasion. Severus bit his lip, a faint blush creeping across his pale cheeks. He quickly took her hand and led her into the room of requirement, his palm radiating warmth. Almost hot enough to hatch a small dragon. Penny felt a twinge of disappointment. It seemed he had not noticed the makeup that Edith had applied meticulously for her. The room of requirement had been beautifully adorned by Severus, with an abundance of roses nearly drowning the entire space. The fragrant essence of the blooms lingered in the air, accompanied by ethereal white mist that lent a dreamlike quality to the floral haven. Wow, how beautiful, Penny exclaimed, turning to Severus, who appeared somewhat anxious. One hand clenched tightly against his trousers, standing as straight as if at attention. You're too tense, Sev, Penny chuckled lightly. Severus remained silent, his nervousness mingling with a thrill. Upon seeing Penny, he felt a long-held wish come to fruition, a joy that nearly clouded his thoughts. Though he stood there, his mind was already soaring through the halls of Hogwarts. Penny shook her head, taking his hand and guiding him to the center of the room of requirement, where a large round table stood. Atop it rested a towering chocolate cake, beside which a steaming pot of red tea awaited. Penny raised an eyebrow. Although she adored chocolate cake and red tea, this combination reminded her of Mrs. Evans's cherished afternoon tea time. Severus intoned softly, falling snowflakes. With a brief incantation, the ceiling transformed into fluffy clouds, and delicate snowflakes began to drift down, landing softly on Penny's outstretched hand. The enchanted snowflakes did not chill the room. Rather, they resembled an illusion, creating a striking contrast against the roses. It seems that from this day forth, my favorite flower will be the snowflakes you conjure, Penny said, squeezing Severus's hand gently. Shall we cut the cake? He stammered, his face turning crimson from neck to scalp, leaving Penny to witness his flustered retreat. Such shyness would not do, she thought with a hint of exasperation. At this rate, when would she ever hear his confession? Resting her chin in her hand, she watched as Severus attempted to slice the cake. His hands, adept at potion ingredients, faltered in their precision, nearly causing the towering confection to collapse. Moreover, the cake's interior appeared oddly colored. Penny stiffened, turning to Severus. Darling, tell me this cake was not made by your own hand? She had not forgotten Severus's remarkable culinary skills. Unlike Lily's unappetizing dark cuisine, Severus's creations often boasted a charming appearance, yet bore flavors that could be terrifying. Much like the astonishing potions he concocted, which were fearsome yet effective. Severus nodded bashfully, admitting that he had faced numerous failures before achieving this satisfactory result. Penny's smile threatened to break free. She nearly grasped his collar to demand who had taught him such a cruel method of confession. Under the hopeful gaze of Severus, Penny tremulously stuffed a piece of cake into her mouth, contemplating the unseemly act of swallowing it whole, if not for her sense of decorum. Was it delicious? The very culprit behind this culinary disaster seemed blissfully unaware of his own shortcomings, even daring to inquire. Penny had once questioned Severus's palate. as he appeared oblivious to the abysmal taste of the morsels he offered. Conscience bound her tongue, rendering her unable to utter a word of praise. Instead, she gently patted his shoulder and implored, "Promise me, Severus, never attempt to cook for me again." If Severus had possessed a dog's tail, it would surely have drooped in defeat, feeling the sting of her words. Well, at least the cake was visually appealing. The poor lad indeed elicited sympathy. Yet Penny felt her own stomach deserved the greater compassion. What sin had it committed to endure such torment? Oh, and let us not forget her unfortunate tongue and even more unfortunate taste buds. In that moment, the boy's countenance darkened, as if he had sullied the evening's celebration. According to the customary proceedings, he was meant to present his gift after the cake was extolled for its flavor, and then speak sweetly to her. With a sigh, his demeanor grew even more somber, and he raised his gaze, his melancholic eyes locking onto hers as he whispered, "Will you still like me, Penny?" Penny instinctively glanced at the teacup nearby. Indeed, it contained authentic black tea. Yet why did she detect the fragrant notes of green tea? However, such trifles were best overlooked in matters of romance. She enveloped Severus in a gentle embrace, akin to cradling fragile glass, fully aware of his formidable spirit that would not shatter easily. "Of course, I like you, Severus. Penny, I love you." The two stood entwined amidst a snowy landscape adorned with blooming roses, resembling a fairy tale prince and princess. After a moment, Penny released Severus, her expression turning serious as she addressed him. "There's one more thing, Severus." Her tone was grave, prompting Severus to brace himself, anticipating a momentous revelation. "If we wish to enjoy delightful food, we could hire a chef or dine out. There's no need for you to toil over it." "Just how dreadful was my cake?" Severus retorted, his voice laced with indignation. Chapter 2. How terrible was it? As the two exchanged incredulous glances, Lily quietly entered, her eyes sparkling as she observed the nearly intertwined pair. "Penny, you too." Penny nodded at her, and Lily nearly leapt in joy, exclaiming, "This is fantastic. My sister and my best friend together." Alas, just as happiness flourished, discordant voices intruded. Lily turned in surprise. "James? What are you doing here?" "Clearly, I followed you," came the reply. Sirius had also entered the room of requirement, accompanied by a slightly embarrassed Lupin. "So, Snape, you skipped astronomy class tonight just to date Penny. How absurd." James's expression contorted with the sourness of a lemon as he beheld the roses and the couple. Severus smirked coldly. "What of it? Unlike you, I didn't create a breathtaking broomstick evening." Seeing the two squabbling again, Lily, exasperated, admonished James. "Enough, James. Please, just say less." "Oh, Lily, it's always me." "Isn't it?" Penny grasped Severus's hand, leaning closer to whisper something in his ear. Severus cast her a surprised glance before nodding in agreement. "What are you discussing?" Lily inquired, approaching them. Glancing at her beloved sister, Penny's smile widened. "You arrived just in time. There's still plenty of cake that Severus made." Lily's eyes widened in fear as memories of some dreadful food flooded her mind. The shock on her face had not yet dissipated when she caught Penny's gaze and gasped. "Merlin, Severus, did you really make this yourself?" The bait had been cast, and the eager fish were ready to bite. "What? He can bake? This must be a joke," James exclaimed, incredulous. Sirius and Lupin approached, eager to see what Severus's cake looked like. Even Sirius was taken aback by its surprisingly decent appearance. Soon, the best of friends began to tease their brother. "Hey, sharp nose, now not only can you not outshine him academically, but you've also lost at baking." Lupin patted his shoulder in mock consolation. "To put on a show, we must do it thoroughly," Lily declared as she began to slice the cake. "Would you like to try some?" "I'll go first," James eagerly volunteered, followed closely by his friends. Then came the chorus of yuck, yuck, yuck. Severus's expression visibly darkened. Penny and Lily erupted in laughter, knowing that no one could possibly consume an entire slice of Severus's cake. "I must say, brother, you could never lose to Snape in baking," Sirius weakly remarked, wiping the bile from his mouth. "Agreed. I don't want to see any cake for the next month." Only James's voice sounded genuinely frail, lamenting, Why can he win Penny with such dreadful cake, while I cannot win Lily?" With a scowl as dark as the bottom of a pot, Severus brandished another slice of cake before James's head, declaring, "Let me show you why." Amidst their playful bickering, they had unwittingly surpassed Hogwarts's curfew. Faced with the watchful gaze of Mr. Filch and the patrolling professor, the group emerged from the room of requirement, each opting for a different method of escape. Penny and Severus, seasoned night wanderers, swiftly cast disillusionment charms, their figures vanishing from sight. Lily, well trained, followed suit. Meanwhile, a bewildered Potter and his friends stared in disbelief at their actions. "Wait, isn't disillusionment a spell for Aurors? How do they know it?" "It's in the library. Didn't you know?" Lily chimed in. "What? Is there someone who relies solely on an invisibility cloak for night escapades?" quipped Severus, "Fools." "Ah, We're going to the library tomorrow. James fumed, having been publicly mocked. Who is where? His voice attracted the attention of the caretaker. And just as he turned to flee, Sirius waved his wand, vanishing from sight. Sorry, brother, I know the disillusionment charm too. Walking along the deserted path, Penny clung to Severus's arm, lamenting, You didn't even notice my makeup, Severus. I spent so long on it. Severus looked at her in confusion. The term makeup was foreign to him. He scrutinized her face and concluded only that her lips appeared slightly more vibrant than before. This revelation, to Penny, equated to a complete failure of her efforts. What a fool's errand, trying to impress a blind man. With a sigh, Penny realized her folly. Understanding how naive it was to expect Severus, with his oblivious nature, to grasp the nuances of makeup. I'm sorry, Severus murmured, gently taking her hand. Next time, I'll recognize it. You better, Penny threatened, puffing up her cheeks, or I'll knock your teeth out. As you wish, my lady Penny. After that day, Severus's roommates were astounded to witness a transformation in their usually reticent companion. He began borrowing books on makeup, purchasing cosmetics, and even enrolling in Slytherin's internal fashion courses. Merlin, is his sight finally failing him? How else could one explain such an absurd sight? Chapter 3, Adulthood. Joyful moments always seem to slip by swiftly. When Penny successfully passed her OWLs and Newts, it signified her impending graduation from Hogwarts. Moreover, upon turning 17, she had officially reached adulthood in the wizarding world. Congratulations, Penny, on achieving 12 outstanding grades, Dumbledore expressed, handing her the report card in his office. Such remarkable results are a rarity in the annals of Hogwarts history. Thank you, Headmaster, Penny replied with a smile. What are your plans post-graduation? Dumbledore inquired. As Fawkes gracefully descended from his perch to settle upon her arm, his gaze filled with anticipation. Penny's lips twitched slightly. She was aware of Dumbledore's covert organization, the Order of the Phoenix, which opposed Voldemort's ideologies, actively resisting the atrocities committed by him and his Death Eaters. She understood Dumbledore's implications, yet she harbored other ambitions. Perhaps planning a global adventure? You know I've longed to do so, she concluded, effectively diverting the topic. What a pity, Dumbledore's face clouded with disappointment. Resembling an elder whose hopes had been dashed, yet Penny remained unmoved. As she departed, Dumbledore's expression turned grave. Penny, what plans do you have with Gellert? He had noticed her close association with Grindelwald, and it puzzled him that they had not concealed the fact of their collaboration, even as they remained reticent about its specifics. Severus awaited Penny downstairs in the headmaster's office, cherishing the dwindling opportunities to be alone with her, as her departure from Hogwarts loomed just a week away. Did Dumbledore summon you for something? He asked, his irritation towards the meddling old man evident. He revealed my exam results ahead of time. Penny paused before adding. He also inquired about my career plans, but I fear I may have disappointed him. Severus shifted his gaze from the report card back to Penny, relieved to hear her rejection of Dumbledore's proposition. The existence of the Order of the Phoenix was no longer a secret to the discerning, as its members took it upon themselves to confront the Death Eaters. As a Slytherin, Severus understood the cruelty of the Death Eaters better than most. He wished to shield Penny from unnecessary risks, not out of doubt in her abilities, but from a desire to protect her from peril. Come on. Lily is waiting for us, Penny said, linking her arm with Severus's as they strolled towards the Black Lake, where a picnic awaited them. Along the way, she observed Severus from the corner of her eye. He seemed particularly fatigued lately. He had to juggle classes, prepare for the 7th-year Newts, and endure the potion's Master-S assessments. To her knowledge, Lucius was also attempting to court him, aiming to recommend him to Voldemort. While Eileen's business in Diagon Alley had garnered attention from the Malfoy family, this was a silent threat. Voldemort had grown increasingly ruthless over the past 2 years, even allowing his Death Eaters to target several pureblood families that opposed him. The series of massacres had incited widespread panic, with many turning to him, while a minority of pureblood wizards, dissatisfied with his methods, chose to quietly flee abroad. For instance, Edith's family, though not destitute, was not particularly strong either. Sensing the impending danger, they had shuttered their estate and fled to distant lands, fearing that after today, Edith too would leave. As for the Prince family, they could hardly be deemed formidable, save for their ancestral talent in potion making. Severus had already passed the Advanced Potions Mastery exam at 16, and his mother had become a potions master 2 years prior. Even Death Eaters required logistical support, and ample potions were a necessity, which rendered the Prince family conspicuous. And now they were being watched and could not escape. Penny gazed sympathetically at the composed young man beside her. Severus, you look rather serious. I simply cannot comprehend why Lily would agree to that fool, James Potter. Just thinking about it makes me unable to smile. Severus grimaced, feigning disgust, wishing to spare her from concerns over troublesome matters. James will surely argue with you upon hearing that. Penny chuckled, though her laughter did not reach her eyes. They truly were a mismatched pair, each harboring their own secrets and worries, yet neither chose to confide in the other, bearing their burdens alone. Severus did not know how to express his frustrations regarding the coercion he faced, and she was unaware of how to convey that she had foreseen his future. He desired to resolve everything himself, as did she. It's all Voldemort's fault. And Grindelwald too. Only Merlin knows when his right moment will arrive. He constantly proclaimed that Voldemort was destined to fail, yet remained oblivious to the process of that failure. They needed answers to how to solve this enigma. Could they truly wait for him to die of old age? Frustrated, Penny almost uttered a curse against Voldemort. It was said that Death Eaters had placed a curse upon Voldemort's name, allowing them to sense and swiftly deal with those who spoke it disrespectfully. Penny? Severus noticed her sudden change in demeanor, concern etched on his face as he sought to understand her distress. Just reflecting on some unhappy thoughts. Let us go. Chapter 4. The Picnic. By the shores of the Black Lake, a barbecue grill had been erected for the picnic, a gathering of farewells. With Penny's friends in attendance, Hufflepuff's Jamie and Sophia, Gryffindor's Lily and her quartet, Ravenclaw's Edith and her boyfriend, Eniel, and Slytherin's Ancilia and Regulus. Regulus and Penny shared a decent rapport, having spent many evenings stargazing at the observatory, which had fostered a bond of mutual understanding. The food-loving Hufflepuffs complimented the fiery Gryffindors well, but the Slytherins were quite different. Ancilia seemed oblivious to any tension and had already rushed to converse with Sophia, leaving only Regulus and Sirius, locked in a silent standoff, glaring at each other. Oh, but wait. Sirius had run away from home in his 6th year, moving in with the Potters, who stood in opposition to his family's beliefs, resulting in his disownment from the Black family. Now, he preferred to be referred to as Sirius Black. As Penny and Severus approached hand in hand, James immediately enveloped Lily in his embrace. His arm draped possessively over her shoulder, casting a taunting glance at Severus. Offering him a roll of the eyes, Severus ignored him and leaned down to whisper to Penny. How childish. Lily shot James a disapproving look, returning her focus to the plate of honey-glazed ribs before her. No wonder Hufflepuff had such exceptional culinary skills. Edith sat with her boyfriend, appearing somewhat perturbed amidst the cacophony of excitement and anger around her, as Eniel gently patted her back in reassurance. What is the matter, Edith? Penny inquired as she approached them. Oh, it's nothing. I'm just a bit reluctant to graduate, Edith replied, shaking her head to indicate she was fine, before taking Eniel's hand and turning to Penny. Oh, by the way, there is something. Penny blinked, seemingly realizing something. You two were getting married, Eniel announced, pulling Edith close as he smiled, his face radiating happiness. You're only 17, Penny exclaimed, taken aback, even with the knowledge of Wizard's unique life rhythms. It took her a moment to embrace Edith, who looked at her teasingly. Okay, I'm just a bit surprised. After all, you know, in the Muggle world, 17 is still college age. May blessings be upon you. I shall send you a delightful wedding gift, Penny inquired. When do you plan to hold the ceremony? Edith's countenance flickered with a hint of distress. Perhaps we shall not have a wedding at all. Penny immediately cast a glance towards Eniel. For in the conservative realm of wizards, a marriage devoid of a wedding, even if registered at the Ministry of Magic, would be the subject of much gossip, particularly among the even more traditionalist pureblood families. It's not that I am unwilling. They are simply too terrifying, Eniel remarked, his gaze sweeping over to Regulus in the corner, evidently alluding to the Death Eaters. An entire neutral family had been annihilated at their daughter's wedding. Edith leaned closer to Penny, whispering in her ear. No one knows how they arrived. They appeared suddenly, leaving behind a dark mark after slaughtering the bride, groom, and their kin. With a sense of regret, Edith lamented. At present, we have no idea which of our guests are virtuous, thus we can only cancel the wedding. Perhaps once we are in a place of safety, we could hold a small ceremony with just our relatives. Eniel looked at Edith with tender compassion, his voice imbued with gentle apologies. For he understood that a grand wedding was Edith's cherished dream. Let us hope for that, Edith replied, taking a deep breath and forcing a strained smile. Hey, what are you doing? Lily's exclamation drew everyone's attention. Just as one wave of turmoil subsided, another arose, while Edith remained in sorrow. Sirius had already engaged in a scuffle with Regulus. No one could decipher what had transpired earlier, but it appeared that Sirius had thrown the first punch, striking Regulus in the face, whose expression was one of mockery. What do you understand? Go home and be a good little boy for your mother, Sirius bellowed, gripping Regulus by the collar. A wretched traitor to his own family, a coward who evaded responsibility, had no right to mention their mother. Those attempting to intervene soon arrived, and Regulus calmly brushed Sirius's hand away, his gaze steady and devoid of emotion, as if he were regarding a complete stranger, suggesting that their fraternal bond had been irrevocably severed. Sirius was taken aback by Regulus's gaze. realizing for the first time that the little tail that once followed him had now grown into a young man who stood equally as strong. And they were now poised to tread entirely divergent paths. The two stood silently in confrontation beneath the verdant beech tree. Help! Penny began to doubt whether inviting so many people for a picnic had been a wise decision. The anticipated joy and relaxation seemed overshadowed by numerous complications. Before long, James and the others encircled Sirius, while Regulus exchanged a few words with Severus before departing. Sirius watched Regulus's retreating figure through the gaps in the crowd. His posture was straight, his steps unwavering, never once glancing back. Regulus asked me to convey his apologies. He left first, Severus informed Penny. Penny buried her face against Severus's chest, her voice muffled. It is my fault. I never anticipated their brotherly relationship would deteriorate to such an extent. Hey everyone, come over for some barbecue. Jamie called out, waving his towel exuberantly. He was now 17, adept at using culinary delights to mend the heart. Sophia looked at him with gentle admiration, while Ancilla alternated her gaze between her and Jamie, her face alight with curiosity. Penny, come here. The barbecued meat is absolutely scrumptious. Lily waved enthusiastically for Penny. Coming. The picnic concluded as dusk settled, and although it began with some flaws, the latter part was filled with joy. Phew. It's finally over, Penny yawned, lazily draping herself over Severus like a sloth. Jamie worked tirelessly. I must prepare a grand gift for him. You should have seen the forlorn glances Sophia kept casting my way. She was truly worried about him. And Ancilla, I never knew she had such a hearty appetite. Being with someone she cherished seemed to foster an endless stream of conversation. Penny felt an overwhelming urge to share, clinging to Severus and chatting incessantly. Severus listened with gentle attentiveness, occasionally offering appropriate responses that did not dampen her spirits. He relished this moment, appreciating Penny's candor, although he had never explicitly mentioned it. He could sense the subtle hints she concealed, the familiarity she shared with Regulus, her connections with Dumbledore and Grindelwald, and Lucius's interest and probing nature towards her. She was a mystery, and even as he drew near, he found her enigmatic. Yet, he felt no right to criticize her, for he too had not been entirely forthright with her. How could Severus ensure that she remained by his side? Gazing at his boyfriend's increasingly chiseled features, Penny, in a moment of spontaneity, cupped his face and leaned closer, whispering, Severus, have I ever told you how much I truly, deeply like you? You have, Severus replied. His ears flushed crimson, for Penny delighted in teasing him this way. And what about you? Leaning in close. Penny could almost see her reflection in his dark eyes as she pressed on, as was her custom. I love you, he declared, unwavering in his conviction. Penny found herself pondering the distinction between liking and loving. She liked Severus, but was that love? She was uncertain. Chapter 5, Albania. Before departing from Hogwarts, Penny devoted all her time to the room of requirement, preparing potions for her journey, predominantly antidotes, indicating the perilous nature of her destination. The catalyst for her endeavors was a letter from Grindelwald, detailing his findings regarding Voldemort. He had declined numerous offers from the Ministry of Magic to assume various positions, opting instead to work at Borgin and Berks, thereafter vanishing for a decade. Notably, a location was highlighted, Albania. Grindelwald posited that someone like Voldemort could not act without purpose. Thus, the connection between these places and times must be significant, leading to her assignment to investigate Albania. While Penny busied herself concocting potions, Severus would occasionally come to the room of requirement to assist her. In the realm of potion making, he evidently surpassed her, yielding more potent concoctions at the expense of flavor. After depleting the herbs at hand, Severus stretched his sore shoulders and neck, only to discover a letter buried beneath the herbs. Upon reading it, his expression grew grave as he turned to face Penny. Are you investigating him? Penny, bewildered, responded, Huh? Who? The materials in her hands quickly darkened as her attention waned, culminating in an explosion that left nothing but a mess of black ashes on her desk. Penny, she shot a resentful glance at the source of the chaos. Ahem, I will clean it up. Severus's authoritative demeanor softened as he coughed and took charge of the cleanup. That's more like it. What were you saying earlier? Penny felt somewhat appeased, recalling that he had indeed asked her something. Displaying a parchment filled with details about Voldemort's life, Severus's expression turned serious once more. Are you investigating him? You should keep your distance from him, Penny. He still hoped she would steer clear of anything sinister, ideally remaining untouched by any malevolent forces. It's Grindelwald. I haven't yet managed to uncover all of Voldemort's secrets, Penny shrugged in response. Then suddenly recalling something amusing, she rushed over to Severus. Pointing to the top line of the letter, can you believe it? The Dark Lord, who preaches extreme pure-blood supremacy, is actually a half-blood raised in an orphanage. It's utterly astounding. Indeed, even Severus found himself momentarily speechless upon hearing this news, For Slytherin is no sanctuary for the faint-hearted. It venerates wealth and lineage above all else. The journey from a destitute orphan to the renowned Dark Lord of the wizarding world is indeed a feat not easily accomplished. I am genuinely curious how Lucius would react to this revelation, as well as his deranged sister-in-law. The thought of those self-proclaimed noble pureblood wizards groveling beneath the feet of those they scorned as half-bloods brought a smirk to Penny's lips. Their expressions would surely be entertaining if they were to learn of this. Severus, however, regarded her with concern, ultimately unable to restrain himself. Penny, please keep your distance from him. I worry for your safety. I'm sorry, Severus, but this matter is beyond my control. Penny's expression bore a hint of regret. In truth, he has been sending people to hunt me since my 4th year. Otherwise, I would prefer not to confront him. The innocent parchment was torn to shreds by fingers, and Severus's countenance darkened. You never mentioned this to me. I didn't want you to worry, and besides, you were only in your 3rd year at the time. Noticing her boyfriend's sudden pallor, Penny embraced him gently. Do not fret, Severus. I will exercise caution. After leaving Hogwarts, I intend to travel abroad. Even the Dark Lord will not be able to seize me from Grindelwald. His expression improved slightly, yet his tone remained tinged with anxiety. Grindelwald is no saint either. A character capable of setting Paris ablaze is scarcely less dangerous. But Dumbledore is around, Penny replied casually. Did I not mention? They are old flames. Severus, the world has truly gone mad. He reflected, expressionless, that he would not be surprised if one day Voldemort fell in love with Lucius. On the day of their graduation, the school hosted a grand ceremony, allowing all 7th-year students to partake, while the younger students attended their classes as usual. After taking photos with the heads of their houses, Penny spotted Lily and Severus hiding behind a beech tree, as their house head was present, forcing them to remain concealed. Save for a glimpse of their heads. Penny, Lily whispered, calling her name, while Severus cautiously waved at her. As they aged, Penny had seldom witnessed Severus in such a childlike manner. Fortuitously, she had a camera in hand, resulting in the creation of a treasured photograph. This picture would be kept safe. Barring unforeseen circumstances, they likely would not meet again for a long time. The Black Forest in Albania proved to be even more dire than Penny had imagined. It was not without reason that this place was deemed a forbidden zone in the wizarding world. The remnants of ancient wizards were scattered throughout, and a moment's inattention could lead one to trigger perilous curses or stumble upon ruins. Venturing within the ruins was undoubtedly fraught with danger. Many alchemical items became ineffective here, and under the influence of unknown magical arrays, even wands faltered. The prevalence of wands is a relatively recent phenomenon over the last few centuries. In the ancient times of the wizarding world, magic was performed without wands. It appeared that the self-operating magical arrays rendered wands ineffective, treating them as mere alchemical objects. Apparition, portkeys, and even spatial devices did not function here. In addition, the pervasive miasma of the forest, toxic swamps, and ubiquitous traps posed an ever-present threat of fatal repercussions. After spending 3 days in this treacherous place and utilizing 13 vials of antidote, Penny finally comprehended the dangers Grindelwald had alluded to, dangers sufficient to claim the life of an adult wizard, and she could empathize with those wizards who had spent extensive time here to no avail. As she lingered longer, Penny gradually noticed an increasing number of traps, some left by ancient inhabitants, while others were evidently modern constructs, suggesting that someone was intent on keeping this place hidden. This implied that secrets lay concealed within. With a newfound sense of purpose, Penny's spirits lifted somewhat. Although the specifics remained elusive, she at least had made some progress. As she continued along the path marked by increasing traps, documenting her route on her makeshift map, she inadvertently triggered a spell by stepping on an unseen pressure plate. Suddenly, arrows crafted from thick foliage shot towards her, and the ground beneath her feet activated another trap. Chapter 6, The Deathly Hallows. The arrows of leaves, an improved version of the blasting curse, and a cleaving spell capable of bisecting trees as thick as an adult's waist. Just as Penny believed she was on the verge of uncovering the mysteries, she stumbled into a dilapidated settlement of but a few households. The stone structures, erected centuries ago, had withstood the test of time, their decay hidden beneath layers of dust, with no remnants of human habitation remaining. Penny no. Just a few crumbling stone houses without even a table. Why employ so many spells and traps for such a place? Disappointed, Penny marked her map and continued to wander through the Black Forest. The traps she had encountered bore signs of recent reinforcement. The more traps added, the more it indicated the importance someone placed on this location. Over the course of several months, Penny visited 7 ruins, discovering that aside from the authentic traps and remnants, she had unearthed nothing of value. Exhausted and having depleted her last vial of potion, Penny found herself consumed with rage within the ruins. Who was responsible for this? May they rot in hell. Bastards. At this moment, She had lost contact with her friends and family for over half a year. The modified two-way mirror in the Black Forest had ceased to function. Her letters sent via owl returned to her unopened. As Lily grew increasingly anxious about Penny's silence, Severus was even more agitated. It was clear to all that he was on the brink of explosive fury. Anyone who dared to provoke him would soon experience the full force of Snape's exclusive venom, a dual assault. Even the audacious Gryffindor quartet refrained from approaching him. And the timid Peter was too fearful to even show his face, lest he be caught in the fray. "Where's Sirius? I haven't seen him around," James, elated from his date with Lily, returned to the dormitory and, noticing his boisterous friend was absent, inquired with confusion. Remus wore an expression of deep concern as he glanced towards the restroom. "He exchanged some harsh words with Severus today. What did he say?" "Something along the lines of 'Penny wouldn't want you anymore,'" in a tone reminiscent of Sirius's usual irreverence, Remus replied, his expression one of resignation. Then Severus hurled a potion at him. "Now he's in the restroom, likely to be stuck there for the night." "Goodness, my friend," James exclaimed, astonished by Sirius's audacity. It was a feat even he would hesitate to undertake. A loud, foul-sounding explosion erupted from the direction of the restroom. "Help! Someone's released poison." This was the Black Forest in Albania, clad in rags akin to a beggar on the streets of London, and harboring grievances that surpassed even the overworked laborers of the city. Penny finally discovered another ruin. This place bore a closer resemblance to a village than the earlier settlements of a few households. The wooden and stone houses were closely packed, each with interconnecting paths, and the ground was paved with sturdy stones forming a main thoroughfare. Penny pushed open the nearest wooden door with a spell, and as the dust settled, she beheld the furniture within, cloaked in dust, revealing clear signs of past habitation. Fragments of clothing, their colors indiscernible, lay scattered across the floor, evidence of recent human presence. She continued her search in the abandoned village for potentially useful clues, but regrettably, all evidence of life had been deliberately destroyed. In many of the houses, she discovered signs of struggle and conflict. Walls and floors bore large patches of dried color, likely remnants of blood from years past. Penny surmised that many years ago, a powerful wizard had arrived here, discovering a certain treasure, which led to a massacre as he resorted to murder to seize it. She suspected Voldemort was responsible, yet lacked any evidence to substantiate her claim. Within the largest room, she stumbled upon a basement, its entrance obliterated by a formidable curse. After conjuring a passage, she found the shelves that once held books completely ravaged. The only undamaged wall bore a symbol composed of a triangle, a vertical line, and a circle, the Deathly Hallows. Penny had encountered this symbol in texts chronicling Grindelwald's life, noting he had once inscribed it upon the walls of Durmstrang and had sought the Hallows. According to legend, the Deathly Hallows were treasures of death, possessing the ability to evade mortality. Although no one could verify this, the tale of the three brothers was indeed widely disseminated, and Penny was not surprised that Voldemort, whose name implied an escape from death, was fixated on it. Perhaps her purpose for coming to Albania had been fulfilled. Yet the clues she had painstakingly gathered over half a year seemed futile. Everything had been obliterated by Voldemort, leaving her unable to even find the remains of the deceased to offer them a proper burial. Ah, damned Voldemort! Realizing it was futile to waste more time, Penny resolved to leave the perilous forest and return to England, longing for the comforting warmth of hearty meals back home. At Riddle House, Voldemort gazed down from his lofty perch upon a throng of dark-cloaked wizards, his subordinates. Yet apart from a select few who were loyal and astute, most were mere useless dregs. An indistinct Death Eater stepped forward, kneeling before Voldemort with reverence. "Master, Ralston has perished. We need to recruit a new potioneer." "Ralston? I recall he was well just a few days ago." The dispassionate inquiry echoed from the highest point. "He met with an accident while fulfilling your orders." "The aftermath of an explosion enough," Voldemort interrupted, uninterested in the details of a hapless soul's demise. His voice rose slightly, resonating in the ears of the gathered. "So, do you have a candidate for a potioneer? I advise you to be clever enough not to perish through your own foolishness." Lucius immediately thought of his acquaintance, the promising Severus Snape, whose potion-making skills were commendable and who was a rare intellect, though regrettably, he had yet to reach adulthood. And Death Eaters did not recruit underage wizards. "Master, the current head of the Prince family, Eileen Prince, recently passed the mastery examination in potions and graduated from Slytherin. Her bloodline is pure." A Death Eater standing in the corner spoke respectfully. His family was also engaged in potion making, and the recent products from the Prince family were not only of high quality, but also competitively priced, much to the discontent of those whose interests were threatened. Yet Eileen, with her title as a master, had managed to suppress their grievances. Now, however, an opportunity had arisen. As fellow colleagues among the Death Eaters, how could a woman maintain control over a mountain of gold? Voldemort was indifferent to their petty schemes. He cared not for who Eileen was, but for the title of master. In the wizarding world, not just anyone could be called a master. It signified the pinnacle of one's craft. And he happened to require the finest potioneer. It shall be her. Voldemort decisively appointed her, surveying the crowd before fixing his gaze on a particular spot. Dolohov, go bring her back. As you wish, master. Chapter 7, a transitional chapter. The bustling Diagon Alley fell eerily silent as a group of dark-cloaked wizards suddenly appeared. As if the entire street had been paused, all eyes turned to the unwelcome guests with a mix of fear and apprehension. Fortunately, the Death Eater's target that day was not them. After casting a contemptuous glance over the crowd, the leading Death Eater directed the rest towards their destination. The Prince family's apothecary. Within minutes, the Prince apothecary was forcibly shuttered, all patrons hastily expelled. Ah, what a pity for the Prince shop, a wizard lamented. It will be difficult to procure affordable potions from now on. At Prince Manor, Eileen was diligently preparing high-grade potions ordered by previous clients when the protective enchantments of the estate triggered a warning, halting her actions. How audacious for someone to trespass on private property. Did they not fear the Ministry's retribution? As Eileen viewed the scene through the entrance of the manor and beheld the group of black-cloaked Death Eaters, her expression shifted. They truly had no fear of the Ministry. Most Aurors posed no threat to them. The leader was familiar to her. His face had frequently graced the pages of the Daily Prophet, a notorious Death Eater, Dolohov. Their intentions were far from benign, yet considering their numerical advantage and her own lack of combat prowess, Eileen chose to confront them. Mr. Dolohov, I believe I have not wronged you. Mrs. Prince, I hear you have passed the mastery examination in potions? Dolohov inquired, evading a direct dispute. That was a few years ago. How does that pertain to your intrusion today? Intrusion? We are merely here to pay a visit to a colleague with gifts, Dolohov replied, gesturing for a Death Eater behind him to present a pre-prepared gift box. I trust Mrs. Prince would not refuse the opportunity to join our ranks. He refrained from adopting a heavy-handed approach. Even the most foolish Slytherin would avoid offending a potioneer who might control their logistical lifeline in the future. Gazing at Dolohov's somber countenance, Eileen sighed, knowing she must comply and accompany them. Severus felt an inexplicable sense of unease that day, as if something ominous loomed on the horizon. A magnificent bird of prey swooped down, breaking the tranquility of Hogwarts' sky, alighting on the branch where Severus stood, proudly extending its talon towards him. Such an arrogant messenger could only belong to the Malfoy family, Severus scoffed. Upon retrieving the letter, the bird took flight. Evidently, its master had no intention of reclaiming it. The elegant cursive lettering, a hallmark of nobility, unfolded before his dark eyes. According to the tidings from Lucius, Eileen had been taken by the Death Eaters and was now residing in Voldemort's lair. Severus's expression darkened instantly. He had never anticipated Voldemort would value Eileen, given her past with a Muggle and their half-blood offspring. Yet, Voldemort himself was of mixed blood. Perhaps he was not as fixated on lineage as he seemed. But how could he rescue Eileen? The difficulty of extricating someone from beneath Voldemort's very nose was akin to a resurrection of Merlin. For several days thereafter, Severus isolated himself in his dormitory, unable to devise a plan or face anyone. It was not until the third afternoon that he overheard whispers in the Slytherin boys' dormitory corridor. Did you hear? The Death Eaters have a new potioneer. Of course. From the Prince family, Snape's mother. She may soon join the Death Eaters and receive the Dark Lord's mark personally. How enviable. She possesses such a fine skill. The Master of Potions, while I struggled to scrape an E in Potions class. The situation had escalated to this point. Severus gazed into the mirror, his face betraying no emotion. At this moment, he felt curiously calm, and as he stared at his reflection, he could almost foresee the inevitable. A future entwined with both Eileen and Penny. When Severus reappeared within the hallowed grounds of Hogwarts, the news of the new potions master among the Death Eaters had already swept through the various houses, altering the way everyone regarded him, some with indifference, others with reverence, disdain, or trepidation. It was at this moment that Lily found him by the Black Lake, accompanied by James, Sirius, and Remus. Severus, how are you? Aunt Eileen has been taken by the Death Eaters, just like you. Lily remained her usual kind and gentle self. Yet Severus had no desire to see her at that moment. Her hair, reminiscent of Petunia's, and her concerned gaze compelled him to retreat even faster. Thus, he chose silence. James, displeased by Lily's cold reception of Severus, muttered a few words under his breath, only to be met with Lily's reproachful glare. She believed that Severus must be grieving and, as a friend, they ought not to exacerbate his distress. However, they had all overlooked one individual, Sirius, who was obstinate and serious about certain matters. Surely he should be feeling elated, for with a Death Eater mother, he could align himself with Voldemort after graduation. What an honor that would be for a Slytherin. Sirius crossed his arms, casting a sidelong glance at Severus, his lips curling into a provocative smirk. "Serious," Remus interjected, stepping forward to restrain him. Such comments were indeed excessive, as they all knew that Eileen had not willingly joined the Death Eaters. The pent-up frustration within Severus ignited in an instant, narrowing his eyes as he scrutinized the foolhardy provocateur before him. With a calm demeanor and a slight upward curve of his lips, he remarked, "I cannot expect a foolish dog to comprehend my current state of mind, after all. In your heart, friends and brothers are valued above family. Speaking of Death Eaters, perhaps you have never noticed that your brother, Regulus Black, has not graced Hogwarts with his presence for quite some time. He has become the youngest Death Eater in history." Sirius's gray-blue eyes widened in disbelief, and he nearly leaped to refute. "You lie? Voldemort's Death Eaters have always been adult wizards." Severus regarded him with the disdain one reserves for a slug, and continued, "We owe our thanks to those who dare to shatter their chains in pursuit of freedom. We cannot ascertain whether your choice was wise, but the wrath of those in power has indeed been provoked. He has begun to question the loyalty of the Black family, and you are likely aware of how he deals with disloyal subordinates, as I am sure you have read in the papers. We cannot know whether young Mr. Black is pleased to be forced into the ranks of the Death Eaters at the tender age of 16 to clean up the mess left by his foolish brother. But his situation may not be particularly pleasant, as Death Eater tasks are notoriously brutal and violent. Of course, the young Black, reveling in his hard-won freedom, may not grasp his predicament, for not everyone possesses your nonchalance towards material possessions." Bestowing a sardonic smile, Severus turned to depart, his expression collapsing once he was turned away. He acknowledged that his previous words had been somewhat exaggerated, but that did not deter him from provoking the oblivious mutt. Chapter 8. A narrow path for rivals in the depths of the Albanian Black Forest, far removed from the British mainland. Petunia found herself compelled to spend an inordinate amount of time traversing the wilderness, so much so that when her soles finally touched the soil of England, she instinctively exhaled a sigh of relief. She was in dire need of sustenance. Roasted potatoes, fried fish, a vegetable salad, anything would suffice. After nearly a year of survival in the wild, she felt she deserved a taste of what normal humans were meant to eat. Yet, today was not to be her lucky day. She failed to locate a restaurant and, after disapparating, found herself locking eyes with a deranged, dark-haired woman from a distance. Petunia Evans. The shrill voice, sharp enough to rouse poultry within a radius of several miles, pierced Petunia's eardrums. Reluctantly, she greeted her. "Good evening, Mrs. Lestrange." Avada Kedavra. A blinding green killing curse shot forth from Bellatrix's wand, aimed directly at Petunia's face. The unforgivable curse was hardly a conventional greeting. Petunia deftly evaded the spell, but did not hesitate to flash a toothy grin, revealing her 8 teeth. In truth, she had harbored a grudge against this woman for quite some time. In an instant, a flurry of spells erupted from both their wands, illuminating the night sky in a manner akin to the fireworks displays enjoyed by Muggles during festivities. "Not bad, kid," Petunia exclaimed. "You still possess the flair of your prime." With a flick of her wand, she redirected Bellatrix's curse, causing a nearby tree to suffer the brunt of the impact, its crown sheared off entirely. The commotion drew the attention of other Death Eaters nearby, who were on a mission that night. Upon realizing that one of their own might be entangled with a formidable opponent, they swiftly converged towards Bellatrix's direction. Frustration twisted Bellatrix's features as successive attacks were thwarted. Hoarsely, she growled at Petunia, her tone a mix of warning and curse. "I thought you would flee. Once they arrive, you won't escape." "I wish to test the disparity in strength between myself and the foremost Aurors," Petunia replied with a tilt of her head, as it was said that the most elite Aurors could single-handedly vanquish dozens of Death Eaters. Arrogant, though the number of incoming Death Eaters was not quite a dozen, there were still 7, one of whom bore a familiar visage. He seemed to have been involved in her previous pursuit. Onward, Bellatrix commanded the other Death Eaters. The sight of 8 Death Eaters, including Bellatrix, unleashing spells upon Petunia was a grand spectacle, albeit one marred by the fact that most of the spells were killing curses. Being struck by such a curse was far from ideal, but thankfully, the effectiveness of disapparition in evading spells was commendable. Worst came to worst. A well-timed summoning charm could alleviate her immediate predicament. The Death Eaters, seasoned in combat, launched their spells with a rapidity that even surpassed bullets on the battlefield. Petunia evaded deftly, swiftly closing the distance between herself and her assailants. What was she plotting? Bellatrix instinctively sensed something amiss, yet she remained ignorant of Petunia's intentions. Amidst the watchful and wary gazes of the Death Eaters, Petunia readied her spell, Fire Shield. The incantation employed by Grindelwald to ignite Paris was a privilege she had earned through her extensive labor. However, unlike the azure flames conjured by Grindelwald, the flames summoned by Petunia blazed a brilliant red. Flames erupted from thin air, forming a protective circle around Petunia, the roaring inferno warding off the approaching curses. Standing amid the crimson blaze, she resembled a phoenix reborn, or perhaps a deity commanding fire. Was this the allure of advanced magic? The flames surrounding her felt like extensions of her own being. She could trust them completely and sense their presence. Encircled by such potent fire, she remained unscathed, fully aware that such heat could melt steel to liquid. Now it is your turn. The range of her fire shield expanded, the flames absorbing more magical energy and burning even more fiercely. In the eyes of the terrified Death Eaters, the brilliant red flames coalesced into a fearsome visage of a great bird, its fiery eyes locking onto them. One by one, the monstrous birds opened their beaks in silent screams before diving towards them with incredible speed. Run! Someone shouted, and the Death Eaters scattered in panic. Some attempted to disapparate, but to no avail. Those blazing red birds homed in on them as if ensnared by ropes, ensuring they could not escape without being consumed by flames. The acrid scent of singed hair and flesh permeated the air, overshadowed only by the harrowing cries of the Death Eaters as they were reduced to ash. Bellatrix Lestrange persisted in her desperate struggle. She was the one among them with the most profound magical prowess. She continuously evaded and defended herself, even as her hair was singed away, driven by the instinct to survive. Yet the ghastly visage of her fallen comrades plunged her into a hellish despair, and she screamed. A demon. She is a demon. In the very moment when the Grim Reaper's scythe was poised to strike her down, she thought of the one who held paramount significance in her heart, the Dark Lord. Yes, only the Dark Lord could save me. She pointed her wand at her dark mark, summoning her master. Voldemort did not respond to every Death Eater, but Bellatrix was different. She still held value. I hope you truly seek assistance, Bella. Almost instantaneously, Voldemort materialized before her, the sweltering air instantly capturing his attention. A sense of impending danger enveloped him, and a formidable magical shield composed of raw power encased both him and Bellatrix. It was then that he beheld Penny standing amidst the flames. Penny Evans. Despite the years that had passed, Voldemort recognized her at first glance. He had once sent a sincere invitation to her, which had gone unheeded, but now, their reunion brought him unexpected delight at her newfound strength. Penny, she greeted him, her expression betraying a hint of discomfort. Compared to their last encounter, he appeared even more grotesque. If he had once retained a semblance of humanity and could be deemed handsome, now he resembled a wax figure, pallid skin, a round, hairless head, scarlet eyes, and a lipless mouth. You would look better with a mask, Penny remarked, her expression laden with unspoken thoughts. Voldemort seemed unfazed, or perhaps indifferent to his appearance. His crimson gaze locked onto Penny, his eyes roving over her as if searching for something. They both sensed something amiss. Chapter 9. Flight for Life. The searing flames rendered the very air unbearable, the scorching tongues licking everything within reach. The girl standing amidst the flames became a blur, her words indistinct. Voldemort struggled to discern her identity, her figure overlapping with memories. Penny gazed intently at Voldemort, who stood alongside Bellatrix, his presence as potent as ever. Even at such a distance, she could sense the immense magical energy coursing through him, a wizard whose power rivaled that of Dumbledore and Grindelwald. Yet he was notably younger than both, his overflowing mental energy lacking the stability of the two elder wizards. Generally, one's mental fortitude crumbles only at the brink of death, which had always led her to believe his demise was imminent. Today, this feeling was amplified. The average lifespan of a wizard hovers around 200 years, with a few having lived for centuries. As far as she knew, Voldemort was still young. So what had he done to himself? Penny's heart raced, as if she had stumbled upon some crucial revelation. Across from her, Voldemort snapped back to the present, his gaze filled with murderous intent. He did not understand why. Only that this girl possessed the ability to influence his judgment. This was not a good sign. Individuals like her should be promptly sent to meet Merlin. Voldemort raised his wand, an unmistakable malice glimmering in his eyes. Avada Kedavra. Before he could strike, Penny acted first. Her incantation took form, a crimson firestorm hurtling towards Voldemort, the searing red clashing with the malicious green. Even Bellatrix was flung aside by the force of the collision. After minutes of stalemate, the green curse slowly advanced towards Penny. Her lips whitened from the pressure, anxious sweat dripped into her eyes, and she dared not blink. After all, she was wagering her very life. The green light cast a sinister shadow over her face, while the red reflected like gemstones upon Voldemort's smooth, bald head. Damn it, Penny muttered under her breath. Why after all these years can I still not defeat this bald fiend? Stop resisting, little girl. Voldemort's voice slithered like a serpent, cold and chilling, akin to the whisper of death in Penny's ear. Wouldn't it be better to meet Merlin willingly? The wand in her hand grew unbearably hot from the continuous magical output. Hearing Voldemort's words sparked a retort from Penny. Are you insane? Who would choose death when they can live? If you adore Merlin so much, why don't you go meet him yourself? Voldemort's waxen face visibly darkened, and he intensified his magical output. Hiss! Penny gasped, nearly being blasted away by the ferocity of his attack. As she steadied herself, awe mingled with fear filled her gaze. Truly, he was the Dark Lord, a formidable force indeed. The standoff concluded with Penny employing a series of rapid disapparitions to evade Voldemort's assault, leaving her drenched in sweat, as if she had emerged from the depths of water. It was over. Voldemort's towering figure materialized before her, his wand's tip shimmering with a green light that could extinguish life, regarding her with a detached gaze as if she were an inconsequential ant. For the first time since arriving in this world, Penny felt death hovering perilously close. Perhaps having faced death once before, she did not harbor a particular fear of it. It was as if her life was rewinding to its final moments, memories of Mrs. Evans, Mr. Evans, Lily, Severus, and James flashing through her mind like a slideshow. Shaking her head, Penny grimaced, "You're peering into my memories again." It was a blatant invasion. The art of magic. Voldemort disregarded her impotent fury, coldly responding that he indeed sought to glean something from the depths of her mind. Yet she had sensed his intrusion far sooner than he had anticipated. Bellatrix, flung away by the remnants of their battle, arrived only after it had concluded. Looking utterly disheveled, her hair in disarray, her beautiful face marred by scratches and blood, and her once form-fitting attire now tattered. Voldemort had no fondness for failures. Even if that individual was a trusted subordinate, he did not spare Bellatrix a glance. "What are you thinking?" Voldemort inquired, towering over the girl who knelt weakly on the ground, barely able to grip her wand. She was truly peculiar, so close to death yet devoid of any fear. "I was wondering when Dumbledore would come to rescue me," Penny replied, flashing a broad smile. "I contacted him before you arrived. We meet again, Tom." Just then, Dumbledore's aged voice echoed from behind, accompanied by Bellatrix's startled exclamation, "Dumbledore! Mentors! Farewell, Voldemort!" In a property somewhere in England. Penny's form materialized mid-air before collapsing limply onto the floor, the wooden planks emitting a dull thud. "Oh," Penny groaned, tossing her wand aside. It had grown too hot, nearly scorching her hand. How wonderful, another day to live. The room was cloaked in darkness, and Penny could only discern the shape of a chandelier on the ceiling through the glow of a street lamp. It appeared substantial, likely made of crystal, sparkling with fragmented light under the lamp's illumination. After what felt like an eternity, footsteps echoed in the dim room. Penny did not turn. She knew who was approaching. As Dumbledore entered, he flicked on the light, the brightness nearly blinding her. "Ah!" she cried out, shielding her eyes with her arm to alleviate the discomfort. Tears uncontrollably streaming down her cheeks as her mouth protested. "Can you not treat a young person with a bit more gentleness? This is hardly the Dumbledore I know." Grindelwald, cloaked in Dumbledore's guise, mocked with a sardonic curl of his lips, his words sharp as daggers. "Well, how much longer do you intend to lie upon my floor?" The figure who returned was undoubtedly Grindelwald. Even the Dumbledore who had come to rescue her was but a mere facade he donned. For Dumbledore was utterly oblivious to her whereabouts, and they wished to keep Voldemort unaware that Grindelwald had aligned himself against him. "I am utterly exhausted," Penny declared, remaining resolutely on the ground. Grindelwald regarded her with a look of disdain, his expression so offensive that Penny opened her eyes to meet his gaze. "If you continue to regard me with such a countenance, I shall inform Dumbledore that you sent me to seek out Voldemort for my demise." After all, it was she who had cleaned up the mess. Penny, with her striking blue eyes unwaveringly fixed upon him, challenged, "Do you think Dumbledore would trust you over me?" Grindelwald. The answer was painfully evident. He was well aware of Dumbledore's protectiveness. It mattered not to him, for as long as he was involved, he could expect no kindness from Dumbledore. Chapter 10, A Fine Performance. After a brief respite, Penny recounted her earlier discoveries to Grindelwald. "Voldemort is rather abnormal. I have never witnessed such a profound dissolution of mental fortitude in a living being. I suspect he has done something to himself. Could it be the influence of dark magic?" Grindelwald replied uncertainly, as he had yet to consider the implications of a soul-related issue. After all, no rational individual would contemplate the division of their soul in pursuit of immortality. Penny cast him a sidelong glance, uncertain. "I have not systematically studied dark magic, but I imagine your acquaintance with it surpasses his." The silence now enveloped Grindelwald, for he was at ease with the topic. As for Voldemort, he could not be certain. "Perhaps we ought to delve into some research." Subsequently, Penny did not linger long in Grindelwald's domain. An unsettling sensation crept over her. In the throes of life and death, she had relied on sheer audacity, yet with the fervor waning, apprehension set in. Through the portal of the Floo network, she soon found herself outside Hogsmeade, where she could gaze upon the entirety of Hogwarts' school of witchcraft and wizardry. According to a brief history of Hogwarts, wizards could behold Hogwarts from this vantage. while Muggles would only perceive a desolate ruin. In that moment, she felt an overwhelming longing for him, tempered by hesitation. She had not seen him nor made contact in nearly a year. Would he be angry? Surely, he would be, for he had never been one to exhibit magnanimity. The two-way mirror initiated a video call request, its surface flickering in the darkness for a brief moment before extinguishing. He had hung up on her. Indeed, he was upset. Whispering an apology towards the direction of the headmaster's office, Penny adeptly made her way towards the Forbidden Forest, knowing full well she could not first obtain a permission slip from Dumbledore to enter. Upon successfully infiltrating Hogwarts, Penny was delighted to discover Severus's presence also in the Forbidden Forest. They truly shared an unspoken connection. For one who had traversed the depths of the Forbidden Forest multiple times, the path was second nature to her, especially with the guiding light of her two-way mirror. After navigating the winding paths, Penny spotted Severus deeper within the forest. He had grown taller and thinner, the Slytherin robes hanging loosely on him. However, he was not alone. A figure cloaked in black was murmuring something to him, to which Severus hesitated before nodding in agreement. Upon seeing the black robe, Penny instinctively reached for her wand, but restrained herself. Minutes later, their exchange concluded, and the cloaked figure prepared to depart, retrieving a small object from within his robe before nodding to Severus and vanishing into the forest. Penny, is Hogwarts some sort of amusement park where anyone can meander about? Severus did not immediately leave. Instead, he stood frozen in place, as though entranced. Penny, having waited to ascertain that he had no intention of departing, descended from her hiding place among the trees. Were you waiting for me? Or is this something you wished for me to witness? She approached Severus, who, shrouded in darkness, had his head bowed, obscuring his face. She could only make out the contours of his features, noting that he had lost considerable weight. If you cannot find words, then perhaps it is best to remain silent. Penny felt utterly fatigued. Both the Death Eaters she had vanquished and the confrontation with Voldemort had drained her physically and mentally. She stepped closer, embracing him as she had done countless times before, burying her face in his chest and inhaling the familiar scent of potions that brought her solace. Severus's body stiffened momentarily before relaxing, allowing her to nestle against him comfortably. He could never quite predict her reactions. He anticipated that upon witnessing him in close proximity to a suspected Death Eater, she would question him, leading to a quarrel over their differing allegiances, ultimately resulting in a natural severance of their connection. Yet, it seemed she could see through all of his unspoken thoughts, her opening words unraveling his carefully laid plans. Before she returned to burying her face in his embrace, as though nothing had transpired, he wished to articulate something but found himself at a loss for words. Yielding to her embrace. Soon, he caught a whiff of the potions she bore, invigorating tonics, magical energy restoratives, healing salves, stamina replenishing elixirs, and beauty potions that rendered one radiant. Had she lost her mind? Did she not understand the toll that an overdose of potions could impose on her body? Had she truly reverted to the level of knowledge that would baffle Professor Slughorn, who was so intent on improving the academic performance of Hogwarts students? You, Severus. I am somewhat afraid. Severus had never heard Penny express fear before. His heart quivered, and just as he was about to console her, she continued. I have just slain 7 Death Eaters. Severus's pupils dilated, and the words he had intended to utter were swallowed back. Penny clung to him more tightly, whispering, I also fought Voldemort, though I did not prevail, so I took some potions to calm myself. In a mere 100 words, she nearly overloaded Severus's mind. Who was he? What had he just heard? Who had Penny fought? What did you say? Upon mentioning a certain name, Severus's usually agile tongue faltered. You encountered Voldemort? To be precise, I encountered Bellatrix. I fought her, which attracted several Death Eaters. I believed I could defeat them, and indeed, I did. I killed them, but then Bellatrix, lacking honor, summoned Voldemort to battle me. I was unable to contend with him, and thus I sought Grindelwald's aid and escaped. After a moment of silence, Severus remarked, What a thrilling skirmish. It was perilous. He truly intended to take my life. Penny tilted her head back to meet his gaze, contemplating before adding, Yet I also uncovered his secret, so it was not in vain. Severus recalled that she had just admitted to feeling fear. Had she suddenly recovered? He felt as though he could never fully grasp Penny's thoughts. And you? What was the purpose of involving Lucius in this charade? What price did you pay for his assistance? Having regained some energy, Penny pressed Severus's shoulders, pinning him against the tree as she inquired, How did you know that was Lucius? Penny rolled her eyes. Who else would use such an ornate snake-headed wand cover? And the fabric of his robe was interwoven with gold thread, engraved with magical runes. It was not entirely black in the night. Severus. Chapter 11. A private conversation in the Forbidden Forest. Penny stood exceedingly close to Severus, able to sense the warmth of his breath caressing her cheek. Yet he continued to avoid her gaze, remaining silent. In the Forbidden Forest, The small creatures that lie in wait by day and emerge at night commenced their hunting escapades. Occasionally, sounds of rustling would arise from something passing nearby, while others would indulge in long howls directed at the moonlit sky. In essence, it appeared that everything around them was far more animated than the silence that enveloped them. "What a stubborn fellow," Penny murmured, her fingers exerting pressure to compel him to raise his chin. Her fingertips grazed his thin lips, and despite his slight reluctance, her soft lips soon pressed against his. The faint scent of peppermint wafted from the boy, mingling with the remnants of potion on her skin. As had occurred on countless prior occasions, he found himself unable to reject her. His mind, besieged by dopamine, rendered his remaining rationality utterly impotent. What began as a trivial resistance swiftly transformed into acquiescence and even a fervent pursuit of intimacy. Yet, this was insufficient. His heated hands encircled her slender waist, and he could not resist the allure of her soft form and warm lips. He yearned to possess all of her. Pushed aside by the now assertive boy, Penny lay weakly atop him, gasping for breath. His assertiveness was nearly overwhelming, and her previous hesitation seemed to waver between resistance and reluctant acceptance. "Do not conceal anything from me, Severus." A single phrase was enough to prompt the stubborn individual to surrender, and despite knowing she had employed her charms, Severus divulged everything. His refusal to accept her dual-sided mirror signified his evasion. Their encounter with Lucius had been fortuitous, but he chose to play along. It was entirely reasonable for Lucius to wish to recommend Severus to Voldemort. He was a competent Malfoy, possessing both perceptive judgment and a knack for investment. Yet, why did Severus seek to distance himself from her? Penny regarded him, sensing that there were matters unbeknownst to her. They had taken her mother, who would soon become a full-fledged Death Eater. He did not wish to part ways with her, yet how could he remain unscathed once Eileen became a Death Eater? Their close relationship was hardly a secret. Many at Hogwarts were aware of it. If the Dark Lord were to discover this connection, would it not pose a threat to her? He could not ascertain, but he must prevent such a scenario from ever arising. "I'm sorry, Severus. I was unaware of this matter." Penny gazed at him with regret, recalling that she had been in Albania, oblivious to Eileen's situation, and knew he must have endured considerable hardship. She had always recognized his strong sense of responsibility. He could not bear the thought of Eileen being tormented or even killed by the Dark Lord due to him, nor would he allow harm to befall himself or anyone he cherished because of their bond. Thus, severing ties with them was his only viable path at that moment. "I do not wish to act this way, but if this is the only solution." Penny's voice trailed off, seemingly in agreement with Snape's perspective. "Voldemort. That cursed Voldemort. Why must everything revolve around him?" Penny felt a surge of irritation. She could not comprehend what Voldemort truly desired. If he sought to dominate the world, he could simply assume a ministerial position in the Ministry of Magic. If he wished to be invincible, he could devote himself to the study of magic. If he craved immortality, he could seek counsel from a certain ancient alchemist. Yet, he chose instead to transform himself into a neurotic, plagued by mental instability. There were countless factors that could influence one's mental state, but what could parallel Voldemort's collapse of sanity while his power remained intact? "Penny." Severus's voice, thick with emotion, called her name softly, as if he were undergoing some form of torment. His heart felt like a captured prey, and the guilt born of love served as the most effective snare, tightening around it slowly, like a web. "All right, I was merely jesting." Penny withdrew from his embrace, raising an eyebrow and locking her bright gaze onto Severus's dark eyes. "Severus Snape, I shall not break up with you over a doomed Voldemort. You had best abandon that notion." Noticing Severus's hesitation to speak, Penny shot him a glare, asserting there would be no buts. Severus turned away, silently refusing. Maintaining contact with her in such perilous times would not benefit her. "If you insist on this, we might as well become underground lovers, much like in a spy film, where everyone is manipulated by us." "I find that rather intriguing." "That is hardly amusing, Penny. Perhaps you encountered a more enchanting witch during my absence from Hogwarts? You've been rejecting me all night." This was a familiar tactic of hers when she wished to divert the conversation away from more serious matters. "I did not." The matter was settled thus. "By the way, Severus, how is your mental defense training progressing?" Penny inquired, lifting her gaze to him. She had urged him to practice this rather complex spell since their 5th year, believing Severus's calm demeanor would serve him well in mastering it. "Quite well," he affirmed, nodding, though he acknowledged the lack of practical experience. Nonetheless, he felt the mental images he had woven in his mind were sufficiently vivid. "That's reassuring. Voldemort is an exceptional legilimens, and he possesses no boundaries, particularly when it comes to invading the thoughts of others." Speaking of this, Penny felt a surge of resentment. She had encountered Voldemort on 2 occasions, and during both, he had attempted to penetrate her mind. As for the public rationale for their separation, there were ample reasons to cite: the post-graduation distance, differing stances, his stoic silence, and her love for freedom. It was astonishing how many reasons they could find not to be together. Upon reflecting, even Penny was taken aback by the multitude of past grievances that could justify their separation. Severus's lips curled downward. He had always known. The two remained in the Forbidden Forest until dawn. Severus could no longer delay returning to the dormitory. His roommate would surely notice his absence, while Penny needed to find a place to rest. As they parted, Severus held Penny tightly, uncertain when they would meet again after today. She felt a pang of reluctance, perceiving herself and Severus as a pair of ill-fated lovers, forced to face yet another separation after a year apart, having left so many times before. This time she felt compelled to witness his retreat, his silhouette gradually swallowed by the night. Penny struggled to suppress the urge to follow him, watching him depart. Suddenly remembering something, she cast a whispering charm towards Severus, her voice echoing in his ear. And one more thing. Promise me you won't go to the Shrieking Shack, Severus. Chapter 12. A Reunion with Regulus. After parting with Severus in the Forbidden Forest, Penny returned to her home in Cokeworth. Since the Evans couple had gone abroad, the place had been empty for several years. After tidying up, Penny embarked on a solitary life. She was not adept at living alone. Aside from occasionally venturing out to satisfy her hunger, she mostly confined herself to her room, tinkering with her little gadgets. During the day, she spent the majority of her time sleeping, leading to no one nearby being aware of her return. Grindelwald had not assigned her any tasks for quite some time, likely preoccupied with his research. However, Penny felt he might as well consult Dumbledore directly. Voldemort had spent his formative years in the orphanage before coming to Hogwarts, and his magical awakening had been largely influenced by his time at the school. As the headmaster, Dumbledore could not possibly be ignorant of Voldemort's past. Yet, it was evident that Grindelwald had his own agenda. The two elders were engaged in a subtle contest of wills. As July arrived, the seventh-year students at Hogwarts were nearing graduation, which meant Lily would soon return. As for Severus, Penny believed he would not wish to return to the house on Spinner's End. The wizarding world seemed to have entered a brief period of tranquility. Voldemort had been unusually low-key lately. The Daily Prophet featured little more than trivial disputes, with significantly fewer reports on the misdeeds of Death Eaters. Penny decided to take a stroll through Diagon Alley. With Lily's return imminent, she needed to prepare a fitting graduation gift for her, as well as one for Severus. However, her arrival seemed ill-timed. Diagon Alley was perilous at present. Several Death Eaters perched upon rooftops were casting the killing curse indiscriminately, while shattered glass from storefronts littered the streets, mingling with the blood of wizards and the lifeless bodies of innocents, including the elderly and children. Aside from the Death Eaters engaging in their horrific activities, another group was bravely opposing them. They were not Aurors, lacking a uniform, yet they displayed commendable strength. Soon, the Death Eaters found themselves too occupied to assault passing wizards, redirecting their lethal spells towards these defenders. Penny, unfamiliar with this group, gleaned their identity as members of the Order of the Phoenix only from the curses hurled by the Death Eaters. As a bolt of green light nearly struck the youthful face of one of their ranks, Penny conjured a shield for him. This member of the Order appeared to be of similar age to her, and she could not remain a passive observer. Ignoring his heartfelt thanks for her timely intervention, she confronted another Death Eater, shrouded in layers of dark clothing. Unlike his counterparts who relished in casting the killing curse, this one wielded dark magic with considerably less lethality. It was well known that the greater the malice when using dark magic, the more devastating the effect. Yet, he seemed disinterested in delivering a fatal blow. Compared to the other trembling individuals executing their murderous tasks, he appeared almost nonchalant. Penny's reason for confronting him was singular. He bore an uncanny resemblance to someone from her past. Indeed, he recognized her as well, the moment she appeared. A flicker of surprise crossed his face, and during their magical duel, he displayed a surprising restraint. Yet Penny was not one to require mercy. Even from the leader of the Death Eaters, she could endure a confrontation with him. After a few exchanges, he was ultimately bested, and she disarmed him, dragging him to a secluded area to unmask him. Regulus, gazing at the youthful visage beneath the mask, Penny felt her eyes widen in disbelief. "I remember you being 2 years younger than I," she exclaimed. This year, Regulus was merely 16. Had Voldemort truly descended to recruiting minors? "Long time no see, Miss Evans," Regulus replied, managing a charming smile despite the pain radiating from the areas Penny had struck him. His pallor and the red veins in his eyes indicated he had been enduring considerable hardship. It was no surprise. Anyone accompanying the Death Eaters in their daily rampage would be driven to madness. Considering their opposing positions, Penny hesitated, unsure of what to say. Unlike her brother Sirius, Regulus bore the weight of familial expectations, a burden he had long carried, and she felt unqualified to condemn him. "Do you regret joining Voldemort's ranks?" The moment the words left her mouth, she realized the foolishness of her question. What good would regret do? The Black family had initially supported Voldemort, ensnared in his web far too deeply for Regulus to choose otherwise, let alone regret. Regulus offered a bitter smile, neither confirming nor denying her statement. Perhaps, he mused, I once believed the Dark Lord to be of pure blood and unrivaled power, the embodiment of my ideal Slytherin. I admired him, revered him, yet I was blind to his extremism and autocratic nature. Look at these individuals. They were once exemplary Slytherins, heirs to their family's hopes, and now they resemble lunatics. I fear I may become one of them. Penny stood silently before Regulus, having witnessed his transformation with her own eyes, regretting her inability to prevent him from treading this misguided path. Will you kill me, Penny, before I become a complete madman? No. Penny shook her head, placing a long-distance portkey in his palm. Meeting his gray-blue eyes with a steady gaze, she declared, Regulus, you can certainly regret. It is never too late to do so. Now, it is common knowledge that the Dark Lord is not a figure worthy of loyalty. You must not stake the honor of the Blacks upon him. That would be akin to digging your own grave. A true family leader must do more than follow in the footsteps of predecessors. They must possess greater foresight. Ultimately, Penny released Regulus, unwilling to take the life of the boy she had watched grow up. He had been burdened with too many responsibilities before reaching adulthood. He deserved the chance to choose his own path. After suffering some losses, the Death Eaters retreated. The members of the Order of the Phoenix, after celebrating their victory, began tending to the wounded wizards of Diagon Alley, most of whom were innocent bystanders. Generously distributing her healing potions, Penny refrained from revealing her name to the Order members. Upon leaving Diagon Alley, she resolved to treat herself to a fine meal at a French restaurant. Savoring the rich aroma of the food, Penny closed her eyes in delight. Although she hadn't procured a gift, she had saved a life, engaged in a battle, and enjoyed a delicious meal. Indeed, it had been a day worth cherishing. Chapter 13, Anomalies of the Soul. After days of persistent rain, the dawn's sunlight finally graced the damp earth, revitalizing the listless leaves into a vibrant green and breathing life into the wildflowers. Yet, the bright sun could not penetrate the ominous clouds hovering over Riddle House in Little Hangleton. The improved weather did little to uplift the spirits of the estate's master. Heavy blackout curtains barred all light, leaving only the flickering of dim candlelight to illuminate the empty room. Soon, even that flicker extinguished, as Voldemort's furious roar erupted from the highest chamber of the mansion, followed by the sound of shattering porcelain and the dull thud of furniture crashing against the walls. The Death Eaters gathered in the hall exchanged apprehensive glances, while the lowest ranking among them cowered in corners, trembling in fear. In this eternally sunless house, the Dark Lords will bestow upon them both exalted glory and enduring pain. Before long, only Voldemort's ragged breaths filled the room, his crimson eyes gleaming ominously in the darkness. He sensed his condition deteriorating. The path to immortality was fraught with difficulty. Even after sacrificing the souls of others, he was compelled to pay the price for his splintered soul, an increasingly brutal and bloodthirsty disposition, a visage slowly losing its humanity, uncontrollable mental powers, and a soul on the brink of collapse. While he did not reject the first two, he could not tolerate the latter two. Regaining his composure, he recalled the red-haired girl he had encountered previously. He had seen her only twice, yet she had left a profound impression upon him. She possessed an extraordinary allure. Upon their first meeting, he had felt an instinctive claim over her, as if she could become another badge of honor on his path to immortality. Regrettably, she had rebuffed his advances. Perhaps the methods of the Death Eaters were misguided, or perhaps Dumbledore had influenced her in some way. In any case, she was unwilling. Yet, it was of little consequence, as his interest had been rather impulsive. Recently, their meeting had once again captivated him, intertwining with a recurring dream he had experienced. It had begun around the time he fashioned Ravenclaw's diadem into a Horcrux. After splitting his soul, he had lost consciousness, only to awaken feeling remarkably revitalized. Since that day, he had often found himself ensnared in a dream. Flames consumed everything flammable as he stood at a distance, powerless to avert the disaster, merely watching as the fire raged larger and larger, engulfing estates in an inferno. Amidst the conflagration stood a dark-haired girl. Barefoot and devoid of fear of death or the flames, she exuded tranquility. Yet, upon seeing her, a wave of profound dread and regret surged within him. He awakened from his dreams countless times, perplexed by their meaning and the identity of the figure within them. Yet, upon seeing Petunia Evans, a voice within him proclaimed that she was indeed the one. How amusing it was that the formidable Dark Lord found himself confounded by a dream that did not belong to him, while something foreign within his own body sought to manipulate his thoughts, compelling him to apologize or even make amends to that filthy mudblood. What a farce! A glint of murderous intent flashed in Voldemort's eyes as a lethal command was silently conveyed to all Death Eaters. Any encounter with Petunia Evans and her family was to be met with death. Hiss. Voldemort cradled his bald head with his hands, his indistinct features contorting in agony. The repercussions of his fragmented soul had intensified lately, with a pain radiating from his scalp that felt as though someone wielded a heavy hammer, relentlessly striking the inside of his skull. Immediately, summon Eileen Prince to me. The Death Eaters were a brutal organization, without the respect commanded by strength. Even those from illustrious families found little favor here. Eileen, whose skills were predominantly honed in potion making, was no exception. Unsurprisingly, she endured a difficult existence, confined to the Riddle House to concoct potions for hundreds, relegated to the most remote and narrow chamber. The Death Eaters, envious of her seemingly effortless favor with Voldemort, failed to see that her responsibilities posed no threat to them, even though some, like Dolohov, recognized the wisdom in not undermining the logistical personnel. Yet, as Regulus noted, the majority had devolved into madness, fools incapable of grasping reality. When the news of Eileen's summons reached her, it spread like wildfire among the Death Eaters, yet she remained the last to learn. Engrossed in her work with the giant cauldron, by the time she completed the potion and bottled it, a considerable amount of time had elapsed, and it was only a timid house elf that finally delivered the message to her. They often resorted to such trivial tactics, whether during meal times or in moments like this. Calmly donning her visitor's robe, Eileen retrieved a small box from the top shelf of the potion cabinet, preparing to meet her enigmatic master. She resided in the furthest room from Voldemort, necessitating her passage through layers of corridors and staircases to reach him. She disregarded the mocking laughter and the gloating gazes as she walked away with poise. Fools. Dolohov, regarded as an elite among the Death Eaters, observed his peers with contempt. A young potion master would be in high demand in any faction, and only these imbeciles would believe that Voldemort would impose severe punishment or terminate her life for arriving late. Pushing open the heavy door, Eileen placed the small box aside and knelt before the towering figure turned away from her, her gaze fixed reverently on the black floor. Master, Eileen Prince has arrived. Perhaps driven mad by the prior events, or simply having waited too long, Voldemort's demeanor was oddly tranquil. You are very late, Eileen. My apologies, Master. Why have you only just arrived? In truth, I learned of your summons only 5 minutes ago from a house elf. Eileen attempted to keep her voice steady as she focused on the ground. Lift your head. As a suspicious and adept mind reader, Voldemort easily discerned the full extent of the situation through Eileen's eyes. He let out a silent, cold laugh. He did not object to the struggles for power, glory, or other desires within the ranks of the Death Eaters, but he would never allow his own affairs to be delayed. Eileen presented the potion Voldemort had requested and stepped aside, watching as one by one, Death Eaters entered, only to kneel in pain at Voldemort's feet, emitting anguished cries. Eileen, I trust you implicitly, so please do not make a mess of this. Receiving the paper Voldemort handed her, Eileen bowed her head respectfully. As Voldemort walked beside her, his icy voice carried an underlying threat. She nearly fumbled the paper, feeling as though a venomous snake coiled around her neck, its fangs poised to pierce her jugular at any moment. Leave. At once, Master. Exiting the room, Eileen exhaled in relief. Today, fortune smiled upon her as she had escaped the Cruciatus curse. In addition to Eileen, Voldemort had summoned another Death Eater, Regulus Black. Observing the young man kneeling before him, Voldemort narrowed his crimson eyes. Regulus Black, the youngest of his Death Eaters, was revered and adored by his relatives, including his cousin Bellatrix. Voldemort harbored no doubts regarding his loyalty. He had entrusted Lucius Malfoy with one of his Horcruxes, a diary, and had given Bellatrix the Hufflepuff cup. But due to his oblivious brother, he could only place a portion of his trust in him. Regulus was unaware of Voldemort's intentions, yet he could still decide to offer up his most trusted house elf, Creature, as a gift. Thus, he acquiesced to Voldemort's request. Chapter 14, A Wish Fulfilled. On the day of graduation from Hogwarts, Petunia arrived at platform 9 3/4, her timing impeccably synchronized with the steam train's arrival, reminiscent of years past. Amidst the throng of parents awaiting their children, Petunia did not stand out. She clutched a bouquet of white roses, for although Lily's name signified a lily, it was the flower she despised the most, much like how she herself loathed petunias. The train swiftly came to a halt, and among the throng of departing graduates, Petunia did not spot Lily. Perhaps she had been ensnared once more by the clingy James. Soon, she caught sight of Severus, accompanied by a burly fellow engaged in conversation with him. Severus merely regarded him coldly, remaining silent, and the man, evidently perturbed by his indifference, soon strode away. Petunia watched Severus's demeanor with an intrigued curiosity, experiencing an unusual freshness as she perceived the silent exchange of glances between them. Petunia, Lily's exuberant voice approached, prompting Petunia to adjust her expression, waving and offering her the white roses. Congratulations on your graduation, Lily. I'm so touched, Petunia. You remembered that I adore white roses over lilies. Lily exclaimed, embracing Petunia and nuzzling against her. Petunia smiled, affectionately ruffling her hair. However, when she glanced back toward Severus's previous location, it was already empty. After fruitless searching, she felt a twinge of disappointment. She would not have the chance to wish him a happy graduation today. As the sun began to set, an owl landed gracefully at Petunia's window, its tawny wings pressing against the glass, its round eyes fixated on her without blinking. After informing Lily that she would handle dinner, Petunia stepped outside, her heart buoyant. The beech tree on the lawn had grown robustly, its crimson leaves in the evening light resembling vibrant blossoms. Standing beneath the tree, a young man gazed upward, entranced by the red leaves. Clad in a sharp suit adorned with matching gemstone cufflinks, his neatly groomed black hair made him appear distinctly refined. Passers-by would likely mistake him for a wealthy young gentleman, completely oblivious to his past as the peculiar boy from Spinner's End. Petunia observed him from a distance, rarely witnessing him in such a tranquil state, devoid of his usual busyness, where he meticulously organized every minute of his day. She too looked upward at the leaves that had captivated Severus, their hue not as fierce as flame, nor as warm as the sun. They were simply the leaves of a beech tree. Petunia, you've arrived. Severus noticed Penny, the hue of her hair illuminating his pupils and brightening his gaze. Although he could see her reflection in the two-way mirror, the reality of her presence still sent waves of joy through him. What are you looking at? Penny inquired, approaching him and entwining her arm with his, resting her head on his shoulder. Severus glanced down at her crimson locks, reminiscent of the color of her hair. Meeting her gentle gaze, Penny smiled and remarked, "Then I shall take it to mean you are thinking of me." Absolutely correct. The two exchanged smiles, hand in hand, strolling along the riverside path toward the street beyond, where a plump owl kept watch nearby. They settled at a seemingly pleasant restaurant by the river. Perhaps due to the persistent economic downturn in the Muggle world, the chef promptly prepared their meals with little wait. Severus expertly sliced the tender steak into pieces of the perfect size for Penny, who rested her chin in her hand. Increasingly captivated by this man who seemed to embody all her desires, his deep-set eyes, high nose, and kissable lips, coupled with a cool detachment toward others that softened in her presence, revealing his gentle and considerate nature. His height was just right. She could easily reach up to kiss him if she stood on her toes, though she mused it would be even better if he were a tad more robust. Severus. She called his name. What? He replied, momentarily distracted as he was removing the stems from strawberries. His gaze meeting hers, and realizing her eyes were nearly filled with rosy bubbles. Did you spray some love potion on yourself before leaving today? I'm finding myself more fond of you by the minute. One unfortunate strawberry was halved, and a blush crept to Severus's ears, concealed beneath his tousled hair. He looked at Penny with a mix of embarrassment and annoyance. She always knew how to tease him, and he invariably fell for it. Haha. Penny laughed joyfully. Happy graduation. Severus. The words she had longed to say since noon finally escaped her lips. After their meal, the couple leaned against the railing by the river, enjoying the breeze. Penny, having indulged in some gin, lazily rested her head on Severus's shoulder, her hand dangling lightly in the air. Penny, Severus whispered her name, his voice low and almost ethereal. Why do you aid Grindelwald? I am not aiding Grindelwald. Few knew that Grindelwald's greatest strength lay not in his magic, rivaling Dumbledore's, but in his innate prophetic abilities. He had foretold many events, the rise of Muggles, the decline of wizards, the deaths of numerous notable figures, and his own downfall. During his time at Nurmengard, he made another prophecy concerning the Wizarding War, the deaths of Dumbledore, and many others. Though it sounded absurd, he still loved Dumbledore deeply even after half a century. Penny's gentle voice reached Severus's ears, causing his complexion to visibly pale. She was not easily swayed by the emotions of others. Her sentiments were reserved for matters that directly affected her. Thus, recalling the caution against the shrieking shack, Severus's voice trembled. Did he also predict my death? Correct. 10 points to Slytherin. Penny exclaimed. Severus found himself momentarily speechless in the wake of this revelation. He once feared not death, as he had little to lose, but now, having finally found a beloved partner, the thought was unbearable. See, this is the very reason I was reluctant to tell you, Penny said, playfully rubbing his cheek. Most people were bewildered and terrified when confronted with death. Do not worry, Severus. Prophecies are merely possibilities. They may be accurate, but have yet to come to pass. After employing a mental blocking charm, Severus appeared considerably calmer, casting a complex gaze at Penny. Then why tell me now? Because you asked, and you are of age now. Penny blinked innocently, always willing to oblige when it came to most matters. Chapter 15. Home Lost. Hey, Severus, are you all right? Noticing he had been silent for too long, Penny pinched his earlobe and called out softly. Not particularly well. I need some time to process the news of my death. Severus grasped her mischievous hand, his tone laced with a hint of exasperation. This is indeed not a trivial matter, but trust me, Severus, I am working diligently to avert it. The evening breeze swept by the riverside as the couple embraced in the wind. After a moment, Penny glanced toward the horizon, her face reflecting curiosity. Hey, Severus, what is happening over there? It's so red. Severus's pupils dilated. Penny, that seems to be in the direction of your home. Penny reacted dramatically, exclaiming, bloody hell. Upon returning home from Hogwarts, Lily felt somewhat disoriented. Without classes or homework, and with Penny gone, the house was eerily silent. Accustomed to the bustling atmosphere of Gryffindor, she found the quiet unsettling. Moreover, she pondered the matter of dinner. Upon opening the refrigerator, she discovered it utterly bare. She had suspected Penny would not stock food without having the gas and electricity turned on. Merlin, how has Penny been surviving these days? Where will she go tonight to find dinner? But soon, her thoughts were interrupted. The protective enchantments Penny had left behind began to signal Lily, who peered out of the first-floor window and spotted 2 Death Eaters lurking at her front door, repeatedly casting spells to breach the house's protective magic. Damn it! How did the Death Eaters get here? Lily hid behind the curtains, clutching her wand, her face a mask of anxiety. Death Eaters were certainly no benevolent beings. If they targeted her, they would undoubtedly resort to threats to force her outside, or worse, threaten the lives of nearby Muggles. After all, in the eyes of the pure-blooded Death Eaters, Muggles were hardly regarded as equals. She had read numerous accounts in the Daily Prophet of Muggles being killed for sport. The magic Penny had left behind was formidable, and despite their efforts, the 2 Death Eaters found themselves at a stalemate. Just as despair began to set in, one of them had a sudden idea. The Death Eater outside used an amplification spell to ensure his voice reached those within the house. I see you, Evans. You cannot escape. The Dark Lord has placed a death mark on you, and no one can save you. Come out. You wouldn't want your Muggle neighbors or friends to be harmed because of you, would you? He provocatively cast a curse at the nearby rooftop, resulting in a gaping hole, through which screams from women, roars from men, and barking from dogs echoed from within the house. Mrs. Smith. Upon hearing the familiar scream, Lily's eyes widened, and a surge of determination coursed through her. She could not allow innocent lives to be entangled in this chaos, or, worse, lose their lives. Stop. You. Lily stepped forward, confronting the Death Eaters at the door. If you have the guts, come at me. Huh. She has come out. One of the Death Eaters laughed, reveling in his success, but his smile quickly faltered. Who are you? He inquired, for although this girl had red hair and was indeed beautiful, she did not resemble the one in the photograph. He glanced at the image in his hand, comparing it again to Lily, then checked the address. Indeed, this is the Evans residence. Where is Penny Evans? Bring her out. Lily, somewhat bemused by the Death Eater's demeanor, felt a flash of understanding and anger upon hearing Penny's name. These fiends were after her sister. She is not here. Get out of my house. Your house? I've heard that Penny Evans has a Gryffindor sister, Lily Evans. It seems that you. The previously silent Death Eater narrowed his eyes at Lily. The Dark Lord has decreed that Penny Evans and her family are to be executed. Avada Kedavra. A green light sliced through the evening sky, igniting the battle of the day. Avada Kedavra. Disarm. Fiendfire. Although Lily excelled academically and had undergone training with Penny, her lack of practical experience rendered her a mere passive defender against their onslaught. The occasional spells she managed to cast were effortlessly countered by her adversaries, escalating her frustration and anxiety. A piercing curse shot forth from the shadows, striking Lily directly. Fortunately, she had adorned herself with numerous alchemical items before venturing out, which mitigated the effects of the malevolent spell. Recognizing the assailant as a Slytherin upperclassman 2 years her senior, she seethed inwardly at his audacity. Outnumbered and feeling overwhelmed, Lily retreated to the old Evans residence, convinced that if the battle continued, she might very well be killed. Oh, Penny, please return quickly. Your dear little sister is on the brink of peril. Lily retrieved a 2-way mirror, whispering her plea for assistance. However, her heart sank as she noticed the other side of the mirror glowing on the sofa, extinguishing her hopes entirely. Outside, the Death Eaters had gathered, and the last of them raised his wand, murmuring incantations. Soon, his complexion paled as a fiery serpent erupted from the flames. The Fiendfire. This malevolent flame spared neither friend nor foe, capable of morphing into various monstrous forms, devouring all combustible matter, rendering most protective spells ineffective. Consequently, the old Evans home suffered greatly, as the flames consumed the wooden fence, the garden, and soon, the house itself. Impatiently pacing within, Lily had sought help from the Order of the Phoenix, but it would take time for them to arrive. With no means to combat the Fiendfire, she hastily gathered her family's valuables, particularly the crucial items from Penny's secret room, preparing to flee. Where is she? Lily attempted the disillusionment charm, but her inexperience led to her being quickly discovered by the Death Eaters. "Ah, my home." Penny's anguished cry echoed down the street, and in a flash, she appeared before Lily, her eyes ablaze with rage as she beheld their once cozy abode, now half reduced to ashes. Penny Evans. One of the Death Eaters recognized her, shouting. Penny's eyes burned more fiercely than Voldemort's. Her expression twisted in a terrifying snarl as she glared at the three Death Eaters, her voice a chilling whisper. "You shall all perish." Chapter 16. Revenge for Wrongs. Once unleashed, Penny's wrath was formidable. Within 5 minutes, the three ostentatious Death Eaters before Lily lay unconscious at her feet. The Fiendfire, typically uncontrollable, obediently complied under her wand's command, swiftly being confined. The swiftness of the battle left Lily utterly astonished. Her mouth agape as she beheld her sister anew. Penny. Just as James rushed in with members of the Order to rescue his beloved Lily, he stumbled upon Penny hanging the three battered Death Eaters from a half-exposed beam, their identities barely recognizable. "Wow," the other members of the Order gasped. Utterly shocked, James thought. Using her wand, Penny tilted one Death Eater's chin, delving into his mind for information. Upon acquiring what she needed, she turned to James. "You arrived just in time. Please ensure our unfortunate neighbors who witnessed this are dealt with." She had heard Mr. Smith's voice almost breaking in his frantic screams. "Oh God, am I dreaming? Did I just kill those devils?" All right. James nodded, numbly accepting the remaining duties. Sensing something amiss in Penny's demeanor, Lily grasped her sleeve anxiously. "Penny, where are you going?" "To exact revenge." Penny spat through clenched teeth, her eyes aflame with fury. "My home is gone. His shall be as well." The identity of this he was unmistakable. "Oh no." An older member of the Order attempted to dissuade Penny, but it was futile. In the blink of an eye, she vanished, the disillusionment charm having no effect on her. In the dead of night, a most unwelcome guest arrived at Riddle Manor. Undetected by the guarding Death Eaters, Penny stealthily infiltrated Voldemort's stronghold. She found a concealed spot in the yard to place the previously confiscated Fiendfire, then slipped back outside. A powerful curse shattered the front door, the resounding crash drawing the attention of all the Death Eaters in the hall as they gathered to confront the audacious intruder daring to act so brazenly on the Dark Lord's territory. "Penny Evans, what are you doing here?" With a thunderous explosion, the foremost group of Death Eaters fell victim to Penny's spell. Gasps of shock filling the air as she instantly spied Lucius, impeccably groomed, and Bellatrix, hurling curses at her, yet hesitating to advance. She raised an eyebrow at them, satisfied as they averted their gazes in unison. Fire shield. The swirling flames roared as violently as Penny's anger, soon engulfing a 10-meter radius around her. Several flames morphed into colossal bird shapes, diving towards the Death Eaters and the Riddle Manor behind them. The protective shields conjured by the Death Eaters thwarted the fiery birds from consuming them, but Penny's target had never been them. With cold indifference, she watched the flames, akin to Fiendfire, swiftly ignite Riddle Manor. "Damn it!" Voldemort's enraged voice echoed from deeper within, a thick, industrial-looking black smoke swirling from the uppermost level of the manor, his figure barely discernible within. "He can fly?" Penny's eyes gleamed as she observed his movements. The flying charm was an exceedingly advanced form of magic, rarely seen since the invention of broomsticks. To witness it here was unexpected. "Evans, are you seeking death?" Voldemort's ire flared at the sight of her. Yet the throbbing pain in his head prevented him from focusing his energy on her. "You burn my home. Your dwelling shall be no sanctuary either." Penny's gaze hardened as she confronted Voldemort, her resolve unwavering. Noticing the area where she had unleashed the Fiendfire was now ablaze, she swiftly decided to flee. Although uncertain of Voldemort's unusual restraint against her, she reasoned it was wise to escape before he changed his mind. "Farewell, Tom." Leaving Voldemort seething in impotent rage at the mention of his true name, Penny returned to the vicinity of the Evans residence. She first visited the house on Spinners Inn to check on Severus. The boy visibly relaxed upon seeing her return unscathed. "I'm so glad you're safe." Hee. Penny giggled as she nestled into his embrace. "It wasn't as perilous as I imagined." Voldemort, considering the tracking curse he had placed upon her name, Penny decided to refer to him differently. "That bald man didn't he attack me, nor did he extinguish the flames immediately. Something is definitely amiss." "Only you would dare to call him that," Severus sighed, gazing at her in exasperation. "Yet, given his violent nature, it is indeed peculiar. Remember what I said before? His mental state is quite unstable. I suspect his condition has worsened, potentially affecting his very soul." The two engaged in a discussion about mental fortitude and the soul, and Penny then recounted Voldemort's flying charm, marveling at his impressive altitude. Noticing Severus's inquisitive glance, she winked at him. "If you learn that spell, you won't need a broomstick anymore." Penny Seifler harbored no doubt that she was the subject of ridicule regarding her ability to ride a broomstick. as it was the sole subject in which she had received a failing grade during her time at Hogwarts. Meanwhile, Lily and James were anxiously pacing outside the Evans family home. After the other members of the Order of the Phoenix had attended to their own matters, they departed one by one. Only an elder wizard remained, waiting alongside them for Penny's return. If she did not come back by the next day, they would have to inform Dumbledore to mount a rescue. However, instead of Penny, they received news from members lying in ambush near the Riddle House. A red-haired witch had unleashed a powerful spell that set the Riddle House ablaze and managed to escape in the presence of Voldemort. Penny succeeded? How splendid. Sister, you are my only sister. Even Lily, who usually had unwavering faith in her sister's abilities, could not help but be astonished. As for James, he was already jumping for joy, making one wonder if he had been the one to set fire to Voldemort's stronghold. Chapter 17, Creature. Following a tumultuous event, the Death Eaters appeared agitated, a single which had dared to storm their stronghold and incinerate it, which was utterly absurd, yet the reality was undeniable. They, along with their master, were powerless to prevent such occurrences. Although their master demonstrated formidable strength while extinguishing the flames, what significance did that hold? Why had he not acted against that witch beforehand? Was he perhaps afraid? Afraid of whom? That witch, or the name he had uttered in desperation, Dumbledore? The Death Eater's unease did not escape Voldemort's notice, yet he chose to disregard the matter. What transpired tonight was merely an accident. As long as he displayed his might thereafter, they would remain loyal. At this moment, his sole concern was when the potion entrusted to Prince would be completed. He had grown weary of this feeling of weakness. Regulus was among the Death Eaters that evening, positioned at the back of the ranks. He bore witness to Penny's audacity, the Death Eater's impotence, and the scene of flames consuming a significant portion of the Riddle House, causing a fragment of his faith to crumble. Moreover, Penny had referred to the Dark Lord as Tom. Was that truly his name? No pureblood family would bestow such a Muggle-tinged name upon their child. He dared not dwell on it. In truth, he had regretted joining the Death Eaters shortly after his induction, yet he found himself with no alternative. He recalled Creature, the house elf who had served him since childhood, whom he had relinquished to Voldemort. Was he well? How would the Dark Lord treat him? Pureblood wizards regarded house elves as mere animals. Was he still alive? That night, Voldemort cast a brooding gaze upon his ravaged estate as he dismissed his Death Eaters. The discerning nobles, attuned to their leader's discomfiture, proactively invited him to stay at their own manors, yet Voldemort remained silent. Lucius's heart raced, undoubtedly. Malfoy Manor was the most opulent and comfortable among them. Surely, the Dark Lord's refusal of others' invitations could not imply a preference. As anticipated, when Lucius followed suit and extended an invitation to Voldemort, his response was an immediate acceptance. Lucius hoped that Narcissa would not meet a grim fate at the hands of their master that night. A trademark smile graced Lucius's face, relishing the honor of serving his master, while inwardly he cursed the instigator, Penny, in the most scathing terms. His poor Narcissa remained blissfully unaware of the heavy news awaiting her. Contemplating the Dark Lord's abysmal taste and reflecting upon the substantial sum he had expended to create his manor, Lucius's mood soured further, especially under the envious gazes of the other Death Eaters. Upon returning to the Black family manor, Regulus made his way to the kitchen, the domain where Creature had resided. He had once lived in the kitchen and had all his wishes fulfilled, always finding ways to amuse him at all times. Yet he had sacrificed him for a so-called honor, offering him to the Dark Lord. Regulus slumped despondently onto the sofa in his room, his mind a haze, uncertain of his next steps. Suddenly, he sat upright, gazing intently into the void before him, and solemnly declared, "Creature, I command you to return to my side at once." The highest directive for a house elf was their master's command, and should Creature still be alive, he would undoubtedly return immediately. Indeed, shortly thereafter, a house elf with bloodshot eyes and a sorrowful visage appeared before him. "Master Regulus, Creature has returned home." "Creature." Regulus hastily approached him, his eyes filled with remorse. "You are alive. This is splendid news." His voice rose slightly, causing the terrified house elf to tremble, curling into a ball, and continuing to shiver. "What troubles you, Creature? What has occurred?" Regulus inquired of the house elf. "It is the Dark Lord. He seeks to kill Creature." It was Master Regulus's command that saved Creature. Creature emitted a piercing scream, clutching his head, his emaciated form quaking with fear. Regulus gently patted Creature's shoulder in a bid for reassurance, and the house elf, emboldened by the gesture, began to recount his harrowing ordeal. The Dark Lord did not instruct Creature on what to do, but took Creature to a cave by the sea. Deep within the cave lay a vast black lake. A small, enchanted boat could carry two across the lake to an island at its center. As he spoke, Creature's body trembled violently, as if sensing impending doom. On that island was a basin filled with potion. The Dark Lord commanded Creature to drink it. Creature was now even more terrified. His wide, bloodshot eyes growing larger, his fingers tugging at his ears, as if he had witnessed the very incarnation of evil. Creature drank it, and what he saw was dreadful, worse than the worst nightmare. It felt as though fire was consuming him from within. Creature cried out for Master Regulus to save him. He cried out for the mistress, but the Dark Lord merely laughed, commanding Creature to drink every last drop of the potion. He then placed a box in the empty basin and filled it with more potion. After that, the Dark Lord departed, leaving Creature alone on the island. Creature needed water. He crawled to the edge of the island and drank from the black lake, where many hands, dead hands, reached up from the water, pulling Creature beneath the surface. Then Master Regulus commanded Creature to return. Master Regulus saved Creature. By the time Creature uttered the last sentence, he had nearly expended all his strength in the shout, gazing upon Regulus as if in the presence of a deity. As previously stated, the highest law for a house elf is the command of their master, and for his master, Creature would willingly sacrifice his life. Upon hearing Creature's harrowing tale, the color drained from Regulus's face. He was certain that Creature had divulged the Dark Lord's most closely guarded secret, and now that secret was known to him. The dead are the best keepers of secrets, yet Regulus could not harm Creature. He regarded him as family. He inquired of Creature about the appearance of the box that the Dark Lord had placed in the potion, and then commanded him to remain at home and not venture out. He hoped that the Dark Lord would never discover Creature, nor that he himself had learned of his secret. Chapter 18, Fenrir. The day following Voldemort's arrival at Malfoy Manor, the Daily Prophet published a sensational article detailing the destruction of the Death Eater stronghold by fire. The author crafted a compelling narrative about a witch who had recently graduated from Hogwarts, who, driven by outrage after her home was razed and pursued by the Dark Lord, rose in defiance and ultimately triumphed. The accompanying illustration depicts a clandestine photograph of a red-haired witch, wielding profound magic as she confronts a Death Eater. Voldemort, his countenance twisted in malevolence, hovers in midair, while the mansion behind him has succumbed to the engulfing flames. The name Penny Evans enters the public consciousness for the first time, eliciting a cacophony of astonishment among countless wizards. Some question the veracity of the tale, while others embark on a quest to unearth the history of the audacious witch who dared to defy the Dark Lord and achieve success. There are even murmurs regarding the reasons behind Voldemort's pursuit of her. Yet, the protagonist remains oblivious to all this, currently savoring a rare moment of tenderness with her boyfriend. At Malfoy Manor, the once vibrant garden, deprived of sunlight, has seen its flowers wither. The white peacock, once roaming freely, is now confined to a cage. The opulent architecture of the manor fails to please the guests, with many decorations covered in dull black cloth or damaged. And even the portraits of past heads of the family hanging on the walls are silenced. Narcissa encounters such unreasonable guests for the first time. The incessant stream of Death Eaters shows no regard for her home, leaving her once beautiful abode utterly desecrated, inciting her fury. However, as one of the manor's owners, she must stifle her discontent, for the esteemed guest is not someone she can afford to offend. Doing so would invite punishment upon her husband. Endurance is her only option. She now comprehends the meaning behind the character for endurance in the Eastern philosophy, which is often depicted with a knife above it. In the chamber designated for Voldemort's meetings, the Death Eaters commence their regular assembly. The tattered black curtains are drawn tightly, allowing no light to permeate from outside. In the dimly lit hall, Voldemort sits high upon his throne, surveying the witch below, who appears somewhat weary, likely a result of recent exertions weighing heavily upon her. Yet, his concern lies elsewhere. Eileen, have you not yet attended to the task I assigned you? Voldemort's gaze shifts to Eileen, his whisper akin to a serpent's hiss, sending chills down the spine of those who hear it, especially when he speaks with such focus. Apologies, my lord, Eileen begins. But her remorseful words are swiftly cut off, not by speech, but by the excruciating punishment that pierces her to the core. The cruel incantation mercilessly ravages the witch's body, her anguished cries echoing throughout the hall, causing the Death Eaters in the corners to tremble in fear. Fortunately for Eileen, Voldemort shows a modicum of mercy. He recognizes that among his followers, only she, the master of potions, possesses the potential to fulfill the task. Next time, I do not wish to hear another apology. Eileen, utterly drained, collapses to the ground, unable to respond to his inquiry. At the rear of the Death Eater assembly, the werewolf leader Fenrir Greyback, who lacks even the privilege of donning the Death Eater robes, steps forward. His fellow Death Eaters recoil in disgust, some even pinching their noses as if repulsed by an unpleasant odor. Bellatrix openly derides him, calling him a filthy scavenger. My lord, Eileen Prince's son is currently preparing for the mastery examination in potions. He may be able to alleviate some of your burdens. Voldemort's interest is piqued as he responds, Oh, Eileen, you have never mentioned this before. Eileen, struggling to rise from the ground, nervously replies, "My lord, Severus has only just graduated this year. He may not be able to meet your expectations. Is it an inability or a reluctance?" Voldemort inquires, his tone growing more dangerous. "I have heard that your son maintains a close relationship with that renowned Petunia Evans." Fenrir grins maliciously, and the Death Eaters exchange glances. While Voldemort's gaze sharpens upon Eileen, "Could this be true?" "Yes, my lord," Eileen admits, but no one anticipates Lucius stepping forward at this moment. He bows to Voldemort before saying, "However, as far as I know, they have severed ties." A glimmer of intrigue flashes in Voldemort's scarlet eyes. "Lucius, you are also acquainted with Eileen's son?" "Indeed. The Slytherin is renowned for his prowess in potions. He improved the Wolfsbane potion," Lucius remarks, casting a meaningful glance at Fenrir. "He even created a practical spell while still in his 5th year, though it resulted in harm to some Gryffindor students. Dumbledore is not particularly fond of him. I once recommended him to you." Voldemort nods thoughtfully, choosing not to pursue the matter further. After the meeting concludes, Eileen is the last to exit the hall, her complexion ashen, her already frail figure appearing even more emaciated. She now understands why the werewolf Fenrir Greyback has targeted Severus. He aims to gnaw at and infect as many as possible, while Severus's simplified Wolfsbane potion obstructs his plans. Upon returning to Prince Manor, Eileen finds Severus absent. She has a notion of where he might be, yet she refrains from disturbing him, fearing it could be their last moment of happiness. Voldemort has summoned her to bring Severus to him. Severus's entanglement with the Evans sisters runs deep. She knows that if she goes to him, he will either become a Death Eater or meet his end at Voldemort's hands. When Severus returns from Spinners into Prince Manor, he finds his long-absent mother seated upon the sofa, her face gaunt. Gazing upon her, he momentarily drifts back to his childhood spent in Spinner's End. It has been many years since Eileen appeared so disheveled. "Are you well, mother?" he inquires, offering her a cup of warm milk. Concern evident in his eyes as he notes her distress since joining the Death Eaters. Eileen sighs deeply, regarding him with an earnest gaze. She is not skilled in veiled hints, thus she opts for candor. "Today, during the meeting, Fenrir Greyback mentioned you to the Dark Lord. He claimed you have a rather fervent relationship with Penny. Though Lucius spoke in your defense, the Dark Lord has commanded me to bring you before him." Even with prior preparation, Severus's heart sinks at Eileen's words. The day has finally arrived. "When?" he queries. "Tonight," Eileen responds. Chapter 19, Borgin and Burke's Dark Magic Shop. The old Evans residence has been largely consumed by flames. Though they mourn the loss, the two sisters do not rush to repair it. The Death Eaters remain overly active, harboring resentment towards Penny, and they are lurking, waiting for an opportunity. Invited by James, Penny and Lily take refuge in Godric's Hollow, named after the renowned wizard Godric Gryffindor, a settlement for half-bloods that offers safety, as it is well known that the greatest wizard, Dumbledore, resides there. Penny declines James's invitation to move into his home. She possesses the key to the place where Alok took residence in Godric's Hollow, having lived there for a considerable time before attending Hogwarts. "Oh, Penny, how long has it been since anyone lived here?" Lily exclaims, pushing the door open to reveal a room covered in dust and disfigured furniture. Penny responds uncertainly, "I'm not sure. Perhaps it has been vacant since I left." After all, Alok is a nomadic wizard, serving either the forgettably named Grindelwald or a bounty hunter, both of which imply an uncertain existence. Lily looks at Penny with a hint of bewilderment, as if to ask where she found the key. Ignoring Lily's gaze, Penny ushers her inside and gestures grandly. "I recall you excelled in household magic? Get to work, my dear sister. Where are you going?" Lily asks as she uses her wand to clear the dust from the floor, noticing Penny heading towards the door. "It isn't safe outside. Just dealing with a few minor inconveniences. Do not worry about me, dear." Penny waves her hand dismissively. Remembering something, she turns back to add, "Oh, don't forget to write to the furniture shop in Diagon Alley to select some pieces you like. I recall they offer mail order. So the bill can be addressed to me and sent directly to Gringotts." "Understood. Stay safe." "Very well." Upon stepping outside, Penny did not venture far before entering a house that bore the semblance of antiquity. She traversed a garden that had long been neglected, and upon entering, her gaze fell upon Grindelwald, who was reclined on a rather inviting and comfortable sofa, engrossed in a book. A chaotic array of books lay scattered beside him, while a rudely fashioned, simplistic cup hovered near his hand. The stark simplicity of the room seemed at odds with Grindelwald's presence, prompting Penny to exclaim in astonishment, "Wow, how do you manage to possess so many houses of such diverse styles?" She was filled with envy. Even acquiring a single property was an arduous task for a wizard, fraught with exorbitant prices and the irksome bureaucratic procedures imposed by the Ministry of Magic. Naturally, some wizards opted to construct their homes in secluded locations to circumvent these challenges. "This is my great-aunt's home," Grindelwald replied, lifting his gaze from the book to glance at the firmly closed door beside him. She is a renowned historian of magic. You may have encountered her name in your textbooks on magical history. A disdainful grunt emanated from behind the door, revealing the owner's discontent with Grindelwald. Penny nodded knowingly, a smirk of schadenfreude gracing her lips. It seems you are not the most likable of individuals. The Dark Lord seems quite fond of you, sending his minions to pursue you relentlessly. I hear your house has been burned down. Grindelwald closed the book and placed it aside, arching an eyebrow at Penny. You almost took my breath away, but beneath this roof, one must yield. You certainly have a way with words. I hope your reason for seeking me is due to some progress, Penny inquired as she settled into a wooden chair opposite Grindelwald. Indeed, there has been some development. Grindelwald rose, adjusting his attire before maneuvering past Penny toward the door. Come, we must pay a visit to an important individual. Honestly, I would prefer if you would simply tell me what to do, Penny sighed, trailing after Grindelwald as they exited. Upon reaching the public fireplace, she furrowed her brow, glancing at Grindelwald with a hint of exasperation. Why don't we utilize your great Aunt's Fla network? Grindelwald's expression hardened as he lifted one corner of his mouth, clearly unwilling. TSK. The dark wizards stationed at the entrance of Nocturne Alley have encountered misfortune today. His mood evidently soured. Grindelwald resolved all of the encroaching dark wizards without even drawing his wand. The dark wizards trembled and collapsed at the mouth of the shadowy alley, and Grindelwald silently scoffed. Casting a challenging glance at Penny, Penny's lips twitched in annoyance. Borgin and Burke's. She recited the shop's name, as it appeared on the weathered golden sign before her. This establishment, the largest in Nocturne Alley, specialized in dark magical artifacts, some of which were perilously dangerous. The proprietor, Mr. Borgin, not only sold, but also collected various peculiar and malevolent items. Notably, Borgin and Burke's was owned by the Borgin family, one of the sacred 28 pureblood families, whose ancestors had once married the daughter of former Hogwarts headmaster, Professor Black. Grindelwald pushed the door open, revealing a man hunched over the counter, repeatedly attempting to tame his greasy hair that hung over his face. Upon noticing customers, he forced a welcoming smile, exclaiming, "Welcome to Borgin and Burke's." His voice was as oily as his hair, and Penny, feeling discomfort, noted the twitch of Grindelwald's brow. Clearly, he was equally unsettled. Upon entering, Grindelwald disregarded Mr. Borgin, focusing instead on the merchandise within the shop. His attention was drawn to a withered human hand encased in a glass box, and he redirected his gaze to the now stiffly smiling Mr. Borgin. "Is this all your shop has to offer, Mr. Borgin? Such trivial items?" At this, Mr. Borgin finally recognized Grindelwald, whose youthful visage might not be familiar to the current wizarding generation, but was all too well known to Borgin, who had once seen his face in the newspapers daily during tumultuous years. "Gigi Grindelwald?" Mr. Borgin stammered, his voice quaking with uncertainty. For the Ministry of Magic had stamped the death of this man, yet here he stood, resplendently alive. "It is a privilege to be remembered," Grindelwald smirked, appearing rather pleased. "Oh, how delightful," Penny scoffed, rolling her eyes. "By Merlin, what are those fools at the Ministry doing?" Mr. Borgin lamented, nearly on the verge of tears. "The Dark Lord is wreaking havoc outside, and yet they conceal the news of Grindelwald's escape." With a knowing glance exchanged between them, Penny cast a silencing charm to prevent eavesdropping. In Mr. Borgin's terrified gaze, Grindelwald began to speak. "I have noted that many years ago, the Dark Lord, Tom Riddle, worked in your shop and declined numerous offers from the Ministry." Upon hearing that name, Mr. Borgin's complexion visibly paled, beads of terrified sweat forming on his brow, which he hastily wiped away with a handkerchief. "I don't know what you're talking about. I trust you are aware of my infamy," Grindelwald interrupted, silencing Borgin's protestations. "Do not lie before me, Caractacus Borgin. If I so desired, I could employ 100 methods to extract the truth from you." Even after years of obscurity, Grindelwald's aura remained formidable, compelling Borgin to lower his sparse head, trembling as he explained, He wouldn't let me speak. If I did, he would kill me. I am not dead yet, Mr. Borgin." What followed was far simpler than Penny had anticipated. After a brief silence, Borgin began recounting events from many years ago. At that time, he was merely an ordinary Hogwarts graduate, possessing nothing beyond a strikingly handsome face and an impressive academic record. When he applied for the position, his eyes sparkled with ambition, but I was unconcerned. In truth, every Slytherin-born wizard is filled with ambition. He was indeed an exceptional employee, eloquent and adept at charming the affluent ladies. It was during this period that Borgin and Burke's thrived, and most importantly, he demanded a meager salary. Borgin, having regained his composure, continued. From that moment, he developed a keen interest in rare artifacts. On several occasions, I caught him attempting to extract information from our affluent patrons. I warned him, for the guests frequenting our establishment were either rich or influential, not to be trifled with. At this, Borgin swallowed hard, evidently recalling the trepidations of that time. Soon, he befriended a wealthy client, Hepzibah Smith. She claimed to be a descendant of Helga Hufflepuff and had been a widow for many years, possessing considerable wealth. A collector, she reveled in showcasing her treasures, the most prized of which were Salazar Slytherin's locket and her ancestral Helga Hufflepuff's cup. Her ambition was to gather the relics of the 4 founders of Hogwarts. Tom quickly won Hepzibah's favor with his irresistible charm and persuasive tongue, and they became quite close. Hepzibah invited him to her home on multiple occasions, but her intentions were transparent. Then, Hepzibah Smith met with an unfortunate accident. She was accidentally poisoned by her house elf, and the Smith manor was subsequently sealed. However, the whereabouts of Salazar Slytherin's locket and Helga Hufflepuff's cup became a mystery. After that incident, Tom resigned from his position, and I never saw him again. Do you suspect that this was the work of the Dark Lord? Grindelwald inquired, a questioning gaze directed at him. How can you be so certain? Bach's eyes drifted toward the honor's hand displayed in the glass case as he vaguely remarked, before the ministry sealed the manor, I visited, and aside from those 2 items, everything else remained in place. Thank you for your candor, Mr. Bach. Having absorbed the entire narrative, Grindelwald rose, offering Bach a fleeting smile. Now, let all be forgotten. Penny cast a sympathetic glance at Bach, the pitiful house elf, before following Grindelwald out, remarking, How cunning you are, Mr. Grindelwald. Silence, not a word I wish to hear. Once outside Knockturn Alley, Penny, while erasing from her memory all those she had encountered on the street, asked Grindelwald, Is Bach telling the truth? Mostly. I have perused his memories. Grindelwald's tone was calm, as if discussing the most mundane of matters. Penny gazed at him with a blank expression, muttering softly, Are all of you powerful figures so adept at legilimency? From Voldemort to Dumbledore, and now to Grindelwald. Grindelwald pretended not to hear her, and continued speaking to her. Do you remember the Riddle house that Voldemort had you burned down? That was actually the inheritance of his father through blood. The Gaunt family, descendants of Salazar Slytherin, resided not far from there. Voldemort's mother was born into that family. Many years ago, Voldemort's father's home was annihilated by wizards, and following an investigation by the ministry, it was revealed that his uncle, Morfin Gaunt's wand, had committed the deed, resulting in Morfin's incarceration in Azkaban. Yet, the ring belonging to the Gaunt family, which should have rested upon Morfin Gaunt's finger in eternal slumber in Azkaban, had long before Voldemort's graduation been adorned upon his own finger. What do you suppose this signifies? Grindelwald inquired, a peculiar expression gracing his face, half smile, half sneer, as he regarded Penny. Stunned by his words, Penny could only respond. Surely he did not murder his entire family, and then have his uncle take the fall for him? Who knows? Grindelwald fell silent. As they passed a well-known confectionery shop in Diagon Alley, Grindelwald slowed his pace, his gaze lost in the vibrant array of candies displayed in the window, while Penny remained absorbed in her previous shock, oblivious to his change. You should return first. I have a few matters to attend to. With that, Grindelwald disapparated away. Penny, you summoned me merely to gossip about Voldemort's past? Penny returned to Godric's Hollow before dinner, considering her and Lily's dismal culinary skills. She had also packed some delectable, durable food from Diagon Alley. However, upon returning home, the first person she encountered was not Lily, but rather Lily's boyfriend, James, along with his close friends. Placing the items on the now refreshed dining table, Penny addressed them, her expression not particularly welcoming as her mind was preoccupied. Gentlemen, I believe this is hardly the place for your gathering. Chapter 21, Pettigrew. Oh, you're back, Penny. James's voice emerged even before Lily's. His gaze towards Penny brimming with warmth, akin to that of a long-lost relative. How are you today? Or should I inquire if you are fighting against the Dark Lord today? Is it true? Evans, you burned down Voldemort's lair? Hot on James's heels, Sirius approached. Skepticism etched on his face regarding the veracity of the rumors. The papers have reported it, Penny. It's truly remarkable. Lupin chimed in, with Pettigrew hiding behind him and nodding in agreement. Penny's gaze swept over them, lingering momentarily on Peter, who was an unusual Gryffindor. He was neither brave nor enthusiastic, and he appeared rather intimidated by her. Rarely did she present herself so boldly before him. Each time she saw him, she couldn't help but wonder if the sorting hat had malfunctioned to place him in Gryffindor. Perhaps. Penny leaned against the table, lacking any enthusiasm to host them. Yet, Gryffindors were never short on zeal. They encircled her, bombarding her with questions about how she had accomplished such feats, followed by inquiries about her escape. Their eagerness suggesting that they too could burn down Voldemort's current residence at Malfoy Manor in a matter of days. I assume you have no intention of courting death. Penny bluntly doused their enthusiasm with cold water, considering the Gryffindor lineage of recklessness. She genuinely feared that one day, Dumbledore might receive news of the young generation of the Order meeting their demise while indulging in lemon sherbet. Of course, we're not fools, Sirius interjected. Although they were reckless, they still possessed some sense, merely excited that someone else had succeeded in what was clearly a suicidal endeavor. I hope so. Lily hurried down the stairs. Even with the help of magic, tidying the house and arranging the furniture had exhausted her. James, did you bring what I asked you to? What are you all discussing so animatedly? Upon seeing Penny safe and sound in the living room, she visibly relaxed. Thank goodness, Penny, you've returned unscathed. If I can't win, I can always escape. Penny smiled at her. After all, I have countless portkeys hidden on me. Is that your secret to escaping Voldemort's clutches? James immediately expressed interest, eyes wide with anticipation as he looked at Penny. You're not entirely wrong. As long as you have enough portkeys, you'll always find an opportunity to escape. After dealing with the Gryffindors, Penny retreated to her room, where Lily's aesthetic sense shone through. The simple room had been transformed into a cozy and inviting space within a day, and she adored the light blue tones. Lying on her bed, she retrieved her two-way mirror, realizing she had not been able to contact Severus for nearly 2 days, and her attempts to reach him had gone unanswered. By nightfall, after a brief rest, she awoke to find that the other side of the mirror still bore no response. Malfoy Manor welcomed another group of guests today, a cadre of youths aspiring to join the Death Eaters, most of whom had been recommended by their families, with a few standing here due to their own merit. Severus was among those recommended. His mixed heritage made him seem out of place among the pure-blood wizards. And of course, the half-bloods were equally unwelcoming towards someone they deemed opportunistic. Voldemort currently had no shortage of followers eager to pledge their allegiance. Numerous wizards desired his favor, and he did not mark all followers with the dark mark. Rather, he selected the most capable from those of notable lineage who contributed to his cause, which led the Death Eaters to regard the dark mark as an honor. Severus was among the first summoned by Voldemort today. He pushed open the heavy door, enduring the envious gazes of many as he approached and knelt before Voldemort, whose crimson eyes revealed no hint of emotion. Severus Snape? Yes, my lord. Raise your head. Was this Severus's first encounter with Voldemort? Long before at Hogwarts, he had visited the Slytherin common room to meet his young acolytes. He appeared far more fearsome now, with skin as pale as wax, and those crimson eyes making him resemble a monster. Voldemort made no effort to conceal his habit of prying into others' minds. His piercing gaze acted like a sharpened blade, stirring within Severus's thoughts. His memories laid bare for scrutiny like wares on a market stall. Curiously, the vendor was not without defenses. He showcased his half-truths, hiding among them a counterfeit. In the memories Severus had fabricated, he had already broken up with Penny. On that fateful night in the Forbidden Forest, she had stumbled upon his meeting with Lucius, where they had exchanged heated words, and his careless utterance of the term mudblood had utterly enraged Penny, nearly sending him to meet Merlin. What followed were a series of fragmented images. Petunia consistently found herself amidst that bothersome group of Gryffindors, while James and Sirius bullied Severus, engaging in heated debates over their differing stances and Petunia's abrupt departures. Voldemort appeared to possess a keen interest in Severus's romantic history, repeatedly fixating on that particular memory, only retracting his legitimacy when Severus nearly faltered in his fabrication. Very well, Severus, you have made the right choice. Following this encounter, Voldemort refrained from commenting or taking action against him, allowing Severus to breathe a sigh of relief, knowing he had managed to pass this trial. Rising from his throne, Voldemort approached Severus, peering down at him with his blood-red eyes, emanating an unsettling chill. Lucius has spoken highly of you, he remarked. Severus summoned nearly all his mental faculties to navigate through Voldemort's scrutiny, and after a series of promises, he was granted leave, with Voldemort assuring him that once he achieved notable success, he would be marked with the prestigious dark mark. Upon exiting the hall, Severus had never felt such an overwhelming sense of relief. It was then that he spotted Lucius Malfoy, unsure if he was merely passing by or had been waiting for him in the corridor. He offered a brief smile before departing. Severus, you fool, he muttered to himself. By the time Severus returned to Prince Manor, it was nearing dawn. He had come back alone, as Eileen had been retained by Voldemort at Malfoy Manor to research potions, which he held in high regard, not hesitating to threaten Eileen to expedite her progress with Severus's name as leverage. Gazing at his still smooth forearm, Severus fell into contemplation. Voldemort had already taken notice of him, and now he was a recruit in the Death Eater ranks. How long could he maintain that unblemished skin? Chapter 22. Clues. Recently, Alok had barely settled into Godric's house before it fell silent once more. Lily, having joined the Order of the Phoenix, began accompanying James and the others on missions, battling Death Eaters on the brink of life and death each day. Petunia, clutching the list Grindelwald had provided her, began visiting each location in search of clues. Are you really not going to directly inquire with Dumbledore? I believe that would be far more efficient than my aimless wandering. However, someone had read her message but did not respond. For her first destination, Petunia chose Little Hangleton, a place she had visited before. Meanwhile, Voldemort and his Death Eaters had retreated to Malfoy Manor, rendering his former stronghold significantly safer. Petunia slipped unnoticed into the abandoned Gunter Manor, overrun with wild grasses. The door creaking open to reveal startled creatures like foxes and goblins scurrying away, while above, only spider webs and nests of wild birds remained visible. The interior mirrored its dilapidated exterior, shattered stained glass windows, a chandelier hanging precariously from the ceiling, and furniture in various states of decay. As she surveyed the surroundings, Petunia struggled to discern any remnants of its former glory. Cautiously, she navigated along the walls, wary of potential traps. Aware that Voldemort could have tampered with any corner of the house, casting detection spells liberally, she found nothing but a few niffler-like creatures that had wandered in. The study on the ground floor appeared untouched for ages, dust accumulating thicker than in other rooms, the bookshelf meant for rare tomes entirely bare, save for nests built by small creatures. The desk, however, contained a broken quill, a dried ink bottle, and several sheets of parchment scrawled with hasty handwriting. Upon inspection, Petunia discovered it contained notations that included insults directed at a Muggle named Tom Riddle, alongside a single name, Maripi Gaunt, Voldemort's mother. Well, at least this trip wasn't in vain. I now know Voldemort's mother's name. As she continued to wander the house, she stumbled upon a footprint imprinted in the dust on a floor tile, size 44, belonging to a wizard. The print was fresh, still bearing damp soil. A new discovery. Using tracking magic proved effective, and soon the movements of the wizard who had entered before her were revealed, leading her upstairs. From the staircase, she caught sight of a figure clad in black robes, unmistakably a Death Eater. The person wore a hood, obscuring their features, and exhibited an undue wariness, even going so far as to conceal their hair color. Their purpose for being there likely mirrored her own, to unearth some clue. Utilizing the disillusionment charm, Petunia observed the wizard's actions from the stairwell as he thoroughly searched the second floor, a far more convenient approach than conducting the search herself. After yielding no results, the wizard halted in the center of the living room and raised his wand. Just as Petunia prepared for the worst, she realized he had not discovered her presence. Instead, he incanted, Scourgify. Dust erupted, coating her face, and despite her urge to sneeze, she glared at the culprit. Oblivious to the presence of someone harmed by his spell, he had inadvertently moved a small ornament, revealing a hidden area where the Gunter family had concealed a small box, which, alas, was empty. Finding nothing of value, the wizard cast a final glance around before leaping from the second-floor window, vanishing into the outside world. Once he departed, Petunia revealed herself from the staircase. She had recognized him the moment he cast the spell and stood watching the direction he had taken, murmuring to herself, "What did you uncover?" For several consecutive days, Petunia busied herself outside, only to yield little in the way of findings, leaving her feeling quite disgruntled. She believed she would fare better working in a stationary position. Severus occasionally communicated with her through the two-way mirror, appearing equally fatigued. He confided that he was assisting Eileen in concocting potions required by Voldemort. Naturally under the Dark Lord's watchful eye, they exchanged knowing sighs as they observed the dark circles under each other's eyes through the mirror. How vexing. I truly loathe this labor. Petunia's final destination was the Muggle orphanage where Voldemort had spent his childhood. The sign at the entrance had faded beyond recognition, and the number of children residing there was alarmingly sparse. Given Voldemort's age, the caretaker who had once cared for him had long since departed, and the children had been replaced time and again. Thus, Petunia held out hope for uncovering information within these walls. However, she was taken aback when, upon tentatively inquiring about the name Tom Riddle to the elderly doorman, she was met with an exaggerated reaction filled with loathing and fear. For heaven's sake, don't mention that monster. He.S. dead, right? He should have died long ago. He was a monster. He terrorized everyone, stealing from. The old man's rambling provided little in the way of useful insight, prompting Petunia to resort to a wizarding method. She employed the legilimency charm on the old man. Truth be told, it was not a pleasant memory, nor were there any virtuous characters within it. The old man's name was York, the largest child among the orphans at that time. In an era marked by scarcity, where even a full belly was a luxury, he extorted protection fees from all younger children to shield them from his bullying, save for one, Tom Riddle, that monster who had grown up in the orphanage, who was reclusive and taciturn, watching them with an unsettling gaze. Anyone who interacted with him seemed to suffer misfortune, and he could even converse with animals. A nightmare descended upon a day brightly illuminated by the sun, as he and a boy named Paul endeavored to impart a lesson to Tom, who persistently defied their authority. Subsequently, within a cavern by the seaside, that monstrous being summoned forth a venomous serpent and unleashed stones that soared through the air, soon rendering them incapable of defense. They were nearly drowned within that cave. Oh, had it not been for the prolonged absence that aroused the dean's suspicion and the collective knowledge of their departure, he would surely have claimed their lives. Penny unearthed some clues within York's memories, though she was uncertain of their utility. Strangely, she felt an inexplicable pull, as if some force compelled her to investigate the cavern. Chapter 23. Success. Following the path etched in the old man's recollections, Penny swiftly arrived at the seaside of that time, yet her attempts to locate the cave amidst the waves proved fruitless. She could not discern the cave's whereabouts. Someone had cast a curse upon this place, and she sensed the remnants of magic lingering in the air. Oh, it appears fortune favors me today. A smile graced her lips as she finally discovered something of significance. Her intuition affirmed this was a crucial revelation. The dual-sided mirror emitted a series of beeps, its scorching surface and blinding light reflecting the urgency of its other half's owner. "Hello, Penny Evans at your service." Her words were abruptly interrupted by Lily's ear-piercing scream, powerful enough to shatter glass. "Help me, Penny." Penny recalled bestowing upon her beloved sister numerous specially crafted keys, designed to thwart common displacement spells. So why did she not simply flee? With a sense of confusion, Penny materialized before Lily, using the mirror's locator, and for safety, cast a robust armor charm around herself. Indeed, almost as soon as her armor charm took effect, the foul breath of a werewolf, reeking of blood, splattered upon her. "Disarm you." Disgusted, Penny instinctively cast a spell, and the disarming charm manifested its lethal effect, sending the 2-meter-tall werewolf hurtling away, its body colliding violently against a tree trunk, splintering 2 adult-sized trees in its wake. Lily, fleeing ahead, and James, covering her retreat, halted at the sound of Penny's voice, as did the pack of werewolves pursuing them. This pack, numbering around a dozen, retained their lucidity, as it was not yet a full moon night. Upon witnessing the injury of their leader, they grew cautious, lowering their bodies to observe while remaining poised for action. Some werewolves recognized Penny and began to retreat, while others, consumed by the bloodlust of humanity, charged recklessly towards her. Werewolves are indeed formidable, and the majority of their pelts offer immunity to certain magical attacks. This brazen behavior is their hallmark. However, today, they had evidently chosen the wrong adversary. "Disarm you." Divine Arrow. The spell in Penny's hands combined the explosive trait of thunderous blasts, transforming her single-target attack into a barrage. After 2 spells, several werewolves lay defeated, their howls replaced by pitiful whimpers, their crimson blood staining the ground. "Will you not flee?" The werewolf leader, unable to utter a single menacing word due to the shock of witnessing his pack's devastation, limped away, imprinting Penny's visage firmly in his memory as he hastily retreated with his unfortunate companions. After driving off the werewolves, Lily leaned weakly against a tree, gazing at Penny with gratitude. "Thank Merlin. Penny, you came to rescue me." Penny raised her head with pride. "Be thankful, dear sister, had I not arrived in time. You might have sought Remus for a lesson on being a werewolf." The unfortunate couple returned her a smile that was awkward yet polite. "Moreover, Lily, my beloved sister, when will you realize that the items I gifted you are not mere trinkets? They are genuinely life-saving." In the potions chamber of Malfoy Manor, Eileen had succumbed to slumber on the sofa after a day fraught with arduous study, while Severus remained steadfast at his post, not out of unwavering loyalty to Voldemort, but rather due to the captivating nature of the potion recipe before him. This thin sheet of parchment differed from any potion formulation he had encountered. Perhaps it did not require the extensive waiting period of Felix Felicis, yet its brewing process was far more intricate, necessitating over 10 distinct techniques, with each step significantly impacting the subsequent ones. Moreover, several of the required ingredients had undergone multiple treatments, and Severus had never before seen them. Nor did he know what they were, as Voldemort had only provided a fragment of uncertain instructions regarding their processing. This was the recipe's greatest challenge. It was evident that Voldemort harbored distrust towards his potioneer, desiring to keep the purpose of the potion concealed. Setting up the cauldron, Severus resolved to attempt the potion once more. Time was of the essence for Voldemort's mother and son. Heating the cauldron to 50 degrees, he added the blood of an unidentified dragon, stirring counterclockwise thrice before switching to clockwise for 4 rotations. He then introduced ground bones, wilted flowers, frog skin, and an unknown white substance into the cauldron. As the mixture began to boil, he continued to add dragon's blood until it submerged all the ingredients. After 5 hours, with countless familiar and unfamiliar materials dissolved in the cauldron, he proceeded to heat and stir, ensuring the mixture did not scorch. The next step was the most critical, resisting the potion's allure. In his years of potion making, Severus had never before encountered such an enigmatic concoction. Even the amortentia merely evoked sense of one's beloved before its successful brewing. But this potion was different. It seduced the brewer on every level. awakening deep-seated desires and presenting them vividly. Only Merlin knew how he longed to respond affirmatively when he beheld Penny, clad in a wedding gown, standing before him, inquiring if he would. Indeed, this had occurred multiple times, as he had uncontrollably acquiesced, only for the potion to mockingly bubble and explode. As the potion simmered, a white mist suddenly rose from its surface, revealing a radiant Penny cradling a fresh bouquet, standing before him. With the wedding scene set behind her and indistinct guests obscured from view. Upon witnessing this, Severus's mental barriers surged into action, struggling to maintain composure and avert his gaze from the illusory Penny. Perhaps irritated by his indifference, the false Penny hurled the bouquet at his face and, grasping her gown, prepared to flee the wedding, a throng of suitors following in her wake. False, false, all false, Severus reassured himself. As the mist dissipated, all illusions vanished, and he exhaled in relief, observing the potion within the cauldron transform into a mysterious purple hue. His potion had succeeded. Chapter 24. Horcrux. Before Penny could convey her latest discovery to Grindelwald, an individual approached her. The summer night in Godric's Hollow revealed a splendid starry sky, more conducive to stargazing than Hogwarts Observatory. As she lifted her cup, Regulus's figure unexpectedly materialized beside her, startling Penny to the point where her wand nearly jabbed his throat. Her expression was one of utter surprise. Regulus? Regulus appeared to be in a rather disheveled state, his expression fraught with anxiety. His typically gentle gray-blue eyes darted about, betraying a sense of distraction. Penny? Oh, right. I came to find you. Upon seeing Penny, he seemed momentarily taken aback, though he quickly regained his composure. His voice sounded feeble, and his demeanor was muddled. What has transpired, Regulus? Penny inquired again, but he merely shook his head in silence. His mental state was alarmingly deteriorated, as though he had sustained a profound blow. Prompting Penny to administer some potion to him, an old stock provided by Severus. Despite its unpleasant taste, Severus's potions were remarkably effective. After a brief grimace, Regulus soon succumbed to a deep slumber. She laid him on a makeshift bed fashioned from a chair and poured herself a glass of water. Pondering the purpose of Regulus's visit, was it for refuge? Assistance? Surely he hadn't experienced an epiphany and decided to join her cause. An hour later, Regulus awoke. Still dazed, but in a far better mental state than when he had arrived. Feeling better? Penny looked up from her book, observing him. You seemed quite unwell earlier, so I administered a calming potion. Thank you. Regulus sat up. Though he appeared to recall the events that had transpired, his expression once again clouded. Penny regarded him with keen interest, her curiosity piqued by the secrets he harbored. Were it not for their shared history, she might have been tempted to delve into his memories as Voldemort did. She instinctively sensed that his turmoil was tied to Voldemort's secrets. Otherwise, Regulus would not have been so profoundly shaken, especially considering his prior admiration for him. After a considerable pause, Regulus finally steadied himself, transforming the makeshift bed back into a sofa before slowly speaking. You were always right, Penny. Voldemort is not a worthy leader. Penny knew he intended to convey more than that, placing her book back on the shelf in anticipation of his next words. I have uncovered his secret about his fractured soul. At the mention of soul, Penny's eyes gleamed with intensity. She felt she had finally stumbled upon the answer to a question that had long haunted them. Regulus succinctly summarized what Creature had revealed to him, along with his own discoveries over time. Voldemort craved eternal power. He had harbored such thoughts from a young age. But it was unclear why he chose to create Horcruxes. A Horcrux, as the term suggests, is a method of binding a piece of one's soul to an object for preservation, yet no one would willingly employ such a nefarious method upon themselves. This practice dates back to the ancient wizarding era, employed by noble wizarding families against treacherous servants. Consequently, wizards are informed about the significance of the soul when they first encounter magic. I never imagined he would resort to such measures. Regulus refrained from divulging how he learned of Voldemort's creation of Horcruxes. He looked as if he might shatter, and thus Penny did not press further. Did you come to see me solely for this? Penny's blue eyes sparkled with astonishment as she awaited his next revelation, confident that Regulus's purpose was not limited to this matter alone. I know the location of one of his Horcruxes. Regulus met her gaze. A sense of urgency reflected in his expression as he wagered that she would take the bait. The young man, scarcely of age, stared intently into her eyes, displaying a reckless abandon. I found it in Creature's memories, in a perilous place. Will you accompany me? Penny knew that if she declined, he would inevitably seek out that house elf named Creature, and she believed herself far more capable than a mere house elf. It would be an honor. She accepted his invitation with a smile, maintaining a calm demeanor as though they were merely attending a ball rather than embarking on a treacherous journey. On a night illuminated by stars and the moon, they arrived at the seaside, the sea breeze tousling their hair. Penny squinted. savoring the last moments of tranquility that night had to offer. I can't believe I'm back here again so soon, she murmured, glancing at Regulus. What a coincidence that I happened to investigate this place today. Regulus managed a slight smile, though his pallor suggested otherwise. Penny sighed inwardly and followed Regulus as he dispelled the enchantments left by Voldemort, leading her to a cave by the sea. The depths of the cave revealed a vast black lake. Penny surveyed the cavern, which exuded an ominous, shadowy aura. It felt perilous. They pressed forward until they discovered a narrow, green boat, just large enough for two. Regulus stepped aboard first, and Penny took a seat behind him. Under Regulus' guidance, the small boat glided toward the island at the center of the lake, the dark waters harboring an intense aura of dark magic, teeming with unknown creatures. This prompted Penny to draw her wand, sitting up straight in anticipation. The island bore no extravagant adornments, a mere stone platform with a basin filled with potions. The secrets Voldemort wished to conceal within the cave. Regulus produced a rather exquisite box from his pocket and, with a grave expression, informed Penny, "I will drink the potion within. It conceals a box, and then I will switch them." As he prepared to consume the potion, Penny halted his movement, examining the contents of the basin before concluding, "This is a potion of despair. Its effects can lead to death through utter hopelessness. We have no retreat left, Penny." Regulus looked at her calmly before glancing at the small boat. One boat can only carry two, the wizard and the sacrifice. Penny was taken aback by his audacity. Did he truly intend to walk to his own demise? He had never intended to return alive. Chapter 25, Severely Wounded. "So you want me to watch you die before my very eyes?" Penny exclaimed, her eyes wide in disbelief. "Sorry, but you need to destroy it as well. Don't you?" Regulus bore a look of guilt, yet he remained unrepentant. "Why did you seek me out?" Penny glared at him, her frustration evident. She attempted to pour the potion of despair into the black lake, but it yielded no results, as the basin quickly refilled with the potion. Penny's expression darkened. Was there truly no alternative but to force Regulus to drink it? Regulus, however, maintained an air of calmness. He said nothing further, simply offering Penny a resigned smile. He too did not wish for a futile demise, but he had made enough mistakes already. He lifted a bowl from the edge of the basin, scooping the potion and drinking it bowl by bowl. Soon, his complexion turned ashen, and he clutched his throat in agony, emitting hoarse, meaningless groans of distress. It appeared he had glimpsed something terrifying. The stone bowl shattered as he dropped it. The Dark Lord writhed in torment on the ground, his body convulsing from the pain. His voice raspy and unrecognizable. "It hurts. It burns. I feel as if I am on fire." Yet he quickly regained his focus amidst the suffering. "Continue, Penny. I must finish it." Penny hesitated, but the pleading look in Regulus's eyes steeled her resolve. Lingering doubt would only prolong his agony. The pain was overwhelming. Regulus writhed on the ground, prompting Penny to cradle his head as she fed him the potion of despair, exacerbating his suffering. Once the basin was emptied, a box materialized before Penny. At that moment, she had no time for contemplation. She swiftly placed the fake object into the basin, which once more brimmed with potion, concealing the counterfeit. "Water, I need water." After the despairing terror came an overwhelming heat. At that moment, Regulus's mind was consumed by the singular thought of quenching his thirst. Penny, preoccupied before the stone basin, had no time to attend to him. He slowly crawled to the edge of the island, disregarding everything, and plunged his head into the inky waters of the lake, gulping down the liquid greedily. Almost simultaneously as Regulus submerged his head, numerous hands, those of the deceased, emerged from the depths, grasping his hair, neck, and arms, pulling him down towards the abyss. Regulus instinctively struggled, yet his resistance proved futile against the submerged monstrosities. Indeed, more creatures, sensing his defiance, revealed themselves from the lake's depths. The inferi, Penny, having swapped the box, turned to witness an ever-increasing number of inferi surfacing on the black lake, their ranks swelling into the hundreds, nearly saturating the lake's surface. Regulus, utilizing the inferi's fear of light and fire, Penny cast a simple luminescent spell that cleared the area around him, swiftly dragging him back to safety. Water, water, water. However, poisoned, Regulus possessed an instinctive thirst for the water source, struggling to inch back towards the lake's edge. "Damn it," Penny muttered in frustration, resorting to splashing him with pure water, momentarily calming him. Meanwhile, the inferi in the lake had seemingly activated some command. Their vast numbers resembled a miniature legion, each moving sluggishly, preparing to ascend and seize their intended sacrifice, dragging it down to become one of their own. "Leave me be, Penny." Regulus fought to remain conscious. "They will come for me. You must escape from the boat." "What nonsense are you spouting?" Penny snapped back, her patience waning as she glanced at the inferi, their eyes glinting with malice. "Since when did rat-like creatures become something I could avoid?" At that moment, She stowed her wand, and flames flickered in her gaze. In the next instant, a conflagration erupted, enveloping her as though she were embracing the sun. Grindelwald had once told Penny that many years prior, he and Dumbledore discovered a fragmentary incantation in an ancient tome. He had based his creation of the fire shield on that half spell, while Dumbledore's incantation was the Path of the Fire God. Path of the Fire God. This was Penny's first time casting this spell, and despite nearly depleting half her magical energy, the searing flames carved a path through the inferi ranks like a relentless blade. Now, she swiftly hoisted Regulus from the ground and leaped onto the boat, channeling her magic to propel it at breakneck speed away from that cursed place. As the vessel emerged from the cave, Penny apparat with Regulus to her home in Godric's Hollow. She had intended to take him to St. Mungo's, but it was frequented by Death Eaters and thus deemed unsafe. Regulus continued to cry out for water, appearing in excruciating agony, his fingers clawing at the floor, nails splitting and oozing blood, while a fiery torment in his throat compelled him to gasp for air, his physical suffering rivaling the anguish within. He writhed helplessly on the ground. Penny, overwhelmed, could only watch as he endured his torment. The worst part was that she had no knowledge of the antidote to the despair potion. Previously, she had only seen references to it in the Hogwarts library. Her first thought was of Severus. He excelled in potion making and had researched peculiar toxins, but he was lingering under Voldemort's watchful eye, and she needed to ensure his safety first. In desperation, she contacted Grindelwald, as she intended to discuss Horcruxes with him shortly. However, Grindelwald, lacking expertise in potions, chose to render Regulus unconscious and submerge him in a bathtub filled with water, leaving Penny nearly horrified at his actions. Clearing his throat, Grindelwald averted his gaze and said, "You cannot expect a dark wizard to be proficient in everything, even if he is renowned." "Fine," Penny replied hesitantly, then suggested, "Perhaps you could ask Fawkes for some of his tears? Phoenix tears are the best remedy, capable of healing physical wounds and counteracting poisons." "Of course, I would be delighted." Grindelwald agreed cheerfully to Penny's proposal, having completely forgotten about Regulus. Something felt amiss. Wait, Fawkes. It was only after Grindelwald departed that Penny recalled that Fawkes harbored a deep disdain for Grindelwald due to past grievances. Chapter 26. Healing. When Severus finally managed to leave Malfoy Manor via the key Penny had crafted and arrived at her home in Godric's Hollow, he could scarcely believe his eyes. A damp bathroom, a disheveled Penny, and a half-naked man lounging in the bathtub. Damn it, Merlin above. Had he not possessed unwavering trust in his beloved, Severus would have cast a killing curse on the man upon entering the room. The man's deep, inscrutable voice echoed, "What has happened, Penny?" Penny turned in surprise, her eyes lighting up as if she had seen a savior. "Thank goodness, Severus, you're here." Before Severus could grasp the situation, Penny yanked him into the bathroom with surprising strength, pulling him to the edge of the tub. Once he beheld the true form of the person in the bathtub, Severus experienced a brief moment of disbelief. Regulus. Their relationship had been amicable during their time at Hogwarts, and the latter had once been favored by Voldemort. They had seen each other just that morning at Malfoy Manor, and now he lay here, oblivious to his fate. Penny briefly explained Regulus's condition to him. He had consumed a significant amount of the despair potion and had been attacked by the inferi. Upon hearing her words, Severus sighed, resignedly gazing at Penny. "You ventured out on another reckless adventure without me, Penny." "Huh." Penny chuckled nervously, averting her gaze. "I think we can discuss that later." Shaking his head, Severus rolled up his sleeves and bent down to examine Regulus's injuries, inquiring, "Can you ascertain that it is indeed the despair potion? What reactions did he exhibit after consuming it?" Penny recounted all she knew to Severus. "In truth, I have only read about the despair potion in books. The potion's hue and the ingredients I recognized align with the descriptions in the texts." He claimed to feel as if he were on fire, experiencing intense heat, accompanied by pain, his limbs curling up, and he exhibited an insatiable thirst for water, as if he were witnessing some horrendous vision. However, it was evident that the potion's effects were far more potent than these symptoms suggested. "Is that why you submerged him in water?" Severus raised an eyebrow, casting her a pointed glance. "That seems like something you would do." "Heh." Penny forced a smile, rolling her eyes at him. "You guessed wrong. It was Grindelwald's doing." "Apologies for interrupting your little romantic tete-a-tete." A voice emerged from outside the bathroom, belonging to the very individual they had just been discussing. "But it is quite unbecoming for an elderly gentleman to gossip about a young lady's home. I ought to place a special ward on this house." Penny's expression froze before she turned sharply to retort. "Invading an unmarried maiden's home is hardly the behavior of an elderly gentleman, Grindelwald." "Oh, it's you too. And a lovely bird as well." Dumbledore, following Grindelwald, forced an awkward smile at her, while Fawkes perched atop his head, turning its back to Grindelwald. Its golden red feathers puffed up in indignation. "Fawkes, come here." Penny extended her hand toward the phoenix, which promptly abandoned its master to fly into her embrace. Perhaps the phoenix's tears could alleviate Regulus's suffering? She inquired, stroking Fawkes's round head. Severus nodded. Phoenix tears are effective in healing, regardless of where they are found. Just as Fawkes landed on Penny, the phoenix suddenly froze, having just overheard something. Is there no longer any pretense in discussing these matters? Subsequently, Severus remained upstairs to tend to Regulus's wounds. After all, he couldn't be left soaking in the bathtub indefinitely, as the injury might become infected. Fawkes was reluctantly compelled to contribute a small vial of tears, his phoenix eyes glistening red from weeping. In the makeshift study, Grindelwald had set up anti-eavesdropping charms. The three of them, 2 elders and a youth, forming a triangle, each with their own schemes, reluctant to be the first to speak. The silence in the room was almost oppressive, broken only by Fawkes voraciously consuming the rations Penny had provided. Oddly enough, while her cooking was notoriously dreadful, akin to that of a troll, her cat and bird food was surprisingly well received by the small animals. Dumbledore glanced at Grindelwald, who in turn looked at Penny, who rolled her eyes at the 2 men before her, still exchanging glances. Penny first turned her gaze to Dumbledore. I am curious, Dumbledore. How much do you truly know about Voldemort's Horcruxes? Horcruxes? Grindelwald interjected before Dumbledore could respond, having considered many answers but neglecting this one. He had believed no one would be foolish enough to toy with their own soul, yet Voldemort had done just that. Dumbledore's expression grew serious, though he remained silent, clearly aware of more than he was willing to divulge. Penny refrained from pressing him further, instead producing a box from her belongings. As she opened it, a potent aura of dark magic emanated from within, revealing an exquisite Slytherin locket. Regulus informed me he had uncovered a secret of the Dark Lord. We found this in a cave by the sea, a Horcrux, at the cost of nearly losing his life. Dumbledore let out a long sigh. Tom, I only know that he was deeply fascinated by dark magic. There was a time he infiltrated the restricted section of the library during late-night hours at Hogwarts. It was likely there he first encountered information about Horcruxes. Tom, Grindelwald echoed, his expression laden with malice. Fine, I mean Voldemort. He is indeed a rare genius, but he has never been particularly upright. When I went to retrieve him from the orphanage, they informed me he had stolen from or bullied his peers. Moreover, he is a product of love potions, inherently incapable of understanding love. And what, pray tell, is love, Dumbledore? Grindelwald asked, his gaze piercing. Dumbledore fell silent. For a lifetime spent discussing love had rendered his own experiences with it a tragic affair. Penny chose not to join their discourse, as the study sank into quietude. A mysterious smile tugged at her lips as she tossed the box to Grindelwald, winking at him. As I mentioned, some matters are better addressed directly. Grindelwald busied himself with the box, seemingly deaf to her words. Penny regarded him with exasperation. Truly, they were old lovers, one feigning madness, the other playing the fool. She turned her attention back to Dumbledore, increasingly awed by his prowess and foresight. She had never believed him to be entirely ignorant of Voldemort's machinations. However, pursuing such inquiries seemed futile now. She had fulfilled her promise to Grindelwald. They had uncovered Voldemort's greatest secret, and she trusted they would handle the ensuing events with aplomb. For neither of these men was known for their benevolence. By the way, remember to keep Regulus's secret. He does not wish for the Black family to incur Voldemort's wrath. After bidding farewell to the 2 elders, Penny felt a long-awaited sense of relief wash over her. She sensed dawn was not far off. Meanwhile, Severus remained upstairs, diagnosing Regulus. After treating the wounds on Regulus's body, he concocted an antidote using Fawkes's tears, temporarily suppressing the poison coursing through Regulus. The situation was more complicated than anticipated. Regulus had ingested not only the draught of despair, but also other toxins. Chapter 27, The Informant. The blend of numerous poisons left even Severus at a loss for how to proceed. After taking a blood sample from Regulus, he descended to seek out Penny, still recalling that she had yet to disclose what had transpired that day. Once Grindelwald and Dumbledore had departed, Penny sat on the sofa, lost in thought as she gazed into the flickering flames of the fireplace. The story was growing increasingly intriguing, and she was curious to see how Voldemort's tale would conclude. Hoping she would not have to wait too long, Severus approached, his aura imbued with the scent of potions, and enveloped her from behind. What occupies your thoughts? Penny blurted out, Voldemort. Severus raised an eyebrow. What of him? I wonder when he will meet his end. Regulus led me to uncover his greatest secret. She nestled her head against him. Continuing, Grindelwald was flabbergasted. No one expected him to take such reckless risks. She recounted the Horcrux from the cave and the peril that had befallen Regulus, while the now-adult wizard listened patiently to her thrilling account. Severus shared the details of the potion Voldemort had compelled him to brew, and upon hearing her words, Penny suspected the potion might affect the soul. Then his condition could be worse than we anticipated. By the warmth of the fireplace, the two engaged in intimate whispers until dawn broke. Meanwhile, Lily, who had nearly become a fixture at the Order of the Phoenix's headquarters, was not idling either. Alongside James, she had participated in numerous battles against the Death Eaters. The malevolent green light had become all too familiar, falling upon themselves, their allies, and their foes alike. Through trials of blood and fire, Lily had undergone significant transformation. James's combat prowess surpassed Lily's, and endowed with the valor of Gryffindor, he charged into battle at the forefront, a pattern mirrored by Sirius. Their gallantry soon became renowned among the Death Eater ranks, significantly diminishing their combat strength, which caught Voldemort's attention. After consuming a soul-stabilizing potion, Voldemort not only regained stability, but also a semblance of his intelligence. He deliberately mentioned James and Sirius during a meeting, knowing his followers would devise plans against them. The Death Eaters, unable to confront them directly, resolved to target their friends and families. Conveniently, James and Sirius had garnered fame during their school years, quickly exposing the four of them to danger. Lupin had been dispatched by Dumbledore to the north in search of werewolves, but when they could not locate him, they turned their sights on Peter Pettigrew. They abducted his mother, who ran a shop in Diagon Alley, using her as leverage to compel him to reveal himself. Predictably, he fell into their trap. When Peter was brought before Voldemort, he was in tears, pleading for mercy. "Please spare me. I am innocent. And my mother? She is merely a poor shopkeeper. Is this truly a friend of Potter and Black?" Voldemort mused, regarding him with disdain. He does not appear to possess the spirit of a Gryffindor. The Death Eater escorting Peter wore a skeptical expression. After all, this pitiful creature hardly seemed to embody Gryffindor's courage. Indeed, he was, but he had always been cowardly and weak, merely a follower of the two. Upon hearing familiar names, Peter momentarily forgot to struggle, his small eyes burning with resentment. It was them. Anger surged within him. He had been punished alongside them back at Hogwarts. And now it was happening again. He was forever entangled in their misfortunes. The two Death Eaters brought him into the hall and then retreated, leaving Peter alone with the Dark Lord himself. Paralyzed with fear, Peter struggled to find his voice. In truth, had he not been concerned about embarrassing himself and facing the killing curse, he might have soiled himself in terror. "You are a friend of Potter and Black. They have caused me no small amount of trouble." Voldemort's scarlet eyes bore down upon him, a mixture of contempt and superiority directed at the quivering figure before him. "No, we are not friends," Peter vehemently denied, declaring them to be nothing but bullies. "I merely acted to avoid their torment." Voldemort, however, was in no mood to entertain his feeble excuses. An irritable expression marred his grotesque visage. "If that is not the case, then perish," he spat, unwilling to squander time on an inconsequential wretch. As the tip of his wand shimmered with a green light, a lethal curse poised to strike, Peter, gripped by the terror of impending death, truly soiled himself this time. He clutched his head and cried, "No, spare me." Voldemort was momentarily taken aback by this grotesque display. Few dared to be so brazen before him, intensifying the murderous intent in his eyes. In that moment, Peter shouted, "They trust me. I know all their secrets." "What do you know?" Voldemort's death curse grazed Peter's hair, leaving a dent in the floor behind him. His eyes, akin to those of a venomous serpent, bored into Peter, their tone laced with menace. "I know they are all illegal animagi. James transforms into a stag, and Sirius into a large black dog. I also know that James is with Lily Evans, who happens to be Petunia Evans' sister. Their relationship is quite close." Oh. Voldemort had little interest in the trivial gossip of others, but Petunia piqued his curiosity. Noticing Voldemort's reaction, Peter's racing heart found a moment's reprieve. He was aware that Voldemort had once issued a death order for Petunia to his Death Eaters, thus he would surely be intrigued by her. "I also know where Petunia Evans is right now." Voldemort unleashed a cruciatus curse upon Peter, and as Peter's eyes widened in agony, Voldemort invaded his mind, forcing him to the ground, not out of a desire to punish, but simply because Peter's eyes were too small to meet his gaze adequately. As Peter had stated, James and Sirius indeed delighted in tormenting those they deemed unworthy, such as Slytherins, Severus, and, on occasion, the unfortunate Peter himself. Voldemort rifled through Peter's memories. Indifferent to his suffering, Peter convulsed under the torment of Voldemort's probing, but Voldemort remained focused, adjusting the memories to the most recent. In one memory, Petunia appeared in a rather dilapidated house in Godric's Hollow, frowning as she expressed her displeasure at their intrusion, her gaze toward them far from amicable. Clearly, she was very much perturbed by their unwelcome presence. Once again, Evans. Chapter 28, Boom. After taking Severus's potion, Regulus lay unconscious for 3 days without any sign of awakening. Not only that, but his breathing grew increasingly faint. Petunia's calm demeanor, which had initially shrouded her, transformed into a palpable fear of him perishing in that very place. She cautiously addressed Severus, I am not questioning your potion-making skills, but he appears to be on the brink of death. Severus glanced at her, his voice indifferent. Even a robust troll would weaken after 3 days without sustenance. In short, this is entirely normal. Very well, you are the attending physician. Petunia raised her hands in surrender. Refraining from further comment, for Severus's current appearance was somewhat ominous. He held a tray meticulously arranged with over a dozen potion vials. Their colors more vivid than an art student's palette, ranging from deep purple to light blue and even to crystal clear. Petunia watched in awe as Severus administered the potion to Regulus with a brutally straightforward method. She had already witnessed Regulus's eyes roll back in his head. This was terrifying. This period marked one of the few quiet days Petunia had experienced since graduating from Hogwarts, as Dumbledore busied himself with orchestrating the Order of the Phoenix's operations, while Grindelwald relentlessly pursued Horcruxes. Aside from brewing potions for Regulus, she and Severus enjoyed a pleasant companionship, undisturbed. Do you not need to attend to Voldemort? Petunia inquired, curious about Severus's recent leisure. Severus replied, I informed him that I needed to prepare for the mastery examination. This period until the exam is my holiday. Yet, there are always those intent on disrupting the peace of others, and calamity arrived swiftly. For various reasons, Petunia had not cast an unbreakable vow on the house. Firstly, the house was not hers, and secondly, there was no treasure within worthy of coveting. Thus, when Death Eaters surrounded her home, she received no forewarning. It was only when she discovered that the protective charms surrounding the house had been breached that she realized the gravity of the situation. She barely had time to reach the second floor to instruct Severus to escort the weakened Regulus to safety. 2 figures suddenly appeared in the living room, Peter Pettigrew and the vile Death Eater Dolohov. Dolohov, seasoned in ambush tactics, unleashed a killing curse upon Petunia almost as soon as he materialized in the living room, the green light grazing her hair and sending chills down her spine. Once again, Miss Evans, I still remember your audacious act of setting fire to the Dark Lord's estate. As he spoke words that resembled flattery, Dolohov showed no mercy, launching a series of unforgivable curses at Petunia, clearly well-versed in their execution, each cast silently and seamlessly. Petunia found herself on the defensive, grateful that her wand was ever at hand. Otherwise, the outcome might have been dire. She cast a sidelong glance at the traitor cowering in the corner, incredulous that such a treacherous scene was unfolding before her. Peter, had I known, I would never have allowed you in. I didn't want this, Peter stammered, unable to meet her gaze, his eyes darting about, now a Death Eater, seizing the moment to prove himself. He observed that secrets might be hidden up the staircase behind Petunia. Unaware of Peter's scheming, Petunia was vexed by Dolohov's relentless curses. The defensive measures against such magic were few. Evading was the wisest course, but the living room's cramped space severely limited her movements, and several times, Dolohov narrowly missed striking her. How infuriating. Do you think you are the only one who can cast the unforgivable? Avada Kedavra. A brilliantly bright green light shot forth from the tip of Petunia's wand, its force repelling Dolohov's killing curse and hurtling toward him, barely evading its lethal trajectory. Seizing the moment amid their fierce duel, Peter transformed into a rat and scurried upstairs. Petunia sought to intervene but was obstructed by Dolohov. Yet she harbored little concern, for Severus was undoubtedly waiting above. She never doubted his combat prowess, having seen him single-handedly face 4 adversaries during his youth at Hogwarts. Indeed, shortly after the rat ascended the stairs, a shriek echoed throughout the house. Yet this did not disrupt the skirmish below. Suddenly, Petunia realized something. Why weren't the Death Eaters outside entering? The answer was clear. They were awaiting Voldemort's personal arrival. This thought extinguished Petunia's desire to continue battling Dolohov. She vanished from her position and aimed a killing curse at his heart. Another anguished scream erupted, as a wicked soul succumbed to the very curse he excelled at casting. Upon concluding the confrontation, Petunia swiftly ascended to the second floor, where Severus had already subdued Peter. He had even tidied up the traces left in the room, and the still unconscious Regulus was neatly prepared for departure. Take him away, Severus, Petunia urged, embracing him briefly before adding, you must return safely. Their gazes met, a silent understanding passing between them. The disillusionment charm was ineffective for Petunia, nor would her specially crafted key suffice, so Severus promptly departed the perilous location with Regulus. Only Peter, bound by magic in the corner, watched in terror, emitting muffled sounds. Petunia cast several more binding spells upon him, declaring, I do not know why you betrayed me, but you are aware of my temper. I do not forgive easily. She waved goodbye to Peter one last time, wishing him luck, provided the Death Eaters had not incinerated the house. Outside, the Death Eaters lay in quiet ambush, and Penny returned to her bedroom, retrieving a palm-sized box from her drawer before pushing open the window. The night had not yet fallen. and the Death Eater's concealment could hardly be termed as lurking. Her actions caught the attention of a few, yet they remained oblivious to her intentions. Opening the box filled with grenades, Penny levitated them all with magic, simultaneously pulling the pins, and under her magical influence, the grenades swiftly soared towards their targets. Among the predominantly pure-blooded ranks of the Death Eaters, many watched in bewilderment as the grenades approached, unaware of the impending explosion. However, some cautious Death Eaters pulled their companions back, the latter hastily casting protective charms. Boom, boom, boom. The thunderous explosions echoed, filling the air with the acrid scent of gunpowder. Penny, having long since blocked out her sense of hearing, observed with a sense of grim satisfaction as the bodies of the Death Eaters were propelled into the air. The few survivors who remained scrambled frantically for their lives, while a handful of die-hard loyalists cowered nearby, anxiously awaiting their master's return. Chapter 29, Deceit and Disguise. Meanwhile, after settling Regulus back at Spinner's End, Severus hesitated before making his way to Prince Manor. With Aaron absent, the house elf, Creature, informed him that Aaron had gone to Prince Manor. Tonight, the Death Eaters were engaged in a large-scale operation, and Voldemort should not be at Malfoy Manor. This was his opportunity. Thus, through the fireplace, Severus materialized at Malfoy Manor, the once resplendent estate now cloaked in shades of gray under the night sky. The number of Death Eaters left behind was sparse, and the manor finally fell into a hushed stillness. Narcissa was in the sitting room across from the fireplace, enjoying her red tea. Severus's sudden visit raised her eyebrows in surprise. "Severus? I thought you were on holiday." She reclined casually against the back of the sofa, one hand holding her tea, appearing merely curious, if not for Severus's keen eye that caught the wand concealed behind her back. Severus maintained his composure and spun a lie. "I came to find my mother. There's a rather complex potion she needs to resolve." "It must be quite a troublesome potion," Narcissa replied with a smile, lowering her gaze to continue savoring her tea, not pressing further. Casting a wary glance at her, Severus maneuvered past her and exited the room. The wizard's robe vanished from her peripheral vision, and Narcissa's gentle expression faded. She noted the change in Severus today. The usually disheveled wizard was impeccably attired, his sleeves and collar adorned with subtle embellishments, quite out of character. Reflecting on the fact that this aloof underclassman had only ever shown affection for one person, who happened to be the adversary of the Dark Lord, stirred her thoughts. "Is Lucius in the study?" Narcissa inquired into the air, addressing the house elf, which typically was not permitted to appear before the masters. "Yes, my lady." Severus found Aaron in her room, standing before a massive cauldron, appearing more fatigued than usual. The Death Eater's large-scale activity required an increased supply of potions. "Severus, what brings you here?" Aaron looked at him with concern upon noticing his arrival. The Dark Lord's stronghold was no safe haven, yet her stirring of the cauldron never ceased. "There's no time for lengthy explanations, mother." Casting a vanishing spell on the colossal cauldron, he hastily stuffed the potion ingredients into his bag, admonishing her, "Mother, you must use the flute to return to Spinner's End immediately. Do not venture outside until I return." While Aaron was unaware of Severus's intentions, she was adept at compliance. After she departed, Severus surveyed the room to ensure no rare potion ingredients were left behind before he exited. His agitation heightened compared to when he entered. With a resounding thud, he slammed the door shut and strode purposefully towards the fireplace, his demeanor exuding a do-not-approach aura. "Oh, Severus, you appear quite anxious." As he neared the sitting room, Lucius emerged from around the corner, wearing his trademark smile. "My mother is missing. Step aside." Severus replied tersely, furrowing his brow. "Oh, what a pity," Lucius expressed, feigning regret in a tone that belied his words, then continued, "But that contrasts with what my house elf has observed, don't you think, Severus?" The magic of house elves differed from that of wizards. They could flit in and out of Hogwarts unnoticed, a fact many wizards overlooked. Penny's earlier words echoed in Severus's mind. Indeed, the Malfoy household would have house elves, and likely more than one. He realized he had been discovered. The two faced off silently in the corridor, and ultimately, Lucius gestured for Severus to proceed, turning towards the study on the second floor, with Severus trailing behind him. The study and his bedroom in Malfoy Manor were perhaps the only sanctuaries in the estate, untouched by the Dark Lord's aesthetic corruption, retaining their elegance and grandeur. "You are a clever man, Severus." Once inside, Lucius, forsaking his customary decorum, inquired, "I wish to know what transpired." Given Severus's limited time, he had no desire to engage in circumlocution with Lucius. "I cannot divulge everything, but for the sake of our past acquaintance, I'll say this. A great edifice is on the verge of collapse." Lucius's expression shifted drastically. "Do you comprehend what you are saying?" "I have said what needed to be said, whether you believe it is your choice." With that, Severus vanished from the study with a disapparition. Narcissa emerged from the concealed chamber behind the study, grasping Lucius's hand in a gesture of reassurance and encouragement. Perhaps we should prepare for multiple contingencies. Penny Evans. Lucius tightened his grip on his wife's hand, a glimmer of insight flashing in his eyes. She must know something. Recalling his earlier actions, Lucius chuckled bitterly, hoping she had forgotten their prior unpleasantness. After departing from Malfoy Manor, Severus did not immediately return to Spinner's End. Instead, he visited Penny's cottage once more. Unknown to him, a fire had ravaged half the house, and Severus found Peter on the second floor, his clothes ablaze. Help! Help! It was all my fault. I apologize to you and to Evans. Given that we both serve the Dark Lord, please save me. Even in the face of death, Peter maintained a desperate vigor, his voice loud enough to compel Severus to silence him. Approaching Peter in the corner with a vial of foul-smelling potion, he mused that dying so easily would be a pity. It would be better if he helped him with a task before meeting his end. Consider it a late apology. Forced to drink the potion, Peter clutched his throat in terror, attempting to expel the liquid, but to no avail. The potion took effect. His height and weight began to shift, gradually transforming him into Aaron-esque likeness. Severus watched with satisfaction as the polyjuice potion worked, then mercilessly cast the killing curse upon him. A wizard who dies while still under the effects of polyjuice potion retains the appearance acquired from the potion, meaning Peter would perish in Aaron's form. After discarding Peter's body in a nearby location to Malfoy Manor, Severus promptly disapparated back to the house at Spinner's End. Eileen has passed away. By tomorrow, her lifeless body will be discovered by either Death Eaters or Aurors. Once the news of her demise is made public, she will depart from England in a manner befitting Muggles, and only then will she truly be safe. Chapter 30, Victory. Penny had not initially intended to remain here awaiting Voldemort's arrival, yet fate led her to linger. Voldemort arrived swiftly, manifesting as a swirling cloud of black smoke in Godric's Hollow, and from a distance, Penny could hear his sinister laughter echoing. Frankly, that sound was neither pleasant nor dignified. Yet none of the wizards present seemed to mind. The surviving Death Eaters gazed up with fervor, their expressions akin to worshippers beholding their deity. While Penny observed Voldemort with a grave countenance, his condition appeared significantly improved from before. Penny Evans, you have not fled, Voldemort hissed, his scarlet eyes locking onto her, his voice rasping like the hiss of a serpent. Penny materialized on a patch of ground not far from Voldemort, calmly stating a fact. Regardless, you cannot retain me. Arrogant. In an instant, both raised their wands, each harboring the intention of engaging in combat that night. However, Voldemort sought to extinguish Penny's life, while she contemplated retreat should the odds turn unfavorable. Avada Kedavra. Two beams of green light, differing only in hue, shot forth from their wands, colliding midair, generating a tempest as their magical forces repelled and compressed against one another. Observers of their duel included not only Death Eaters, but also wizards from Godric's Hollow. Drawn outside by the explosions and the Dark Lord's laughter, their eyes fixed intently on the spectacle. Sweat beaded on Penny's forehead as she cast a reluctant glance at Voldemort, who had already disapparated. Her magical energy had been overwhelmed. The killing curse had created a crater where she had once stood. Voldemort's triumphant laughter echoed, Avada Kedavra. Penny reappeared, her resolve unyielding as she stared at Voldemort, refusing to believe she could not triumph even once. Futile. Surrender. Evans, Voldemort sneered contemptuously. Though Penny's strength was formidable, it paled in comparison to his. Breathless, she knew she could not persist in this manner. Defeating Voldemort with dark magic was unrealistic, as he possessed far greater knowledge and malevolence regarding the dark arts. She glanced down at her golden red wand, realizing her affinity lay with the color red, particularly fire magic. One last time, Voldemort. Under his cold gaze, akin to that of a corpse, Penny waved her golden red wand, reciting an obscure incantation, Fire Dragon, Roar. The magic that once flourished in the Forbidden Forest at Hogwarts now burst forth once more, a tempestuous conflagration coalescing into a formidable dragon, spanning several meters, its scales glistening. Devoid of wings like common dragons, its head resembled that of a horse, eyes fierce, teeth bared, crowned with a pair of majestic horns. The deep, resonating roar of the dragon instilled dread, and as its gaze fell upon Voldemort, the weight of its draconic presence bore down upon him. As Penny completed the spell, the dragon's eyes ignited with flames the size of lanterns, amplifying its aura, creating an illusion of substance. Roar. The apparition let out a thunderous bellow, its fiery gaze locking onto Voldemort as it soared upward, claws poised to strike, hurtling toward him with the intent to rend him asunder. Voldemort countered by summoning his infernal serpent, a colossal three-headed creature that grew in size with each infusion of his magic, matching the dragon's might. The two behemoths unleashed torrents of fire upon each other. Upon discovering that their flames were ineffectual, they engaged in a fierce struggle, their fiery forms igniting the surroundings with every wound inflicted. The Death Eaters and the curious wizards watching were forced to retreat from the battlefield, with some nearby taking refuge behind protective enchantments. The two wizards behind the monstrous creatures found their magic waning rapidly. Even Voldemort, formidable as he was, had drained much of his power through repeated magical clashes. He glared at Penny with a mix of fury and contempt, determined to eliminate this nuisance swiftly. Penny, too, felt her magical reserves depleting at an alarming rate. If she continued this way, she might exhaust herself even faster than Voldemort. With one final flourish of her wand, the emblem of the dragon appeared in her eyes, the final strike. Fire Dragon's roar. Responding to her command, the dragon ascended, casting aside the serpent, its massive form shrinking slightly as it zeroed in on Voldemort, descending like a potent tracking bomb toward him. Boom. The explosion rivaled that of a grenade, shaking Godric's Hollow to its core, drawing the gaze of every wizard in the vicinity. At that critical moment, Voldemort had no energy to spare for Penny, who seized the opportunity. Channeling all her remaining magical strength, she aimed her wand at him. Disintegration. Damn it. Penny's figure was enveloped in the smoke from the dragon's explosion, obscuring her from view. Voldemort's serpent dissipated, bereft of his magical support, while the Dark Lord himself, at the epicenter of the blast, lay in an uncertain state between life and death. Master, Merlin, how terrifying they are. The cries of the Death Eaters were drowned out by the loud discussions of the residents, creating a cacophony reminiscent of a bustling marketplace, all eyes eagerly anticipating the outcome. As the smoke cleared, Penny's silhouette emerged, prompting cheers from the crowd. Amidst the murmurs of awe and schadenfreude, a few Death Eaters still clung to hope for their master. In truth, Voldemort had not perished entirely. Ah, damn it, Yinyu. Hearing that familiar name uttered in a language foreign to this realm, Penny's pupils constricted, her countenance turning pale as she swiftly turned toward the source of the voice. In the blackened pit left by the dragon's explosion, Voldemort's body lay in tatters, resembling shattered glass scattered by a fall. It seemed Penny's final blow had taken its toll, leaving cracks in his form that, with a gust of wind, disintegrated into the ether. Voldemort's body was dead, yet he did not cease to exist. His soul transformed into a wisp of black smoke, rushing toward Penny. This spectral essence, devoid of lethality, passed through her, leaving behind a tear-shaped fragment of his soul that landed in her hand. Penny had believed she would never again encounter matters related to her past life until this day, when she beheld the fragment of Yunlai's soul resting in her palm. The remorse and regret emanating from it bore no significance to her. The past was irretrievable, and she would never grant forgiveness. Thus, she incanted the killing curse to obliterate it, wishing for it to vanish from her world forever. Chapter 31. The End. Penny had never anticipated that her singular victory over Voldemort would yield such unexpected results. However, the spectators beside her seemed more exhilarated than she, emerging with cameras, notebooks, and pens, some brandished press credentials, eager to interview her, while others sought her autograph. Such fervent enthusiasm proved overwhelming, prompting her to flee. Alongside her, the disoriented Death Eaters scurried away, unable to believe the turn of events, yet the instinct for self-preservation ingrained within them compelled them to retreat faster than anyone else. When Penny found herself inside the house in Spinner's End, she was enveloped in a profound sense of bewilderment, feeling as though everything was surreal, akin to a dreamlike state of gratitude. Then, the relentless summons from the two-way mirror jolted her from this dazed condition. Upon connecting, she was greeted by Lily, James, and the two brothers of James who were still alive. Merlin above. I heard you vanquished Voldemort. Is this true, Penny? Lily's shriek momentarily roused Penny's mind from its stupor. I merely defeated him, causing him to lose his corporeal form. I witnessed his soul escaping. Oh my goodness. Merlin, this is indeed true. The escalating cheers nearly shattered the two-way mirror, and Penny felt as if her eardrums might burst. The old man on the subway peered at his phone, JPG. Thus, she decisively hung up the two-way mirror. Severus returned to the house in Spinner's End at dawn. When he arrived, Penny was curled up on a sofa, her expression inscrutable. As Severus entered and flicked on the lights, the sudden brightness caused tears to well up in her eyes, accustomed as she was to the darkness. Consequently, the moment Severus illuminated the room, he beheld Penny huddled on his sofa, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, and his heart twisted painfully. Penny. He swiftly approached and enveloped her in his embrace, gently wiping away her tears before asking in the softest tone, "What troubles you? Is it Voldemort?" "I am merely a bit disoriented," Penny replied, shaking her head in his arms. "Severus, just last night, I killed Voldemort's corporeal form." Severus, who had just orchestrated a plan and sent Eileen on a flight to America, sighed. "You always manage to astonish me, Penny." He could scarcely fathom how Eileen would react upon landing and encountering the news from the British wizarding world. "What is it?" Penny inquired, observing the shifting expressions on Severus's face, yearning for him to divulge the hidden story that lay beneath. "Voldemort is dead, at least his physical form has perished." This revelation left Dumbledore astonished for quite a while. He had not anticipated that Penny had grown to such a degree, nor did he foresee Tom's failure manifesting in this manner. Grindelwald, however, appeared entirely unsurprised. "I have always said she is different. She can change everything." Dumbledore smiled kindly at him. "I believe you are correct, Gellert." "Of course," Grindelwald replied, raising his chin with a touch of pride. Following Voldemort's demise, the eradication of his dormant Horcruxes became the foremost priority for the Order of the Phoenix. Although they were momentarily unaware of how many Horcruxes Voldemort possessed, Dumbledore knew that someone was aware. With this failure, Dumbledore seized the opportunity to inflict significant losses on those pure bloods who controlled most of the resources, to bolster half-bloods and Muggle-born wizards. Grindelwald, meanwhile, found himself contentedly beside the one he loved, a far more pleasant setting than Nurmengard. A week after the announcement of Voldemort's demise in the Daily Prophet, Sirius received a letter from Penny's owl, inviting him to Prince Manor and providing a one-time use portkey. "Why would Penny invite you to the Snape residence?" James was the first to voice his confusion. "Who knows? We can never decipher what goes on in Evans's mind." Sirius shrugged nonchalantly, believing it was unlikely to be a bad thing, for if Penny wished to reprimand him, he would have no means to resist. On a sunny afternoon, Sirius visited Prince Manor, having donned a crisp suit for his meeting with the war hero and meticulously groomed his hair. He had written to Penny in advance, so when he arrived, both she and Severus awaited him in the living room. Yet, whether it was a trick of the light or not, he sensed that their expressions did not convey the warmth of a cordial invitation, rather resembling that of a therapist poised to deliver unfortunate news outside St. Mungo's intensive care unit. "Good afternoon, Evans and Snape. I truly did not expect your invitation, and solely for me," Sirius cheerfully announced, producing a gift from behind him and flashing a grin. Penny merely stared at him, unable to muster a smile. She was at a loss for how to convey the somber news to Sirius. Regulus had been in a coma for a month and showed no signs of awakening. Severus had informed her that the Muggle world referred to patients in a state of unawareness, transitioning from a coma to consciousness due to severe brain injuries, as being in a vegetative state. They all understood the implications of a vegetative state, yet none could predict when, or if, Regulus would awaken. They felt it was necessary to inform Regulus's family, and thus chose to reach out to Sirius. Perhaps it was the sorrowful expression on Penny's face, or perhaps Severus's uncharacteristic lack of sarcasm, but Sirius instinctively sensed that something was amiss. He reined in his customary jovial demeanor. "What is it you wish to tell me?" "Follow me," Severus said, patting Penny's shoulder before leading Sirius onward. As Sirius pushed open the door to the room, he staggered back upon seeing his long-lost brother lying pallidly on a bed draped in white sheets. His eyes reddened as he scrutinized the figure before him. Mentally replaying childhood memories of Regulus, and trembling, he inquired, What has happened to him?" "He ingested a poison concocted by Voldemort, and was subsequently attacked by a ghoul," Severus sighed. "I have done everything in my power to cleanse the toxins from his body. Yet none can ascertain the extent of the damage inflicted by Voldemort's poison. He has been in a coma for over a month, and we cannot predict when he might awaken." Sirius's meticulously groomed hair suddenly lost all vitality, hanging limply as low as his shoulders. He opened his mouth, attempting to ask something, yet stifled his emotions until he could scarcely produce any sound. At that moment, Penny entered the room, cradling a box in her hands. She opened it to reveal a Merlin's medal and a memory vial, placing the box into Sirius's arms. He was remarkably clever and brave. He was the first to uncover Voldemort's secret. "If possible, you might consider having creature care for him. He is quite concerned for him." As Sirius departed, he took Regulus and the Merlin's medal with him, profoundly shaken. He had always believed his timid brother to be a hero, perhaps even braver than himself. Yet now, his valiant brother lay in uncertainty, not knowing if he would ever awaken. He brought him back to number 12, Grimmauld Place, where Mrs. Black fainted upon seeing her unconscious son, while Creature wailed as if his tears would run dry. On Penny's 30th birthday, Severus proposed to her. Shortly thereafter, they celebrated a grand wedding, attended by numerous guests to honor the union of the Master of Potions and the war hero. Dumbledore and Grindelwald were present, along with Lily, James, and their son, Harry Potter, who was now of school age. Also in attendance were Sirius, who had inherited the Black family legacy and settled in the Muggle world, and his brother, Regulus, who was currently traveling the globe. The glittering Malfoy family was also present, having spent a considerable sum of galleons, along with a diary, to escape Voldemort's shadow. Brilliant fireworks illuminated the sky as the newlyweds shared a kiss on their wedding day. Extra. Glancing impatiently at the mountain of papers piled on his desk, Severus struggled to suppress the urge to toss them into the fireplace. Damn it. He should never have heeded Dumbledore's advice to cover for the elderly Professor Slughorn. Before he knew it, he had become the head of Slytherin and the current potions master at Hogwarts. Cursed old rogue. The clock's hand ticked steadily towards 6 o'clock, and Severus grew increasingly irate. He exhaled through his nose, inwardly cursing the insufferable Dumbledore. At this very moment, he ought to be enjoying dinner in the warmth of his cozy home with his beloved wife, rather than sacrificing his evening to grade papers here. And those bothersome little wizards. He often fantasized about opening their empty heads and pouring out the nonsense inside. The papers they cobbled together, one phrase from here, one sentence from there, were not only poorly constructed but also riddled with inaccuracies. After a fit of impotent rage, Severus sighed and returned to his chair, picking up his quill to continue his grading. The vast swathes of crimson ink, scathing comments, and large PS on the papers he was reviewing were telling indicators of the young potions master's foul mood. An hour passed, and the fireplace in the Slytherin headmaster's office crackled with a rustle, announcing the arrival of a little mouse into the territory of the Serpent King. Without lifting his gaze, Severus spoke. "Do not crawl in the fireplace, Harry Potter." "Hey, Uncle Severus." The dark-haired bundle rolled out of the fireplace, grinning innocently at the professor, whose face was shadowed with displeasure. Recently, Lily and James had gone on a trip, leaving him temporarily residing with them. It was only then that Severus turned his attention to his plump nephew. Little Harry, just 6 years old, still bore the cherubic softness of youth, his round belly prominent. Dressed in a matching set of Muggle attire adorned with adorable fire-breathing dragons, he had emerged from the fireplace covered in soot. With practiced ease, Severus cleaned the dust from Harry's clothes, warning him, "Mind your cleanliness, Potter." His stern tone, combined with his usual scowl that suggested everyone owed him 5 million galleons, was enough to intimidate even the bravest Gryffindor. But Harry was unfazed. He had long since grown accustomed to his uncle's grim visage, showing warmth only in front of Aunt Petunia. "Got it, Uncle." Harry continued to charm, proudly displaying the lunchbox he clutched in his arms. "This. Aunt Petunia asked me to bring you a heartfelt dinner." Instantly, Severus's expression softened, and he inquired casually, "Did she make it herself?" "No, it was made by me." Harry shook his head. Severus breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, it was not Petunia's doing. Neither he nor Petunia possessed any culinary talent, and anyone entering the kitchen would find themselves embroiled in a disaster. The list of victims included Harry, Lily, James, Sirius, Lupin, Dumbledore, essentially. Anyone they knew had suffered their culinary misadventures. Recently, after the house elf had managed the kitchen for 2 years, Petunia suddenly developed a fervent interest in cooking, delighting in recreating classics, such as the renowned English dish, Stargazer pie. During that period, even Severus dared not dine at home, and Harry, who typically clung to Petunia, had packed his bags to stay elsewhere for a while. Poor me, their house elf, had nearly withered away to a mere skeleton within a month. Thus, Severus found himself pondering Harry's earlier question. Harry scampered up to his uncle, who had taken the lunchbox, skillfully climbing onto his lap and blinking his green eyes in anticipation of a late-night snack. Despite the impulse to toss the little brat off his lap, he reminded himself that Harry was Petunia's nephew. Muttering about Lily's choices, Severus eagerly opened the heartfelt dinner prepared by his beloved wife, revealing a small cake in garish green, blue, and an odd purple, accompanied by 2 tea bags. "Severus." "Harry." Severus's throat tightened as he stared at the ominous creation on the table. "Are you certain me made this?" Harry gaped in astonishment. This is something only Aunt Petunia could create. Originally confident, he now felt uncertain. Faced with such a culinary enigma, neither dared to take the first bite. Their eyes met, and in that moment, they both discerned the unspoken thought of disposing of the evidence. Just as this wicked notion arose, a familiar voice pierced the silence. "Eat it all." The calmness in her tone belied a threat, yet it was undeniably imposing. Petunia had appeared seemingly out of nowhere, smiling as she observed her husband, who was contemplating a vanishing charm on her prized creation, alongside little Harry, who appeared to endorse Severus's intentions. Oh no, both the large and small figures visibly slumped, shoulders drooping, hair falling limply. "Auntie, I'm still little. I don't want to meet Merlin just yet." Harry pleaded pathetically with Petunia, attempting to slide off Severus's lap. "Being small means you should eat more to grow." Severus firmly pressed Harry back down onto his lap, forcing a smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. "You won't escape this alone." Petunia observed their playful banter with amusement, though her heart ached. "Is my cake truly that inedible? Dumbledore enjoys my sweets." "Petunia, cake and candy are entirely different," Severus replied, glancing at her with a pained expression. Some individuals simply lack the aptitude for the kitchen. Noticing the narrowing of Petunia's eyes, which sparkled dangerously. Severus quickly amended, like me. Since Dumbledore appreciates it, why not send the cake to him? He would be thrilled, Harry suggested, eager to rid himself of the culinary bomb, hardly considering Dumbledore's feelings. I think that's a splendid idea. Whatever you say. Petunia shrugged nonchalantly, fully aware that she had no expectation of them consuming the concoction. She had a clear understanding of her culinary skills, especially since she herself would not eat what she had prepared. Both Severus and Harry sighed in relief. Phew, Dumbledore, are you even polite? In a side story, when Harry Potter turned 11, he received his Hogwarts acceptance letter delivered by an owl. It's an owl, Harry exclaimed joyfully, clutching the letter as he dashed down the stairs to share the news with his family. Dad, Mom, accustomed to the overexcited little wizards. The owl expertly landed at the window of the bedroom, waiting for the wizards to respond. If luck was on its side, it might even enjoy a fresh meal of owl pellets or a delicious jerky that day. Meanwhile, seated on the sofa downstairs were a row of familiar faces. Harry's godfather Sirius, Remus, who worked at the Ministry's werewolf registration office, and Severus, who was busy grading end-of-term papers. Lily was in the kitchen washing fruit, while Petunia had joined her, chatting away. James stood at the kitchen door, wand tightly gripped in his hand, feeling uneasy about Petunia's presence in the kitchen, especially given her history of kitchen-related disasters. Useless, pointy fork. If Petunia truly wished to blow up your kitchen, you wouldn't be able to stop her, Sirius remarked, draping an arm over Remus's shoulders, noticing James's anxious demeanor. I believe the big-footed one is right, Remus nodded, for everyone knew that Petunia Evans excelled in fire-based magic. James, dejected, put away his wand and stepped out of the kitchen. Fine, you're right. Hey, you guys, I can hear you. Petunia snapped back, teeth clenched. Keep it up, and I'll set your house ablaze. A bout of laughter erupted in the living room, sounding almost absurdly blissful. Such a wise voice, Severus interjected, seizing the opportunity to throw a barb amidst the chaos, still at odds with this band of Gryffindors after all these years. Noticing that James might erupt with anger, Lupin immediately restrained him and whispered, ahem, speaking of which, Severus will be your professor once Harry enrolls. The implication was clear, for Harry's sake. It would be wise not to provoke him. James's expression froze on his face. Indeed, Severus had become a professor at Hogwarts, all for Harry. Good heavens, how could he possibly be a professor? James lamented, burying his face in his hands and crouching down in despair. I would gladly relinquish this position to you. Severus retorted coldly, casting a disdainful glance his way. If there were anything resembling knowledge within that head filled with fluff. Though perhaps you might struggle to brew even the simplest of scabious potions now. James opened his mouth to retort, but regrettably, after all these years, he could hardly recall the material from his first year. Severus, noticing his embarrassment, raised his chin, a victorious expression crossing his face. Humph, foolish Potter. Damn it. The defeated James seethed with fury. Beside them, Sirius and Lupin were already accustomed to their banter, sharing a drink while observing the spectacle. When Harry excitedly bounded down the stairs with his acceptance letter, the living room had transformed into a battlefield of verbal sparring, and the intensity of the debate suggested that his father was at a disadvantage. Give it up, Dad. You've never managed to win a verbal duel against Uncle Severus. Harry sighed internally, shaking his head. Having gotten used to the antics of his guardians, Harry skillfully navigated around the living room battlefield and dashed towards the kitchen. Mom. Oh, Aunt Petunia was also in the kitchen. Petunia, poking Harry's forehead with her finger, expressed her discontent with his remarks. You little brat, can't you speak properly? What is the matter, Harry? Lily asked, having just sliced the last piece of fruit, and she rescued Harry from Petunia's grasp. Harry could hardly contain his excitement as he lifted his acceptance letter high. Mom, I received this. Upon seeing the familiar envelope, Lily's excitement surpassed even Harry's as she enveloped him in a warm embrace, her face radiant with joy. Oh, Harry, you've grown up. You can go to Hogwarts now. Hearing the commotion, James entered the kitchen, and soon the three of them were in a tight embrace. Unable to bear their display of affection, Petunia exited the kitchen with a plate of fruit and sat beside Severus. Haven't you finished yet? Setting down his quill, Severus stretched his sore neck and shoulders, fatigue etched on his face, yet his tongue remained sharp. You can scarcely imagine how dreadful the contents of these papers are. I didn't come to Hogwarts to teach trolls. Petunia offered him a slice of apple, and it seemed that indeed, things were quite dire. As Harry walked into the living room, surrounded by his loving family, he caught sight of his uncle, the potions master at Hogwarts, who was presently gnashing his teeth at a parchment filled with scribbles, clearly the work of some careless young wizard. Recalling the terror of his one-on-one tutoring sessions, Harry suddenly felt that his days at Hogwarts might not be all that pleasant, given his uncle's stern demeanor. That evening, the Potter dining table was laden with a sumptuous feast, courtesy of their house elf. Friends and family had gathered not only to celebrate Harry's birthday, but also to honor his impending enrollment at Hogwarts. "Oh, Harry, I can hardly believe you've reached the age to attend Hogwarts." Sirius, having consumed a fair amount of alcohol, laughed as he wrapped his arm around his godson. His words slightly slurred. "Cherish your time at Hogwarts, for you will encounter friends for life, perhaps even a lover. Those moments will be the most splendid of your life, and you shall cherish them for years to come." Yet for young Harry, such thoughts felt distant, as he was more preoccupied with the fact that Sirius was rather heavy and threatening to topple him over. Fortunately, Lupin, ever vigilant, intervened just in time to rescue Harry. Supporting Sirius as he apologized, "Sorry, Harry, you know your godfather doesn't handle his liquor well." "It's all right," Harry replied, shaking his head. His curiosity piqued as he observed his godfather and Remus, who, despite not being married, were inseparable. "Children shouldn't pry into adult matters," Petunia interjected, blocking Harry's inquisitive gaze. She ruffled his hair, which resembled a tangled ball of steel wool, and added, "I can't imagine how Draco tolerates your messy hair." Harry shrugged. "In fact, even the hair gel supplied by the Malfoy family fails to tame my hair." "You certainly take pride in that." Petunia chuckled at his expression. "Come on, let us step outside for some fresh air. It's unbearable to be cooped up with a bunch of drunkards." "Okay," Harry nodded in agreement. As the original story of Snape transitioned into fanfiction, a wave of drowsiness enveloped him, and he awoke in a bed within a cellar. The unfamiliar texture of the sheets jolted him into full alertness. This was not his bed. His hand instinctively reached beneath the pillow, seeking his familiar wand. But its absence heightened his wariness. He swiftly sat up, illuminating the dim room. The overly bright light made him squint uncomfortably as he surveyed this simultaneously familiar yet strange place. The damp air typical of a cellar, the arrangement of his bedroom, and the sight of grotesque merfolk swimming outside informed him that he was undoubtedly in his cellar. Yet, the decor was absurdly unfamiliar. A black-barked birch wand lay quietly on the wand holder of the bedside table, while an identical wand holder across from it remained empty. His usual black bedding had been replaced with childish sky-blue linens, their soft texture suggesting they were not of cheap quality. Even his sleepwear, though black, was of a style that did not align with his recollections. Finally, the mattress beneath him was soft yet supportive, clearly an item that should not belong in his cellar. Expressionless, Snape rose from the bed, beginning to suspect this was merely a dream. Otherwise, how could his cellar be filled with such inexplicable items? He recalled that today was not April Fool's Day, nor did he believe that Dumbledore, already beleaguered by Voldemort, would have the energy to prank him. Even on April Fool's Day, not even the boldest Gryffindor would dare to deceive him in such a manner. His eyes scanned the room for any semblance to what he remembered, but found none. To his shock, he was startled by a framed picture hanging above his bed. Within the wooden frame, a younger Snape was affectionately embracing a red-haired woman, smiling tenderly at her. The woman wore a wedding gown, and upon closer inspection, Snape's own robes were also of a style reserved exclusively for wizarding weddings. Good grief! Snape's pupils dilated. This was the first time he had seen a gentle expression on his own face. His gaze continued to wander, and he was alarmed to find numerous photographs adorning the walls, all featuring him and that same red-haired woman. She donned wizarding robes, a white wedding dress, and a floral-patterned dress, always standing beside him while he gazed at her with tender eyes, filled with an intimacy that suggested she was his beloved. Snape felt nauseated by the implications of his own thoughts. He swore he had never displayed such a repulsive expression even in the presence of his beloved Lily. Activating his mental barriers, Snape maintained his composure as he opened the wardrobe, ignoring the lady's garments within, and found a black robe to change into. As he donned his new attire, he noticed something amiss. The man in the mirror, though bearing Snape's likeness, overall appeared different. Life seemed to have treated him well, and he looked to be exceedingly well cared for. He appeared noticeably more youthful, his visage devoid of deep lines, and his hair meticulously styled, exuding an air of contentment in stark contrast to the ever-somber, severest Snape. As he gazed into the mirror, a silver ring glimmered on his ring finger. Happiness. Snape scoffed disdainfully, finding it hard to believe that someone of his ilk could be associated with such a term. The bedroom door was forcefully opened and slammed shut. Snape felt an unbearable urge to escape that space, his eyes stinging from the sight of another Snape's joy. He retreated to his familiar office, now adorned in a manner that rendered it almost unrecognizable to him. He had never envisioned his desk cluttered with such an array of items. A picture frame bearing the likeness of an unfamiliar woman, a pot of useless decorative flowers, a small fish tank, a dish filled with an assortment of chocolates, and a pile of ungraded essays. After diligently grading several papers, Snape regained his composure. Indeed, regardless of the time or place, the potion essays of young wizards remained abysmally poor. Knock, knock, knock. The door to the cellar echoed with raps. Before Snape could relish the silence, a black-haired, green-eyed brat swaggered in, effortlessly taking a seat opposite him and helping himself to one of the sweets from Snape's desk. Snape was taken aback. When did Potter's spawn dare to be so brazen before him? "Uncle, haven't you managed to charm Aunt Petunia yet?" Harry, oblivious to the fact that the uncle before him was not quite the same, regarded Snape with a sigh, his tone laced with schadenfreude. "I hear it's your 5th day of solitude. How unfortunate." Snape's hand trembled at Harry's address, and upon hearing the boy's words, his mouth twitched in irritation. Reminiscent of the times when Lucius had come to him for solace after being cast out. "Harry Potter." Snape's gaze fixated on the lively green eyes that grew increasingly familiar. "Look at me." The unguarded child soon fell prey to the legitimacy spell, allowing Snape to delve into his memories with unexpected ease. Harry's recollections were far more fascinating than Snape had anticipated, leaving him astounded by their richness. For instance, James and Lily Potter had not perished but were vacationing on some island in the northern hemisphere. His wife was indeed Harry's aunt, Petunia Evans, and she was a witch. The downfall of Voldemort was not due to Dumbledore, but rather Petunia Evans. Dumbledore and Grindelwald were a pair, and astonishingly, Harry Potter and the Malfoy scion were not arch-rivals. Snape pressed his forehead in anguish, pondering whether he had lost his sanity or if this world had truly turned upside down. Aside from the first revelation, each subsequent piece of news was utterly unbelievable. Harry regarded his beloved uncle with a puzzled expression, unsure why he was being asked to look at him without a word in return, sensing something was amiss with his uncle today. It was an odd feeling. Though his uncle was typically stern and taciturn, today he seemed even more burdened and intimidating. Shivering slightly, Harry finally recalled the purpose of his visit to the cellar. He poked Snape's sleeve, gazing up at him innocently. "Uncle Severus, you're late for potions class." "Harry Potter." Once more, Snape uttered the name of the green-eyed lad, forcing a grim smile. Had any familiar Gryffindor heard him, they would have begun to tremble in fear. Yet Harry remained blissfully unaware, eagerly awaiting his dear uncle's next words. Gryffindor loses 5 points for Mr. Potter's deliberate tardiness. Harry's pupils dilated in disbelief. "No, don't." As the original Snape traversed into the realm of fanfiction, he struggled to rise from bed, Petunia lost in contemplation as she gazed at the ring entwined upon her finger. She remembered her husband in his prime, Hogwarts devoid of peril, yet why had she awakened to find him gone? Rushing to Hogwarts, she was informed by a portrait that Professor Snape had gone to teach his students, leaving her perplexed about what had transpired. After a lesson that left the young wizards drenched in potion mishaps, Snape emerged from the classroom, invigorated, only to halt abruptly at the sight of a red-haired woman he had only recently seen in a photograph waiting for him by the door. Upon laying eyes on Snape, Petunia realized that this man was not her husband, despite their identical appearances. As Snape's mind raced to determine how to approach this unfamiliar wife, Petunia spoke first. "Perhaps we should have a word, sir." Snape nodded in tacit agreement. In the office of the Slytherin head, the headmaster stood awkwardly in the center of the sitting room, while Petunia leaned on her chin, her gaze icy and scrutinizing, concealing her doubts. He wore their wedding ring on his finger, identical to the one adorning hers. This was a unique alchemical binding of souls, indicating that only Severus Snape himself could wear it, thus affirming that this man was indeed her husband, or at least that this body belonged to him. Petunia felt uncertain about the situation, maintaining a facade of composure as she scrutinized the man before her, attempting to elicit honesty through her gaze. Snape, unnerved by her direct stare, recalled that in his understanding, Petunia Evans was a witch of formidable power, perhaps even surpassing Voldemort himself. Yet he was at a loss regarding how he had arrived here, or where the original Severus had gone. Under her gaze, he hesitated, his lips moving silently before opting for silence. Petunia readily discerned his confusion, letting out a soft sigh that reminded her of her Severus. "May I know this gentleman's true name?" she inquired, lowering her voice as her eyes shifted from his face. "Severus Snape," he replied, his hollow gaze betraying no emotion. Like a schoolboy introducing himself. "Potions master at Hogwarts, head of Slytherin, and Death Eater. This morning, I awoke to find myself here." With a single glance, Petunia recognized that the Snape before her was employing a mental block, a skill Severus had mastered. Typically after making a blunder, such as shattering her recently unwrapped perfume or hiding a piece of clothing he deemed inappropriate. Of course, this was not the time to yearn for Severus. The pressing matter at hand was how to retrieve him. "Death Eater? It has been ages since I heard that name. But your demeanor certainly does not suggest one of virtue." Shaking her head, she mused aloud, observing his reaction, yet his perpetually stoic face revealed nothing. Upon hearing her disparaging words, he didn't even flinch. With a slight pout of disappointment, Petunia continued, "All right, I was jesting. I still find it hard to believe that Severus could ever be a loyal subordinate to that noseless, bald fiend." Snape's vacant gaze flickered with emotion for the first time. his focus landing on Petunia, who appeared to have faith in another Severus. Noticing his attention, Petunia elaborated. Previously, Severus was associated with Voldemort. He was even commended for developing a soul-stabilizing potion, but I defeated him before he could permanently bear the dark mark. How fortunate for him, Snape murmured, his lips curling in a sigh. The existence of parallel worlds raised questions. What had caused these two distinct timelines to deviate from their original paths, resulting in this unexpected entanglement? Meanwhile, Petunia was oblivious to his musings, resting her chin on her hand, her thoughts drifting far away. Due to his unfamiliarity with Petunia, Snape refrained from disturbing her and instead sought a book on modern magical history from the shelves, believing it would aid him in his battle against Voldemort upon his return. Apologies, I drifted off. It took Petunia a while to snap back from her swirling thoughts, and she awkwardly apologized to Snape while absent-mindedly rubbing her stomach. Feeling a pang of hunger, glancing at the clock on the wall, which indicated that mealtime had passed, she hesitated for a moment before extending an invitation to Snape, saying, "Let us go home for dinner." Petunia stepped through the fireplace to Spinner's Inn first, and after a brief moment of hesitation, Snape followed suit. Spinner's Inn bore no resemblance to the place etched in Snape's memory. It had been completely renovated. From the exterior of the house to the interior decor, not a single aspect was as he remembered. The previous brick house had transformed into a quaint cottage with white walls and a red-tiled roof, surrounded by a garden divided into two halves, one flourishing with herbs and the other adorned with vibrant flowers. Now was the season of blooming roses, their myriad colors climbing the trellis, and the gentle breeze caressed the cottage, which was lovingly cloaked in blossoms. I used to frequent the flower shop, and Severus planted a small garden for me, Petunia explained as she pushed open the window and gazed at the resplendent roses outside. Snape nodded in silence, a complex expression flitting across his face. It was hard to fathom that this world Severus would engage in such acts. It was evident he truly adored his wife. Inside the house, he noted the absence of the towering bookshelves that reached the ceiling, the worn-out sofa that had once been frayed at the edges, the dim light bulbs, the faded carpets, and the creaking wooden stairs, all gone. In their place was a typical English decor, a spotless fireplace free of dust, a soft, light gray carpet, and a matching set of leather sofas. This place had evidently been worked on by a Diagon Alley renovation company, perhaps employing an extension charm that had significantly increased the space. The living room was immaculate and exuded warmth and happiness, a stark contrast to the unsettling name of Spinner's End. Snape's eyes closed as if stung, and he found himself feeling an unexpected pang of envy. Envy for the Severus of this world who possessed a cozy home. The house elf moved swiftly, laying out a delectable meal on the dining table. Petunia and Snape took the two farthest seats, silently consuming the food on their plates. After the meal, with Snape's consent, Petunia retrieved her wand and aimed it at him. A colorful detection spell enveloped him, yielding various responses that, combined with Snape's cold demeanor and his dark robes, created an oddly comical and discordant scene. Petunia struggled to suppress a laugh, aware that this Snape was far more serious than her husband. She feared that a laugh might provoke his ire. After the examination, Petunia furrowed her brow as she scrutinized the results, which revealed no abnormalities. "It seems we must leave it to fate. Perhaps it will revert in a few days," she said to Snape, unsure whether she was comforting herself or him. Snape cast a sidelong glance at her, but remained silent, and she appeared somewhat disappointed. For a time, Snape did not return to his own world. He lingered briefly in this one. Each day, Petunia would visit him, or rather, she would check if her Severus had returned, yet regrettably, he consistently disappointed her. Occasionally, she would bring him some homemade pastries, which were quite palatable and to his liking. She would inquire about his original world circumstances, and upon learning that Voldemort had not yet been completely vanquished, her expression became exceedingly peculiar, her tone tinged with existential doubt. "Merlin, that fellow who treats souls like a jigsaw puzzle game, hasn't he failed yet?" Snape, puzzled by her meaning, merely nodded in confusion. "And what of Grindelwald? By my calculations, he should be breaking out for his beloved Dumbledore by now." Petunia pressed further. Snape shook his head again, his expression revealing a visceral reaction to her phrasing, and replied, "He is not. TSK, it seems the trajectories of the two worlds diverge significantly." Petunia's gaze settled on Snape as she continued, "And what about me? In that world, am I globe-trotting or already dead at Voldemort's hands?" To her knowledge, Snape paused for a moment, casting a swift glance at Petunia before responding. "Lily's sister, Petunia Evans, is a Muggle. She married a Muggle before Lily's wedding and had a son." "I see." Petunia nodded thoughtfully, realizing that the Petunia of that world was merely Petunia, not Yinyu, and thus she was just a Muggle. Then she looked at Snape, having previously noticed his intentional or unintentional attentiveness to Lily's news, leading her to speculate that in that world, Snape's affections lay with Lily. They must have been childhood friends, yet for reasons unknown, they had not ended up together. She refrained from asking further questions, and they proceeded to discuss Voldemort's affairs, such as his Horcruxes, before Petunia took her leave to return home. The quaint cottage on Spinner's End was invisible to Muggles. As night fell, a nightlight flickered to life, and Petunia leaned against her bed's headboard, gazing at the empty space beside her with a sigh. When will Severus return? In the cellar, Snape leaned back in his chair, weary after grading that day's papers, stretching his stiff neck and shoulders while his gaze landed on the topmost paper adorned with a red O. To his surprise, the potion grades of this world's Harry Potter were unexpectedly commendable. However, recalling the remedial lessons he had observed in Harry Potter's memories, it was hardly surprising. This world's Harry Potter was rather endearing. Was this what Harry Potter would have been like had he grown up in a normal family? Once again, an overwhelming tide of guilt engulfed Snape, drowning him in the ocean of remorse until the ring on his hand began to heat, pulling him back from the depths. TSK. The other Severus Snape was indeed a fortunate individual. Everything he once hoped for had seemingly come to fruition. Snape managed a bitter smile. Should he be glad? At least in this world, one Severus had achieved the happiness he yearned for, and he was fortunate enough to witness it. Extra 3. The young wizards at Hogwarts had recently noticed an unusual irritability in their potions professor, Severus Snape. Although he typically maintained a stern demeanor and unleashed his venomous tongue regularly, today he was particularly cantankerous, snapping at anyone who crossed his path. Even the usually favored Slytherin students were not spared from his wrath. As the dark-haired wizard strode down the corridor with his cloak billowing behind him, all the young witches and wizards bowed their heads and stepped aside. Even the lively Weasley twins dared not provoke the visibly displeased Professor Merlin, who made Professor Snape so angry. Our next class is potions, groaned Ron, his face twisted in dismay, while the Gryffindor students beside him shared his sentiment, fearing for their house points. Oh right, Harry, you must know something. Ron turned to Harry. His curiosity piqued. Sorry, Ron, I truly have no idea, Harry replied, shaking his head. He genuinely did not understand why his uncle had been in such a foul mood lately. Hermione, clutching her textbooks, maneuvered past them, quickening her pace while coolly adding, "There are still 10 minutes until class starts. If you dawdle any longer, you'll be late." Being late to Professor Snape's class was a terrifying prospect. Ron jolted and hurried to catch up with Hermione, while Harry hastily followed suit. In truth, Severus's mood was not as dire as the young wizards imagined. He was merely overwhelmed with surprise, or perhaps a touch of panic. Petunia was expecting a child. Compared to the expectant mother herself, Mr. Snape appeared to embody the essence of pregnancy. He became increasingly anxious, particularly after acquiring a plethora of books filled with various pregnancy guidelines and warnings of potential dangers. Like an ever-vigilant steward, he shadowed Petunia, even requesting a year-long leave from Dumbledore. However, Petunia soon grew weary of his overprotective demeanor, clearly. The witch did not appreciate being treated as a fragile object. Before the leave request reached Dumbledore, she had Fawkes incinerated entirely. "Dear Severus, I know you are concerned for my well-being, but I am not fragile. I am merely pregnant, and your behavior troubles me," she expressed. Consequently, after just 2 days at home, Mrs. Snape promptly packed him off back to Hogwarts. Severus, under orders to focus on his duties and refrain from pestering her, could hardly defy his wife's wishes. His dissatisfaction and restlessness needed an outlet, which unfortunately fell upon the young witches and wizards of Hogwarts. Fortunately, this situation lasted only a few days, as Petunia quickly realized her husband possessed an uncanny ability to disrupt her peace, sending dozens of messages via owl each day. Poor Rhea was nearly worn out and on the verge of leaving home due to the incessant demands. After Rhea's strike, the house elf, Dobby, took up the task of delivering messages. In comparison to owls, Dobby was far more efficient, always managing to find Petunia in an instant to convey messages and report her condition back to Severus. Petunia felt as though her home had been equipped with an intelligent surveillance system, obedient and responsive to her every need. For instance, today, Lily came to visit her, remarkably without that clingy James Potter in tow. However, this rare sisterly time was marred by the presence of a house elf, who blinked its large, watery eyes at them with an expression of desperate hope. Petunia sighed in exasperation, rubbing her forehead. She had truly had enough. Lily chuckled at the sight of her sister's dismay, taking a moment to recover from her laughter before reassuring her, "It's perfectly normal. Men tend to be overly sensitive during this time. Severus is rather restrained. James practically wanted to fuse with me." Dobby, ever alert to his mistress's emotions, blinked his big eyes, a light bulb illuminating above his head, before vanishing to inform his master of the source of Petunia's discomfort. The following day, when Petunia had yet to receive any correspondence from Severus by noon, she wondered if her dear husband had finally heeded her unspoken sentiments. In the dungeons, Severus, For the umpteenth time, contemplated summoning Dobby to inquire about Petunia's condition, but swallowed the words again. Petunia disliked it when he acted this way. He could not allow her to feel burdened. A long sigh echoed through the dungeons, steeped in unspoken melancholy. As Petunia emerged from the fireplace, she overheard Severus's sigh. She remarked on his unusual compliance, realizing he must be harboring some grievances. The sound of the fireplace immediately caught Severus's attention. His brow, once furrowed in impatience, relaxed upon recognizing Petunia, his expression softening as he approached her, taking her hand and showering her with tender inquiries. "What brings you here? Are you unwell? Are you tired?" No, I'm perfectly healthy and could take on Hagrid's adorable creatures in the Forbidden Forest," Petunia replied, winking at him. Severus tousled her hair and quipped. "Then do remember to procure some venom from the acromantula." "Better not. It would upset Hagrid," she countered playfully. After guiding her to the sofa in the sitting room, Severus prepared a cup of warm milk for her, his movements gentle and deliberate. Petunia clasped his hand, urging him to sit beside her, wrapping her arms around his waist. "Relax, Severus. You are a wonderful husband and will be an excellent father," she assured him. She understood Severus's recent agitation. His upbringing had instilled in him an innate yearning for family, coupled with an instinctive aversion to it. The impending arrival of their child amplified this conflict. He despised his father's behavior, yet feared becoming like him. "Petunia," Severus murmured, his large hand resting on her shoulder, his voice a low, tender timbre that tugged at her heartstrings. She always understood him in this way. Like a temperamental feline soothed by gentle strokes, Professor Snape's mood settled once more, bringing relief to all the young witches and wizards at Hogwarts, particularly the Gryffindor cubs, who no longer needed to worry about their precious points being deducted. Months later, a house elf burst into the potions classroom. Severus, who had just reprimanded a young witch for a botched potion, abruptly changed his demeanor and followed the elf as it vanished from Hogwarts. "Merlin, what just transpired?" "A house elf has abducted our potions professor." While Severus could be excessively harsh, especially towards Gryffindor, they felt compelled to rescue him. Upon arriving at St. Mungo's, Severus remained oblivious to his dear student's plans to storm the house elf headquarters in a bid to liberate him from the clutches of a wicked elf. He anxiously awaited at the door of the operating room. Each cry of pain echoing from within the room reddened his eyes, nearly bringing him to tears. How much agony must Petunia endure to suffer so? When Lily and James rushed into St. Mungo's, they found Severus outside the operating room, appearing as if he were undergoing some form of torture himself. After another weak cry escaped his lips, he bit down on his lip until it bled. Lily and James exchanged glances, both astonished to witness Severus in such a state. Ultimately, it was James who approached him, placing a comforting hand on his shoulder. Speaking in a tone of experience, "Childbirth is like this. Do not worry. The healers at St. Mungo's are capable." Before he could finish, the sounds of a newborn's cries emerged from the operating room. Severus nearly teleported to the door, anxiously peering inside. "Doctor, how is my wife?" "James." He should not have taken it upon himself to comfort him. A young healer emerged, cradling a swaddled infant. Upon seeing her stern professor at the door, she nearly jumped out of her skin, as severe as Snape. It was the elder healer who pushed Petunia out, urging, "Don't block the entrance." At the moment Severus beheld Petunia, his heart finally found peace. Though she appeared somewhat frail, she greeted him with a weary smile. "It hurts, Severus." Thank goodness. Petunia," he murmured, pressing her chilled hand against his face as if reuniting with a cherished treasure. Meanwhile, Lily, James, and the healers. In the hospital room, Lily cradled the newborn, asking, "Oh, Petunia, you have given birth to a little princess. What shall we name her? How about Catherine?" Petunia suggested, glancing at Severus. "Catherine Evans Snape." Severus could hardly disagree. Gazing at Petunia with concern, she appeared significantly weaker after bringing their little one into the world. Very well. Epilogue 4. Catherine was a beautiful little girl, distinctly different from other wrinkled newborns. She was fair and delicate, perfectly inheriting Petunia's beauty, due to her resemblance to Petunia. The stern potions professor at Hogwarts transformed into a doting father, unable to refuse any of his precious daughter's requests. For instance, at this very moment, Catherine, with her tousled red hair and dressed in a bear-themed onesie, sleepily rode her cousin's newly gifted broomstick down the stairs. At just over 3 years old, she struggled to control the broom's direction and speed. As she neared a collision with a crystal chandelier, Severus, emerging from the kitchen, caught her with a flick of his wand. "Daddy!" she exclaimed. He felt the urge to unleash his anger, to deliver some stern admonitions with that acerbic tongue, hoping to instill a sense of caution in Catherine. Yet, upon witnessing the delightful smile that graced her cherubic face at the sight of him, coupled with her soft, almost pleading call, his heart remained unmoved by the tempest of his emotions. He sighed wearily. It was the same old story. Harry Potter remained as dim-witted as ever, and thus 5 points were deducted from Gryffindor. After the deduction, his voice softened as he cradled Catherine in his arms, his dark eyes brimming with affection. It was a precarious situation. Such indulgence could not be permitted again, my dear. Descending the stairs alongside Petunia, who was laden with her usual sarcasm. The moment they reached the bottom, Petunia cast her husband an exasperated look, thinking how her husband should let his students at Hogwarts witness the glaring double standards of their professor. Severus gazed helplessly at his beloved wife, Petunia. After all, Catherine was still but a child. Mama. Catherine reached out from Severus's embrace, seeking a cuddle from Petunia. However, she was met with indifference. Petunia flicked Catherine's tiny nose and shook her head, reiterating that the mischievous little darling ought to remain in her father's arms, lest her little bottom face the consequences. After all, she had nearly collided with the chandelier moments ago. Covering her nose with her little hand, she then shielded her bottom, pouting with a woeful expression, attempting to elicit sympathy from her mother through this tried-and-true tactic. Enough. I am not your doting father. Severus shot a glare at Petunia, prompting her to continue shaking her head at Catherine. And due to your mischief, your share of sweets for today is hereby revoked. No, Catherine exclaimed, her eyes darting toward her father in desperation. Daddy, even your father cannot save you. Severus cleared his throat, averting his gaze. Catherine wilted like a frostbitten eggplant. Well, she should have known by now that her father's tender heart would not prevail against her mother's resolve. Noticing his wife's bare feet, Severus set Catherine down to allow her to have breakfast on her own, while he summoned Petunia's slippers for her to wear. However, she refused to put them on. Petunia's expression was one of reluctance as she attempted to persuade her husband. It's summer. Severus, unusually resolute, countered, but you were in pain just last month. That's a physiological issue. Petunia insisted. It was because you caught a chill. Gently ruffling his wife's soft red hair, Severus soothed her. All right, go eat breakfast quickly. We need to take Catherine to kindergarten soon. Though Severus was not particularly fond of Muggles, he could not deny the convenience of their lifestyle, while wizards tended to lean towards a more laissez-faire approach to parenting. For instance, kindergarten provided a place for energetic little ones to play, granting both him and Petunia a respite throughout the day. After kindergarten, Catherine would proceed to primary school, where she would learn to read and write, even developing a clearer understanding of the world, unlike those foolish children who arrived at Hogwarts at 11, unable to comprehend even the most basic words and sentences. Oh, but Mom and Dad, I don't want to go to kindergarten, Catherine protested, stretching her neck in defiance while sipping her milk at the table. Oh, Petunia replied with a nonchalant "oh," indicating she had heard, yet offered no further response. Even Severus, who typically doted on Catherine, remained unresponsive. After all, this little imp had deprived him and Petunia of their couple time for far too long. After dropping their daughter off at kindergarten, Severus turned to Petunia, extending an invitation. Shall we go shopping? Despite Catherine's adorable appearance, it could not erase the fact that she had been a little demon in her early years. Even with the assistance of a house elf, novice parents Severus and Petunia found themselves thoroughly exhausted by her antics, particularly Petunia. During that period, her mood had soured considerably, her hair shedding in clumps. What a splendid idea. Petunia's eyes lit up instantly. You have no idea how long it's been since I last went shopping with you, and all those lovely little dresses are waiting for me at the mall. Today, a lavish spender graced a shopping center somewhere in London, carelessly tossing bills into the air until her accompanying bodyguard's hands were overflowing, at which point she reluctantly halted her spending spree. Petunia cast a wistful glance at Severus, who had no free hands. Well, I suppose it ends here for today. Looks like you're still not satisfied. You've spent a few months' worth of my salary. Severus finally witnessed the rapidity with which women spend money. No wonder even the likes of Lucius Malfoy would wince at the expense incurred by his wife's extravagant habits. You don't depend on that meager salary, she retorted. The salary of a Hogwarts teacher amounted to a paltry 200 galleons, hardly sufficient to cover the cost of a single high-grade potion, let alone any alchemical product on her table. But it's exhausting, more so than teaching those little trolls all day, Severus muttered, casting a concealment charm to store his belongings in a spatial bracelet. Weariness etched across his face. We've been wandering this mall for 3 hours. My feet are about to give out. TSK, TSK, TSK. Petunia ignored Severus's display of fatigue, teasingly raising an eyebrow at him. Professor Snape's stamina has diminished since his younger days, hasn't he? Severus's face darkened, rivaling the bottom of his cauldron. I am far superior to what I was back then. Is that so? Petunia arched an eyebrow. Absolutely. The end. If you enjoyed this, please like, comment, and subscribe. Thank you for your support.